Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 352. Chapter 352. After a drink, we're friends. In the calm belt, even seabirds seemed much fewer. Apart from the news crews under Morgan's command, almost no seabirds chose to cross this area where they couldn't catch any wind. Where are we going next? Karen stood to the side, watching Naruto adjust their course using the eternal pose in his hand. Her question also drew the attention of the three unexpected guests on board. It had been a day and a night since they successfully left Impel Down, and everyone's condition had improved somewhat. Burndy World hadn't spoken since suppressing the coastal artillery, sitting motionless on the deck. In contrast, Bullet and Redfield seemed much more at ease. One was very familiar, rummaging through the cabin for something to drink, while the other leaned against the deck, gazing into the distance. First, let's find a place to rest. Naruto glanced at everyone on board before speaking. This was, after all, the calm belt. Usually, only marine ships passed through, and almost no other vessels traveled here. Even if they were to drop off Bullet and the other two midway, it would be better to do so after leaving the sea area. Thud. Bullet, emerging from the cabin, casually tossed a barrel of rum towards Naruto on the upper deck, while opening one for himself and taking a drink. Despite being the kind of barrel that could serve multiple rounds in a tavern, it looked like a merkin in their hands. After throwing a barrel to Naruto, Bullet also glanced at the Redfield, his meaning clear. No, thank you for the offer, but I would be delighted if there was some tea. Redfield waved his hand politely, with a courteous smile on his face. The rising morning sun shone on his face, allowing the old man to feel a new sense of hope for the first time in many years. He could sense that, apart from the still self-destructive, world destroyer, everyone else on the ship had grown closer due to fighting side by side. Unfortunately, Naruto hadn't stocked any tea, and no one on board particularly cared for it. "Ha, you're too particular." After downing a third of the barrel, Bullet wiped his mouth and said. It felt truly refreshing, something he hadn't experienced in a long time. Although he could endure decades of imprisonment in Impel Down day after day, when it came down to it, a man of the sea couldn't truly do without his drink. "I'll leave it to you for now, just keep this course. Don't drink and sail, don't sail and drink." Naruto was very safety conscious. After saying this to Karen, he also walked down to the deck, naturally drinking with Bullet, his former colleague whom he had been fighting to the death not long ago. A barrel of alcohol had been placed next to the reclining Burndy World at some point. However, the man acted as if he hadn't seen it at all, remaining silent and lying on the deck with a vacant stare. After a day, everyone on the ship seemed to have grown accustomed to his role-playing as a carpet. "You're really similar to that guy." After chugging another large barrel, Bullet softly uttered words he never thought he'd say. That guy he referred to was naturally the man he had tried countless times to surpass, Gol D. Roger. "Captain Roger taught me a lot." "What? Didn't he teach you anything?" After clinking their barrels together, Naruto said this teasingly. Hearing this, Bullet's face first darkened, then he involuntarily laughed. "Ha. Maybe. Maybe he did. What are your plans after this? Want to go compete for the title of Pirate King, too?" That thing is meaningless. The ultimate goal revered by countless pirates was, in Bullet's words, something to be discarded casually. "If I wanted to, I could go to Laugh Tale anytime. It's just a title." As Bullet said, he possessed an eternal pose pointing to the final island, Laugh Tale. If he were willing, he wouldn't need to steal any road poneglyphs from the emperors, and he could simply sail there himself and claim the title of Pirate King. But such an empty title meant nothing to Bullet. For him, only real, pure power was his lifelong pursuit. "That's the treasure hunt Roger left for you guys. I'm not interested. Don't include me in that. I gave up being a pirate a long time ago." Naruto waved his hand dismissively. Although he had once been an apprentice on Roger's crew, he abandoned his pirate identity a few years after leaving the ship, instead roaming the seas freely as a lone wolf. "Haha, how interesting." Redfield also descended from the upper deck, looking at the two drinkers. "If the fools out on the seas knew that what they seek is right here on this ship, they would charge here relentlessly. Let them come." A fiercely combative smile appeared on Bullet's face, and Naruto laughed along with him. "So what do you plan to do?" "Find a quiet place to retire. If we're talking about retirement, I have quite a few good spots to recommend." Naruto became enthusiastic at this topic. After all, both Crocus at Reverse Mountain and Rayleigh on Sabaody Archipelago were decent retirement places. "If I hadn't met you, perhaps I would have thought so too." Redfield looked at the back of his hand, covered with wrinkles eroded by time. No matter how powerful he was, time was always fair. However, now you've sparked some passion in me. Redfield suddenly changed his tone, a smile blooming on his face. I'm going to search for a way to restore my youth. When that time comes, we'll fight again. Before Naruto could respond, Bullet slammed his barrel heavily onto the deck. If you're old, just stay put and behave. He glared fiercely at Redfield, then turned his gaze to Naruto. The one who will defeat this kid is me. Next time I'll show you my peak condition, Uzumaki Naruto. Don't think you can let your guard down just because you won once. Bullet's words might sound like an attempt to save face, but he truly wasn't at his best. As the Gasha no Mi user, he hadn't used his Devil Fruit's abilities at all during the recent battle, relying purely on his formidable physique and haki to clash with Naruto. Ha! You're welcome anytime. Naruto raised his barrel to him, laughing without any concern. This was how heroes on the seas were, fighting to the death one moment, sharing a drink the next. As long as you drink together, you can be friends. As for fighting, that can wait until after this round. For them, the meaning behind the fight might not be that important, because the fight itself was the meaning. Thud. 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 Just then, the sounds of sparring, or rather, Sasuke serving as a training partner for Konohamaru, came from the other side, catching Bullet's attention. Seeing this, Naruto proactively moved aside, revealing their figures to Bullet. So, Konohamaru is a kid with a lot of potential, right? Hearing this, Bullet glanced sideways at Naruto. That brat still has a long way to go. After saying this, he gulped down the rest of his drink. We still have some time before making landfall. Consider it payment for the ride. Let me train him a bit. Saying this, he strode with his imposing presence towards Konohamaru. Thanks to his innate physical prowess and Karin's medical ninjutsu, Bullet had almost fully recovered by now. But even if he weren't fully recovered, he was more than enough to serve as a training partner for the current Konohamaru. Well now, it sounds like I've become a freeloader. Redfield watched Bullet's figure with a smile, then also walked over. Your black-haired companion seems quite talented in observation haki. If you don't mind, be my guest. Whether it was Sasuke or Konohamaru, due to their innate talents or special bloodlines, both, though still considered youths, had already displayed potential surpassing many others. Perhaps, as Redfield implied, they didn't want to owe a big favor and then continue freeloading on the ship. Or perhaps it was the excitement of discovering two uncut gems. Admittedly, Naruto's teaching skills were somewhat hard to describe. After leisurely finishing his rum, Naruto walked over to Karin's side. So, do you want to receive some guidance from them too? Don't be fooled just because I defeated them. In terms of strength, these two are absolutely top tier. Unexpectedly, Karin just shook her head. Their fighting styles don't suit me. If possible, I'd like you to be the one to guide me, Naruto-san, especially in utilizing this power. As she spoke, Karin showed the kama on her hand, also recounting Momoshiki's movements when Naruto displayed the full power of the Otsutsuki form. Ah. I almost forgot about him. Naruto reached out, gently touching the diamond-shaped mark, his will probing inside. Unfortunately, apart from a faint Otsutsuki's chakra reaction, like a seed, he couldn't sense any spiritual presence. Perhaps stimulated by Naruto, Momoshiki, feeling escape was hopeless, had actively withdrawn his spirit into the kama, entering a state similar to hibernation. Alright. We still have some time before Ace's execution. Let's deal with this first. It seemed everyone on the ship had found something to do. Except for Burndy World, who was still role-playing as a carpet. Chapter 353 Pre-Battle Preparations. Get stronger, get stronger. Hey. Naruto, is this really okay? Jinbei stood side by side with Naruto on the deck, watching as Bullet toyed Konohamaru in a manner that seemed almost playful. It's fine, Konohamaru is much more resilient than you think. Patting Jinbei's shoulder, Naruto turned back to continue his research on the kama. Below, on the beach. This was a temporary stop at a remote island, still within the calm belt. Apart from some wild beasts, there were no signs of human habitation, but it could provide Naruto and the others with some freshwater and food resources. It was only after landing on the island that Bullet could truly let loose with his teaching. Multiple shadow clone technique. Raisnon barrage. Surrounding Bullet were a large amount of Konohamaru's shadow clones, each holding a glowing blue Raisnon, attacking Bullet simultaneously from all directions. Facing such an assault, Bullet neither used his Conqueror's haki to intimidate them nor his Devil Fruit's abilities. He didn't even plan to use armament haki to tank the hits. The Raisnons rushed towards Bullet's face, abdomen, back, and other areas, but he precisely dodged them at the very last moment. Immediately after, Bullet's large hand grabbed two clones, smashing them together into a large puff of smoke. Brat, that tickling attack of yours is interesting, but your intent is way too obvious. Saying this, Bullet casually sidestepped, avoiding a silent Raise-Non sneak attack from behind. In truth, even if he didn't dodge, the Raise-Non most likely couldn't hurt him. But since the main purpose today was teaching, Bullet chose a method that would better stimulate Konohamaru's potential. Thud. An elbow strike heavily dispersed a clone. Then, Bullet grabbed the hand of another clone, guiding its Raise-Non to strike other clones. Your clones certainly have presence, but your attack patterns are disorganized, Brat. Combat isn't as simple as you think. Over 100 clones were quickly reduced by more than half by Bullet. Throughout the entire process, he didn't use Haki beyond Konohamaru's current level, relying solely on his superior combat awareness and experience to beat Konohamaru. While Bullet often preferred to overwhelm with force, advocating brute strength, he wasn't always this powerful. When he was still a child soldier, he had been seriously wounded numerous times due to war. These injuries came not only from enemies but even from other child soldiers. They defeated Bullet, seizing the medals that should have been his. It was precisely for this reason that Bullet began to regard individual strength as the #1 priority. During those days surrounded by enemies, Bullet didn't survive solely by relying on an indomitable spirit. Crack! The ground suddenly broke apart, and a figure emerged from the earth, a Raise-Non aimed straight for Bullet's vitals. Ha! Using your brain now. Facing the attack aimed at his vital spot from behind, Bullet wasn't angered. Instead, he felt pleased by Konohamaru's adaptability. But it's still not enough. Bang! As if foreseeing the future, Bullet simply swung his leg backward in a follow-through motion, kicking Konohamaru away heavily. Feeling the sensation from the kick, Bullet rubbed his chin. Interesting. Used armament Haki at the critical moment to block my attack, huh? Brat, you do have some talent. Opposite him, the Haki on his abdomen slowly dissipated. Konohamaru suppressed the urge to vomit and stood up, a determined smile on his face. Of course. A similar battle was taking place between Redfield and Sasuke. Since the training focused on Haki mastery, Sasuke was forbidden from using chakra or his devil fruits abilities. Under these constraints, even with the Sharingan's precise perception of the enemy's movements, Sasuke still couldn't perfectly counter Redfield's attacks. Use observation Haki to sense. Don't rely solely on your eyes. Redfield moved with the ease of a leisurely stroll, holding the umbrella Naruto had remade for him in one hand. His form was fast and ghostly, frequently breaking through Sasuke's defenses to tap him with the umbrella's shaft. He didn't use armament Haki either, causing almost no real damage to Sasuke, but the humiliation was significant. Each time the umbrella's tip touched a vital point, it signified that Redfield could have killed him. For the first time, Sasuke experienced the frustration of having every move completely read by his opponent. Without chakra enhancement, even with the passive physical boost from his mythical Zoan fruit, Sasuke was, after all, still a youth under 15. Even if he had, in a way, already saved the ninja world once. Truly, traveling half a lifetime, returning still a youth. Due to Naruto's influence, Sasuke had obtained a nearly cheat-like power boost in the form of a devil fruit too early, which prevented him from fully developing his inherent potential. In fact, even without a devil fruit, Sasuke's physical talent in other timelines was quite formidable. Your eyes seem to possess strong dynamic vision. Redfield also noticed the peculiarity of Sasuke's eyes. His steps were light, easily dodging Sasuke's attacks. But merely seeing is not enough. Human reaction takes time. The time consumed from you seeing, to your brain reacting, to your body moving, it's simply too long. Sasuke's Sharingan followed Redfield's movements rapidly. At the same time, he didn't forget to use observation Haki to sense the other's intentions. However, it was like a nested game of, you predict me, and I predict that you predict me. Redfield could change his movement the moment Sasuke predicted it, or even before he predicted it. Combat isn't just a contest of strength, it's also a confrontation of intelligence or information. Swoosh. The umbrella tip precisely stopped at Sasuke's throat. He had already subconsciously transformed into his hybrid form. Perceive it with your heart, your will, your body's instincts. Withdrawing the umbrella, Redfield maintained his elegant, noble demeanor. Sasuke slowly reverted from his hybrid form, looking at his own hands thoughtfully. It had to be said, whether it was Bullet's nurturing of combat awareness or Redfield's instruction on observation Haki, both were far more deep than Naruto's pure, learn-by-fighting, teaching method. At least in the aspect of imparting knowledge and resolving doubts, Naruto admitted he wasn't as experienced as these two seniors. His power might be greater, but it was limited to himself. He couldn't articulate it in as vivid and concrete a manner as these two. I wonder if these two are better teachers, or if Uncle Rayleigh's progress is faster over there. Naruto thought to himself, stroking his chin. Meanwhile, on another island teeming with giant beasts, the Straw Hat crew was collectively facing a large gorilla that had mastered Haki, being sent scattering in all directions. We're gonna die. Usopp, who was originally positioned at a high point trying to learn the so-called observation haki under Rayleigh's guidance for sniping, found the small hill he'd chosen smashed to pieces by a single casual punch from the gorilla. If he hadn't run fast, he would have been buried. Elsewhere, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji surrounded the gorilla, each unleashing their signature moves. Gear 3rd. Bone Balloon. Gomu Gomu no. Gigant Pistol. Three-sword style secret technique, Sanzen Sekai. Diable Jam, Diable Muton Shot. The three attacked the gorilla from the front, above, and the side respectively. But their assaults were steadily blocked by the gorilla using haki. Neither Luffy's giant punch, Zoro's slashes, nor Sanji's descending kick could disrupt the gorilla's movements. Hey. You've got to be kidding me. Nami, holding her climb attack, was about to follow up with an electric shock, but her actions halted upon seeing the gorilla tank the attacks from their three strongest fighters. If you can't master armament haki, you won't be able to break through its defense. In the distance, Rayleigh sat calmly on a cliff edge, reminding everyone. Chapter 354, Chapter 354 The Golden Emperor, on a different path. Easier said than done. Zoro, using his three swords to desperately hold back the gorilla's fist, muttered under his breath. Here, even his slashes couldn't pierce the skin of that damned gorilla. In truth, this kind of battle had been going on for almost a week, and they were still stuck on this single gorilla. This feeling of defeat made the Straw Hat Pirates, who had experienced many battles and felt they had grown, acutely aware of their own shortcomings. If you can't even handle a wild beast that has mastered haki, then you are even less qualified to set foot on the battlefield to rescue Ace. Rayleigh spoke these words unhurriedly, and everyone's expressions turned serious upon hearing them. On that battlefield, those who have mastered haki are everywhere. If you go in your current state, you might even die before Ace does. Rayleigh's words were heavy, but they were the truth. Originally, according to his thinking, if the world government was just using Ace to lure Whitebeard and others, it might have been acceptable for just Luffy to participate. But now, even Naruto was involved. He knew the world government definitely wouldn't lower its guard and would definitely have backup plans lying in wait. Actually, the safest choice for Luffy right now was not to get involved at all. After all, given his current fame, he was still just a rookie who had recently debuted, and couldn't attract much attention from the world government. Even with the Devil Child, Nico Robin on their team, it was the same. Thinking of this, Rayleigh turned to look at Robin, who had found a chair to sit and watch the battle, and asked. What? Don't you plan to train with them? No, I don't think I have the talent to master haki in such a short time. Due to a certain someone's influence, Robin, who hadn't suffered imprisonment or the Enies lobby battle, wasn't yet fully integrated into the team. She liked the sincere atmosphere within the Straw Hat Pirates, but she also understood that with their current strength, the mere appearance of that cold man would be enough to wipe them all out. Therefore, Robin actually didn't support the plan to rescue Ace. But she didn't voice this thought rashly. Because she had a feeling that if she were the one arrested by the Marines, she believed Luffy wouldn't hesitate to rescue her. It was an intuition, one of the skills that had allowed her to survive all these years. Robin chose to trust this intuition. She turned her gaze to the musician Brook, the Dr. Chopper, and the shipwright Frankie below. These three, like herself, had some combat ability, but neither their talent nor physical prowess could compare to Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji. It could be said that if anyone could master both armament and observation haki from scratch within 3 weeks, it would likely only be the captain and the other two main fighters. Haki is just one manifestation of strength. The real key is whether you have the will to fight for your captain. Or rather, are you willing to truly join this group and become one of them? Rayleigh's eyes seemed to see through Robin's heart. After saying this, he didn't speak further, not waiting for Robin's reply, and instead went down personally to instruct the others in their combat. Not only Zoro and the others, but even the cowardly trio, Chopper, Usopp, and Nami, were included in the combat sequence. As the right-hand man of the Pirate King, Rayleigh's knowledge was sufficient to tailor a set of supportive combat methods for these three. For Luffy and the other two, he focused on strengthening their haki training. Whether in combat awareness or willpower, Luffy and the others weren't lacking. They only lacked the means for a qualitative improvement in combat power, namely, haki. The three watched in shock as Rayleigh easily pierced the gorilla's haki defense with his haki-covered index finger. The sight of the beast that had rendered them helpless rolling on the ground from a single finger truly made them feel their own weakness. I have a preliminary understanding of your potential. Considering the limited time left, I will now subject you to even more arduous training. If you want to quit, now is the time. Hearing this, not only Luffy and the other two, but even Usopp and the other members showed expressions of defiance. We won't give up. That's right. We're going to help Luffy save his brother. I feel the same. The cowardly trio were the first to declare their stance. Yo ho ho ho. I can't just stand by and watch either, although I don't have eyes to watch with. Superior dash. Bring it on, I can't wait. Luffy put his straw hat aside, Sanji gently extinguished his cigarette, and Zoro took off his upper garment, put on his bandana, and entered full combat mode. Seeing everyone's high fighting spirit, Rayleigh smiled lightly, then glanced back at Robin. The devil child still seemed lost in thought. And so, the training on the giant beast island accelerated. Rayleigh chose to compress a curriculum that would normally take months, or even a year or two, into just 2 weeks. Perhaps the final results wouldn't meet expectations, but at the very least, it would give the Straw Hats the most basic ability to protect themselves. As for the real front lines of the battle, let those 2, no, maybe 3, let those 4 willful guys handle it. The Grand Tesoro, with a total length of 10 kilometers, pulled by 2 giant turtles at the bow, can freely reach any place on the sea. This ship is the world's largest den of extravagance, with casinos, amusement parks, theaters, even aquariums, all kinds of entertainment facilities available. One could say this single ship is almost equivalent to a mobile country. And in fact, it is indeed one of the independent countries recognized by the world government, also known as the Country of Gold. Here, whether Marines, pirates, or any other criminals or kings, all are acceptable guests. The world government, due to the massive heavenly tribute paid annually by the Country of Gold, turns a blind eye, designating it a so-called special neutral zone, even stipulating that Marines cannot pursue pirates here. Its privileges run deep. The master of the Country of Gold, also the king of the independent country, Grand Tesoro, is the man known as the Golden Emperor, Gol Tesoro, a man who controls 20% of the world's berry flow. He is a king, a ship captain, and even a singer. Right now, he is holding his concert on the Grand Tesoro. A magnificent golden stage rises from the sea. This is not only the stage for Tesoro's performances but also the port for others to board the Country of Gold. At this moment, countless tourists, spectators, or gamblers are cheering for Tesoro's performance. Forget everything, let us be free and easy. As the song ended, Tesoro bowed slowly to the cheers and applause. The stage descended. The Golden Emperor, assisted by his subordinate Baccarat, changed out of his performance costume and into loose robes before entering his private room. To outsiders, Tesoro is an extravagant, flamboyant, luxurious, and somewhat crazed individual. For those truly in power in the world government, such people are actually the most reassuring. Because such individuals are easier to control. In contrast, people like Dragon and his revolutionary army are the truly immovable ones. For them, only destruction is the answer. However, upon returning to his restroom, the dramatic, performative smile instantly vanished from Tesoro's face, and his entire aura became as still as a deep pool. Seeing this, Baccarat wisely chose to leave. Only at times like this would Tesoro reveal his true personality. Taking off his loose upper garment, Tesoro didn't mind at all exposing the hoof of the soaring dragon mark on his back, symbolizing his former status as a slave. He hadn't even considered covering it up with anything else. Looking at his immensely muscular reflection in the mirror, Tesoro's memory involuntarily returned to over a decade ago. Back then, he was still a slave of the celestial dragons, without freedom, and had learned of the death of his beloved, his spirit once on the verge of collapse. He lived on numbly as a slave for 5 years, and then the event that changed his life occurred. That man saved him. Not only did he rescue him from the celestial dragons, but he also pulled him back from the brink of extreme hatred. Get stronger. Only by becoming strong enough can we eliminate those beasts. Wealth? Wealth alone isn't enough. Do you think the celestial dragons rule the world because of wealth? You have your ideas, then go do it. Perhaps one day, we can fight side by side. His time with that person changed the beliefs Tesoro had held for years. Thanks to that man, he didn't fall into the vortex of obsessively chasing wealth. With a slight exertion, Tesoro's body was immediately covered in haki as sturdy as armor. How much longer until I can fight alongside you and completely change this unfair world? Naruto-san. Just as Tesoro was muttering to himself, a large head suddenly phased up through the floor. Tesoro didn't turn around, merely asking calmly. Tanaka, you know I don't like being disturbed at this time. Tanaka-san, who had eaten the nuke no mi allowing him to phase through inanimate objects with others, seemed to sense Tesoro's displeasure and quickly explained. T/N, through fruit. Tesoro-sama, we have visitors. It's the Queen of the Pleasure District, and the Pirate Empress. Tanaka-san looked somewhat nervous. One Pirate Empress, one Queen, neither was someone to be trifled with. When Tesoro heard, Queen of the Pleasure District, he only frowned slightly, but upon hearing, Pirate Empress, his expression instantly softened. Although Tesoro didn't know why she was associating with the troublesome woman, if it was the Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, she was someone trustworthy. Take them to the reception room. I'll be there shortly. Yes. Chapter 355, I'm pregnant. In the opulent reception room, Hancock and Stussy lounged casually on the sofas, appearing completely at ease. Baccarat, the Riki no Mi user and the beauty specifically responsible for attending to VIP clients, stood obediently to the side, not daring to overstep in the slightest. T/N, Luck Fruit. Although she wasn't familiar with either woman, their reputations were thunderous in both the underworld and the legitimate world. She had no courage to try any tricks in front of them. It's really excessively gorgeous, even the air is filled with gold dust. Stussy gently fanned herself twice with the small fan noblewomen often carried, her words hinting at something. However, Hancock didn't follow her lead. Instead, she directly clarified. Don't mind it. This is just Tesoro's precautionary measure. This left Baccarat stunned. Tesoro used his Goru no Mi's ability to coat everyone entering the country of gold with imperceptible gold dust on their bodies, even in their respiratory tracts, allowing him to instantly cover them from the inside out with gold at a critical moment to control them. T/N, Gol fruit. That fact should be a secret. How does this pirate empress seem so familiar with Tesoro-sama? Actually, it wasn't Baccarat's fault. She had joined the country of gold later and wasn't aware that the establishment of this seafaring nation had also relied on the efforts of Amazon Lily. Even now, there were still Kuja Kingdom's mercenaries responsible for security within the country of gold. Ha 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 ha. Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, it's been a long time. And this, the queen of the pleasure district, Miss Stussy. Welcome to my country of gold. A boisterous laugh came from outside the door, causing the stone in Baccarat's heart, which had just begun to feel heavy, to quietly settle. Tesoro walked in wearing another exceptionally flashy suit, performing a gentlemanly tip of his hat to the two ladies seated in the room. His earrings, rings, necklace, even the sunglasses he wore, all shimmered with a golden glow, making him look like a super nouveau riche, completely lacking the elegance of so-called high society. But don't underestimate these seemingly flamboyant accessories. When necessary, they could also become Tesoro's weapons. It was quite intriguing. Other Paramecia-type users, like Katakuri or Mr. 3, could use their abilities to create their respective elements out of thin air. But the Goru no Mi couldn't bestow Tesoro the ability to produce gold from nothing. Even though he had developed this fruit to the awakening stage, it only expanded his range of control over gold. However, even with just that, he could still use this ability to prospect for gold all over the world. The first bucket of gold for creating the country of gold was obtained through this ability. Of course, the subsequent plans for the Sea Entertainment City and Super Den of Extravagance were achieved through his innate talent, not closely related to the gold fruit. Seeing the king of this country arrive, Stussy cooperatively stood up and performed a curtsy. Today she wasn't wearing her usual favorite short skirt, but instead a magnificent gown, making the etiquette seem quite appropriate. Hancock, however, acted as if she hadn't seen anything at all, still leaning back on the sofa with an imposing aura, glancing sideways at Baccarat. Baccarat, you may leave now. Yes. Baccarat felt as if granted amnesty, hastily turning to leave. To be honest, while being watched by these two queens earlier, she had felt like a little rabbit facing two tyrannical dinosaurs. Even though Hancock hadn't looked at her directly, she still felt as exposed and flustered as if standing naked before a terrifying beast. Stussy wasn't as overbearing, but this woman's eyes always reminded her of the most insidious predators in nature, lurking like poisonous scorpions, equally chilling. All right. Before I give the order, no fourth person will appear here. You two can discuss what you need from me. Tesoro picked up the champagne from the table and poured himself a glass, then looked inquiringly at the two women opposite. Drop the act, Tesoro. She's not an outsider. When she said the last word, for some reason, a flash of shame and anger uncontrollably crossed Hancock's face, but it was quickly suppressed. Hearing this, Tesoro's expression still didn't change, as if waiting for Hancock to provide further explanation. This woman is also Naruto's. Bam. In the end, Hancock didn't finish her sentence, instead slapping the table in frustration. The pure gold table, unsurprisingly, deformed under the tremendous force. Luckily, Tesoro had already moved the glasses and bottle aside. Only after hearing Hancock's implicit explanation did Tesoro's expression finally change. He casually waved his hand, and the table immediately restored itself. He then placed the glasses and bottle back and sat down on another sofa, taking off his hat. So, has something happened to Naruto-san? Or is it time for me to make my move? Stussy looked at Tesoro, who was now clearly a different person, a playful smile on her face. Even now, I find it hard to believe that the model king, who supplies so much heavenly tribute every year actually has dealings with a super-wanted criminal like Naruto. Aren't you the same, Miss Stussy? Or should I say, CP0 agent? Faced with Stussy's teasing, Tesoro completely shed his earlier playboy demeanor, deftly countering with words. It seems your infiltration of the world government runs deeper than I imagined. Stussy was momentarily speechless, then resumed her smiling expression. Of course. Even high-ranking world government's officials, senior Marines officers, and even the celestial dragons themselves, come here to relax. Tesoro didn't respond to Stussy's insinuation. In fact, it was precisely because he knew Stussy's true identity beneath the Queen of the Pleasure District that he had remained cautious even after Hancock said to drop the act. What truly set his mind at ease was her relationship with Naruto. To be honest, every time I see those scum appear before me, I want to crush them into mincemeat with gold. If it weren't for Naruto-san's goal. When speaking of the celestial dragons, Tesoro's face showed unconcealed anger, hot enough to melt eternal glaciers. As he spoke, an intangible aura spread from within him, and the entire reception room trembled. Calm down, Tesoro. In response, Hancock's own Conqueror's haki instantly surged forth, meeting his without yielding. That's right. Tesoro also possessed Conqueror's haki. On the day Naruto pulled him from the darkness, allowing him to face his true targets of hatred and the ideals he should fight for, he had also awakened his own Conqueror's haki. This made him far stronger than his counterpart in another fate. A warrior with conviction and a destroyer lashing out indiscriminately at everything could achieve completely different things. Fortunately, both knew where they were. The two Conquerors' haki forces only clashed briefly before Tesoro regained his composure. My apologies, I lost my composure. He nodded apologetically to the two women, then took out a handkerchief to wipe off the drink he had accidentally spilled on himself. So, Hancock, why have you brought her to see me? Naruto is missing. I'm pregnant. Ha. For the first time, an expression of comic book-like shock appeared on Tesoro's normally unflappable face. Chapter 356, Chapter 356 The clone wants to make a person. Cough. Cough. Tesoro nearly choked on his own saliva, a seafaring powerhouse disguised as a tycoon almost meeting his end because of it. Then, congratulations. At this moment, he could no longer maintain his deep and profound demeanor, his mind racing through various possibilities in just a few seconds. What did this mean? Naruto-san is missing. His whereabouts have always been unpredictable, haven't they? The pirate empress is pregnant, with Naruto-san's child. So, they are lovers finally united. Oh no, wait, Naruto-san is missing. Wait, did he run away? That shouldn't be right. Naruto-san isn't that kind of person, is he? It must be said, gossip is probably the deepest instinct hidden in everyone's genes. Even with Tesoro's current steady personality, he couldn't help but entertain various associations. Fortunately, Hancock didn't let him continue his wild thoughts and began explaining her reason for coming here. You know about the incident in Tato Land 2 months ago involving Naruto, right? Oh yes, I've heard. That caused quite a stir. Tesoro very naturally picked up his glass and took a sip, though the liquid inside didn't seem to decrease even after a while. How could Tesoro, whose reach even extended into the world government, not have heard about the Whole Cake Island incident? One could say his organization's intelligence-gathering capabilities were no less than those of the Queen of the Pleasure District sitting nearby. In the underworld, his status far surpassed that of Joker, the Shipping King, or the Lone Shark King. If I recall correctly, you also attacked the Marines during that battle, didn't you? What, have they already decided to list you as a wanted criminal? Thinking this, Tesoro was already considering whether to use his influence to help Hancock. No, on the contrary. Not only did they not strip me of my warlord title, they even requested that I be responsible for on-site security during the execution of Fire Fist, Ace in 2 weeks. Hancock gently shook her head, her hand unconsciously resting on her lower abdomen. Only 2 months pregnant, it wasn't enough to cause a bulge. The baby at this stage should still be only the size of a grape. Is that so? Tesoro propped his chin with the hand adorned with gold rings. Exactly. I think you should also be aware of the relationship between Fire Fist, Ace and Naruto. Rather than being about severing the Pirate King's influence, the upcoming execution is more likely a trap set for Naruto. Stussy, having put away her smile, explained from the side. And this woman dash. She pointed at the Pirate Empress beside her and continued. The reason she hasn't been stripped of her warlord title is very likely so she can be used as another means to restrain Naruto. After all, during the battle on Whole Cake Island, Hancock had unambiguously chosen to stand on Naruto's side. This was the world government's open scheme, intending to use Hancock as a hostage. Hearing this, Tesoro nodded, then looked up and asked. I understand that part. But what does that have to do with you being pregnant, Hancock? Nothing. I just mentioned it in passing. The Pirate Empress cast a disdainful glance at Stussy beside her, her meaning clear. A vein involuntarily bulged on Stussy's temple, and she silently clenched her fist. She was not pregnant, or rather, as a clone of Miss Buchan, Stussy did not have the ability to become pregnant. This was something she herself knew. The transaction Stussy had proposed was to use her identity as an agent to provide cover for Hancock. In return, Hancock would cooperate with her in an attempt to allow Stussy to also have a child of her own. However, this transaction hadn't been successful, because both Garp and Kizaru, upon their return, didn't seem to deliberately mention Hancock's involvement. Apart from Vice Admiral Tsuru objectively mentioning it in the mission briefing, nothing more was said. Therefore, Hancock was only placed on the suspect list, and the world government hadn't yet made the connection to the mother of the child identity. Otherwise, what awaited Hancock wouldn't be a warlord summons, but a buster call from the Marines. What do you need me to do? Understanding the context, Tesoro immediately offered his assistance. On one hand, I need you to help evacuate the citizens of Amazon Lily at the appropriate time. Hancock spoke with a serious look in her eyes. Has the situation deteriorated to that extent? Yes. After this war, it's highly likely Amazon Lily will be targeted by the world government. We must prepare in advance. Despise the enemy strategically, but take them seriously tactically. Although Hancock always looked down on the world government, she took the power they wielded very seriously. Understood. That's not a problem. Tesoro nodded directly in agreement. The country of Gold also possessed the ability to sail in the calm belt. Using it for this task wouldn't be difficult. He wouldn't even need to stop the ship, as he could just have the Kuja Kingdom citizens secretly board ships docked at the City of Gold. On the other hand, we also wanted to ask if you have any means of contacting Naruto. However, faced with this question, Tesoro could only offer a slight, bitter smile. Don't you know Naruto-san's temperament? He's simply not someone willing to stay in one place for long. Back then, I told him to treat this place as his own home and live here freely, but he still found an opportunity to leave without saying goodbye, didn't he? As he said this, he seemed to remember something again, turning his gaze to Hancock's abdomen. No, perhaps this time, he will stay. The implication was clear. Hancock, not getting the desired answer, wasn't particularly disappointed. If they couldn't contact him, then so be it. At most, it would be 2 weeks before that wretched man had to appear at Marine headquarters, Marine Ford. She stood up directly, ready to leave. But before leaving, she turned back and said to Tesoro with meaningful emphasis. If it becomes necessary, we might need you to take action. Hearing this, Tesoro was first stunned, then a smile actually appeared on his face. Good. His reply was just one word, but it conveyed his resolve. Seeing this, Stussy, who had also stood up to leave, suddenly fixed her eyes intently on Tesoro, her tone carrying a hint of pressure. Aren't you worried? Perhaps because of these actions, you'll lose everything you've accumulated over all these years, this country, this wealth. But Tesoro's reply was even more resolute. You don't understand. I've waited for this day for far too long. Tesoro also stood up, his hand suddenly clenching. The gold rings on his fingers instantly shattered, yet under the control of his ability, they transformed into a serpent coiling around his arm. Just as this meeting was about to conclude, Baccarat's somewhat anxious voice suddenly came from outside the door. Tesoro-sama. Tesoro-sama. Hearing the knocking, Tesoro hooked his finger, and the golden door automatically opened. Baccarat rushed in, flustered. There's news. There's news. The one you asked us to monitor. Great hero, Uzumaki Naruto has made another move. Instantly, the gazes of all three people in the room converged on Baccarat. Chapter 357, Chapter 357 All Wanted, 5.3 billion berry. No feast in the world lasts forever, especially when the gathering was only due to an unexpected event forcing everyone to escape together. Jinbei was the first to disembark. He seemed to be in a hurry to get to Fishman Island to inform King Neptune about the upcoming events in advance. Bullet and Redfield also disembarked together on a transit island they found after leaving the calm belt, heading in different directions. One of them intended to search for a way to restore his youth and vitality, while the other seemed prepared to stir up some other trouble. Perhaps as repayment for the guidance given to Sasuke, Naruto shared all the information he knew about pure gold with Redfield. Pure gold wasn't referring to 100% pure gold, but another kind of magical, almost fantastical, special metal. The sole function of this metal was to grant immortality to those who came into contact with it. If ingested, it could even cure diseases. However, Redfield rejected this suggestion. His exact words were, "What I seek is to regain my youth, the possibility of fighting a strong opponent like you again with a youthful body. Even if it means dying in that battle, it doesn't matter. I wasted too much time in the past. Now, I only want to fight those powerful beings once more at my peak condition. If I were to obtain immortality in this decrepit body, I would rather die in battle the next moment." Sensing the true feelings of this Red the Aloof, Naruto abandoned the thought of telling him where he had seen pure gold. Naruto Aniki, does something that incredible really exist in this world? Pure gold that can make people immortal. It was clear Konohamaru was quite interested in such unheard-of strange phenomena. Yes, pure gold does exist, but don't get any ideas about it. If you were to come into contact with pure gold now, your body would never grow again. It's less about granting you immortality and more about pure gold permanently freezing your body at this point in time. As he spoke, Naruto vigorously ruffled Konohamaru's hair. Ah. Then forget it. Upon hearing this, Konohamaru immediately dismissed the idea of seeking pure gold. On the other hand, Karen listening nearby seemed very eager. After all, no woman could say no to eternal youth. As for combat power, that was secondary. Seemingly sensing the burning gaze from behind, Naruto turned back with a smile and said, "As for you, until I resolve this thing on your hand, you probably don't need to worry about aging." He pointed at the Kama. For the Otsutsuki clan, the scale of time far exceeded that of humans. Decades, centuries, even millennia might not be enough for a full-blooded Otsutsuki to truly age. Of course, it was harder to say for those not of pure blood. Watching the two figures completely disappear into the distance, Sasuke, standing nearby, suddenly spoke. "What about this guy?" He pointed towards Burndy World, who remained silent, seemingly lost in his own world. Seeing this, Naruto also grimaced. Since his defeat at Naruto's hands, Burndy World seemed to have fallen into a state of self-isolation. In terms of mentality, both Bullet and Redfield were stronger than him. "Burndy World, don't you have anything you need to do?" Hearing this, the men who, despite being 70 years old, still maintained the physique of a 40-year-old, merely glanced up at Naruto before sinking back into silence. He seemed to have lost all pursuit in life. In truth, the original Burndy World, upon being freed, had intended to use his power to destroy Naruto, the world government, and the Marines altogether. In Burndy World's view, his capture by the Marines was solely due to his subordinates being bribed and betraying him. Otherwise, with his abilities, he could never have been caught by them. However, reality had slapped him hard. Both Naruto and the world government seemed far superior to him in terms of real power. Faced with the mother flame that seemed capable of destroying the world, Burndy World felt he was no different from an ordinary pirate, most likely doomed. This directly shattered the high wall he had built around his dignity. His defeat was inevitable. Even without betrayal, he would not have been a match for the world government. There were many stronger than him in this world, in the past, present, and future. His revenge seemed so laughable. Trapped in this vicious cycle, Burndy World completely withdrew into himself. Seeing Burndy World remain silent, Naruto just scratched his head. Fine, he'll come along. Just an extra mouth to feed. No matter what, they were comrades who had fought side by side. Whether out of basic camaraderie or not wanting to see a legendary pirate fade away due to internal conflict, Naruto didn't plan to simply abandon him. Just then, Sasuke, whose observation haki had undergone hellish training, suddenly spoke. "It's the Marines. They're putting up our wanted posters." After Redfield's specialized training, Sasuke's observation haki had improved significantly in both depth and range. Covering this small town was now easily within his capabilities. That's to be expected. It's been several days since we left Impel Down. The Marines came ashore on the southern part of the island, distributed and posted wanted posters in busy places like the market and bars, then reboarded their ship and left. It seemed like just a routine task for them. Clearly, they didn't believe a ship carrying so many notorious criminals would dock at this ordinary little island. More importantly, in their view, places visited by such criminals would, if not be reduced to ruins, at least be left in complete disarray. Pirates, criminals, don't they all pillage? It was a stereotype, but not entirely wrong. After all, 90% of the pirates on these seas were like that. True, adventure group, pirates like the Straw Hats were a minority. Wait here for a moment. Karen suddenly said this, then disappeared from the ship. She returned shortly after. In her hands, she held their wanted posters. As for disguises, for ninja, this was the easiest part. The transformation technique was a basic technique even a Konoha's Academy student like Konohamaru could master. "Look, this is yours, Naruto-san." Wow, so many zeros. Karen first handed Naruto's wanted poster over. The photo was taken when their ship, the Gale Breaker, emerged from the sea. It was probably the work of the world government. Apart from the increased bounty, the title on Naruto's poster remained the same as before, 5.3 billion berry. TSK, still can't beat Captain Roger. GOLD, Roger's bounty at his peak was 5,564,800,000 berry, though such bounties were more like symbols of strength and no one actually thought about capturing him for the money. These are for Bullet and Redfield. Karen set 2 more wanted posters aside, then took out 3 others, handing 2 to Sasuke and Konohamaru. "Ah. There's one for me too." Konohamaru looked curiously at his own wanted poster. His name wasn't exposed, so the poster referred to him as Clone Kid. What the, such a lame name. Clearly, Konohamaru wasn't satisfied with the title. Perhaps because he displayed the same cloning technique as Naruto, his initial bounty was surprisingly high. 300 million berry. That was already on par with Luffy's third bounty in the original work. Sasuke and Karen didn't fare much better. Their names were also absent, replaced by two epithets. Flame Wolf, bounty, 530 million berry. Steel Wing, bounty, 520 million berry. Good grief. After a glance at his own poster, Sasuke silently burned it to ashes. Karen, however, was dissatisfied with her photo on the poster. And yours, Burndy World. A wanted poster drifted down onto Burndy World's lap as he sat cross-legged. He instinctively looked down. World Destroyer, Burndy World, bounty 1.59 billion berry, similar to Bullet and the others. He stared silently at his bounty, vaguely recalling that his bounty before capture was only around 200 million. It seemed berry inflation had been severe over these 30-plus years. Your name is out there too now, Burndy World. Naruto suddenly sat down beside him and spoke, then turned to look at him. Bullet and Redfield, like me, are solo acts. But you're different, aren't you? Don't you think it's possible your crewmates are still waiting for you? Hearing this, Burndy World's fingers holding the poster tightened slightly. Impossible. And I don't need comrades. Is that so? Hearing Burndy World say this, a smile crept onto Naruto's lips. According to his observation Haki's perception, the emotions Burndy World displayed when saying this weren't as cold as his words. Chapter 358, Chapter 358 Rejuvenation and Eternal Youth. No one would have expected that the ones to find Naruto and the others before the Marines, bounty hunters, or even world government's agents would be. Hurry up and release our captain. Don't worry, Captain. We're here to save you. A ship as large as a small island suddenly rose from the depths of the sea. However, perhaps because they themselves had experienced deep-sea travel, Sasuke and the others weren't particularly surprised. If forced to give an evaluation, there was only one word. So. Big. Konohamaru stared at the colossal ship, as large as a marine fortress, with a figurehead resembling Burndy World's face, and couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Even Karen had to admit, upon seeing this massive ship, that even her awakened form wasn't as large as this vessel. At that moment, several people stood at the front of the ship, or rather, the small island, shouting towards the gale breaker, which seemed like a mere raft in comparison. Every single one of them appeared elderly. Apart from a giant, sunglasses-wearing fishman, their average age was probably over 60 or 70. The two who had just shouted were, 1, a hunched figure hooked to and 4 Drip, the first mate of the world pirates, and also Burndy World's older brother, Bio Jack, and the other, the ship's doctor, Knighton, wearing a white doctor's coat and round glasses. Due to insufficient crew, she also served as the left-side engineer, jointly responsible for the daily operation of the Groeed with Garam, who sported 2 blocky pigtails. It seems your crew hasn't given up on you. Not a trace of worry showed on Naruto's face. Instead, he leaned cheerfully against the ship's rail, speaking to the silently standing Burndy World beside him. Burndy World's eyes also faltered slightly as he looked at his companions, all advanced in age yet still intent on rescuing him. He wanted to say something, words stuck in his chest, but ultimately they turned into a cold, "I don't need comrades." Seeing this, Naruto just shook his head, then shouted towards the remnants of the Burndy World pirates ahead. Your captain doesn't seem to want to leave with you. Lies. Captain, are you being coerced? If so, blink twice. Sebastian, the fishman and giant hybrid crew member, shouted, only to be tapped on the shin by a companion's hammer. Idiot, you're blind. You wouldn't see even if the captain blinked. Sebastian, hammered by Garam, didn't get angry. Instead, he scratched the back of his head and said, "Oh, that's true. But I have you guys, right." After saying this, he turned his head to look at Bio Jack, hooked to the 4 Drip, who seemed to tremble even while walking. "First mate, what do we do now?" Hearing this, Bio Jack's expression hardened as he looked towards Burndy World on the small ship in the distance. The other had only glanced their way before sitting back down, so given his own height, he couldn't meet his brother's gaze again. Never mind. Even if we have to snatch him, we're getting the captain back. The moment they received news of Burndy World's jailbreak, Bio Jack had used the Vivre Card's guidance to rush at full speed towards the gale breaker's location. The massive ship they piloted, the Groeed, had been painstakingly built by the few of them bit by bit over the 30 years Burndy World was imprisoned. When it came to his younger brother, Bio Jack could not give up no matter what. Hearing the first mate's order, the few remaining crew members exchanged glances, then decisively charged towards the deck of the gale breaker. Not going with them. Naruto's question received no reply. He then turned to look at Sasuke and the other two. Would you mind entertaining these guests? Be gentle, don't damage the gale breaker, I just finished repairing it. Hearing this, Sasuke and the other two leaped down towards the opposing ship, stepping on the water to reach the approaching Groid first. They didn't sense any killing intent from the three charging over. They genuinely seemed to just want to rescue their captain from unknown pirates. As for why they didn't attempt peaceful measures or negotiation first, perhaps it was because they saw the look of utter despair on Burndy World's face. Knighton, seeing the three leap from the ship and charge onto their base instead, immediately pulled out a bunch of unknown liquids and powders from her bosom, gulping them down. Chinese medicine martial art nostrum, ginseng newcomer. Under Karen's stunned gaze, Knighton instantly transformed from a 70 or 80-year-old woman into a fair-skinned, firm-bodied, large-chested, narrow-waisted beauty in a cheongsam. So amazing. You can even achieve rejuvenation. Seeing this, Karen immediately recalled the pure gold Naruto had mentioned not long ago. The young girl, who had developed a strong, unspoken anxiety about her appearance since coming to this world, now set her sights on Knighton's medicine formula. Ha 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 ha, this is my specially made medicine. See. Even at 80 years old, taking this medicine can make me beautiful and attractive again. It's safe to say the vast majority of women couldn't ignore such a miraculous drug. Perhaps only a peerless beauty like Hancock, with absolute confidence in her own looks, would remain unmoved. 80 years old. This, beautiful granny, do you sell this powder? Or the formula? On the other side, Sasuke and Konohamaru were already engaged with the giant fishmen Sebastian and Garam, while Karen had started inquiring about the formula. Perhaps because Karen's words were sweet, Knighton momentarily forgot what she was doing and was about to promote her painstakingly researched product to the young girl. Knighton. Don't forget our mission. Luckily, Bio-Jack reminded her in time, and Knighton remembered they were in the middle of a captain retrieval battle. Sorry, sweet-talking girl. Chinese medicine martial arts secret technique, kudzu root toe kick. After reverting to her youthful state, Knighton's physical abilities had also enhanced significantly. She flashed in front of Karen in an instant, launching high-speed kicks. However, the kicks imbued with armament hockey didn't land a single hit on Karen, who easily dodged them. Observation hockey. Young people these days are truly remarkable. After dodging the attacks, Karen partially transformed into her hybrid form, a pair of golden wings quickly unfurling. Great body, 1,000 feathers. Golden feathers rained down on Knighton like a storm, pelting the Groid and creating numerous small pits. Yet, Karen's attacks were forcibly halted mid-air by this rejuvenated woman using a strange medicinal powder. Ha 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 ha. Chinese medicine dome. What's the matter, helpless now? Seeing Knighton's triumphant laughter, Karen let out a soft sigh. All right. I was originally planning to hold back a little. Big talk dash. Before Knighton could finish her sentence, a flash of extremely fast golden light appeared at the corner of her eye. Even with her observation hockey, she couldn't react in time. Don't worry, just lie down for a bit. Karen's voice sounded beside Knighton's ear. Somehow, she had appeared behind the other woman, her wings encircling Knighton. Immediately after, a phoenix-like cry erupted at point-blank range, directly piercing through Knighton's mental defenses. Great cry, Kite's Lament. Chapter 359, Chapter 359. Why does it feel like we're the villains? On the other side, Sasuke faced the giant fishman Sebastian, while Konohamaru confronted Garam. Fishman Karate, Great Arrow Military Shark. Under Sebastian's control, the water flow gained power surpassing cannonballs, forming a triangular formation to surround Sasuke's potential escape routes. However, he had underestimated the young-looking guy before him, though that was understandable, since he couldn't see anything after all. Facing the incoming water attacks, Sasuke didn't even bother to move. A mass of blue-green flames transformed into a coiling serpent, directly swallowing the water spheres whole. This feeling. Fire. You intend to use fire against water? Sebastian seemed somewhat puzzled by Sasuke's actions, but Sasuke only replied indifferently. Never seen flames that can burn even the ocean. Nothing but big talk. Sebastian remained defiant verbally, but his observation hockey clearly perceived that the high-density water he had thrown was indeed being completely incinerated by those strange flames. If that's the case dash. His feet abruptly exerted force, and Sebastian appeared in front of Sasuke as if teleporting, throwing a powerful punch straight at him. As a hybrid of fishman and giant, Sebastian inherited the advantages of both races. His arm strength surpassed that of fishman, while his lifespan was as long as a giant's. His companions were all advanced in age, yet Sebastian was still in his prime. His physical abilities hadn't declined, in fact, they had improved through years of rigorous training. However, the speed he considered quite fast was as slow as a crawling turtle in Sasuke's eyes. Without even activating his Sharingan, Sasuke's gaze had already scanned various vital points on Sebastian's body in the brief moment of contact. Throat, heart, armpit, lower abdomen. If he wished, Sebastian would already be a dead fish. After all, compared to Redfield, Sebastian's speed was child's play. Slightly tilting his head to dodge the punch, Sasuke turned his body and delivered a kick to Sebastian's abdomen. Before the fishman could say anything, the terrifying force instantly transmitted as a shockwave to his internal organs. Ugh. Sebastian instantly fell to his knees, clutching his throat as if he needed to vomit something. Naruto, watching the battle from the deck in the distance, clicked his tongue. Sasuke really was a genius. He had completely mastered the Hashokan. Perhaps only an old-timer like Shinjo could rival him in the principles of Hashokan now. If they dropped Sasuke in Kano country now, he could easily become the leader of the Happo Navy. Should I teach him something else? Naruto counted on his fingers, listing the combat techniques he mastered, then looked towards Burndy World, who had stood up at some point. What? Going to stop them? However, Burndy World remained silent, just watching quietly as his companions fought desperately to retrieve him. Seeing this, Naruto said no more and continued counting on his fingers. Elsewhere. Cubuster. Garam simply tapped the ground casually with his square hammer, and the ground automatically cracked into block-like pieces, then shot forward at high speed. But Konohamaru hadn't been idle during his time with Bullet. Try this. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. He threw a handful of shuriken, each coated with armament hockey. Then, as he formed hand seals, the shuriken doubled, then quadrupled in midair, quickly becoming a dense swarm. Garam's cubes exploded upon contact with the shuriken, being split directly down the middle. Some of the shuriken lost momentum and fell to the ground, while others simply dissipated into puffs of smoke. Not bad, kid. How about this? Air cube. Garam held his hands apart as if embracing something, then the invisible air was rapidly compressed by the Cubu no Mi into a transparent cube visible to the naked eye. T/N, cube fruit. He hurled this transparent cube straight at Konohamaru. Faced with an attack of this speed, Konohamaru could easily dodge it. But before he could move, the cube exploded just before reaching him. The massive shockwave of air instantly hit Konohamaru, sending him flying. How about that? Seen my power now? Garam leaned on his hammer triumphantly, laughing heartily. Idiot. Watch your back. Biojack, positioned high up, saw the full picture of the battlefield and immediately shouted a warning. But his body was too weak, and just shouting once seemed to drain all his strength. Bang. The knocked back Konohamaru turned into a puff of smoke, dissipating in midair. Seeing this, Garam also reacted, reaching behind him. Sure enough, another Konohamaru had appeared behind him. Useless, kid. The moment his hand touched the body, that Konohamaru turned into a human-shaped cube under everyone's gaze. But before Garam could say more, a square block of earth nearby suddenly turned into smoke, and another Konohamaru emerged from it. Shadow clones, the key usage of this ability was to confuse and mislead, not to win through sheer numbers. Admittedly, the multiple shadow clone technique could achieve that, but the consumption was significant. Except for an outlier like Naruto, others using it would only shorten their own combat duration. If it could guarantee a one-hit kill, it might be worth a try, otherwise, it was best not to use it lightly. This was the tactical thinking Bullet had taught Konohamaru. Bullet punch. Haki condensed, covering his arms and legs. Konohamaru's speed increased abruptly, and his fist slammed heavily towards Garam. At the last moment, Garam only had time to block with his hammer. But faced with Konohamaru's fist, cracks quickly appeared on the metal hammer. Crack. The hammerhead shattered. Konohamaru's fist, its momentum unchecked, struck Garam directly, sending him flying. After landing, Konohamaru's elbow was already swollen and bent abnormally. Bullet punch was another attack method Bullet had taught him. It was a combat style that abandoned defense, pouring haki entirely into the attack, aiming for a single decisive blow. Of course, for Konohamaru, who had learned medical ninjutsu, this was less critical. As green light glowed on Konohamaru's palm, his arm began to heal at an extremely fast rate. Still not going to intervene? Your crewmates don't seem willing to give up. Under Burndy World's silent gaze, the three who had been defeated actually stood up again. Nighton, before being fully bewitched by the Garuda's illusory sound, had swallowed a specially prepared, extremely bitter medicine, using the bitterness to withstand the mental attack. Garam, meanwhile, manipulated tiny cubes to lift himself up. Although his hammer was destroyed in the previous fight, he could still use his ability through touch. As for Sebastian, he simply tanked it, no technique was involved. With the dual buffs of Fishman and Giant, this guy's physical resilience was frighteningly strong. There's no need to keep fighting. Your captain is unwilling to leave with you on his own. Feeling somewhat guilty about beating up elderly people, Karen spoke with some reluctance. It will be the same no matter how many times you try. In contrast, Sasuke's words were much colder. Who cares what you say? We're taking our captain today. Listening to Sebastian's roar, Naruto shrugged helplessly at Burndy World. See? Why does it feel like we're the villains here? They were the ones who started attacking immediately. However, Burndy World didn't respond, his thoughts drifting constantly to the past. Chapter 360, Chapter 360. A dream after 30 years, never forgotten. The original purpose of forming the World Pirates wasn't to oppose the world government. When Burndy World was still a child, he and his frail, sickly older brother Biojack made a vow to go to the other side of the sea, see more sights, experience more new things. They were originally a team similar to the Straw Hat Pirates, more like an adventure group. The few remaining crew members now were all key members who joined during the team's initial formation. They were not only fiercely loyal to Burndy World but also adhered to the dream shared with their captain. However, as the World Pirates grew larger, the crew members who joined became a mixed bag. Perhaps there were some who identified with Burndy World's ideals, but more were those who wanted to use the name of a great pirate to pillage and plunder. Yet, with Burndy World suppressing them from above, this group couldn't make much trouble. Until one day, Burndy World attacked a celestial dragon ship. After that, a team that originally had little offensive nature was immediately branded with the World Destroyer title, and Burndy World consequently landed on the world government's bounty list. What followed was layer upon layer of blockades by the Marines. To realize their dream, Burndy World, Biojack, and the other old members decided, after discussion, to build a large ship capable of submerging. This way, they could sail as far as possible to the places they longed to adventure without conflict. But this didn't last long. Under the instigation of world government's agents, those originally disloyal members betrayed Burndy World, stabbing him in the back. This ultimately led to his capture. Therefore, Burndy World grew to distrust everyone. His remaining life seemed to have only one purpose left: revenge against the world government and the traitors. But after witnessing the true power possessed by the world government, this conviction wavered, leading to his current state. However, during his 30 years of imprisonment, his comrades had not forgotten the promise they once made. Even with only a few people left, they still built this magnificent Groeed and came looking for him the moment he broke out of prison. To be honest, seeing his former comrades, even in their advanced age, still willing to come find him, it was impossible not to be touched. But perhaps Burndy World's heart had been too deeply wounded by those betrayers. After all, from his perspective, frozen for 30 years, the incident of being shot in the back by his comrades felt like it happened just yesterday. Biojack, take them and leave. Suddenly, the perpetually silent Burndy World let out a loud shout. His voice was clear to everyone present, including his brother. Biojack's expression suddenly turned solemn. His trembling hands tightened their grip on the nearby four-stand, straining to stand up straight. It seemed only this way could he regain a semblance of the dignity an older brother should have. Have you forgotten our dream? Even speaking was laborious, let alone imagining the effort it took for Biojack to shout these words. He gasped for breath heavily. The scene before him blurred from the excessive strain, and even his ears rang with tinnitus. In his haze, he seemed to see his younger brother from the past again. That child, once the same height as him. The two stood on the highest mountain on their island, gazing into the distance, anticipating seeing new sights beyond the sea. When Burndy World became swollen with arrogance due to the flattery of ill-intentioned members, he hadn't been able to stop it. When Burndy World was betrayed and captured by the world government, he hadn't been able to stop it either. Now, 30 years later, he didn't know if he still had the chance to wait any longer, and he didn't want to wait anymore. This old man finally shouted the words he should have said decades ago. We will not give up on you. Burndy World. Hearing Biojack's words, the other members of the World Pirates also stood straight, reassuming combat stances. But Sasuke and the others stopped, showing no intention of continuing the fight. Look over there. Sasuke said to the fishman who was about to charge again. The three opponents followed the direction Sasuke pointed. Biojack, weakened from overexertion, powerlessly loosened his grip on the forestand, his body falling straight towards the deck. But he didn't feel a hard impact. A large hand gently caught him and placed him on its shoulder, just like in the old days. Burndy World had chosen to return to his comrades. You've grown old. Looking at Biojack's wrinkled face, Burndy World hesitated for a moment, only managing to say this. However, upon seeing his younger brother's return, a relieved smile appeared on Biojack's face. Welcome back, little brother. A single sentence conveyed more than 1,000 words. That's it, this is what I wanted to see. Naruto took out his flask, took a long drink while watching this brotherly reunion scene, then let out a long sigh. Sasuke, meanwhile, had silently returned to the Gale Breaker, looking at Naruto and asking. Is that all it takes? Sasuke couldn't quite understand the thought processes of these pirates on the sea, just as he couldn't understand Naruto's way of thinking before. Naruto didn't respond, just gestured towards him with the flask. Want a sip? You drink it yourself. Perhaps even Naruto himself had forgotten that Sasuke was only 14 this year. And he genuinely couldn't stand strong liquor like rum. Night fell on the Groweed. This massive ship could fully function as a mobile town, with ample supplies. Not only that, it even had a dedicated port for the Gale Breaker to dock, though Naruto probably didn't need it. Following pirate tradition, a feast should follow the end of a conflict, and today was no exception. However, they didn't opt for an open-air bonfire this time. Inside, especially in large dining hall, everyone gathered around a super long table laden with numerous aromatic delicacies. Eat up, eat lots. This is my special cuisine, seasoned with special medicine powder. Unlike previous feasts featuring only giant roasted meat or fruit, perhaps because most of the world pirates were now elderly, even their menu had become relatively health-conscious. Wow, this aroma, the texture of this stewed meat, it's amazing. Karen enthusiastically scooped a spoonful of meat broth. The meat inside, cut into bite-sized pieces, was stewed to tenderness. Combined with the layer of colorful, health-preserving herbs sprinkled on the soup's surface, it not only didn't ruin the meat's flavor but added a unique texture. Right. Knighton's cooking is really something. Garam also praised loudly, while the blind fishman Sebastian beside him was too busy devouring his food to speak. He probably had the best appetite among them. Knighton quietly approached Karen, slipping a piece of paper with recipes and formulas into her hand. Then she winked at Karen, muttering thoughtfully under her breath. If you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. Hearing this, Karen's face turned slightly red. After glancing to ensure Naruto hadn't noticed, she quickly tucked the paper away. On the other side, Naruto, drinking with Burndy World, tilted his head and asked. What are your plans now? Go to the new world to continue the adventure you should have had 30 years ago. Or... Burndy World drained the specially made cup. Many things here seemed modified for him, with enlarged versions. They are too old. Burndy World didn't mention revenge again, just silently looked around at his old crewmates. These guys had waited for his return for 30 years without fail. They never forgot their former dream for a single moment. It was he who had failed them. So now, more than revenge, Burndy World valued the ideal shared with his comrades. That's fine. As for the world government, don't worry, I'll pay them back on your behalf too. Saying this, Naruto clinked his cup against Burndy World's, patting his own chest with his other hand. Burndy World didn't reply, only falling silent for a moment before suddenly asking. You're going to save Fire Fist Ace? Roger's son, right? His execution is in 10 days. Yeah, why do you ask? Naruto stuffed a large piece of thoroughly cooked meat into his mouth. Considering Sebastian's presence, the dinner also included some chewier dishes. Nothing. Burndy World shook his head, not continuing, just silently noting this favor owed. Chapter 361, Chapter 361. The world military draft begins early. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of the blind cane hitting the stone floor was crisp, especially in the quiet conference building of Marine headquarters. A blind, burly man wearing a justice cloak over a purple kimono was walking steadily, albeit slowly, towards a specific direction. Ah, it's Commodore Isho. Good day, Commodore. Two passing Marine captains recognized Isho by his distinctive appearance, this super expert recently recruited through the world military draft, from some remote corner. Good day to you both. Isho stopped and turned his head slightly, greeting the two captains with a smile. The two captains looked very respectful. Upon hearing Isho's response, their faces showed a flicker of excitement, seeming quite impressed by this blind man who had joined the Marines not long ago yet already held a higher rank than them. This wasn't strange, really. Isho was humble but not weak-willed, firm in conviction yet also kind. Such a personality wasn't easy to dislike anywhere. More importantly, this blind burly man's strength was visibly formidable. Perhaps saying he had the ability to replace a future admiral was still uncertain, as he hadn't fought the 3 admirals but ordinary vice-admirals. Even 4 or 5 together might not be enough for him. They remembered clearly. Not long after Isho joined the Marines, a not-so-small spar had broken out on the Marine training grounds. It was Vice Admiral Enigmo from Akainu's faction. This hawkish Vice Admiral, who inherited Akainu's radical style, was not only ruthless and cruel towards pirates but also showed little mercy towards his fellow Marines. During combat, he always prioritized killing the enemy, even if his attacks endangered his own subordinates. It was precisely because of their completely different personalities that conflict seemed inevitable. Those 2 Marine captains had been witnesses. They remembered the fight lasted only a few seconds from start to finish. Isho merely drew his blade halfway, and Enigmo was pinned in place by intangible gravity, unable to move. His proud swordsmanship, using life return to manipulate his hair, was useless against this technique. Other hawkish vice admirals arrived later. Perhaps because their faction's leader, Admiral Akainu, was recuperating during this period, they had become even more united than before. Otherwise, their influence would weaken further. No one knew exactly what was said between the two sides, but eventually, several other vice admirals also moved against Isho. Of course, the official statement was sparring. It was this battle that made Isho truly famous within the Marines, etching his figure into the minds of many headquarters officers. Not only did he possess the gravity-controlling Devil Fruits ability, but Isho also had extremely high-level swordsmanship and masterful observation haki. In the later stages of the fight, he even stopped using his Devil Fruits ability. Relying solely on the cane sword hidden within his blind man's stick, he rendered several vice admirals incapable of fighting back. Their every move was precisely captured by this blind commodore. In the end, they had to concede defeat wholeheartedly. From the result, this was probably why Sengoku didn't intervene to stop it. After all, in his mind, this specially recruited Isho was fully qualified to be a candidate for admiral, or even an admiral himself. Unlike the two longtime admiral candidates, Tokikake and Gion, Isho's strength was undeniable. And the most basic requirement for an admiral was strength. Now, the only thing needed was a test of conviction. Namely, the upcoming war that was bound to erupt. If Isho could demonstrate the attitude and conviction befitting a Marine during Ace's execution, then his title conferment wouldn't be far off. As everyone knew, every admiral or admiral candidate received a codename that replaced their real name. This codename often became more widely known than their actual name. Sengoku had even secretly thought of one for Isho. Seeing how much he liked purple, how about Purple Tiger? No, Purple Tiger doesn't sound good. Fujitora, then. T/N, Fujitora means Wisteria Tiger. After greeting the two captains, Isho continued towards Sengoku's office. But before long, his steps halted again. Aramaki, waiting for me here, is there something you need? Even though he couldn't see, the presence of a well-intentioned figure hiding conspicuously around the corner ahead was clear in Isho's perception, as if trying to surprise him. Ah. Isho, my friend, still can't get past your observation haki, huh? Hearing his name being called, Aramaki emerged from the corner. Unlike Isho, this green-haired, sunglasses-wearing guy wore his justice cloak directly over his bare upper body. The kanji 4, Shikawa Shinju, were tattooed from his chest to abdomen, hinting that this fellow, who became a commodore alongside Isho, might not have such a peaceful personality. T/N, Shikawa Shinju means double suicide at Death River. And that was indeed the case. This powerhouse, formerly a police officer from the South Blues Taya Kingdom, was imprisoned by his own country precisely because he sought to carry out his determined justice. If not for Sengoku learning of Aramaki's deeds through other channels during this world military draft, he might still be languishing in a cell. Let's go. We're both attending the meeting called by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Isho nodded at Aramaki, then walked side by side with him. Isho, my friend, what do you think the Fleet Admiral wants to discuss? Could it be about promoting you to Admiral? Please don't jest. I have only recently joined the Marines and have not achieved any merits. How could I be promoted? Faced with Aramaki's teasing, Isho's attitude remained somewhat serious. Moreover, Admiral Akainu is merely recuperating. The 3 admiral positions are not vacant, southwest there is no place for me to fill. If anything, you, Aramaki, would be more suitable to become an admiral. Hearing this, a self-satisfied smile immediately appeared on Aramaki's face, though his words were modest. Nowhere near, nowhere near. You're much stronger than me, Isho. Hee hee. Why aren't you refuting that now, hey? It seemed the two commodores had hit it off immediately. Despite knowing each other for only a short time, they were already like brothers who could banter freely. Joking aside, Isho, regarding the upcoming execution of Fire Fist Ace, and the reason for this special world military draft. I've heard a rumor. Just before reaching the Fleet Admiral's office, Aramaki suddenly spoke seriously to Isho. Oh. Isho, have you heard of the great criminal, Uzumaki Naruto? The one who caused a big stir on Sabaody Archipelago a while back. Upon hearing Uzumaki Naruto from Aramaki's mouth, Isho's fingers gripping the cane bent slightly, but his expression didn't change at all. Uzumaki Naruto, is it? I've heard he is a very powerful individual. Right, that Uzumaki Naruto. I heard Admiral Akainu's injuries were also inflicted by him. I'm only telling you this, don't tell anyone I said it. Aramaki leaned in closer, speaking in a whisper. This execution of Fire Fist Ace, on the surface, it seems to demoralize the pirates, or use him as bait to lure out the Whitebeard pirates he belongs to. But actually, I've heard our real target is that great criminal himself. It seems it's not just the Marines, even the world government is making moves. Oh. There's such a thing. Isho nodded, looking like he was listening to gossip, though his brows furrowed slightly before relaxing again. Chapter 362, Chapter 362 The Snake and the Flamingo, Scheming Between Ambitious Men. Dressrosa. All members of the Don Quixote pirates were gathered in the king's hall, looking at the statue in the center. Yoa. Senor Pink has turned to stone. This is troublesome. Treble spoke in his usual slimy tone, which sounded somewhat comical, but the anger contained within was completely unconcealed. In fact, it wasn't just him. The other Don Quixote pirates were also very angry that one of their family members had been turned to stone on a simple outing. You could say these unrelated members of the Don Quixote pirates were vicious and cruel, but you couldn't deny they truly saw each other as family not to be abandoned. Of course, this excludes the assassin using the alias Violet. This lady's true identity is the second daughter of the deposed King Riku, the former princess of this country, Viola. Of course, given her current status, she couldn't enter the inner circle of the Don Quixote pirates, only doing assassin work within Treble's group. The scenes unfolding in the conference hall were now being watched by Viola using her Gyro no Mi's ability. T/N, glare fruit. Perhaps precisely because she ate this fruit, Doflamingo took her under his wing, as such a perfect scout wasn't common. The Gyro no Mi not only allowed Viola to turn her tears into attacks as hard as steel but also let her read the thoughts of people in front of her, though only thoughts, not memories like pudding, unless the person was guided to recall them. Additionally, the Gyro no Mi granted Viola super long-distance observation ability with a 4,000 km radius, a true clairvoyance. The drawback was it only showed images, unlike observation hockey which could transmit sound. But she had learned lip reading, so she could barely reconstruct about 70 to 80% of what was said in the conference hall. Yeah, Senor Pink was petrified by that pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Baby 5 had a look of lingering fear, though in reality, she hadn't even truly faced Hancock. In that battle, even Doflamingo hadn't lasted long. Young master, how do we save Senor Pink? Do we move against the pirate Empress? The trembling old man, Lao Ji inquired. The other family executives also calmed down, ready to hear Doflamingo's plan. However, upon hearing this, Doflamingo's mouth twitched, and he couldn't speak for a moment. Diamante, who had observed the entire fight, proactively shifted the topic to protect the young master's dignity. That woman is still a warlord like the young master. We can't move against her. Even if we did, we'd need to be able to win. Diamante didn't say that part out loud. In fact, it was hard for others to imagine. Even though they were all warlords, the actual combat power gap was so large. Even possessing the quality of a king, the conqueror's hockey also had its levels. Forget that Doflamingo was defeated by Garp and the Empress joining forces. Diamante had seen the earlier fight. Honestly, even in a one-on-one, their young master most likely wouldn't be that woman's match. Is that so? Damn it, so frustrating. The young fighting fishman Dellinger, wearing high heels, stomped a large hole in the floor, gritting his teeth. Executives like Gladius, Pika, and Buffalo also showed expressions of resentment. Fufufufu dash. Suddenly, Doflamingo laughed, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Don't worry. Come out, Orochimaru. After Doflamingo's words, a pale-skinned figure slowly emerged from the shadows behind him. Several people present showed startled expressions. They hadn't detected anyone hiding behind the young master at all. But it wasn't too shocking. This was a conference room, and people generally didn't use observation hockey to scan the entire area continuously. Young master, who is he? Clearly, not all family members could accept a stranger suddenly appearing. The explosive permed art granny, Giala somewhat disliked this visibly gloomy individual. When Orochimaru's gaze swept over her, Giala felt as if something slimy and cold had touched her body, making her uncomfortable. Don't be nervous. Orochimaru is now considered on the same boat as our Don Quixote family. As he spoke, Doflamingo signaled for Orochimaru to take the deliberately left empty seat not far from him. Orochimaru is an excellent research scholar. Perhaps he has the ability to restore Senor Pink to normal. This was, of course, Doflamingo's placating excuse. In truth, the cursed seals Orochimaru implanted in them still existed. While they couldn't kill Doflamingo, he couldn't remove them from his body either. To resolve the cursed seals, they still needed Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, who had fled without permission from Tato Land, also needed Doflamingo's protection. Big Mom's informants weren't exactly everywhere, but they covered most of the New World. Without the protection of Doflamingo and, by extension, Kaido and the world government, if Orochimaru left Dressrosa in the morning, his whereabouts would be reported back to Whole Cake Island by evening. So, saying they were grasshoppers on the same string wasn't an exaggeration. Both Doflamingo and Orochimaru didn't harbor strong malice towards each other. On the contrary, both admired the other's ends justify the means style. Just as gentlemen have their way of interacting, so do ambitious men. Next, Orochimaru will go to Punk Hazard with Senor Pink. Caesar there will have ample data on, smile. I hope it provides useful assistance for your research. Researching devil fruits was also part of their deal. In return, Orochimaru would share his research on the so-called cursed seals. Doflamingo clearly had many other uses for this peculiar thing and hoped to popularize it. Of course, this deal was based solely on verbal agreement, with no credit guarantee. For people like them, a written contract could be torn up anytime. It was meaningless. After saying this, Doflamingo pointed at Diamante. Diamante will take you there. Diamante, upon hearing this, didn't respond verbally. After arranging Orochimaru's departure, Doflamingo inquired about the situation in Dressrosa during this period. Young master, many marine and world government spies have come again recently, but we dealt with them all. Hearing this, Doflamingo nodded, then announced the meeting adjourned. Everyone dispersed. Orochimaru, guided by a servant, went to his temporary residence first. After almost everyone had left, Doflamingo began discussing serious matters with the remaining Treble and Diamante. These two were his most trusted lieutenants, loyal followers who had decided to follow him even when he was a child. You know about the Marines' news regarding Fire Fist Ace's execution. As a warlord, I must also participate on site. As he said this, a vein throbbed on Doflamingo's forehead, clearly indicating his own reluctance to accept this condition. But everything had a price. The price for becoming a warlord, for obtaining protection using the so-called secret of the Celestial Dragon's national treasure, was this. What other choice did he have? The only thing he could do was be as careful as possible. Doflamingo's intuition told him the scale of this public execution might be larger than imagined. As a king, all he might achieve in such a situation was to protect himself as best he could. Young master, about Senor Pink. Diamante spoke somewhat uncertainly. He knew very well that Orochimaru didn't understand anything about devil fruits, and that was just an excuse. If I encounter the Pirate Empress, I'll find a way to negotiate with her. As for bargaining chips. Doesn't she have two sisters? Doflamingo wasn't afraid of so-called strong individuals because as long as they were human, they had weaknesses. The more emotional a person was, the easier they were to manipulate. By the way, Treble, where is Sugar? Doflamingo asked as if remembering something. She's still on the castle's top floor. Why? While I'm away, keep an eye on that Orochimaru. If he makes any suspicious moves, lock him up and have Sugar turn him into a toy. Also, if Big Mom's people come asking for him, you can do the same. Sugar, the Hobi no Mi user. T/N, Hobby fruit. The Hobi no Mi was one of Doflamingo's trump cards. Its most important effect was turning people into helpless toys. After being turned into a toy, everyone would forget any memory related to them, as if that person never existed. The price was that she could only maintain the appearance she had when she ate the fruit. It was hard to imagine the seemingly 10-year-old loli was actually 22 years old. In fact, it was precisely through Sugar's ability that Doflamingo eliminated so many unstable factors in Dressrosa. Those secretly infiltrating Marines, pirates, remnants of the Riku's rules, even world government's agents, as long as they touched upon his secrets, they were turned into toys, completely erased from everyone's memory. Sugar's ability was just too useful. Precisely because of this, she needed to be heavily protected. Because if the ability user fell unconscious or died, the previous fruit effects would be cancelled. Doflamingo couldn't afford the cost of offending so many forces simultaneously. As for Orochimaru, just turn him into a toy, and Big Mom would naturally have no reason to trouble him anymore. Doflamingo touched the mark on his neck. This cursed seal was also very useful. Just off the top of his head, he could think of no less than 10 ways to use the cursed seal to manipulate upper-class nobles. For someone with strong willpower like Doflamingo, the cursed seal could hardly influence his thoughts, at most causing physical interference. But for those ordinary kings, even celestial dragons, this thing was very effective. Not fully understanding Imu and the true power of the celestial dragons, Doflamingo was audacious enough to target the celestial dragons. He believed if the plan succeeded, he could even influence the world government's actions. By then. Heh. Chapter 363 Karen, my advantage is huge. Is that Amazon Lily ahead? On the deck of the Galebreaker, Karen looked at the faint outline of the island in the distance and asked nervously. Naruto, standing beside her, simply nodded gently. After parting ways with Burndy World, they had sailed back into the calm belt. With only 10 days left until Ace's execution, and no way to confirm where the world government was hiding him before then, possibly Mary Geos, possibly Egghead Island, or even Marine Headquarters Marineford itself. They didn't have many chances for trial and error, so they might as well head straight for the inevitable war. But before that, Naruto wanted to see Hancock on Amazon Lily. On one hand, he had learned from his future daughter, Kusiai, the approximate time Hancock became pregnant. On the other hand, he was concerned about whether Hancock's assistance during the whole Cake Island battle might affect her status as a warlord. As for the thoughts of the young girl Karen beside him, Naruto understood them too. Of course, he'd rather not understand. Bringing her here was also meant to discourage those very thoughts. Naruto's thinking was simple. It wasn't about making Karen back down from a challenge, but rather to show her. See. The Naruto-san you like is already entangled in complicated relationships. Don't add another layer to it. After all, by age, Karen wasn't even an adult yet, perhaps just entering adolescence. Whereas Naruto, Hancock, and even Stussy, all three were well into the age suitable for childbirth, or considered late for marriage and childbearing by some standards. If Naruto had given in to Hancock back when he was 20, Kusai might already be as old as Karen is now. Naruto harbored no inappropriate thoughts towards Karen, who could practically be his daughter. Ignoring Karen's visible nervousness, Sasuke walked over effortlessly despite a blindfold, and Konohamaru wiped away his morning training sweat with a towel. Are you imitating someone? Naruto asked, seeing Sasuke's blind man act, instinctively overlapping his image with that of another friend in his mind. Maybe I should find time to teach Sasuke swordsmanship. Upon hearing Naruto, Sasuke turned naturally as if the blindfold wasn't there. No. This is a method Redfield taught me to train my observation haki. Redfield's observation haki was naturally powerful from birth. But precisely because of that, he deliberately underwent rigorous training in this area. In Redfield's perception, the thoughts and memories of others played out like an automatically repeating movie, broadcasting over and over without reservation. It was a terrifying form of mental pollution. It once drove him to the brink of madness. Therefore, when the young Redfield learned the super sense came from his innate observation haki, he developed the idea to shut down the constantly running radar. Blindfolding himself during combat and daily life was one such method. Sasuke was no longer relying on his own innate Sharingan, instead using other parts of his body to perceive his surroundings. His body hair felt the sea breeze, his ears heard the deck's creaks, every inch of his skin perceived everything it touched. His intangible observation haki became sharper and more controllable at this moment. You definitely have common topics with that guy. Naruto didn't specify who that guy was, just casually adjusted the Gale Breaker's helm and said to everyone. Get ready. We'll be landing soon. Naruto Aniki, is it true that everyone on this island is a warrior proficient in haki? After what he considered a substantial period of rigorous training, Konohamaru, who had only just mostly mastered haki, was still amazed by Naruto's description. Yeah, so you still have a long way to go, kid. Hearing this, Naruto reached out and ruffled Konohamaru's hair into a bird's nest, then laughed heartily. Amazon Lily, also known as the Island of Women, officially named the Kuja Kingdom. All citizens of this kingdom were women, and all were warriors. Decades ago, they maintained a relatively isolated way of life. The current empress would lead a group of elite warriors as pirates, plundering other ships on the Grand Line. The island's female warriors might return pregnant from a voyage, then give birth to their own children. Miraculously, all children born were female. The unnamed father could not set foot on this men-repelling island. Of course, that was all in the past. After Naruto set foot on this island over a decade ago, many changes occurred on Amazon Lily. For example, the large pier they were now docking at didn't exist before. Halt the ship. Prepare for inspection dash. Perhaps influenced by the mercenary system, ships from other forces would occasionally cross the comm belt to establish mercenary contracts with them. Therefore, the Amazon Lily's warriors wouldn't immediately attack normally docking ships. Of course, warnings were still necessary. Along with the warning, 2 arrows wrapped in armament haki thudded into the ship's rail. Naruto wasn't too bothered by the minor scrape. His gaze was fixed on the lead Amazon Lily's warrior who issued the warning. She was a black-haired warrior with a quite hot figure, wearing very revealing clothing. Seeing the attire that barely covered the essentials, even more daring than a swimsuit, the 3 inexperienced youths on board froze on the spot. This, so bold. Even Karen, who usually liked wearing belly-bearing tight outfits, had a hard time accepting such open and daring clothing at first. Not to mention Konohamaru, the young kid. So cool dash. His eyes showed not a trace of shyness, only delight at the potential to refine his sexy technique. One could only say the ninja world wasn't open enough in this regard. The sexy technique Naruto secretly taught Konohamaru simply didn't have enough reference material for proper learning. As for Sasuke, thankfully, the cloth covering his eyes was large enough to maintain his cool, aloof image. In fact, it wasn't just this black-haired warrior, the vast majority of warriors on the island wore similar outfits. After all, the island was populated solely by women, and the climate on Amazon Lily was summer-like year-round. They naturally dressed for comfort. Plus, such light and airy clothing facilitated combat. Ah, Kikyo. Long time no see, you've grown into a fine woman. Naruto clearly recognized the warrior, greeting her familiarly. The warrior named Kikyo was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted, signaling the surrounding warriors to lower their weapons. It's Uzumaki Naruto-sama. Stand down. The bow in her hand, sensing its master's mood, transformed back into a coiling long snake, wrapping around Kikyo's shoulders. After docking the ship, Naruto and his group disembarked. Wow, lots of new faces. Looking at the youthful, vibrant faces averaging 17 or 18 years old, Naruto clicked his tongue. Ha ha ha, Naruto-sama, it's been too long since you visited Kuja. The older warriors have all taken on independent guard duties. Only these young ones haven't qualified to work alone yet, so they're stuck with dock duty. Kikyo wasn't usually a very approachable figure. In fact, this was the first time the surrounding young warriors had seen their captain of the guardian warriors and instructor make such an expression. Also, having always lived on the island, this was their first time seeing men. After some pleasantries, Naruto got to the main point. Is Hancock back? I need to see her now. Hearing this, Kikyo shook her head. Hancock-sama returned once before, but she seemed to have some business and left again temporarily. Judging by the time, she should be back within the next couple of days. Then Kikyo added. But Marigold-sama and Sandersonia-sama are both on the island. They will be very happy to see you. Seeing the confused looks from his three companions, Naruto explained. Marigold and Sandersonia are Hancock's sisters. Then he said to Kikyo. Then please lead the way, Kikyo. Naruto-sama, you jest. You will always be a friend of Kuja. This is your home. Clearly, Naruto's status on Amazon Lily wasn't as simple as the friend he usually claimed. Led by Kikyo, the group headed towards the palace at the island center. Along the way, many warriors were curious about the unfamiliar faces. After all, when Naruto last visited, most of them were little girls, or even babies. There were also some older warriors, around Kikyo's age, who greeted Naruto. These women were almost all beautiful with impressive figures. It made even Konohamaru start to blush. But it also made Karen's heart sink gradually. No one knew the little calculations going on in Karen's mind. Judging by the average appearance of the women on this island, it indeed produces many beauties. But that doesn't necessarily mean this empress is prettier than me. Maybe their aesthetic standards are different. Karen thought, somewhat deceiving herself. Clearly, the sights along the way had made Karen aware that Boa Hancock, her unseen rival, was widely recognized as the world's #1 beauty. This realization put considerable pressure on her. Since they're biological sisters, their appearances shouldn't differ too much, right? Thinking this, when Karen finally saw the two sisters, both over 4 meters tall with somewhat humorous body proportions, she mentally started popping champagne early. Good, good, good. Just as I thought. It seems my advantage is huge. Having gained confidence from the appearances of Hancock's two younger sisters, Marigold and Sandersonia, Karen had no idea what she was about to face. Chapter 364, Chapter 364 Karen types GG. Naruto and II. The plump Marigold called out happily upon seeing Naruto and the others arrive. Her voice was like a great bell, quite penetrating. Naruto also greeted her cheerfully. Although they had met again on Whole Cake Island, he had been tied up with various matters and didn't have time to catch up with these two old acquaintances properly. Sasuke maintained his blind swordsman act, naturally finding a seat. Konohamaru looked curiously at the two sisters, whose art style was clearly different. Kid, what are you looking at? Although unsure of Konohamaru's identity, Marigold held a friendly attitude towards anyone with Naruto, so she didn't mind the sturdy child's gaze. Big sis, you're so tall. Almost like Uncle Bullet. That's amazing. Konohamaru's compliment was sincere. After a moment's surprise, Marigold burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Interesting kid. I can get even bigger. Marigold was straightforward, as she even intended to demonstrate her hybrid form right there. Having eaten the Hebe Hebe no Mi model, King Cobra, her true combat mode was her half-human, half-snake form, where her length could easily exceed 10 meters. Fortunately, her sister interrupted her before she could act. Unlike her sister, the second sister, Sandersonia, though initially overjoyed, soon remembered something, and worry quickly overshadowed her joy at the reunion. Naruto and II, why did you come back? Ah. Naruto was confused by this statement. Karen, who had been mentally celebrating prematurely upon seeing the sisters' appearances, pushed those thoughts aside to listen to what the green-haired giantess had to say. You should run, quickly. Last time you left without a word, Nasan is probably furious. While she's not back yet. As she spoke, Sandersonia ignored Naruto's bewildered look and started pushing him towards the exit. No need to rush off. We'll probably meet at Marineford in a few days anyway. Best to avoid it for now if you can. Sandersonia clearly didn't have much confidence in her sister's temper. But at that moment, a bell with a special meaning rang out. Similar ringing sounds followed, spreading to other parts of the island. Sandersonia's face changed upon hearing them. Too late. Naruto clearly knew the meaning of the bells and said with a smile. See. Perfect timing. Let's go, Hancock is back. Hearing this, the others followed him out of the palace. Karen watched as even the door guards temporarily abandoned their posts, jogging towards the pier. TSK. This empress's prestige in this country is really high. She walked behind the others, silently marveling. Even without knowing her appearance yet, just seeing this terrifying rallying power made it clear this empress had formidable charisma. Maybe Naruto-san was attracted by that charm. Karen's thoughts became increasingly self-deceptive, probably because she had already associated Hancock's looks with those of the two younger sisters. Of course. Hancock is arguably the most prestigious among the successive Kuja Kingdom's empresses. Even I couldn't command such influence in my time. An elderly voice suddenly spoke beside her, startling Karen. She turned to see a dwarf-like old woman, leaning on a snake-shaped cane, with a flower in her hair. Wah! Who are you? Clearly, the sudden appearance of Gloriosa took Karen by surprise. My name is Gloriosa, the former empress of this country. As she spoke, the old woman winked at Karen, then walked out, one hand behind her back, leaning on her cane. Really, came back last time and didn't even visit me before running off again, no semblance of an empress at all. Despite her muttering, Gloriosa's steps were not slow at all. It was hard to tell now, but this old woman was once a great beauty herself. She had even joined the famous Rocks Pirates. Karen scratched her head upon hearing this, then involuntarily started associating again. She merged Gloriosa's large face with Marigold's figure, creating a rather imposing image. Ah. Shaking her head, Karen decided there was no point in wild speculation. She could just go out and see for herself. At the pier, Hancock and Stussy disembarked from a specially designed steamship. This ship was one of Stussy's personal vessels. After all, Hancock's perfume Uda was too conspicuous, completely unsuitable for appearing before various factions at this time. This is my first time setting foot on Amazon Lily. Stussy's high heels clicked on the stone tiles. Dressed in a sharp lady's suit with sunglasses, Stussy looked like the CEO of some major corporation this time. Yet, compared to Hancock beside her, her figure seemed almost childlike. Humph, you can leave now. I did not invite you. Hancock's words were sharp, but she showed no intention of actually making Stussy leave. Clearly, during their time together, the two women had reached some sort of tacit understanding. Suddenly, their gazes simultaneously pierced through the cheering crowd, landing on a stylish medium-sized ship. More precisely, on the spiral pattern etched on its sail. Both had seen an identical pattern on a certain man's clothes. It was the symbol of the land of whirlpools. Naruto, in his youth, hadn't understood the meaning of this spiral pattern on his clothes but instinctively felt drawn to it. Even after changing his style as an adult, he often incorporated similar symbols in inconspicuous places. Hey, no need to walk so fast, is there? Watching Hancock's expression change before she strode through the crowd with her long legs, a playful smile appeared on Stussy's face. Of course, her own pace wasn't slow either. One shouldn't underestimate the physical skills of a CP0 agent. Meanwhile, Karen rejoined the main group and spotted Hancock walking towards them with great momentum from afar. No introduction was needed. Karen knew instantly that this woman was the Hancock Naruto spoke of. The Empress hailed as the world's most beautiful woman. The moment she witnessed Hancock's appearance, figure, and aura with her own eyes, Karen decisively typed, GG, in her heart. I lose. Can't compare. Absolutely cannot compare. If Karen was a slightly unripe apple, then Hancock was a ripe, dewy godly peach. The gap between them wasn't small. Unlike Karen, Gloriosa's gaze was fixed intently on the woman following behind Hancock. Stussy. Miss Buchan, like Gloriosa, had also been part of the Rocks Pirates. And at that time, she was also called Stussy. The two great beauties had once vied relentlessly for the title of the era's #1 beauty. Of course, that position was ultimately snatched by Shaki, Gloriosa's former deputy. It doesn't make sense. How did she become young again? Seeing Stussy's identical appearance to the young Miss Buchan, Gloriosa fell into deep doubt about life. Naruto, for his part, clearly hadn't expected Stussy to appear together with Hancock. Based on his shallow understanding, it would be good if these two didn't fight upon meeting. So he wondered how they were now acting like close sisters. Sensing Naruto's gaze, Stussy's smile widened, and she even blew him a subtle kiss. But soon, Naruto couldn't see anything clearly anymore. because a foot had viciously kicked the upper half of his face. Perfume femur. That day, the people at Amazon Lily witnessed their Empress's ultimate technique once again after a long time. Chapter 365, Chapter 365 Three Women, a Stage Play. A meteor is a unique natural phenomenon, usually occurring when a planet's gravity captures tiny meteorite fragments. As these meteorites fall and friction with the atmosphere causes them to glow and heat up, they create a wondrous sight. But that's just a natural phenomenon, so making wishes to me is useless. Naruto stood with his arms crossed, his body stiff and straight, a mark still visible on his face, and blood even continued to trickle from his nostrils. Even so, he remained stern and righteous, offering a science lesson to the news crews that, while soaring high in the sky, hadn't forgotten to make wishes. After saying this, he turned around, his body floating in midair, then swiftly flew back in the direction he came from. Good thing I can fly now. When those news crews, who couldn't clasp their wings together to make a praying gesture, opened their eyes, they found that meteor from moments ago had already vanished. Caw. It's gone. Caw caw caw. Good thing I already finished my wish. Fish, 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 my big fish. Caw, don't say it out loud. The news crews continued flying in formation toward the distance. This was the calm belt. Until they reached the Grand Line, they would maintain this formation to conserve energy during flight. Inside Amazon Lily, including Karen, almost no one present could react to Hancock's kick. The cloth Sasuke used to block his vision was blown off by the gust of wind, revealing a pair of scarlet Sharingan fixed intently on the woman ahead, who was radiating an intense aura. Meanwhile, Stussy covered her mouth with a lady's fan, her eyes curved as if she was also quite pleased with the outcome of Naruto being kicked away. This kind of thing was best left to a woman like Boa Hancock. If it were me doing it, that wretched man wouldn't have received such a satisfying comeuppance. Humph, serves you right for leaving without a word. You. What did you just do to Naruto-san? Once she processed what happened, Karen instantly entered combat mode, her golden wings spreading wide as her aura surged wildly. She genuinely struggled to comprehend that the person who attacked without a single word was actually the mother of that obedient and sensible Kusai. However, in response to the bristling young girl, Hancock merely retracted her leg and tilted her head slightly. Did I do anything wrong? Before Karen could speak, the female warriors around them began shouting in unison. No. Anything the Snake Princess does is right. Snake Princess, I love you. The fanaticism on those warriors' faces held no pretense, even making the furious Karen somewhat confused about the situation. Is this normal? See clearly now, little girl. My beauty is unparalleled, and anything I do can be forgiven. Speaking as if stating an absolute truth, Hancock's completely natural expression almost made Karen feel that she was the abnormal one. No, this woman is seriously off. But even with the rival filter, Hancock's beauty and temperament still left Karen feeling stunned. Rest in peace, you brat. At that moment, the elusive Elder Nyan suddenly materialized beside Karen, clasped her hands together, and silently began the morning rites. Hey, hey. Elder Nyan, I'm still perfectly fine, you know. Naruto had somehow landed back on the ground, gently placing a hand on the bristling girl's head to signal he was okay. Without even turning her head, Elder Nyan retorted to Naruto with displeasure. Don't think you can just gloss over things like this, you know. Hancock is genuinely angry this time. Ah, I know. Naruto could only offer a bitter smile in response. Not far away, Hancock, looking at Naruto who deliberately appeared disheveled and hadn't even wiped off the shoe print on his face, ultimately just snorted coldly. Then, with an air of arrogance, she walked toward her palace, surrounded by her female warriors. Let's go too. By the way, I'm getting a bit hungry. Elder Nyan, could you get us some food? Naruto seemed equally familiar with Elder Nyan, who is a senior of the same generation as Shaki. Yes, yes. But don't mistake me for some kind of nanny, old woman. Despite her words, Elder Nyan still instructed Kikyo and some other female warriors to prepare food. She was well aware of this brat's appetite. Looking at Elder Nyan's face and recalling Shaki's appearance, Naruto could only sigh. This is the difference between having love and not having love to nurture one, huh? Before he could finish his sentence, a soft female voice reached his ears, and a finger painted with pink nail polish gently pressed against his neck's artery. Perhaps you should spare some time to be more concerned about yourself. Stussy smiled charmingly, maintaining intimate contact with Naruto under Karen's very displeased gaze. However, only Naruto himself could sense that there was no trace of a smile in those beautiful eyes. Even the fingertip pressing against his neck was already coated with armament hockey. If not for the life essence enhancement from devouring an Otsutsuki, a previous version of him, caught off guard, would have had his skin cut open. Humph. Karen stamped her foot, then also turned and left. It seems you've really managed to attract quite a few people. Not even sparing a little girl like that. Was it because the two of us couldn't satisfy you? As she spoke, Stussy leaned her entire body against Naruto's shoulder, her red lips almost touching his ear. Yet, that sharp, cold murderous intent even transcended the limitations of language, making even a powerhouse like Naruto's hair stand on end. Karen is a young girl from my clan. Remember? The other world I mentioned. Hearing Naruto's words, Stussy was momentarily taken aback. She stared fixedly into Naruto's eyes for a long moment before softly saying, "It seems that while you were avoiding us, you've also experienced quite a few incredible stories. Tonight, I want you to tell me everything, thoroughly and without missing a single detail." Watching Naruto and Stussy's departing figures, Konohamaru muttered in awe. Is this the world of adults? It's so complicated. Beside him, Sasuke, uncharacteristically, offered a response on this matter. His case is an exception. You don't need to learn it. As he said this, the precocious Sasuke seemed to recall his days at the ninja academy, surrounded by girls like Sakura and Ino. Whether before or after the clan massacre, the young girls around him never seemed to stop. If he hadn't left Konoha with Naruto and met girls like Karen who felt absolutely nothing for him, he might have thought all girls were like that. Naruto. I wish you luck. Silently lighting a candle for him in his heart, Sasuke retied the cloth over his eyes and, along with Konohamaru, followed the others. As the saying goes, 3 women make a stage play. The situation in the dining room was exactly that. Whether it was Elder Nyan or the veteran female warriors responsible for preparing the food, they all had a deep understanding of Naruto's appetite. So, at this moment, the combined amount of food in front of everyone else in the dining room couldn't match the mountain-like pile of food before Naruto. Incidentally, the serving platters for the food were also specially made, exclusive to Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, acting as if nothing had happened, immediately launched into a frenzied eating mode. On his left and right sides, each sat a mature woman. Stussy didn't seem hungry, so she simply rested her chin on her hand, leaning on the table, tilting her head as she carefully observed Naruto eating. Hancock, meanwhile, showed a cold expression, arms crossed, silent. Yet, upon seeing food residue sticking to Naruto's face, she naturally reached out and wiped it off for him. It looked like a harmonious scene of an old married couple. Sitting opposite, Karen glared intently at Hancock's actions, the steak on her plate already sliced to pieces by her knife. But she couldn't find words to say. After all, according to the information they had learned earlier, Naruto and this woman even had a child together, though it might still just be an embryo right now. And her? What was she? Perhaps not wanting to let Naruto eat in peace, or perhaps simply out of mischief. Stussy suddenly spoke up. I thought we might see the scene after we woke up in that tavern last time. This made Naruto's fingers freeze. Not good, the troublemaker is stirring things up. Hearing Stussy fan the flames again, Hancock also stopped wiping Naruto's face, withdrawing her hand, then coldly asked. Why have you come here? Or has our great hero finally finished with the matters at hand? Chapter 366, Chapter 366 The Love of Middle-Aged People. Why have you come here? Or has our great hero finally finished with the matters at hand? Hancock's tone was exceedingly arrogant, making Karen feel displeased, but only Naruto could detect the unique sense of resentment hidden within that woman's haughty words. The great hero, who always yielded to softness rather than hardness, could only scratch his head sheepishly, pretending not to understand. After gulping down several tropical fruits whole, he finally looked up. Hancock, I'll tell you all about those things slowly later. Upon hearing the latter part of the man's sentence, Hancock's cheeks flushed with a barely noticeable blush. No one knew what she was thinking of, but it was quickly concealed. I don't care. Faced with such a tsundere attitude, Naruto simply smiled lightly, then his expression gradually turned serious. Hancock, and Stussy, I hope you two won't attend the execution day 10 days from now. Upon hearing this, everyone present displayed different reactions. The 2 younger sisters knew about this matter, and their attitude aligned with Naruto's. They also didn't support their elder sister going alone into danger. Especially after realizing that the world government's underlying motive seemed to point toward Naruto, Hancock's situation became even more perilous. Karen and the others showed little change in expression. After all, Naruto had already briefed them before coming here. Elder Nyan opened her mouth, but before she could speak, Hancock preemptively refused. Impossible. Those people have already set their sights on me. If I refuse and don't go, their Buster Call fleet will probably pay Amazon Lily a visit first. Yes, Amazon Lily indeed produced high-end combatants, but compared to the behemoth that was the Marine, it wasn't enough. Faced with that kind of coordinated naval bombardment capable of utterly destroying an island, even if Hancock could withstand one round, she couldn't possibly block it every time. Unless she stayed on Amazon Lily indefinitely, sooner or later this country would be destroyed by the ships the world government continuously dispatched. Wealth, that was their confidence. Even if it meant piling up people, cannonballs, and warship wreckage, the Marine could overwhelm them. As she spoke, Hancock didn't conceal anything, recounting how she had gone out to meet the Golden Emperor, to Zoro, and sought his help. I must agree to their demands to buy as much time as possible. Hearing this, Elder Nyan's gaze shifted from Stussy's face, which she was very interested in, back to Hancock. Hancock, now you are a qualified empress. Hearing Hancock's difficulties, Naruto also nodded slightly. I know, but regarding this point, I have a solution too. As he spoke, he casually formed a hand seal and used shadow clone technique. The people from the pirate world looked at his actions somewhat puzzled. In contrast, Sasuke and the other two seemed to understand Naruto's meaning immediately. Sasuke's face remained expressionless, Karen gently bit her finger, while Konohamaru was full of anticipation. Like this dash. Poof. Smoke dispersed within the dining hall. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Naruto's clone transformed to look exactly like Hancock. Cough. Anything I do can be forgiven. After slightly adjusting his voice, the fake Hancock emitted an identical voice. This scene left the people from the pirate world utterly stunned. To be honest, about the transformation technique, he had only demonstrated it in detail when he was on Roger's ship. After leaving the Roger pirates, Naruto had kept this ninjutsu as a trump card for escape, never revealing it to others. This included Hancock and Stussy. So, you used this method to slip away from us silently, didn't you? True to being the world government's ace agent, Stussy instantly grasped the key point and steered the topic back toward a direction unfavorable to Naruto. This. Cough, this. Hearing this, Naruto also didn't know how to reply, could only use his eyes to plead with Stussy, begging this agent to rein in her extraordinary skills. He would surely repay her generously in the future. Seeing this, Stussy let out a light laugh, finally letting go of the flustered man. She stood up very familiarly, walked around Naruto toward Hancock, then whispered something into her ear. How about that? Hancock immediately showed a very shocked expression, as if her pure heart had never imagined such gameplay. Slap. The Empress's palm slammed onto the stone dining table. Perhaps because her mind was shaken and she didn't hold back her strength, this slap directly cracked the dining table. Fortunately, most of the food on the table had already been eaten. Cough, Marigold, Sander Sonia, you two first take these three young ones to rest. Elder Nyan's eyes shifted between the two women and one man, then promptly had the two younger sisters take Sasuke and the others away temporarily. Because she understood that the following conversation might only be suitable for these three to hear themselves. Seeing this, Karen still seemed to want to say something but was promptly pulled back by Sasuke. Endure, now is not the time. To be honest, perhaps Sasuke, this third-party observer, saw things most clearly. He deeply understood that Naruto's feelings for Karen did not involve any romantic affection. Therefore, whether for the sake of the team's harmony or to care for Karen's feelings as a comrade, it was best to separate them temporarily for now. Fortunately, Karen wasn't someone who would make unreasonable trouble. Ultimately, it was only because this matter involved Naruto that she had lost her composure. When she went alone to the other era's ninja world, her behavior was far less anxious than it was now. Konohamaru, meanwhile, secretly gave Naruto 2 thumbs up, then followed the 2 very tall older sisters to the building specially opened by Amazon Lily to accommodate foreign guests. After the few of them left, Elder Nyan also prepared to leave, leaning on her snake staff. But just before exiting, she turned her head back, her eyes meeting Stussy's. I am Stussy, an agent of the world government, and also a clone of that acquaintance of yours. Can you understand it this way, Captain Gloriosa? As if knowing what Elder Nyan wanted to ask, Stussy directly revealed part of her information in one go. After I joined the Rocks Pirates, I was no longer a captain. Saying this, Elder Nyan shook her head, then gave Naruto a good luck, kid look before also walking out of the hall. Alright, now it's just us here. Let's hear it, those things you haven't told us yet. A little common knowledge reminder. During the first 2 months of pregnancy, pregnant women are in a high-risk period, and intercourse is not recommended. Generally, it's advisable to wait until the second trimester, i.e., weeks 13 to 28, when the fetus's condition is relatively stable before resuming intercourse in moderation. Of course, I imagine most of you probably won't need this point. The conversation in the dining hall continued from afternoon until evening. Today, with the Empress's return to the island, Amazon Lily also held a celebration. Watching Konohamaru already blending in with a group of Amazon Lily's warriors at the celebration site, and Sasuke quietly savoring the unique delicacies and wine of Amazon Lily. He still couldn't escape the fate of appreciating fine wine. Karen looked toward the palace, her eyes filled with longing. Naruto-san still hadn't come out. And Naruto, whom she was longing for, had already arrived at an enormous bath with Hancock and Stussy. The few of them faced each other openly. This time, there were no drugs as a pretense. Of course, everyone was just bathing. But it was clear that the cold expression Hancock had at the beginning was now gone. These women were either rulers who stood their ground and carried their nations on their shoulders alone, or agents with multiple identities walking on a knife's edge. Their mental fortitude wasn't as fragile as that of ordinary young girls. Besides, they weren't exactly young anymore. After so many years of push and pull, reaching this point, they simply went along with it in a muddled way. Middle-aged people, that's how it is. You said. Our daughter is called Kusei, right? Hancock gently leaned against Naruto, feeling his scalding body temperature, her hand unconsciously resting on her lower abdomen. Beside them, Stussy spoke somewhat enviously. How nice, a happy family of 3. Naruto didn't neglect one for the other, also gently pulling Stussy into his embrace. The female agent, who rarely let her guard down, once again felt that sense of security, and the provocative words she had intended to say vanished without a trace. Just like this is fine too. Naruto didn't mention whether there was another child, and Stussy didn't ask. She didn't voluntarily reveal the deal between her and Hancock, whether she intended to keep it as a surprise remained unknown. Seeing that Stussy, this always fox-like, viperish bad woman, could also show such a side, Hancock was somewhat surprised, but then also felt a sense of relief. This time, everyone could be said to have truly gotten to know each other. During the indescribable afternoon, the two of them had also learned from Naruto's mouth about how he completely mastered the ability to travel between the two worlds, successfully avenged his parents, and even met his daughter who crossed time and space. Incredible. Do you experience so many bizarre situations every time you disappear? Not always. Asked this by Stussy, Naruto scratched his cheek somewhat guiltily. The sharp Stussy immediately reacted, grabbing Naruto's hand with displeasure. Alright, back when we couldn't catch you, did you use that shape-shifting ability to secretly deceive young girls? Hearing this, Hancock also turned her face, as if recalling similar experiences. Back then. I was still thinking about finding my way home. As he spoke, Naruto's tone gradually slowed, beginning to reveal thoughts he had kept hidden for many years to his two confidants. I wasn't sure if, given a real chance to return to where I came from, I might lose the possibility of coming back here. Back then, I couldn't be certain I could remain in your futures indefinitely. So you just kept dragging it out? Hancock's gaze burned as she stared at him. Then now. Now, this is my home. I have a home. Chapter 367, Chapter 367 Grandfather and Grandson. This was a dim prison cell. Apart from the oil lamps hanging in the corridor, there were no other sources of light. Thus, apart from mealtimes, the prisoners confined here had no other way to gauge how many days had passed. Currently, only one prisoner was held in this cell. The commander of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, also the son of the Pirate King Gol D, Roger, Fire Fist, Ace. Tap, tap. Heavy footsteps woke the slumbering Ace. He drowsily lifted his head, peering toward the door by the light of the distant oil lamps. He had no choice, as aside from his head, every other part of his body was tightly bound by sea-stone chains. Is it mealtime again? Ah, it's the old man. Upon clearly seeing the visitor, a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Ace's mouth, as if he was completely unaware of how desperate his current situation was. Opposite him, Garp stood in silence, the firelight casting a shadow over his face, making it impossible to discern the man's expression at this moment. A wordless silence hung between them, eventually broken by Ace. How many days left? Hearing this question, Garp's hand loosened slightly, as if some substance that had been supporting his entire being was being drawn out at this moment. Thud. Garp simply sat down cross-legged, the marine cloak embroidered with the word, justice, falling to the ground with the motion. At this moment, Garp seemed to have shed that layer of identity as the hero of the marine. Sitting here was just an ordinary old man, wanting to have one last talk with his grandson. 3 days left. Almost spitting out the words one by one, after saying this, Garp raised his head painfully, staring directly at Ace, bound and shrouded in darkness deep within the cell. Ace, why didn't you live the way I told you to? By the last few words, the regret in Garp's tone was almost impossible to conceal. In truth, he shouldn't have come to see Ace personally at this time. Whether to avoid suspicion or due to his duties. But he had still come, for one and only one reason. That the person confined here was his family, his grandson. Hearing Garp's pained voice, Ace's thoughts involuntarily drifted away. That was back when he was a child. His grandfather had placed him and Luffy in the care of the bandit Dayton, visiting them periodically. Ace, you must become strong marines. By the bonfire, Garp, in his role as a grandfather, said words that didn't align with his position as the marine hero. He didn't voice the second half of his sentence, but Ace now understood. That way, I can protect you. Sorry, Grandpa, I've really caused you trouble. Bound, a helpless smile appeared on Ace's face as he apologized to the men who had raised and saved him, his tone gentler than ever before. And these words directly broke Garp's defenses. The fists propping up his body on either side pressed deeply into the stone bricks. Once, in a similar setting, Roger had entrusted his son to him. "We fought countless times, we're old acquaintances, right? You're as trustworthy as my own comrades. I leave him to you. My child. I entrust to you." That man had said so, even though their positions were completely opposite, he could still trust him so. "You're a pirate, I'm a marine, and you want me to take care of your child, how preposterous." Though his words said otherwise, Garp decisively followed the clues Roger gave, found Porgus D. Rouge, who was full term and forcibly holding off giving birth, determined to fulfill this promise. It was also on that day he first met Naruto, that fearless brat. Even now, Garp wondered if Ace turning out this way might be Naruto's fault. Back then, Naruto, still just a little kid, faced with a marine seemingly coming to arrest them, decisively used all the abilities he had mastered. Clones, transformation, sexy technique, and half-baked hockey and physical skills. Of course, these were nowhere near enough before the marine hero, who was still in his prime. After all, this was the man who, at God Valley, made 3 future emperors choose to tactically retreat. Later, Rouge gave birth to Ace, and she herself didn't last long before passing away. Garp then naturally took that blonde-haired brat with him to Windmill Village. There, Garp personally witnessed Ace grow from a babbling infant into a young man with his own ideas, determined to become a pirate. During those times, he truly regarded Ace as his own grandson. Perhaps Naruto benefited from this association as well. Those days were carefree, yet also brief. Later, Naruto set off alone on a journey, both to train and to understand the roles the marine and pirates played in this world. Afterwards, Ace grew up, became Luffy's older brother, and also resolved to set sail as a pirate. No matter how Garp appealed to family ties or used physical persuasion, Ace remained unmoved. And precisely because of this, he ended up in his current predicament. Villains don't deserve sympathy, but family is different. Garp's voice trembled slightly. This resolute man, who had fought for most of his life, lived a life of constant battle, now also had rare moisture in his eyes. He wanted to do something, but he could do nothing. Seeing Garp's pained expression, it was Ace who showed an understanding smile. During his time in captivity, he had pondered many things and also gained a deeper understanding of the words Naruto had said when they parted. "Grandpa, do you remember when I asked you, was it a good thing that I was born?" Hearing Ace suddenly speak, Garp sharply raised his head. "Back then, you answered me, you'll understand after you've lived, ... As he spoke, Ace revealed a bright smile. "I have been really happy, really fortunate, you know. Loved by all of you family, and those pirate comrades, friends. I was never unhappy. Having lived in this world, I have been truly happy. Thank you, Grandpa." To be honest, if Garp hadn't retained the last shred of reason, perhaps when Ace uttered those final words of gratitude, he would have torn the cell apart and forcibly taken Ace away. The conflict between his body's instincts and the principles he upheld made Garp extremely conflicted. And Ace, sensing the other's emotions, offered words of comfort. "Actually, Grandpa, you don't need to be so pessimistic. I might not necessarily die. I have this feeling someone is definitely going to cause a huge commotion." To be honest, Ace wouldn't feel joy over Whitebeard or Naruto arriving to rescue him. On the contrary, he would feel guilty for dragging them into trouble. But at the same time, after deeply contemplating Naruto's words, Ace also understood that neither Whitebeard nor Naruto could possibly stand idly by, regardless of Ace's own wishes. After all, those two were just that kind of willful guys. Hearing Ace say this, Garp seemed to remember something, discreetly flicking away the tears in his eyes, then forced a smile. "Ha! You dare say that? You really don't take this old marine seriously." Seeing Garp's mood improve somewhat, Ace continued along the other's words. "Haha, old man, you better watch out. Whether it's Oyaji or Uncle Naruto, they're no ordinary small-time pirates. Don't end up getting your old bones injured. At that time, you can just obediently retire back to East Blue. Brat. Is that any way to talk to your grandpa?" Provoked by Ace, Garp instinctively reverted to his usual grandpa persona, raising a fist as if to knock it on Ace's head. But in the end, the fist didn't fall, merely transforming into a large palm gently resting atop Ace's head. The two looked at each other in silence, and eventually, the enclosed prison once again fell into quietude. Chapter 368, Chapter 368 God Valley Speed Bump. Pushing open the door, Garp saw Sengoku and Tsuru waiting outside. The trace of sorrow on his face was instantly forcefully suppressed. "You didn't say anything you shouldn't have, did you, Garp? You know letting you see him was already an exception." Sengoku looked at his old comrade. Based on his understanding of the men over so many years, that emotional fluctuation couldn't be hidden from him. "Ha, who do you take me for, Sengoku-kun?" Garp laughed heartily, vigorously patting Sengoku's shoulders. Under his old comrade's pats, the Marine Fleet Admiral's face grew darker until he decisively punched Garp in the face. Bastard. You should know even Buddha can only endure 3 times. It must be said, as a Hito no Mi model, Daibutsu user, Sengoku's words were quite fitting. And right then, Vice Admiral Tsuru nearby suddenly spoke up. Garp, compared to Fire Fist Ace, I think you'd better be more concerned about your other grandson. Hearing this, Garp pulled his face out from under Sengoku's fist. This guy had taken such an old-fashioned punch without even a drop of blood from his nose. On the contrary, he used the scuffle with Sengoku to readjust his mindset and expression. Huh? You mean? Luffy. It really wasn't easy. Garp finally remembered that besides Ace, he also had Luffy as his actual grandson. The last sighting report our people received about Straw Hat Luffy was at Sabaody Archipelago. You know, that's not far from Marine headquarters. Tsuru's words held ambiguous meaning, while Garp revealed a carefree smile. That kid, no, he's still far from it. That brat can only cause minor troubles, and this kind of battlefield isn't for him. So, from your perspective as his grandfather, do you think he'll disregard everything and rush to Marineford? The smile on Garp's face gradually stiffened. Tsuru unhurriedly added another blow. You should understand, this time, we might have to deal not only with that Whitebeard but also the Great Sinner, 100 Beasts, and Big Mom. This kind of grand event, those troublemakers on the sea won't turn a blind eye. The Marine's public execution of the former Pirate King's bloodline was, in essence, a provocation to the entire so-called Great Pirate Era. Therefore, regardless of their stance or feelings toward Roger, as long as they were still pirates, especially those great pirates crowned with the title of Emperor, they would never stand idly by. Regarding Kaido, we've already received word. Same with Big Mom. And not long ago, about Impel Down. Tsuru. Before Tsuru could finish, Sengoku cut her off. The 3 high-ranking Marines fell into a brief silence at this moment. I will go to Sabaody Archipelago. In the end, knowing that deeper, grander strategies lay behind this public execution, Garp made a decision. Of course, whether he could persuade his single-minded grandson to leave remained to be seen. If his words had any effect, Luffy and Ace would probably already be captains, commodores, or even rear admirals by now. You 3, still the same as before. At that moment, a rough voice sounded. A man with purple hair, wearing sunglasses, over 70 years old but still bare-chested, strode over. It's you, Zephyr. You've returned to headquarters too. It had been over 2 months since the last time they fought together. The responsibility for failing to capture the Great Sinner was shared by Garp and Tsuru, not affecting Zephyr, the chief instructor of the Marine trainee. So, in their view, shouldn't Zephyr currently be hunting pirates with his students? It's Kong-san's order. Zephyr directly stated the reason for his return. That old codger. Rarely did anyone else get called old codger by Garp. It's no wonder, since during the God Valley incident, Kong was already Garp, Sengoku, and the other's superior. Now, as the commander-in-chief of the world government's combined army, he still performed his duties. The intensity of the upcoming battle won't be like the minor skirmishes before. This place might become the second God Valley. You'd better think carefully. Tsuru looked at the brash Zephyr and said with displeasure. Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru joined the Marines in the same batch as Zephyr, but when the 3 were 18 or 19, Zephyr was only 14. So, them putting on an elder air wasn't strange. Ha! Don't underestimate me. Zephyr reached out and patted his mechanical arm, whose design had changed again. Dr. Vegapunk's latest masterpiece. Garp, want to give it a try? As he spoke, he provocatively beckoned. This mechanical arm was different from the initial bulky, heavy version, and also different from the slender one during the whole Cake Island incident. Its size was only slightly larger than Zephyr's other arm, as if he were wearing a piece of arm armor. But in reality, it had been infused with the latest research technology, capable of simulating arm nerve reflexes and transmitting Haki 100%, while also having some unexpected, clever uses. Ha 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 ha, perfect timing. I also want to move around a bit. Saying this, Garp rolled up his sleeves, ready to spar with Zephyr. You too. I am the Marine Fleet Admiral. I order you now. Stay put. Here, it wasn't hard to see that, as leaders of the same organization, Sengoku had more authority than another old man who liked to wear a conical hat. Of course, the troublemakers under his command were also more lawless. Compared to Danzo, who only schemed in the shadows, these 2 old men, Garp and Zephyr, didn't even pretend, completely ignoring the now furious Marine Fleet Admiral. In the end, the fight didn't happen. It wasn't that Garp or Zephyr backed down, but because some rather unpleasant figures appeared at Marineford. Looking at those figures, with some draped in black cloaks, others in full body armor, Garp also clicked his tongue, sticking a finger in his nose to pick it. What are these guys doing here? The gods' knights. Especially when he saw a figure among them with a very distinctive hairstyle and beard, Garp's displeasure became even more apparent. That scum was still alive and well. There really was no justice. And that figure seemed to sense something, turning his head to reveal an aged face. The crescent moon-like hairstyle and beard had turned gray. Garp. He chewed on the name of the marine hero, a mocking smile also appearing on his face. Figureland Garling, former commander of the Gods' Knights, current supreme commander of the Gods' Knights, biological father of Shamrock and Shanks, heartless scum who killed his civilian wife, God Valley Speed Bump. Various titles were attached to this guy, but none could conceal his essence. Celestial Dragon. Don't do anything stupid, Garp. Sengoku placed a hand on his old comrade's shoulder, only to receive a glare from Garp. You really think I'm a fool? Garp discreetly wiped his nose-picking finger on Sengoku's clothes. Satisfied after seeing the other man's disgusted wiping motion, he turned around. That kind of guy will get his comeuppance sooner or later. I can't be bothered to contend with him. And I have a feeling we won't have to wait long for that day. Chapter 369, Chapter 369 I want to see a river of blood. Whose blood? Doesn't matter. Goma Goma no. Rocket. Roar. With a furious roar, the huge lion, as massive as a small mountain, was sent flying by Luffy's palms. Because the amount of armament Haki wasn't sufficient, Luffy couldn't achieve full body coverage like other Haki users. Thus, the purplish-black Haki could only cover part of his arms, looking like flame-like tattoos on his body. Ha! Ha! Luffy gasped for breath after unleashing that full power strike, hands propped on his knees. Being able to reach this level in such a short time, he can already be considered a genius. Not far away, Rayleigh sat on a cliff edge, watching Luffy successfully single-handedly take down a Mountain King beast, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. At the same time, similar sounds erupted from several other locations on the island. Sanji's diable jam, tinged with Haki, turned completely black, successfully kicking a magnified version of a gorilla unconscious. Zoro also slowly sheathed his swords. Behind him, a mountain-like giant bear toppled over like a collapsing mountain, several sprays of blood blooming from its chest. All three had successfully grasped the basics of Haki within 15 days and elevated their combat prowess by a level. Not just them, the cowardly trio, Brook, Frankie, and even Robin had all received guidance from Rayleigh regarding their fighting styles. Rayleigh was indeed just a swordsman, and at best, he could be called as a rather powerful martial artist. But one couldn't deny his vast experience. The knowledge he possessed was enough to grant every member of the Straw Hat Pirates some degree of growth. Even Brook, the Soul King, who debuted earlier than them. After all, compared to the Roger Pirates, the Rumber Pirates back then were indeed more like a music troupe. Uncle Rayleigh. We did it. Night fell, and everyone gathered again. Seeing each other's disheveled appearances, they couldn't help but laugh. Luffy shouted loudly at Rayleigh, who was bringing over food. In response, Rayleigh just smiled and nodded. Then he put the food down, his expression suddenly turning serious. Luffy, you've all done very well. As I said before, you now have the qualifications to set foot on that battlefield. But don't let your guard down. You need to know that guys with strength like yours are a dime a dozen at Marine headquarters. You've just barely reached the passing line. Going there now, you could still very well die on the battlefield. Even so, you don't plan to give up. Hearing Rayleigh's somewhat somber tone, the cowardly trio instinctively huddled together. But even so, they didn't say, we won't go. Of course. Luffy's eyes were incredibly serious as he said this. He first swept his gaze over each companion present, then solemnly said to Rayleigh. I'll bring each and every one of them back safely. Luffy. Wah. Upon hearing this, the cowardly trio immediately clung to Luffy. Sanji and Zoro also lowered their heads, chuckling softly. This was the kind of guy who was their captain. After staring into Luffy's eyes for over 10 seconds, Rayleigh also let out a long sigh. Really, he called it. Before Luffy and the others could ask about the meaning behind his words, Rayleigh suddenly turned and walked toward the shore. Follow me. The group followed, puzzled. When they reached the shore and saw the Thousand Sunny, they all exclaimed in surprise. What's this? Wow, big bubble. Rayleigh pointed at the Thousand Sunny, now coated with resin, and explained to everyone. Originally, I planned for you to use the coating to travel underwater to the New World. Never thought it'd be used here. Resin coating allows you to sail in waters 10,000 meters deep. But be careful not to puncture it with sharp objects, or you'll be buried at sea. Luffy listened, stunned, then suddenly raised his hand high. Why do we need coating? He was met with Rayleigh's exasperated look. You can't possibly expect to charge into Marine Ford under the Marines' noses, can you? Before you even got close, the Thousand Sunny would have been destroyed by the Marine headquarters cannons. Hearing this, Luffy finally settled down. Approach underwater first. You're not the only ones heading to Marine Ford. Your job is to emerge from the sea amidst the chaos and find a way to rescue your brother. Unless absolutely necessary, don't engage the guys there head-on. If you get dragged into a fight, you might not be able to save your brother. Understand, Luffy. Rayleigh already understood very well how to communicate with Luffy's straightforward nature. By laying out the pros and cons clearly, Luffy immediately nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. All right. There are 2 days left until Ace's execution. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow, you need to set off for Marine Ford. After saying this, Rayleigh also prepared to leave, leaving the place to the others. Before leaving, Rayleigh couldn't help but turn back, looking at the kid wearing Roger's straw hat. Don't die, Luffy. Ah, I know. Meanwhile, on another stretch of sea, a battle had already erupted prematurely. The combatants were 2 of the sea's emperors. Don't block my way, red hair. Ray my hack. Give me some respect, turn back, Kaido. Divine departure. Both Hasaikai and Griffin were imbued with terrifying conqueror's haki. Their clash sent shockwaves that stirred up waves across dozens of nautical miles. The sky above them also seemed torn, the clouds forcibly parted by a great force, unable to close. At the epicenter of the impact, 2 massive pirate ships rocked violently like small sampans, looking as if they might capsize at any moment. On the decks of both ships, the second-in-commands of each side, King the Conflagration, and Ben Beckman, stared each other down, seemingly ready to declare all-out war at any moment. Unlike the Beast Pirates' teeming mass of combatants, the Red Hair Pirates, though only a dozen or so in number, were all elites among elites. This operation required extremely high speed, so the Red Hair Pirates didn't bring their affiliated fleets along. What do you really want, Kaido? If even you get involved, the scope of the war will expand indefinitely. After exchanging a blow, both sides separated. Shanks stood on his ship's bow, speaking to Kaido, who stood on flame clouds. What do I want? Kaido seemed amused by Shanks' question. Worororo. I want to see a river of blood. As for whose blood, I don't care. Red hair. You're stopping me, do you really want to fight me here? Shanks's expression was serious, seemingly unmoved by Kaido's provocation. What good does this do you? Don't you understand that if this happens, the world government will eventually turn on your beast pirates? However, faced with Shanks's well-intentioned advice, Kaido's attitude was unusually aggressive. You're the one who doesn't understand the situation. Do you think this war is just some small skirmish between the Marines and that old man Whitebeard? As an emperor crew, the beast pirates' reach naturally couldn't be underestimated. Like the Big Mom pirates, they had informants spread throughout the New World. Kaido's response indeed made Shanks's expression darken. The situation had already exceeded the limits of his control. Don't think I'm the only one coming. I'm sure that old hag Lean Lean is already on her way too. This time, it's the decisive battle between the Marines and pirates. Can't you see it? Kaido seemed somewhat dissatisfied with Shanks's attitude, transforming back from his hybrid form, using Hasaikai to scratch his back a few times. The guys in the world government who dealt with rocks back then can no longer sit still. From Kaido's mouth, Shanks received another bombshell piece of news, making his previously firm stance waver. Seeing the other's expression, Kaido knew his objective was achieved. He directly jumped back onto his ship's deck. Losing an arm seems to have made you lose your pirate's fighting spirit too. You've become boring, red hair. Looks like only that guy can still get my blood boiling. Shanks snapped out of his thoughts, looking up at the beast pirate's ship, which had already set sail again. That guy. Kaido grinned, saying. Ah, you know him too, right? Uzumaki Naruto. I've been waiting for this battle for far too long. Chapter 370 Prelude. Assemble. Following the Rear Admiral's shout, a group of elite Marines ran uniformly toward the center of the plaza. Among them, some were soldiers from Marine headquarters. Most of these were top students selected right after enlisting, directly, fast-tracked, to train and serve at headquarters. Another part were Marine elites handpicked from various Marine bases in the New World. These individuals generally already held their own ranks to some extent. These two types of Marines mixed together, the headquarters soldiers lacked sufficient combat experience, but their training and mastered techniques were mature. The branch base personnel might not have received such uniform training, and their weapons and fighting styles were varied and strange, but they possessed rich experience against enemies. Mark was one of them. He came from the New World Marine G5 base, serving under Vice Admiral Virgo, known as Demon Bamboo. Originally, according to plan, these country bumpkin Marines shouldn't have needed to come here. But orders suddenly came down, demanding the recruitment of elites from all Marine bases worldwide. Not just the New World, even branch-base Marines from the first half of the Grand Line were summoned. Mark's squad was thus fortunate to set foot in Marine headquarters, Marineford, for the first time. To be honest, before coming here, he had never imagined Marineford was so much larger than their G5 base. It was almost as big as a small country. "Hey, do you think we'll get promoted after going back this time?" At that moment, Henry, a teammate from Mark's squad, suddenly nudged him with his shoulder, then whispered in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "Stop talking. Don't you see Vice Admiral Virgo is still watching us? As for promotions and getting rich, let's talk about that if we have the chance to go back alive." Hearing Mark's response, Henry also glanced at Virgo, who still had a piece of sausage stuck to his face. He wanted to say something but finally obediently closed his mouth. These problem Marines were usually characterized by ignoring discipline and being arrogant and domineering. The 300 Marines at G5 couldn't even muster 50 proper uniforms, they often just wrote, Marine, crookedly on their civilian clothes with a pen and called it a day. They're more like pirates than Marines. That assessment basically summed up outsiders' impression of the G5 branch. However, the real G5 Marines, though crude in behavior, had formidable combat abilities and were very willing, even cruel to go after pirates. At the same time, they were extremely loyal to each other, willing to sacrifice their lives for recognized comrades. Perhaps that's why these rogue soldiers were chosen to be sent to Marine headquarters. Their eyes wandered over the neatly dressed headquarters soldiers, then looked at the new uniforms they'd just been issued, which were still a bit ill-fitting, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. There were many non-headquarters Marines feeling as out of place as the G5 group, but under the high-pressure environment with all senior Marine leaders present, no one dared to cause trouble. Didn't you see Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the 3 Marine admirals had already arrived at the execution platform? The execution platform consisted of 3 tiers. The top level was for executing prisoners, while the middle tier held 3 chairs. Now, the 3 admirals representing the Marines' top combat strength had arrived and sat there in different postures. Unlike the languid Kizaru or the spaced-out Akiji, Akainu currently exuded a strong killing intent. This aura even made his 2 colleagues nearby glance over. This Hawk faction Marine Admiral currently only had one hand resting on the armrest, while the other sleeve hung empty, much like the legendary red-haired one. In fact, the Marines had considered providing Akainu with a prosthetic. Like former Admiral Zephyr. But the suggestion was rejected by Akainu himself. His exact words were, "Let me remember this disgrace until I personally arrest that sinner." Considering that as a Logia user, losing an arm didn't really matter much, Sengoku simply let it be. Standing at the highest point of the execution platform, Sengoku could also sense the intense emotions emanating from Akainu below. It was a terrifying killing intent, like a smoldering volcano, that could be felt without any observation haki, even without looking. Without a doubt, given the chance, Akainu would risk his life to kill the great sinner. Thinking this, Sengoku's gaze shifted downward. On one side stood many reporters. They pointed their long and short-range cameras toward the execution platform, determined to broadcast the entire process of executing the Pirate King's bloodline to every corner of the world. Simultaneously, several admiral candidates selected during the World Military Draft quietly hid nearby, just in case. After all, Fire Fist, Ace was right beside him now. At such close range, it was hard to say if someone skilled in disguise might have secretly infiltrated. Opposite the reporters stood 5 figures of varied appearances. They were the legendary pirates with legal plundering rights, the warlords of the sea. Crocodile and Jinbe were captured and then escaped from prison, so they had already been removed from the warlord roster. Those standing here now were Tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma, Hawkeyes, Dracula Mihawk, Snake Princess, Boa Hancock, Gecko Moria, and, Heavenly Yiksha, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Sengoku knew some inside information, so his gaze lingered a moment on the only female figure below. Not because Hancock was exceptionally beautiful, but because this woman might be the key factor in restraining Naruto. Of course, Fleet Admiral Sengoku was still unaware that the great sinner he worried about was already standing below openly in clone form. Snake Princess, I owe you for last time. Among the warlord, Doflamingo was the first to address Hancock, fake. He hadn't forgotten he still had a subordinate waiting for rescue back home. During this time, no matter what Orochimaru tried, he couldn't restore Senor Pink from his petrified state. It seemed hope could only lie with the Mero Mero no Mi user herself. To persuade the Snake Princess to undo the petrification willingly, it was coercion or enticement. Regarding benefits, Doflamingo hadn't yet found this woman's weakness. After all, she lacked neither money nor things, was a ruler of a country herself, so why would she care about what he offered? As for coercion. To be honest, after witnessing Hancock's true strength, Doflamingo no longer dared to underestimate this woman, even placing her on the same level as Mihawk for a time. Adhering to the idea that more talk, more mistakes, this disguised Snake Princess merely snorted coldly, seemingly not intending to engage with Doflamingo's conversation. In truth, Naruto really didn't have much impression of this flamingo guy. At the time, his mind was full of thoughts about facing Garp, and his attention wasn't on the battlefield below at all. Fortunately, Hancock usually acted aloof toward everyone, so Naruto's pretense didn't seem out of place. Seeing Hancock had no intention of responding, Doflamingo couldn't help but have a few veins bulge on his forehead. "Boa Hancock. I don't think you realize, I'm someone who values family very much." Doflamingo began to speak on his own. "Senor Pink, that man you petrified, is my subordinate, a member of the Don Quixote family. I hope you will release his petrification." Hearing this, Naruto still had no recollection, so he continued to maintain his disregard. "Is that so? Then there's no other way. I suppose you have family too, sisters, right?" The threat in his tone wasn't overly concealed. Hearing the conversation, Hancock and Moria turned their gazes over. And this threat was also heard by Hancock, Naruto. He immediately responded to this pink flamingo with a friendly smile. "Great. I'll deal with you first later. Bzzz." Suddenly, the speakers scattered around the huge plaza emitted a burst of static, followed by the voice of Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku. "Before the execution, there is one thing I must convey to everyone. Chapter 371, Chapter 371 The war has begun. Porgas D. Ace, regarding the significant meaning of this man dying here today." The low voice of Fleet Admiral Sengoku standing before Ace rang out, slowly delivering this execution's opening statement. In truth, Sengoku didn't need to say much, as many present had already received similar news. Ace was Roger's son. Of course, today was a worldwide broadcast, so more accurately, his words were explaining the super secret to everyone watching the broadcast. "Ace, state your father's name." Sengoku directly shouted at Ace. "My father is Whitebeard." "Wrong." Facing Ace's words, Sengoku's denial was quite forceful. But after saying this, he didn't wait for Ace's following words. Turning back, Sengoku only saw Ace staring at him with a silent gaze but showing no intention of saying more. This left Sengoku, who originally wanted to use Ace's words to further demoralize the pirates, somewhat off rhythm. On this side, Ace had actually just instinctively retorted. But soon, the instinct formed from being disciplined by a certain man in the past made him regain clarity. The more the enemy wants me to do something, the more I must not do it. With Ace's intelligence, it wasn't hard to understand the twists and turns behind Sengoku's actions. He was just a bit reckless by nature, and his intelligence was still online. Seeing Ace wouldn't engage, Sengoku didn't plan to stop either. After all, he was the Marine Fleet Admiral. After only a slight pause, he picked up the previous rhythm. "Back then, we searched desperately with wide-open eyes. Relying on the minimal intelligence and possibilities from CP, we targeted newborn infants. There is an island called Baitrilla in the South Blue. Your mother's name was Porgas D. Rogue." Just as Sengoku prepared to piece by piece expose Ace's background before all viewers, Ace, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke again. "Quit dawdling. Don't you just want to say my birth father is the Pirate King, Gol D, Roger? To make such a huge fuss over the son of a defeated foe, you Marines are really insecure, huh? Or perhaps, back then, if Gol D, Roger hadn't turned himself in, you wouldn't have been able to do anything to him either." Silence. Reacting, Sengoku immediately halted the broadcast. But Ace's words had already been transmitted worldwide via Den Den Mushi. Thump. The two soldiers responsible for the execution heavily struck the back of Ace's head with their sword hilts, causing his entire body to pitch forward. But even with sea stone shackles on, Ace still stabilized himself before falling. "Though I don't like that guy either, I still have to say your sense of justice disgusts me even more. Colluding with pirates, kneeling to celestial dragons, even actively capturing slaves for celestial dragons. Do you really live up to the justice on your backs?" Hearing this, Sengoku didn't respond at all, as the broadcast had already been stopped. Holding his forehead, he thought with a headache. Whether it was executing Roger back then or executing Ace now, we should have gagged both of them beforehand. If Roger's mouth had been gagged, the subsequent Great Pirate era might not have emerged. At least not as such a trend. Fortunately, it wasn't too late now. After having Ace gagged, Sengoku allowed the reporters to resume the broadcast. Of course, as for the reason for the sudden disconnection earlier, it was definitely signal interference or equipment malfunction or something. Such minor matters, even if the Marines didn't say, these news conglomerates controlled by the world government would actively cover up. Perhaps the only exception was the World Economic newspaper run by Morgans. That guy was famously willing to risk his life for news, as last time, he even dared to expose celestial dragon incidents. But before Sengoku could continue his speech, dense ship silhouettes had already appeared on the distant sea surface. Because of that slight delay earlier, reinforcements from the Whitebeard pirates' affiliated fleets had arrived. One massive pirate ship after another broke through the thick fog, appearing within the Marines' field of vision. Looking through binoculars, the pirates on the ships were almost all captains who had made a name for themselves in the New World. This number. A Marine Vice Admiral suddenly sensed something wrong. According to their previously gathered intelligence, aside from the Whitebeard pirates' main fleet, their affiliated fleets should only number around 40-some. Yet now, the ships emerging from the thick fog already exceeded 40 and showed no sign of stopping. Something's wrong, those are. Soon, other Marine officers stationed in the New World reacted. Through their binoculars, they saw some familiar faces. Those were not from the Whitebeard pirates' forces. It's the Big Mom pirates. And the Beast pirates' affiliated fleets. This exclamation almost attracted everyone's attention. The expressions of many on the Marine side also turned grim. Hey, this isn't a joke anymore. Gecko Moria, who was originally somewhat excited, thinking about whether he could collect enough corpses during this battle to add new members to Thriller Bark. But seeing this unimaginable convergence of forces, a sense of crisis suddenly arose. Doflamingo's expression also wasn't as relaxed as before. Originally, in his view, even with the Whitebeard pirates, they couldn't possibly take Marine forward by frontal assault, no matter what. Even with that man known as the world's strongest men leading them. At most, they themselves would only bully some small-time pirates on the fringes, as the Marines naturally had people to deal with those troublesome figures. But now. The war has begun. War. Without a doubt, this absolutely deserved to be called an epic-level war. Mamma. Marines, I haven't forgotten what you did last time. In the channel deliberately left by the countless pirate ships, the colossal, fortress-like form of the Queen Mama Chanter slowly appeared. On the ship's bow, Charlotte Lean already held Napoleon in its sword form, glaring fiercely at the Marines opposite. In another channel, the Beast pirates' main ship also slowly sailed out. Of course, Kaido, who could fly, rarely traveled by ship normally. In fact, if Kaido wanted, he could even move his base, on Agashima, here. Worororo. Old hag, haven't seen you for so many years. Can you still swing a sword looking like that now? Kaido also waved Hasaikai, laughing boisterously without restraint. Brat. After all this time, you still don't know how to talk. Want me to fight you right here and now? Come on then. Stupid old hag. He came here for a great battle. As for who to fight, Kaido didn't really care. Seeing the two emperors were about to fight each other before even reaching the battlefield, Katakuri and Queen each offered words of dissuasion. Mama, don't forget our goal this time is to seek revenge on the Marines. If a war breaks out here now, the Marines will definitely reap the benefits. Persuaded by her most prized creation, Big Mom forcefully suppressed her anger, then ordered them. Right, and that Don Quixote Doflamingo. You must capture him for me before that fool Kaido notices. Clearly, Big Mom had other objectives. Yes, Mama. The situation with the Beast pirates was similar, as Queen's dissuasion also had some effect. Kaido finally stopped targeting Big Mom. The supporting characters have all appeared, so next should be the main characters, right? The world's greatest swordsman, who seemed unconcerned about everything around him, suddenly spoke. And just as Mihawk uttered these words, bubbles large and small began rising from the concave harbor of Marineford below. Chapter 372 This moment, just like that moment. What a show-off old geezer. That guy Newgate. Upon sensing this, the two emperors of the sea both voiced their disdain. Then, everyone saw a colossal battleship shaped like a whale suddenly emerge from the sea. That was the Whitebeard pirates' main ship, the Moby Dick. Alongside it appeared 4 escort ships with the same design but smaller in size. Whitebeard is already here. All 14 division commanders are present. Compared to the Beast and Big Mom pirates, who might only have their main members present, the Whitebeard pirates were truly going all out this time. Even Namor, responsible for guarding Fishman Island, was among them. Whitebeard's exposed chest wasn't plugged with the usual 4 tubes. Clad in his captain's cloak, holding his Naginata Murakumajiri, he stepped forward one by one toward the Moby Dick's bow. As if sensing the gaze of 2 familiar pairs of eyes, Whitebeard glanced at Kaido and Big Mom before speaking. Charlotte Lean, Kaido, why did you two come here? Unnecessary. Facing his 2 former colleagues from the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard's tone wasn't exactly friendly. Ha! Don't flatter yourself, Newgate. The Queen Mama Chanter took the VIP channel to a spot not far behind the Moby Dick. I came here to give the Marines trouble. If you get in my way, I will deal with you first. Big Mom's aura was astonishing, and Kaido's side was no less impressive. Old man, just sit quietly to the side. Otherwise, when the fighting starts, I'm afraid I might accidentally hit you. Kaido's ship slowly docked beside the Queen Mama Chanter. The three ships formed a triangular formation. What audacious brats. I haven't forgiven you for Odin yet. Conqueror's haki surged wildly from this man toward his surroundings. Kaido and Big Mom also emitted terrifying Conqueror's haki. Three powerful auras collided and fused at this moment, even completely altering the weather, dispersing the sea fog. Among the reinforcing pirates, some with weaker strength or willpower couldn't hold on and fell unconscious. Similarly, the Marines weren't faring much better. That's the 4 Emperors. A Marine Rear Admiral gulped. Even he, sensing those 3 terrifying auras from such a distance, found it hard to control his limbs, his arms unconsciously trembled. The ordinary Marines were even worse. Except for battle-hardened warriors like the G5 ruffians, many Marine elites without much combat experience fell unconscious from just this wave of haki clash. They couldn't let them continue showing off like this. Sengoku looked at the visible haki shockwaves in the distance, then shouted below. Begin. This begin naturally didn't mean executing Ace, because another crucial target in their plan still hadn't appeared. The 3 admirals seated below all stood up. Akainu, the most impatient, charged out first. Akiji closely followed. Kizaru, unhurried, remained in place, observing his surroundings. In fact, Kizaru's initial assigned task was to guard the execution platform. You dare cause trouble at Marine headquarters, one after another. Then stay here forever. Great eruption. After using Jeppo to reach the air, Akainu's severed arm continuously extended scorching, searing lava. The lava formed a fist comparable to an oversized warship, turning dark red due to haki coverage. Akiji was even more audacious, initiating attacks against the other 2 emperors alone. Ice time. 2 streams of freezing cold air assaulted Kaido and Big Mom, rapidly freezing the seawater along their path. Piss off. Don't interrupt me. Shut up, all of you. Sensing the incoming attacks, the 3 emperors immediately ended their haki conflict and almost simultaneously attacked the 2 admirals. Ha! Murakumajiri covered in white light representing tremors struck at the massive lava fist. Behind him, Kaido and Big Mom swung their weapons, slashing together. Supremacy CX. That was a special attack the 2 used, mimicking the giant race's Spear of Elbaf, utilizing their colossal bodies. Compared to the original Spear of Elbaf, Hakoku Sovereignty, their combined Supremacy C was no weaker, perhaps even stronger. Terrifying Conqueror's haki slashes almost instantly scattered the cold air, continuing unabated toward Marine Ford. If hit by this move, the rescue operation probably wouldn't need to proceed. Ace would be 100% dead. However, the Marines naturally wouldn't just watch. A tall, white-haired figure silently walked toward the execution platform, then emitted an intense Conqueror's haki. He leaped up, his haki-imbued fist striking fiercely at the incoming Supremacy C/. Galaxy impact. The moment they collided, nearby Marines momentarily felt deafened. Even without being directly hit by the attack, just affected by the residual shockwaves, Marine Ford's ground and walls cracked with many fissures. It's Vice Admiral Garp. The Marine hero. Vice Admiral Garp. After the impact subsided, many finally saw the majestic figure landing again, unconsciously exclaiming in awe. Monkey D. Garp, known as the Marine hero, refused promotions to Admiral, so his rank remained Vice Admiral, but his combat strength was far beyond ordinary Vice Admirals, even Admirals. But hearing these survivors' praises, Garp remained silent. He never considered himself the so-called Marine hero, especially now, when he couldn't even save his own grandson. But he also identified with his Marine identity, it was his lifelong conviction. Torn by this contradiction, Garp still chose to act, but after one strike, he found a spot to sit down again. Just like 38 years ago at God Valley, Garp, Edward Newgate, Charlotte Lean, and Kaido became opponents on the battlefield once more. This moment, just like that moment. Vice Admiral Garp. Kizaru, looking at the men who had taken his seat, wanted to say something, but upon meeting the other party's gaze, he immediately shut up. Hey, you two. Seeing Garp intervene, Whitebeard finally felt somewhat reassured, immediately turning, wanting to say something. But Akainu's great eruption, after being shattered by his tremor slash, turned into scattered lava clumps, raining down toward the pirate ships behind. TCH, such a troublesome guy. Whitebeard simply planted Murakumajiri aside, punching the void with both fists. Crack. A harsh, cracking sound came from the air, followed by powerful shockwaves spreading outward. Seawater instantly surged, forming terrifyingly high tsunamis rushing forward. Normally, such tsunamis were nightmares at sea, but today, they became shields for those pirate ships. The menacing lava, after being cooled and slowed by seawater, lost much of its lethality. This level of attack meant little to those New World pirate crews. They each took action, displaying their skills, successfully blocking the attack. Seeing the tsunami rushing toward Marineford, Akiji couldn't continue slacking off. He spread his arms, two ice pillars extending toward the seawater. Ice Age. Merely finger-thin ice pillars could instantly turn the overwhelming tsunami into ice sculptures. The cold continued spreading, even freezing the sea surface, leaving all ships immobilized. They could no longer approach this way, but that didn't stop them. Hordes of pirates charged off their ships, rushing toward Marineford across the ice. Even the combatants from the three Emperor's main ships joined the charge. Charge. Save Ace. Kill them. Kill. Kill all Marines. From these pirates' shouts, it was clear some came to rescue, while others purely wanted to fight the Marines. Fortunately, for now, their objectives didn't conflict. Seeing this, the Marines promptly ordered a countercharge. Melee combat had begun. Chapter 373. Chapter 373 appearance seems perverted, but actually. On the Marine side, including the world military draft and temporary transfers, they had gathered over 150,000 elites. The pirates were no pushovers either. Even adding Kaido, Big Mom, and their affiliated forces, their numbers still fell short of the Marines. But on the high-end combatant side, the pirates temporarily held the advantage. Temporarily. Perhaps only a select few knew that the true main forces of both sides hadn't yet appeared. The fighting had just begun but quickly escalated towards a fever pitch. Many understood that this war had already transcended the scope of rescuing a hostage. Ace was merely a catalyst. A catalyst for the Marines to provoke the fragmented pirate forces. The Marines could certainly take more time to gradually weaken the pirates. They might not even need to lift a finger, as pirates would fight among themselves. But just as people would join the military in droves, new forces would continuously replenish the pirate ranks. If they couldn't curb the pirates' arrogance, this conflict would be endless. That's what the Marines thought and acted upon. Whether the world government was involved behind the scenes wasn't for outsiders to know. When the sky falls, the tall ones bear it. Now that the Marines' high-end combatants were engaged with the enemy, they could just go through the motions. That was Doflamingo's calculation, not even wanting to personally enter the fray. Parasite. Standing at a high point, his fingers gently danced, and below, many pirates attacked their own comrades. My body. I can't control my body. Get out of the way. Foo. Hey. Donkikso Doflamingo. At that moment, a mature voice rang out. Accompanying it was a massive fist half a person tall. Giant Machi. Bang. The hockey-covered Machi fist struck Doflamingo's defensive web woven from strings, producing a harsh sound. Katakuri dash. Doflamingo's expression was quite unpleasant, looking at the sweet commander, Katakuri right before him. Don't say you've forgotten the humiliation to the Big Mom pirates. Katakuri's gaze was fierce. Big Mom had kindly sent Doflamingo an invitation, even planning to cooperate with him. But this guy had immediately switched sides once the Marines came to Whole Cake Island, and after being imprisoned, even escaped with Orochimaru. Thinking this, Katakuri increased the force in his hand. Doflamingo, responding hastily and not in a good position to exert force, was immediately pressed down. I think, we can still talk, remember the gigantification research. Doflamingo offered the gigantification research, which Big Mom coveted, as a bargaining chip. Unfortunately, it held no sway over Katakuri. Donkikso Doflamingo, you've lost the Big Mom pirate's trust. If you have anything to say, you can say it slowly after meeting Mama. With that, Katakuri delivered a roundhouse kick to Doflamingo, sending him flying. The other warlords nearby hardly reacted, watching coldly. Seeing this, Katakuri didn't engage them either, continuing to relentlessly pursue the flamingo. Both were awakened Paramecia users, even possessing Conqueror's Haki. But Katakuri's mastery of observation Haki was superior, and soon Doflamingo fell into a disadvantage. He couldn't expect other warlords to lend a hand. Especially Hancock, fake, her gloating smile was almost undisguised. Watching his good friend Katakuri beat up Doflamingo up close, Naruto was in a rather good mood. Simultaneously, he occasionally looked up at the execution platform. Garp and Sengoku were currently stationed there. From the earlier display, there was no indication that this ace was a fake. So now, it was about waiting for the Marines, or more accurately, the world government's backup plan. Naruto knew these people's nature all too well. This was just the beginning, and the main event was far from starting. But just because Naruto knew this didn't mean others did. At least Luffy and the others didn't know the inside story. Currently, they were submerged underwater, looking up at the thick ice sheet above in silence. How do we get up there? Luffy was anxious. Actually, he wanted to surface the Thousand Sunny earlier, following the Moby Dick and that strange mustache guy. He was someone Ace admired, so he believed Whitebeard is trustworthy. But his actions were stopped by Nami and Usopp. Don't forget what Rayleigh told us. Our goal is to rescue your brother, not just fight. The others, including Sanji and Zoro, shared the same sentiment. Though they were underwater earlier, the terrifying shocks, tsunamis, and the thick, seemingly endless ice sheet above all conveyed one truth. The intensity of the battle here, their chances of participating and withdrawing unscathed weren't great. Luffy understood the logic, but his desire to save Ace made him extremely restless. We still need to think of something. At that moment, Frankie, the shipwright, stepped forward. I didn't expect to use this function here when I designed it. But it seems I was quite far-sighted after all. Super. Transformation. Under Frankie's control, amid the sparkling eyes of Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp, the Thousand Sunny truly began to transform. The lion head at the bow retracted, replaced by a massive drill. The modified mast automatically retracted downward, ensuring its height didn't exceed the drill. Simultaneously, tank-like treads appeared on both sides of the ship's hull. Hang on tight. I'm starting it up. Hearing Frankie, everyone rushed into the cabins, finding positions to secure themselves. Only Luffy chose to stretch his arms and hug the mast, though the mast's height wasn't much taller than him now. That's the confidence of the skilled. Under Frankie's control, the Thousand Sunny's center of gravity shifted, the ship becoming top light, bottom heavy. The bow rose, the drill pressing against the ice sheet. Luffy, get into the cabin. Seawater will flood the deck soon. After several warnings from Frankie, Luffy reluctantly ran into the cabin. At the same time, doors and windows throughout the cabin were reinforced, with only Frankie's control room having a transparent observation window. As he pressed the control button, the drill at the Thousand Sunny's front began spinning rapidly. Wait. I remember Rayleigh said if sharp objects touch the resin bubble, it'll burst. Nami suddenly remembered something, shouting in alarm. I know. But it's fine, it'll only last a short while. Everyone, get ready. The next moment, the drill began excavating at full power. The ice sheet below was far less solid than the surface layer. Under the drill's assault, a passage large enough for the Thousand Sunny was quickly dug. But simultaneously, the outer resin bubble began shaking violently. Clearly, the drill's friction had destabilized the bubble. The resin bubble's durability was quite high, and one could even briefly pass through its surface without causing a rupture. But it couldn't withstand being drilled into like this. Soon, the bubble burst before everyone's eyes, but the expected seawater invasion didn't occur. Because they were drilling diagonally upward, there was still air ahead of the Thousand Sunny, but the stern, including the mast, was submerged in seawater. Thankfully, the Thousand Sunny's water resistance was excellent. The drilling ship advanced through the ice sheet for a while, then adjusted the drill's direction, starting to dig horizontally. Once the ship leveled out, the seawater that had risen immediately receded. And as the Thousand Sunny continued drilling forward, the seawater behind maintained a consistent distance, neither too close nor too far. Amazing, what's the principle behind this? Even Robin saw this for the first time, let alone near illiterates like Luffy and Zoro. It's atmospheric pressure, sigh, you wouldn't understand even if I explained. Just know we won't drown. Appearing perverted on the outside but actually a highly knowledgeable intellectual, Frankie waved his hand, then turned another knob. Now, full speed ahead. Yeah. Chapter 374, Chapter 374. Two candidates stepping into the spotlight. If we only counted the number of ships on the scene, the Marine side might even be inferior to the Pirate Alliance. But compared to the wildly varied pirate ships, the Marine warships here were all uniform large warships. Their actual combat power combined might even be higher. Of course, all that became a joke after the sea surface froze. Now, both the Marines and pirates had to abandon naval warfare and opt for close combat. However, no one would blame Akiji for freezing the sea. After all, everyone saw Whitebeard's abilities. Just 2 swings of his fist were enough to create tsunamis. If he went all out without considering consequences, Marineford would definitely be the first to be submerged. Charge. Take them down. Everyone. Follow me. Maintain formation. Fire. Draw swords. Engage the enemy. It must be said, as professionally trained forces, compared to the chaotic, headlong rush of the Pirate Alliance, the Marine response was very methodical. Coordinated volleys from formed ranks indeed took down many pirates. You couldn't expect every pirate to use hockey to withstand cannon fire or bullets, nor did every pirate have a devil fruit that made them immune to projectiles like Luffy. Damn it, can't break through. A pirate captain shouted angrily. Over half his crew had fallen to the Marine volleys. Even if they broke through the firepower net, the Marines still had many giant Marine soldiers guarding. Ordinary pirates often struggled against real giants. Let me. At that moment, a solid voice rang out. Then, everyone felt as if something flashed before their eyes, the gust of wind hitting them a moment later. That's brilliant, punk. With a roar, a large pirate transformed half his body into reflective diamond, then charged toward the marine positions with lightning speed. The giant marines tried to block, but whether weapons or fists and kicks, they couldn't penetrate that charge. It's the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division commander. Diamond Jozu. Evade immediately. Some reacting marine officers immediately gave orders, but others' reactions were clearly no match for Jozu's full-speed charge. Soon, their formation was scattered. Great. Nice work, Jozu. A pirate captain cheered loudly, then prepared to lead his pirates in a counterattack. However, while the pirates had experts breaking through, so did the marines. Before other vice admirals could arrive, Isho, hidden in the crowd nearby, quickly stepped forward. Gravity Blade, Fierce Tiger. His sword, Yakuza Kaisen, sliced through the air. Then, almost all charging pirates uncontrollably slammed toward the ground. Ugh, so heavy. Can't move. Even a commander-level expert like Jozu found his movement severely hampered by this suddenly appearing gravity. He didn't dare underestimate this blind man in purple Ronin attire. Running through marine officer data in his mind, he still couldn't find information on an expert like Isho. I haven't heard of the marines having such a tough character. Jozu gritted his teeth. Heavyweights like him were actually at a disadvantage under gravity suppression. Once speed couldn't accumulate, his attacks became very sluggish. Hearing this, Isho helplessly scratched his head. I am Isho. I joined the Marines not long ago, currently serving as a Marine Headquarters Commodore. After introducing himself, Isho again held his sword before him, his expression gradually turning serious. I've seen your desire to save your comrade. But I apologize, as a Marine, I cannot let you pass here. His tone was very polite, but his meaning was resolute. Faced with such an expert appearing out of nowhere, Jozu's face showed intense fighting spirit. Commodore. The Marines really don't know how to use people. Saying this, he slammed his fists into the ground. Through force control, a massive ice block the size of a small mountain was separated from the sea surface. Ha! Jozu exerted force, and the mountain-like ice block was lifted and hurled toward the marine side. Try blocking this if you can. Seeing the ice block that almost blocked all vision, many Marines' hearts sank, some with weaker mental fortitude directly fainted. This is truly an exaggerated display of strength. While expressing surprise, Isho simply sheathed his sword, then performed a quick horizontal draw slash. Gravity Blade, Fierce Tiger. Everyone saw countless purple rings rapidly extending toward the iceberg. The terrifying iceberg slowed drastically after being penetrated by the rings, eventually stopping completely before everyone, then losing all momentum and falling back to the ground. The Zushi no Mi was a superior paramecia-type devil fruit to fruits like the Fua no Mi and Tun no Mi, its effects even comparable to a certain Sky Pirate's Fua no Mi, T/N, Press fruit, Float fruit, and Tun fruit. Possessing this fruit, Isho could casually alter gravity in an area, even pulling down a meteor from space using gravity. Apart from needing some waiting time, this was almost like Madara's Tengai Shinsei, and his consumption for this move was even smaller. Clang! The iceberg was suddenly broken through from within. Jozu, having gathered momentum, charged toward Isho's position. However, he didn't expect that besides his cheat-like devil fruit ability, Isho himself was also a highly skilled great swordsman. Now, that seemingly ordinary-looking sword, actually one of the 12 supreme grade swords, Yakuza Kaisen, was steadily blocking Jozu. The next moment, gravity intensified again. Battles like this were almost everywhere on this battlefield. Seeing Isho act, Aramaki also grew tired of hiding. So this guy directly activated his devil fruit ability. What a grand battlefield. You pirates, all become my military achievements. Forest emergence. The next moment, Aramaki rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal giant treeman. Just the upper half, growing from the ground, already surpassed the giant vice admirals. His arms turned into countless roots, burrowing into hard rock and ice layers, then suddenly bursting out, catching the pirates in the rear off guard. Even if cut, those trunks and vines would quickly regrow. And pirates entangled by them rapidly turned into withered husks, powerless and hanging limp. The Mori no Mi, a true Logia-type fruit allowing the user to transform into a forest. T/N, forest fruit. T/N2, Logia means nature. Aramaki could freely control plant growth and absorb others' nutrients and moisture through vines to supply himself. It could be said his ability was perfectly suited for such large-scale battles. Of course, such unrestrained attacks also attracted the attention of the three emperors. An eyesore. King, burn him. Kaido smashed an ice bird attacking him, using haki to dispel the cold while squinting his eyes. Looking at Aramaki, who had harvested hundreds of pirates with one move, his killing intent was palpable. Beside him, the true peak combatant of the beast pirates besides Kaido promptly acknowledged. Yes, Kaido-sama. As the strongest of the three disasters, King the Conflagration, tightly wrapped in leather, quickly transformed into a pterosaur shape, flying toward Aramaki. Karyudan. Flames ignited behind King's head, quickly enveloping his sword. As he slashed through the air, they turned into blazing fire dragons, charging toward the green figure below. Oh! Coming right at me. Naturally sensing King's approach, Aramaki set aside the insignificant small fry, instead manipulating roots into spiral drills, attacking the fire dragons above. Fire indeed countered wood, but that depended on what kind of wood. A cruel smile flashed on Aramaki's face as nutrients rapidly flowed toward his hands. Admiral Candidate vs. Emperor's Right Hand. Chapter 375, Chapter 375 The Gods' Knights Act. Seeing Whitebeard and Kaido's subordinates engaging the Marines' experts, and then looking at her own sweet commander still bullying low-level soldiers, Big Mom felt she was losing her dignity somewhat. Smoothie, Snack, go bring back those guys' heads for me. Big Mom pointed at several vice admirals wreaking havoc among the pirate forces. Yes, Mama. The two sweet commanders immediately accepted their orders, charging forward with their swords. The reason Cracker wasn't called was because the child was too afraid of pain, currently still hiding inside the Queen Mama Chanter's hold, only controlling his biscuit soldiers to attack. Considering his limited close combat abilities, it was better to have him keep producing endless biscuit soldiers to fill the battle lines, so Big Mom didn't bother calling him. As for Katakuri, Big Mom had given him special orders to handle Doflamingo before Kaido noticed. Did he think he can offend Big Mom and walk away freely? No way. Opposite the two sweet commanders, the two Marine vice admirals effortlessly clearing out the affiliated pirate crews happened to be one male and one female, perfectly matching them. No need for assignment, they instinctively paired off with the enemy of the same gender. Looking at the tall, slender figure and pretty face of the female Marine, Smoothie instinctively felt somewhat displeased. Just as she usually enjoyed squeezing juice from beautiful women, Smoothie inherently harbored a destructive desire toward women with beautiful appearances. Thus, this sweet commander drew her sword and slashed without a word. Opposite her, Gion had already sensed the attack, her Kenpyra steadily blocking Smoothie's two-handed greatsword. A pirate under Big Mom. Gion looked at Smoothie, quickly recalling who this pirate was. Marine, I remember you. Smoothie's eyes fierce, she withdrew her sword and slashed again, strikes flying freely with each move. Both she and Gion were quite rare female swordsmen, yet the intensity of their battle was no less than anywhere else on the battlefield. Smoothie remembered clearly, this woman was among those who attacked Whole Cake Island last time. With old and new grudges combined, the killing intent in Smoothie's eyes gradually intensified. After being suppressed by Gion's swordsmanship again, Smoothie directly took a step back, then, regardless of friend or foe nearby, grabbed someone. Squeeze. Like wringing a towel, the person's bodily fluids were rapidly extracted by the Sherbwa no Mi, filling Smoothie's body. Perhaps one wasn't enough, as she simply grabbed several other lucky spectators to squeeze fluids. Juicy Giant. After absorbing enough fluids, Smoothie's body immediately expanded. Originally, as a long-legged tribe member, her height already exceeded 4 meters. Now, entering Juicy Giant form, her size nearly doubled, reaching Big Mom's level. Let's see you block this now. Shouting, Smoothie swung her greatsword down at Gion. Gion narrowed her beautiful eyes, then performed an upward diagonal reverse case strike, aiming to preemptively disrupt the opponent's force by hitting the greatsword's blade. But even so, the enhancement from gigantification wasn't something Gion could easily handle. So heavy dash. Sparks flew between Kenpyra and the greatsword, but anyone could see that in this contest of strength, Gion was at a disadvantage. Nearby, Toki Cake, who had been casually handling Snack's attacks, saw this and immediately abandoned his opponent, charging toward Gion. Simultaneously, he pulled his hands from his pockets, reaching for Smoothie's greatsword. Gion-chan. I'll help you. Don't need it. Gion didn't appreciate it, directly sidestepping Toki Cake, quickly advancing forward, reaching right before Smoothie. Longer reach gives advantage, shorter reach gives risk. Gigantification brought such troubles, for instance, Smoothie found it hard to deal with Gion's close-quarters combat. Don't think Smoothie was one of Big Mom Pirate's 4 sweet commanders for nothing, but Gion was no slouch either. As admiral candidates, Gion and Tokicake's strength even surpassed most headquarters vice admirals, excluding a certain senbei-loving old man. Actually, Gion had been holding back some frustration for this battle. She and Tokicake had been admiral candidates for many years, but recently, Tsuru hinted that higher-ups intended to include those 2 newly enlisted commodores among the admiral candidates. Moreover, the world government's evaluation of those 2 was even higher than theirs. This might also relate to the failed Whole Cake Island raid. As a loyal Marine officer, Gion naturally wouldn't disobey orders, but she also wanted to prove to those above through this battle that she had strength too. Not only did Smoothie have old and new grudges, actually, Gion also wanted revenge. After closing the distance, the advantage quickly shifted toward Gion. Among the 4 sweet commanders, the gap between the other 3 and Katakuri, the greatest work, was still too large. So, what was Katakuri doing at this moment? The answer is, escaping. What could make this bounty over 1 billion berry powerhouse flee naturally couldn't be Doflamingo. In fact, just earlier, he had almost beaten Doflamingo half to death. Both could use Conqueror's Haki, but unlike Doflamingo, who fought his way up alone, Katakuri had witnessed many grand scenes and received guidance from many famous teachers. Though not yet mastering Conqueror's Haki infusion, Katakuri's physical strength and combat experience far surpassed Doflamingo's. Doflamingo's moves like 5 color strings, or overheat, could only bully pirates without Haki, but facing a fierce fighter like Katakuri, even breaking his defense was difficult. As for his killing moves, 16 Holy Assassin's bullets, they were directly dodged in advance, unable to hit. Observation Haki suppression was too strong, sometimes its effect was no less than Conqueror's Haki suppression. Damn it. Hit again by Katakuri's giant machi, Doflamingo's nose bled, making him look quite disheveled. But it must be said, his sunglasses' quality was unrealistically good, remaining undamaged even after such a beating. The other warlords had already found different enemies to fight on their own, showing no intention to help him. And right then, figures hiding in the shadows suddenly made their move. They were several figures in cloaks, their faces hidden, even their builds vastly different. The Don Quixote brat can't die yet. It can't be helped, who let this guy, who abandoned celestial dragon glory, hold secrets about the national treasure? Originally, they should have acted after the target appeared, but now they couldn't worry about that. Besides, they were only one part of the plan. Several cloaked figures revealed their true forms, then jointly attacked Katakuri. Almost instantly, Katakuri, who had held the advantage, fell into a disadvantage. Though his observation Haki could briefly foresee the future, his own reaction speed had limits. Facing rapid, coordinated attacks from multiple opponents, Katakuri found it hard to handle with just 2 fists. As these people attacked Katakuri, the 3 emperors on their warships instantly shifted their focus. They hadn't been unable to monitor that area earlier, as their attention was just on the main battlefield. That is. Whitebeard murmured. Simultaneously, Big Mom and Kaido also frowned. Familiar feeling. It's those guys dash. Clearly, all 3 recalled those celestial dragons encountered during the God Valley battle. Those with powerful strength and immortal bodies. Chapter 376, Chapter 376 You're burning. I'll burn even hotter. Kaido noticed what Katakuri had been doing earlier, and his eyes immediately glared at Big Mom with ill intent. Big Mom, on the other hand, met his gaze without a hint of guilt, her expression clearly saying, fight if you want to. Still have time to look around at a time like this. Die, pirates. Partisan. Great eruption. An icy spear and molten lava shot toward the 2 emperors. Mamamamama. You think a move like this can handle me? Akainu. Seeing the molten dog head that wasn't even as thick as her wrist, Big Mom felt as if she were being mocked. She immediately raised Napoleon in her hand. Zeus. Prometheus. Gaia. Yes. Mama. The 3 special homies immediately responded to Big Mom's call, instantly transforming into their combat forms and attaching themselves to the long sword Napoleon had become. In an instant, Napoleon's blade was coated with magma similar to Akainu's, thanks to Gaia and Prometheus. Zeus transformed into arcs of electricity wrapping around the sword, further increasing its destructive power. Emperor's sword, lava cannon. As Big Mom swung, the terrifying energy above Napoleon almost instantly transformed into a fearsome magma dragon. In comparison, Akainu's dog head seemed somewhat crude. You burn. I'll burn hotter. If that were all, it wouldn't be a big deal. That terrifying high temperature, though not inferior to Akainu's, wouldn't be much use against a Logia-type user like Akainu. What use is extreme heat, aside from increasing the destructive power of magma? But the one using this move was Big Mom. The exceptionally gifted Charlotte Lean, known as the Steel Balloon. Not the aged and frail Whitebeard, who even needed an 4. Conqueror's Haki infused Napoleon, and this anger-fueled Haki-coated slash was not something just anyone could withstand. Even Akainu had to actively disperse part of his body to dodge. Otherwise, if struck by this slash, his remaining arm would likely be lost. The magma of Great Eruption was almost instantly swallowed by Big Mom's lava cannon without even stirring a ripple. Of course, Akainu himself successfully dodged the blast and was not directly hit. As for dodging, Akainu didn't feel it compromised his dignity as a strong fighter. Or rather, he never believed he needed to adhere to such so-called dignity. To successfully kill pirates and uphold the justice he believed in, Akainu was willing to employ any means necessary. It was just that this time the situation was urgent, and with so many pirates around, he hadn't had the chance to turn any of them. Though, to be honest, even if he tried to turn a certain bald pirate, that guy might not believe him anyway. Whitebeard using them as sacrifices to save Ace. Didn't he see Big Mom and the Beast's pirates were here too? Could he possibly betray both groups at once? Over on the other side, Akiji wasn't having an easy time either. Although Kaido didn't have as many flashy moves as Big Mom, as most of his techniques boiled down to swing the club hard and swing the club really hard, that was enough. Quality over quantity, there were plenty of cases where mastering one move was enough to dominate. Don't come looking for death right now, Akiji. Thunderbugwa. Commonly known as swinging the club really, really hard. He could be said to be the youngest of the four emperors, second only to Shanks. Both his physical stamina and strength were in their prime. He could keep up this level of hockey-coated attack all day. So scary dash. Akiji mimicked his colleague's catchphrase, actively turning into ice, only to be smashed into a blizzard by this enhanced Thunderbugwa. The frigid air he released successfully coated half of Kaido's body in frost, but it couldn't stop the man's movements at all. A bit cold. Kaido took the gourd of wine from his waist and gulped it down, then soared into the air, transforming into a several hundred-meter-long dragon. Perhaps not wanting to be outshone by Big Mom and Akainu, Kaido decided to turn up the heat even more. Let's warm this place up. Fire dragon form. The next moment, terrifying dragon flames spewed from his mouth, enveloping his majestic draconic form. The previously somewhat gloomy sky was instantly illuminated bright by the fiery light. What is that? Monsters. So this is what the four emperors are like. On the marine side, many people froze in place at the sight of the flaming dragon. In fact, it wasn't just the marines. Many pirates also temporarily lowered their weapons, looking at Kaido's display of power as if witnessing a legend. It could be said they were benefiting from Akiji's presence. Under normal circumstances, not many who saw Kaido in this state lived to tell the tale. At this very moment, Kaido's majestic dragon form was being broadcast to various parts of the world by a few bold, or perhaps just stunned reporters. Similar exclamations echoed across islands worldwide. Those in the New World were less shocked, they had more or less heard of Kaido's reputation. The ones truly hit hard were the pirates in paradise, or even those still in the Four Blues who hadn't yet entered the Grand Line. Looking at Kaido transformed into a dragon, then at themselves with their rusty cutlasses and flintlock pistols. Why even bother competing for the Pirate King title? Might as well go home and sleep. The dragon circled midair, then dove sharply downward, targeting Akiji, who had already reformed his body. Compared to Kaido's current size, Akiji's nearly 3-meter height didn't even reach the dragon's head. This is really troublesome now. Akiji's expression when he said this was no longer as relaxed as before, he genuinely felt troubled. Clearly, Kaido hadn't considered that there might be allied pirates in the battlefield when using this move. Or perhaps he had, but as he himself said, he didn't care. Worororo. Kaido let out an earth-shaking roar of laughter, getting closer and closer to the ground below. The wave of heat even curled some people's hair. Even the Thousand Sunny, buried under thick ice, could see the growing fiery light through the layers. We're gonna die, we're gonna die. Usopp. Stop covering my eyes. Frankie pulled Usopp off his back, regaining his vision. Though his expression wasn't much better at the moment. Though unsure what was happening above, it was clear everyone was in danger now. There wasn't much time left for careful digging. Everyone, hold on. We're going all out now. Coup de burst. By reducing the propulsion of the coup de burst and instead accelerating the drill at the front, the Thousand Sunny's digging speed increased several times over. The trade-off was that the stability and smoothness of the tunnel drastically decreased, with many ice chunks already crashing against the ship's hull. Just as the Straw Hat pirates struggled to save themselves beneath the ice, Akiji on the surface above also began to exert himself. This 47-year-old Marine Admiral, who usually lived as leisurely as a 97-year-old, was now making up for all the slacking off of the past few decades. Who dash? Frigid air slowly exhaled from Akiji's mouth, and soon the exposed skin of his body turned as pale as frost. But that alone wasn't enough. Soon, that pale color deepened toward an icy blue, and pirates near him, even without direct contact, began developing large patches of ice crystals on their bodies. Absolute zero. In an instant, invisible freezing air shot toward the flaming dragon diving from above. Sensing this chill, Kaido narrowed his eyes but showed no intention of slowing down. On the contrary, the flames coiling around his body grew even more intense. Flame Bagua. The terrifying high temperature and absolute zero collided midair, resulting in a thick fog that rapidly spread across the entire battlefield even before the clash. This fog also obscured Garp and Whitebeard, who had been locked in a staring contest from the beginning. Garp-san. Kizaru, watching the spectacular attacks, even the usual laziness on his face faded away. Borsellino, go help them. I'll handle things here. Garp's expression was grave. Even though the fog had completely obscured Whitebeard's figure, the solemnity on his face didn't lessen in the slightest. There's still one more troublesome guy who hasn't shown up. Without Garp needing to say more, Kizaru knew who that man was. Indeed, that man had so boldly stormed Impel Down earlier, it made no sense for him to back down now. Though puzzled, Kizaru didn't hesitate. He cupped his hands together, and a bright light emerged between his palms. Yada no Kagami dash. A beam of light shot rapidly into the thick fog. This wasn't natural light that would be blocked by fog, it was photons created by the Pika Pika no Mi, essentially part of Kizaru's body. His figure followed this path of light at incredible speed, joining the battle. Meanwhile, Garp remained seated, seemingly unmoved even by Kaido's attempt to unleash such a large-scale clearing move. Naruto. The image of that brash kid surfaced in his mind. In his eyes, Naruto had always been that mischievous 10-year-old boy. As a marine, he shouldn't wish for a criminal like Naruto to arrive here. But as a grandfather, an unbidden thought arose in his heart. Chapter 377, Chapter 377 Lethal Danger in the Fog. The battlefield below descended into utter chaos the moment the thick fog spread. The pirates and marines who had been fiercely engaged were indiscriminately enveloped. For those not skilled in observation hockey, this fog almost completely cut off their perception. They could only rely on instinct or split-second reactions to face enemies. There was even a risk of accidentally injuring allies. Of course, this situation was meaningless to Isho. Isho slashed out once more, suppressing dozens more pirates with gravity. However, his attention wasn't on the surrounding enemies. His scarred eyelids slowly opened, his blank white pupils seemingly able to see something as they fixedly stared in a specific direction. Boom. At that moment, a terrifying impact sound came from within the fog. The shockwave directly blasted away the mist and the people standing nearby. Whoa, that's truly exaggerated. Marco, the pineapple-haired commander of the Whitebeard Pirates' First Division, shielded his face with his hand, watching the Marine Admiral and the Emperors collide. Gururara. That brat Kaido has actually become this strong now. It had been many years since Whitebeard last saw Kaido's combat form. The last time he saw the other transform into a dragon at God Valley, Kaido hadn't even fully mastered his devil fruit abilities yet. Watching this is making my own hands itch. As he spoke, Whitebeard gripped Murakumajiri with both hands, then swung it forward as if anticipating something. Whoosh. Right at that moment, Kizaru's figure materialized from light, having drawn his own Ama no Murakumo sword at some unknown point. It was a long sword formed from pure light, which shouldn't have had a physical form. Yet, infused with Kizaru's meticulously honed haki, it still radiated a hardness and sharpness no less than that of a graded blade. The clash of their weapons produced a sound no less deafening than the life-and-death struggle between Akiji and Kaido in the distance. Now, 3 of the emperors were matched against 3 marine admirals. On the surface, the battle seemed to be at a stalemate. However, reality was not so simple. Truly blinding, you flashy brat. Saying this, Whitebeard released the weapon with one hand, clenched his fist, and directly aimed a punch at Kizaru's side. A fist imbued with the power of vibrations merely passing through the air could cause space itself to tremble. Kizaru naturally couldn't ignore this. His body quickly dissolved into streams of light, then reformed not far away. So scary, Whitebeard. Even at an age where you should be entering your coffin, you're still such a fighter. His words said one thing, but Kizaru's gaze as he looked at Whitebeard also turned serious. Facing a powerhouse of this level alone left no room for slacking off. If he didn't go all out, even he could fall here. Yasakani no Magatama dash. Forming circles with his index fingers and thumbs, countless lasers rained down from them, launching a saturation bombardment at the Moby Dick below. Seeing this, before Whitebeard could even move, Marco, beside him, flew up first. Seizing the moment Kizaru couldn't use elemental intangibility while releasing the attack, Marco executed a bicycle kick that squarely connected with Kizaru's body, sending him flying. As for the lasers, the other division commanders on the ship dealt with them. Men, don't just stand there dumbly. Move out. Take Ace back. Whitebeard pointed Murakumajiri towards the execution platform shrouded in fog and issued his command as captain. Oh. Charge. Take back Ace. Ace, we're here to save you. One by one, the division commanders erupted with intense fighting spirit, leaping off the ship and charging towards the marine encampment. Watching his children's figures gradually disappear into the fog, a trace of a gratified smile appeared on Whitebeard's face. If I were you, I wouldn't be so optimistic about them. Hearing Kizaru's voice sound beside him, Whitebeard didn't even turn his head, just threw a tremor-powered punch into the air, forcing Kizaru to use elemental intangibility to dodge once again. You should worry more about yourself, you flashy brat. Yar yar. Kizaru spun in midair, then lightly shook his head. Immediately, his figure rapidly stretched across the air. 1, 2, over a dozen identical Kazaras emerged from the traces of his movement. It seems like I have the numerical advantage now. If you have the guts, come at me. While the main battlefield raged fiercely, the group of cloaked figures had quietly approached the warlord formation. Others who saw this assumed these mysterious powerhouses intended to support the other warlords, just as they had supported Doflamingo. My hawk casually slashed away an incoming pirate, then his hawk-like eyes fixed on the mysterious group. These people gave him a very unusual feeling, especially a few among them, who faintly gave him a sense of danger. Bartholomew Kuma, known as the Tyrant, hidden behind his glasses, subtly shifted his gaze, and his hands unconsciously clenched. But as if remembering something in time, he slowly relaxed them again. Not yet. Figureland Garling, whose highly recognizable hairstyle couldn't be concealed even by a cloak, paid no heed to the warlord's stares. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the pirate empress, Boa Hancock, ahead. Because the fog had spread, the broadcasting Den Mushi couldn't project a clear view of the battlefield to other parts of the world. This gave them their opportunity. If not now, when? Execute the plan as arranged. Subdue her. Under Garling's command, the cloaked gods' knights also silently began encircling Hancock, fake, from all sides. Such an obvious move, how could Naruto possibly ignore it? But the him present here was just a shadow clone. If it sustained too much damage in a short time, it would disperse. To continue luring out the world government's hidden backup, he decided to enter the fray personally. In fact, this was roughly in line with their original plan anyway. The silent empress kicked aside several pirates and marines indiscriminately again. Facing the marines' accusations of harming allies, she didn't even bother to reply, just arrogantly snorted and turned away. It had to be said, when it came to imitating Hancock, few could claim to understand her better than Naruto, who had spent so much time with her day and night. In the eyes of others, Hancock's behavior completely matched her rumored temperament. Not even the other warlords detected anything amiss. Because some members had left the group to pursue Katakuri, the number of gods' knights remaining here wasn't that large. But it was more than enough to encircle Hancock. Before anyone could react, the cloaked figures simultaneously attacked Hancock. Although their speed was almost turtle-like to Naruto, he dutifully reacted at a just right speed. 2 whip kicks sent a few of the attackers flying. Then, Naruto deliberately sold an opening, exposing his back to the opponent. The god's knight didn't miss the opportunity. A pair of sea-stone handcuffs were precisely clamped onto Naruto's wrists. Instantly, that instinctive wave of weakness washed over him. Of course, for Naruto, whose clone also possessed the Otsutsuki constitution, this was nothing. These guys were the ultimate lifeforms, who could survive even being sent into space. In terms of sheer biological nature, their vitality might even surpass Kaido, the world's strongest creature. But that was beside the point. He was still acting now and naturally had to play along. What do you intend to do to this empress? Naruto very precisely captured Hancock's usual tone of voice, using a mix of shock at being ambushed, anger at being insulted, and a trace of barely perceptible fear to demand an answer. However, the group showed no intention of replying. They just swarmed over, wrapping him up in chains like a rice dumpling, then began running back. This caused Naruto's attempt to probe them to fail, and also left the surrounding marines and pirates momentarily stunned. These people, friend or foe? They clearly remembered these cloaked figures attacking Katakuri, so why were they now attacking the Empress, who was nominally part of the marine camp? No one could answer their confusion. Moreover, due to the fog, this strange scene went unnoticed by others. Chapter 378, Chapter 378 Garp, pinned by the Five-Finger Mountain. The movements of the gods' knights were subtle, seeming to go unnoticed except by the pirates and marines closest to them. But in reality, the strongest individuals on this battlefield had long since shifted their perception in this direction. Among them, the 3 emperors who had come into contact with the gods' knights during the God Valley campaign, even while fighting against the admirals, did not forget to direct their observation hockey towards this area. The world government remains as despicable as ever. Big Mom swung her sword, sending Akainu flying into the air, then used the power of the homie, Gaia, to violently yank him down to the ground. This special homie, transformed from mountain rock, possessed a gravity-manipulating ability similar to Isho's. The difference was that it couldn't change direction as freely, and its range and force were somewhat inferior. But these weren't issues when Big Mom infused it with her soul power to control it. Even someone as strong as Akainu had to endure a moment of forced immobilization under Gaia's gravity suppression. And that fleeting moment of rigidity was enough for Big Mom to execute one, Marmalade. Zeus's lightning coiled around the blade. As Big Mom leaped into the air, did a flip, and descended with terrifying pressure, she slashed down at Akainu below. Yet Akainu's expression didn't change in the slightest, remaining the same gloomy, slightly crazed look. As long as it eliminates evils like you, any means are justified. In his heart, the hatred he held for Naruto, who had severed his arm and trampled on the world government and Marine's dignity, even surpassed that for the Big Mom currently opposite him. Hellhound. This move attacked enemies with an extending and retracting magma arm. Its characteristics were an extremely fast startup and minimal tell. This kind of insidious attack, even for an Emperor of the Sea, could easily land if they were caught off guard. Like Big Mom right now. Her marmalade was already halfway executed, with no time to change course. It seemed she was about to be hit by Akainu's Hellhound. Fortunately, during the previous Whole Cake Island battle, the special homies Big Mom created by consuming her own lifespan weren't limited to just Gaia. Mama, be careful. Accompanied by a sharp cry, Akainu's fist seemed to be blocked midair by some invisible wall. It was Artemis, the mirror homie born alongside Gaia. Crack. Under the intense heat of Hellhound, the special mirror surface couldn't hold on for long, showing signs of melting, followed by the connected areas around it shattering. However, buying these few seconds was enough to give Big Mom an opportunity. Well done, Artemis. Hearing Big Mom's praise, Artemis, whose body had sustained some damage, immediately showed a smile. Then it cancelled the barrier against Akainu, replacing it with countless reflective mirror surfaces. Now, every mirror around Akainu reflected the image of Big Mom rushing at him. Even his observation haki was being reflected back by these mirrors, making it momentarily difficult for him to discern which was the real Big Mom. If he couldn't tell, then destroy them all. Meteor volcano. Giant magma fists flew out in all directions like they were free, shattering the mirror surfaces. Big Mom's figure was exposed, but she didn't care. At this moment, Zeus's lightning and Prometheus's flames had transformed into a bomb in her hand capable of destroying everything. It's been a long time since I used this move. Die, Akainu. Heavenly. Fire blitz. Fire and lightning intertwined, surging forward, triggering a super explosion the moment they made contact with Akainu's magma fists. This explosion even affected the battles of the other two emperors. Kaido, whose flames had subsided and who had reverted to his human-beast hybrid form, was sent flying backward by the shockwave, barely managing to steady himself by driving his Hasaikai into the ice. Hey! Old hag. Have you gone mad? If even someone like Kaido couldn't stand firm, let alone others. Akiji, who had fully transformed into an absolute zero Iceman, also chose to avoid the brunt, elementalizing his body and merging into the surrounding mist, turning it into tiny ice crystals resembling frost. As for Whitebeard's side, the situation was a bit better. The Gura Gura no Mi was a natural counter to such shockwaves. A simple punch could create shattered space to block the shockwave's propagation. T/N, Tremor Fruit. Thanks to this, while the Tobarapo of the Beast's pirates and various ministers of the Big Mom pirates were sent flying by the blast, people like Vista could still stand steadily on the ice and continue fighting. It could only be said that when it came to caring for his subordinates, Whitebeard far surpassed those two. However, doing this wasn't without cost. Where are you looking, Whitebeard? Ama no Mirakumo pierced through Whitebeard's shoulder. Using his clones to draw attention, Kizaru seized this opening and stabbed Whitebeard. But the response was another fist. Bam. This time, it squarely hit Kizaru. He himself was smashed heavily into the ice, his marine cloak becoming tattered. Huff. Is that your idea of scratching an itch, brat? Though his words remained tough, it was clear that after fighting Kizaru for so long, Whitebeard's critically ill body was beginning to send out distress signals. Especially after being pierced like that. Even if the wound wasn't large for Whitebeard, it had severed quite a bit of muscle and nerve, making it hard for that arm to exert force. Looking at it this way, he might be the first of the three emperors to be taken out of the fight. Unlike the lively atmosphere of the main battlefield, the air among the few people on the execution platform had grown heavy. What are you doing, Garp? Sengoku's hand firmly gripped Garp, preventing him from taking another step forward. In truth, in terms of physical strength, Sengoku was no match for Garp. What truly stopped Garp was his responsibility as a marine. But it was also the same sense of justice that drove Garp, not allowing him to turn a blind eye to the world government's blatant kidnapping of the Empress. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, if I recall correctly. Boa Hancock is currently still on our side, right? Garp, did you not listen to a single thing I said during the meeting? In response to Garp's question, Sengoku didn't answer directly, instead replying with another question of his own. Regarding the capture of Hancock, one of the warlords, the decision had actually been made 3 or 4 days ago. The world government issued the order, and all upper echelons of the Marine had been informed. Not only the 3 admirals, but senior Marine officers like Tsuru, Isho, Aramaki, and Tokicake were also aware. Perhaps only Hancock herself and the lower-ranking officers and sergeants on the front lines were unaware. I don't remember agreeing to. Garp. Feeling the force emanating from Garp, Sengoku even had to enter his transformed state. Hito no Mi, model, Daibutsu. Sengoku, now several times taller, merely used one hand to pin down Garp, seemingly wanting to render him immobile like the monkey pinned under a mountain by a Buddha in some mythological tale. But as the saying goes, the only thing that could truly make Garp stop was himself. Boa Hancock publicly attacked and resisted Marines during the whole Cake Island operation. Don't tell me you didn't see that. Her position as a warlord should have been revoked long ago. It just so happened to be arranged for this specific point in time. The time when she was alone at Marine Ford, engaged in battle at the front lines. Even Sengoku himself couldn't continue. However, Hancock had indeed made actions hostile to the Marines during the whole Cake Island incident. Strictly speaking, the Marines' capture operation against her was legally justified. Garp fell silent. He understood perfectly well that those reasons were bullshit. The sole purpose of all this was simply to restrain the biggest variable that hadn't yet arrived. And the reason he couldn't advance further lay here as well. Because this, too, was his own selfishness. On one hand, Garp wouldn't allow Whitebeard and the others to rescue Ace. On the other hand, Garp also hoped Naruto would appear with absolute, overwhelming force to defeat him, making it impossible for him to stop it all. Naruto, why haven't you shown up yet? In the end, Garp lowered his head, choosing to step back before the execution platform. Sengoku also retracted his Daibutsu form. When the fog disperses and the broadcast resumes, we can begin the execution of Fire Fist, Ace. Whether talking to himself or revealing some information, Sengoku suddenly uttered these words out of nowhere. The two soldiers responsible for the execution nodded in acknowledgement. This made Garp even more anxious inside. He knew Hancock and Naruto had an unusual relationship, even earlier than most other Marines. Therefore, he could also understand that even if Naruto appeared here later, he would face the dilemma of saving his wife or saving his nephew. Meanwhile, Naruto, whom Garp was so preoccupied with, saw a familiar figure with a hairstyle resembling bull horns. That guy, if I remember correctly, he should be Stussy subordinate, right? Seems to be called Brooke. No, Blueno. Transformed into the Empress and bound with sea-stone shackles, Naruto watched as Blueno, whom he'd met once before, opened an air door, in the air, about to send him inside. And at this very moment, several figures were already standing within the dimensional space Blueno had opened. Chapter 379, Chapter 379 Behold, the power of home field advantage. Hancock's disappearance from the battlefield didn't cause much of a ripple. After all, this was a super battlefield with over 200,000 combatants. One more or one less warlord didn't make much difference. Among these 200,000, the Marines held an absolute numerical advantage. Yet, even so, the battle situation had not become one-sided. Because, in the truest sense, what would decide the outcome of this war was still the clash between the top-tier fighters. As for ants swarming an elephant. With Conqueror's Haki serving as a perfect clearing tool, only mid to high-tier fighters had the qualification to be the ants in that scenario. The former Marine captain of Lobetown, now Marine Commodore, White Hunter, Smoker, probably qualified. Of course, those familiar with him might prefer to call him Smokey. Ever since the Alabasta incident, after the world government forced the credit for defeating Crocodile onto him, Smoker had been frantically pursuing pirates as if out of spite. It seemed only through such actions could he make up for this unearned merit. Under such intense combat, his strength had improved rapidly, and he had thoroughly made a name for himself in the first half of the Grand Line. Smoker had become a nightmare for many novice pirates. There was no helping it, his Logia-type Moku Moku no Mi's abilities were simply too overpowered in the Paradise environment. Ordinary pirates who hadn't mastered Haki and couldn't equip Seastone weapons simply had no way to deal with him. T/N, smoke fruit. Just like how Luffy had once been instantly suppressed by Smoker. However, this combat advantage seemed quite limited in the current chaotic super battlefield. 10 minutes ago. White Launcher. Half of Smoker's body dissipated into smoke as he charged towards a pair of twin pirates, aiming to trap them on the spot. He didn't know their background, only that they were captains of a pirate crew subordinate to Whitebeard. The DeKalvin brothers were pirates from the New World, skilled in martial arts, using cat-claw gloves as their weapons. Seeing Smoker charging at them as smoke, the two didn't show the kind of horrified expression common among Paradise pirates. A Logia-type fruit user, that's troublesome. Troublesome, that is, a Logia-type fruit user. These two love to say the same sentence in reverse order, even when receiving orders from Whitebeard. But while calling it troublesome, the brothers moved incredibly fast, dodging as black shadows before Smoker could get close. Immediately after, two claw attacks coated in armament Haki struck Smoker's back heavily, forcing him to revert from his smoke form. Seeing this, his adjutant, Tashigi rushed forward, blocking in front of Smoker with her sword drawn. Commodore Smoker, are you all right? Suppressing the pain in his back, Smoker stood up again. I'm fine. Step aside. They are not opponents you can handle. As pirates who could venture in the New World and had once fought evenly with Whitebeard Pirates' 4th Division commander, Thatch, the DeKalvin brothers' combat strength wasn't as rough as their appearance suggested. Possessing exceptional physical prowess and proficient armament, hockey already qualified them as minor powerhouses among many pirates. Smoker, step back. Just then, a roar came from behind the two, followed by a marine in a cloak charging over and engaging the DeKalvin brothers in battle. Such speed, so fast, Tashigi beside him said subconsciously. The marine who charged over was Vice Admiral Doberman of Marine Headquarters, a user of the Inu Inu no Mi model, Dachshund, a bona fide combat-focused Vice Admiral. He wasn't alone, as many reinforcements arrived with him. They were the Pirate Guerrilla Force, formerly under the command of former Admiral Zephyr. This group, hunting pirates all over the New World, could be considered a high-spec version of Smoker. Once they joined the battlefield, the disadvantage on this side was immediately reversed. Smoker watched unwillingly as his opponents were taken, but he had nothing to say. This was the reality of insufficient strength. If Doberman hadn't intervened just now, Tashigi alone would have been no match for the DeKalvin brothers. Even he himself had been injured in the first encounter. Feeling the pain in his back, Smoker tightened his grip on his sea stone jutty. It was at this moment that the ultimate moves of Akiji and Kaido collided, spreading thick fog across the entire battlefield. Looking at the visibility obscuring mist, Smoker had a flash of inspiration. How do you hide a drop of water? By putting it in the ocean, of course. He immediately transformed his body into white smoke, completely merging into the dense fog. This method indeed greatly enhanced the concealment of his attacks. Except for those pirates relatively skilled in observation hockey who could barely dodge at the last moment, most pirates couldn't detect Smoker within the smoke. The hard sea stone jutty knocked down one pirate after another, also saving many marine comrades from their clutches. Kobe, the pink-haired marine who had once been kidnapped by the pirate Alvida, was one of them. After being saved by Luffy, he was influenced by him and resolved to work hard to become a proper marine. Later, he was also fortunate, along with Axehand, Morgan's son Helmeppo, to become disciples of the marine hero Garp. Under his training, their physical abilities greatly improved, and they also gained a preliminary grasp of the Rokushiki. Soru. The pirates opposite only saw the pink-haired kid quickly disappear from his original position, then reappear in front of them. Rankyaku. A whip kick produced an effect like a slash, an air blade directly knocking away several pirate underlings. However, such an unpolished use of the Rokushiki could only bully minor pirates. Step aside, let me handle this. A bald pirate with a spider tattooed on his forehead suddenly stepped forward. He was also a captain of a pirate crew under Whitebeard, known as Maelstrom Spider Squad. This guy had once had his fleet destroyed by Pirate King, Gold Roger, so he actually held deep hatred for Roger. But this time, for Whitebeard's sake, he decided to participate in rescuing Ace. It was also fortunate that Akainu, having had his arm broken, was in no mood for schemes, otherwise, someone like Squad would be the easiest to turn against his allies. Squad was most skilled with an extra-long Nodachi, and combined with his height advantage, his attack range was further extended. In his observation hockey perception, Kobe had a slight stiffness after each use of Soru, a sign of not having mastered the Rokushiki proficiently. Someone like Rob Lucci, who could seamlessly integrate the Rokushiki, wouldn't have this issue. So, during Kobe's dodge, Squad directly thrust his blade forward. This thrust was extremely fast and perfectly timed during Kobe's moment of stiffness. Helmeppo, holding a kukri nearby, wanted to help, but it was simply too late. White blow. It was at this moment that a fist suddenly extended from the seemingly ordinary mist, striking Squad squarely in the face. This made Squad's already ugly face even more grotesque. The next moment, Smoker's upper body appeared from the mist, his jetty smashing down heavily towards Squad. However, this strike was blocked by Squad, who was now prepared, using his sword. Smoker-san. The narrowly rescued Kobe exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Yet, Smoker at this moment paid him no mind, his form dissipating into smoke and disappearing again. This time, even Squad's observation hockey couldn't detect Smoker's movements. The next moment, the smoke fist attacked again, soundlessly. One hit, then immediate disappearance. Smoker's figure moved like a ghost within the mist. This was the power of home field advantage. Originally only barely at the officer level, Smoker could now exhibit combat power surpassing that of an ordinary vice admiral. He had saved quite a few Marines, and Kobe was just one of them. Battles like this were happening every moment across this battlefield. Marines fell continuously, and pirates died incessantly. Their reasons for fighting were no longer confined to rescuing or executing Ace. Perhaps the moment their comrades died, all that remained in these people's hearts was vengeance. The vortex of war grew larger and larger, and the number of corpses increased more and more. A suffocating feeling, as if being choked by the throat, enveloped Kobe entirely. Chapter 380, Chapter 380 Making a Move. Making a move. So, where is the much-anticipated Uzumaki Naruto at this moment? The answer is, he is above Marineford. To be more precise, he is 10,000 meters above Marineford. It's truly astonishing. Are Kaido and Kazan trying to destroy this place? High in the sky, the gale breaker floated quietly, held aloft by an invisible whirlwind beneath it. Naruto sat at the ship's bow, gazing down at Marineford, which appeared no larger than a fingernail from this height. Even from such a distance, they could still see the vast white mist generated by the collision between Akiji and Kaido. When are we making our move? At that moment, Sasuke, who had changed into a new set of clothes, walked over coolly. He was now dressed in attire quite similar to Naruto's, or rather, similar to his counterpart from another timeline, a samurai-style outfit, with the Kusanagi sword hanging at his waist. This sword had returned to Naruto after he had crafted a new umbrella for Patrick Redfield, but Sasuke had subsequently claimed it. The reason was simple. Although Redfield used an umbrella, he was undoubtedly a master swordsman of the highest caliber. During his training sessions with such a formidable swordsman, Sasuke inevitably developed an interest in swordsmanship. Different from Killer Bee's almost acrobatic swordplay, which demanded extreme physical agility, and also distinct from the swordsmanship Naruto employed, which placed immense demands on haki. To say Naruto's swordsmanship was exceptional was an understatement, it was more accurate to say his haki level was extraordinarily high. With that degree of conqueror's haki infusion, whether he wielded a sword or not was essentially irrelevant. But Sasuke couldn't achieve that, at least up to this point, he still showed no signs of awakening conqueror's haki. Feeling somewhat frustrated, he had thus conceived the idea of learning swordsmanship. If the Hashokan from the Happo Navy had significantly enhanced Sasuke's taijutsu, then the instruction in observation haki and swordsmanship from Redfield had further expanded Sasuke's arsenal of attacks. Now, he was itching for a fight. Because, according to Naruto, the world's greatest swordsman of this world was currently engaged in battle below. Hearing Sasuke's question, Naruto quietly sensed the situation below before giving a slight nod. It's about time. Those guys have already taken the bait. We can go in now. After saying this, Naruto turned back to look at Sasuke, Konohamaru, and Karen, speaking with a serious tone. During the upcoming battle, I might not be able to look after you. So, if you encounter opponents you cannot defeat dash. Before he could finish, Konohamaru raised his hand first. Don't worry, Naruto Aniki. We know what to do. Running away when you can't win isn't shameful. Survival is what matters most. Truth be told, if the three of them hadn't insisted so strongly, Naruto wouldn't have even considered bringing them into this chaotic fray. Sasuke nodded, indicating he felt the same. Karen looked at Naruto seriously and said, Naruto-san, it's time for you to properly witness my growth. As she spoke, she revealed the mark on her hand. During this period of rest and preparation, besides spending time with the pregnant Hancock and Stussy, Naruto hadn't forgotten to help Karen resolve this lingering concern. For the mark, which also originated from the Otsutsuki clan, the sealing techniques commonly used in the ninja world were ineffective. Fortunately, after consuming Kagaya, Naruto had acquired his own divine power. He combined the sealing techniques he had mastered with the unique chakra of the Otsutsuki clan to inscribe a special sealing formula on Karen's hand. This seal couldn't function like the 8 trigrams seal on Kurama, which could open a small gap to allow the host to draw chakra from within. However, it could completely block the outflow of Mamoshiki's chakra. Situations like the phantom-like emergence that had occurred before would not happen again unless the seal was opened. This way, Karen at least didn't have to worry about being unexpectedly influenced by Momoshiki, who wasn't completely dead, during battle. Of course, this also meant that Karen couldn't yet enter the fully awakened state of Garuda. Sasuke's ability to awaken at his age was inseparable from his so-called Indra's chakra reincarnation, manifesting concretely as his Mangekyo Sharingan fused with the Hudo. Without relying on the Otsutsuki clan's chakra, if Karen forcibly entered the awakened state, she would begin to overdraft her own lifespan. Because her life essence wasn't sufficient to support this step yet. It was even different from the jailer beasts in Impel Down, they had succeeded in awakening but were consumed by their bestial instincts. In Karen's case, the potential of Garuda, as a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, was simply too great for her to control yet. Her white hair was the price paid for the previous awakening. Even though her lifespan had been replenished as much as possible, her hair remained unable to revert to its original red color. Seeing the determination in Karen's eyes, Naruto could only nod silently. Fine, I'll just create a shadow clone to keep an eye on them later. Thinking this, Naruto walked to the ship's bow, looking down at Marineford below. By now, the mist had enveloped most of the battlefield. Without using observation haki, it was impossible to see anything clearly. Quite an eyesore. Blow it away, Karen. All right. On the battlefield below, many vaguely heard a clear bird's cry. But unfortunately, they were all in the thick mist, constantly on guard against enemies that could appear at any moment, so they had no mind to pay attention to such things. Tanzan Maru. Dressed like a geisha in a pink kimono, Aizu infused his 2 flintlock pistols with haki using the Ryuo, then fired bullets wrapped in spiral-like slashes that rapidly struck the enemy. These bullets, capable of both slashing and piercing, had extremely strong penetrating power. Several marine officers who had mastered defensive haki were caught off guard and hit. Don't underestimate Aizu, this cross-dressing man. He was not only the 16th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates but also a retainer of the Kazuki family of Wano country, having joined the Whitebeard Pirates alongside Kazuki Oden. Later, Oden chose to follow Roger to the final island, while Aizu stayed behind. Lacking confidence in his swordsmanship, he chose firearms as his weapons. With haki enhancement, even ordinary lead bullets could cause terrifying damage. As he himself would say, is swordsmanship really such an inconvenient thing? After helping a few comrades out of tight spots with his pistols, this samurai from Wano was the first to sense something amiss. This is wind. Although very faint, Aizu clearly saw the thick white mist drifting regularly in one direction. And that was indeed the case. The barely perceptible breeze quickly grew stronger. Before many could react, a strong wind capable of lifting skirts and capes swept across the battlefield. Something's wrong. Everyone. Grab onto something solid nearby. The wind is coming. Aizu suddenly shouted loudly. Many reacted instinctively, following the order to find nearby ice spikes to cling to desperately. On the battlefield, even a moment's hesitation could decide life and death. Some Marines, seeing the pirates inexplicably running to hug ice spikes or tie themselves with ropes, didn't let this opportunity slip and drew their swords to charge forward. Of course, some Marines also reacted and took similar actions. Seconds later, their actions saved them. Gale. Hurricane. It was a super tornado strong enough to raise giant waves on the sea. Not just the mist, but even people on the ground were swept up by this hurricane. The unlucky ones were sent flying high into the air before crashing back down onto the ice. Fortunately, the individuals on this battlefield were no ordinary folks. Their physical resilience was on a completely different level compared to, say, a swordsmanship apprentice from Uzumaki Village. Otherwise, this alone would have claimed thousands of lives. Not natural. Kizaru, having once again been sent flying at the cost of slashing Whitebeard's chest, had to shield his face with his arm upon landing to prevent his sunglasses from being blown away. Clearly, such a sudden and powerful wind doesn't occur naturally in nature. He knew a new enemy had entered the fray. Even Kaido and Akiji, locked in their fierce duel, temporarily ceased fighting and looked upward simultaneously. There, a golden, shimmering little bird was flapping its wings. Below it, several tornadoes rapidly rampaged across the battlefield. A devil fruit user. Akiji narrowed his eyes, uncertainly pondering. Kaido's thoughts were much simpler. A Zoan-type user. Possibly even a mythical Zoan like mine. I must make him join the Beast's pirates. Unbeknownst to Naruto, a member of his team had already caught someone's eye. Chapter 381, Chapter 381 The Summit War, Phase 2 begins. The golden divine bird circled high in the air, while the hurricane beneath her swiftly cleared away the surrounding mist at her command. Many people finally saw the chaotic situation around them. Not all Marines and pirates were proficient in observation haki. Many among them had accidentally injured their comrades in the confusion of the smoke. Now that the smoke had dissipated, with people practically face to face, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Of course, most people still focused their attention upwards. Was the newcomer friend or foe? Before those below could ask, the answer quickly became apparent. The golden divine bird turned into a streak of light and shot upwards. Then, with a flash of golden light, it became a small black dot, allowing the crowd to finally make out the outline of the gale breaker. During the hurricane's clearing process, the gale breaker had already begun lowering its altitude. Karen transformed back into her human form, which also gave many below a definitive piece of information. Kaido was very pleased. In his view, his crew was about to gain another fierce fighter. Naruto-san, it's ready. Karen called out to Naruto at the ship's bow, then pulled Konohamaru back as he leaned most of his body over the railing, trying to see clearly what was happening below. Of the 4 people present, this kid was the only one who couldn't fly. Yet, he had the boldest heart of them all. Naruto also grabbed Konohamaru's scarf, pulling him in front of him. After this period of training and indulging in the One Piece world, Konohamaru's physique had grown rapidly. Just like a certain pink-haired marine, he looked like a completely different person. The scarf that used to often drag on the ground now fit him perfectly. However, his height of around 170 centimeters still fell short compared to Naruto's current stature. Konohamaru, I have a small task for you. Naruto whispered something into Konohamaru's ear, after which the kid immediately showed a reluctant expression. Yet, under the threat of a loving iron fist, Konohamaru obediently complied. Now we're probably in the spotlight, aren't we? After assigning Konohamaru his special task, Naruto turned to look at Sasuke and Karen. In reality, saying spotlight was a bit of an understatement. At that moment, over 100,000 pairs of eyes on the battlefield below were fixed on them. Gaze has weight. Both Karen and Sasuke inevitably felt a hint of nervousness. Perhaps only Naruto, who had once liberated slaves in Mary Geos, was somewhat accustomed to it. Naruto walked towards the ship's edge, his feet steadily treading on the air, while Galebreaker continued its steady descent. Now, most people's gazes shifted from the ship to that small point floating in midair. Flying in the sky. Floating. Some of the older veterans or seasoned pirates immediately remembered the flying pirate admiral, Shiki the Golden Lion, whose death had been confirmed not long ago. Blonde hair, check. Loose orange clothing, also a match. But wasn't that old guy already dead? Fire. At that moment, a Marine Vice Admiral, perhaps overwhelmed by pressure or having received some signal, suddenly roared out, ordering the rifleman behind him to shoot at the unidentified humanoid figure. The Marines below looked at each other, but ultimately, they could only obey their superior's command. The effective range of their rifles was limited, especially when firing upwards, making it even shorter. Clearly, their feeble lead bullets couldn't reach the figure in the sky. However, their gunfire inadvertently prompted many others who didn't understand the situation to also fire at this intruder. Some even targeted the slowly descending Galebreaker. A terrifying aura, intertwined with black lightning, suddenly spread downwards. A horrifying conqueror's haki enveloped the entire field. In that moment, it was as if the sky was collapsing. The lead bullets and cannonballs flying through the air seemed to collide with an impenetrable wall, forcibly detonating in midair. The battlefield, once filled with furious roars, quickly fell silent. What is that? A pirate gulped hard, yet he couldn't stop himself from sliding down to the ground, which even he found unbelievable. He was no greenhorn rookie. Everyone who had come here with the main force today was a skilled fighter who had survived in the New World. Many had even been fortunate enough to witness the conqueror's haki of an emperor, but nothing as terrifying as this. For many who lost consciousness, their last moment of awareness felt as if two suns had appeared in the sky. The black solar disk seemed on the verge of annihilating everything on the ground in the next instant. The pirates were having a hard time, but the Marines were in even worse shape. Over 100,000 elite Marines lost their ability to move. Some young officers also struggled to remain conscious. Only those leaders who had also experienced conqueror's haki had the right to remain standing. Even so, they still felt a deep sense of trepidation. Some couldn't help but tremble, their hands gripping their weapons shaking involuntarily. That brat, it hasn't been that long. Kizaru and Whitebeard momentarily broke apart, both briefly halting their confrontation due to the suddenly erupted aura. It seemed Whitebeard was also astonished by Naruto's current level of haki. What a fearsome guy. Uzumaki Naruto. This time, there wasn't much jest in Kizaru's words. A conqueror's haki that could even affect me, covering such a vast range, this guy's strength had become even more unfathomable. Ha ha ha. Uzumaki Naruto. I've been waiting for you. While Kaido was also surprised by this level of haki, he was more excited about facing a powerful enemy. The guy directly transformed into a dragon, swinging his tail as he prepared to soar upwards. However, his movement was blocked by Akiji. Absolute Zero, Ice Time Dash. Akiji, having entered a state of Absolute Zero, might have achieved what could be called awakening for a Logia-type devil fruit. Every move he made could drain immense amounts of temperature. The devil fruit he ate represented the natural phenomenon of freezing, not ice. So, completely different from those in the ninja world who used ice-release ninjutsu, Akiji's killing moves weren't about ice, but about freezing. His hands quickly turned deep blue as he grabbed Kaido's tail, forcibly yanking him back to the ground. Don't underestimate the three admirals. Even without their devil fruits, based on physical combat or swordsmanship alone, they were still among the strongest in the Marines. As Akiji made contact, Kaido's body rapidly began to freeze. If he didn't break free in time, he risked being turned into an ice block midair. Our fight isn't over yet, Kaido. Akiji, with half his face turned to ice, actually said this with a smile. It felt like Akiji in this state was more warm than usual. Damn Marines. Get the hell away. Kaido roared fiercely, but he could only obediently spew heat breath to rapidly raise his own temperature, which made him feel even more stifled. If there was anyone on the field whose anger surpassed Kaido's, it was Akainu. Great sinner. Akainu acted similarly to Kaido, but he was even more resolute. Big Mom stared blankly as the Marine Admiral turned into a mass of magma and shot upwards. Even though his leg, unable to fully transform into an element in time, was struck by her sword, he didn't slow down in the slightest. Compared to Kaido, Akainu's hatred for Naruto ran much deeper. At that moment, the expressions on the grandfather and grandson pair on the execution platform were completely opposite. Ace, bound by chains and forced to kneel, barely raised his head, his eyes shining with surprise and joy. Garp, standing in front with his arms crossed, had a face as dark as water, his gaze unconsciously sweeping over certain people below. He understood very well that the moment Naruto appeared, this war had already entered its next stage. Chapter 382, Chapter 382. What you face next is Whitebeard at his peak. Following the field clearing by the Conqueror's Haki, the previously chaotic battlefield suddenly became much quieter. Those who remained standing were all elites among elites. After Naruto withdrew his Haki, these people did not act rashly. Instead, they held their weapons, warily eyeing the enemies across from them. The shadow cast by that suffocating aura from moments ago was indeed not small. Many Marine officers were well aware of the information about Conqueror's Haki, but some junior officers or Marines from the first half of the Grand Line had never even heard of it. So, from their perspective, things became utterly horrifying. The person above used some unknown sorcery, causing comrades and enemies alike to fall like wheat, their fate unknown. Even these mentally resilient elites did not dare act recklessly for the moment. At the Marineford's port, Isho and Aramaki, responsible for engaging the enemy, simultaneously stopped and looked toward the slowly descending figure in the distance. Isho-san, that guy is. Yeah, the great hero, Uzumaki Naruto. Though blind, Isho still spoke with absolute certainty. At the same time, he silently remarked to himself. He's gotten stronger again, Naruto, my friend. Let me witness the benevolence and justice you uphold. Hearing Isho's address for Naruto, Aramaki merely shifted his gaze slightly, saying nothing. Sharing Isho's astonishment were the two Marine officers on the execution platform. Sengoku's face was as dark as water, his eyebrows furrowed into a deep crease. Such an aura, simply unheard of. Beside him, Garp's expression showed undisguised surprise. As one of the few Marines possessing the qualification for Conqueror's Haki, the Conqueror's Haki he could erupt with was not inferior to that of emperors like Kaido or Big Mom. But before Naruto, even Garp felt he was slightly outmatched. This kid, he might have already surpassed Roger. Hearing this, Sengoku shot a sidelong glance at his old comrade, sounding somewhat exasperated. Garp, put away those inappropriate thoughts. You should understand that the outcome of this war has long been decided. Huh? Sengoku, why would you think that of me? Garp seemed genuinely surprised by Sengoku's accusation. You. Can't you even control your facial expressions? Sengoku roared loudly, his face full of exasperation. Across from him, Garp showed an expression of unprecedented relaxation, even having the spare time to pick his nose. It was fortunate that the broadcast had already been cut off. Of course, even if it hadn't, the Den Mushi had been knocked unconscious by the earlier Conqueror's Haki burst. Restarting the broadcast would be difficult for a while. Simultaneously, Ace's execution was naturally delayed. Though few cared about that right now. Fire Fist, Ace, the catalyst for the outbreak of the Summit War, had now become an insignificant factor. Piruparu. At that moment, the miniature Den Mushi on Sengoku's wrist suddenly rang. Pointing a finger at Garp, who was still picking his nose, Sengoku answered the call. Hello. Okay, I understand. Garp beside him seemed to vaguely hear the voice from the Den Mushi, his expression becoming serious again. Elsewhere, the pink-haired Marine Chief Petty Officer Kobe was unlucky enough to be swept up into the sky by the terrifying hurricane. Mid-air, he couldn't adjust his posture, forced to let himself be tossed about like a leaf. But at the same time, he was lucky. Unlike others, Kobe's landing spot was his own side's headquarters, and he happened to fall right among the reporters responsible for the broadcast. Thus, Kobe was one of the few lucky ones who landed completely unharmed after the hurricane. That was close. Before he could finish his sentence, the next wave of Conqueror's Haki coverage arrived. This area was also on the edge of the Haki's radiation. While the impact was weaker, that was only relative to the powerful individuals. People like reporters or the Den Mushi basically fell unconscious upon contact. Kobe also struggled to maintain consciousness, tightly gripping a nearby railing, barely enduring the first wave of impact. He also had to thank Naruto for not intending to release Haki continuously. Otherwise, over 99% of the people here would be unable to stay conscious. Just as Kobe shook his head, trying to recover, a figure suddenly leaped up from below. It was a stranger. He looked very young, perhaps even younger than himself. Kobe was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted, adopting a combat stance. Across from him, Konohamaru looked at the uniform Kobe wore. Definitely a Marine. Nodding, Konohamaru then rushed toward Kobe without hesitation, his fist quickly coated in armament Haki. He was on a special mission from Naruto and couldn't let this Marine ruin his plans. Kobe's reaction was swift too, his figure immediately vanishing from the spot. Soru. The next moment, Kobe appeared behind Konohamaru, delivering a solid punch to the opponent's exposed back. Perhaps because Konohamaru seemed quite young, Kobe didn't use full force, intending only to knock him out. Unbeknownst to him, Konohamaru had a similar idea. Kobe's fist squarely hit Konohamaru, but then the figure dissolved into a puff of smoke. What? Before he could react, a subtle sound of wind whistled above him. Thud. The last image before Kobe lost consciousness was the mysterious kid's fist, radiating light, rapidly enlarging before him. Watching Kobe spin through the air before falling completely unconscious, Konohamaru clenched his fist triumphantly. Yes. It wasn't easy. Since coming to this world, he had either been getting beaten up or was on the way to being beaten up. Finally, it was his turn to knock someone else flying. Just look at the people he had dealt with on this journey. Jack the Drought, one of Kaido's 3 disasters, the super criminals from Impel Down's level 6, even someone like the Demon Heir, Douglas Bullet. Frankly, it was only thanks to his resilient spirit. If it were another person his age, they would have long been crushed and lost confidence. After finishing this, Konohamaru remembered his mission and hurriedly began collecting the den mushi scattered on the ground, one by one. Elsewhere, the battle between the 3 emperors and the 3 admirals continued. Fighters of this level possessed vitality and endurance far surpassing ordinary people. In his youth, Whitebeard had fought Roger continuously for days and nights, while Akiji and Akainu had fought for 10 days in another timeline. Of course, the current Whitebeard was no longer the same. Both illness and age had severely weakened his combat power. And his opponent was the most slippery one. Yata no Kagami. Kizaru multiplied into dozens again, launching a barrage of light projectiles at Whitebeard from all directions. This time, the other division commanders weren't around Whitebeard. He could only use a large-scale air quake to counter this move again. But before his action could begin, another flash of golden light appeared between Kizaru and him. Great virtue, piercing sky. A crisp voice rang out as the divine bird flapped its wings and charged, bringing up intangible blades of air. Like slashes, they split everything around them in half, instantly dispersing all of Kizaru's light clones. Kizaru didn't recklessly engage. Instead, he had already transformed his body into light, dodging this hidden lethal strike. You are the one who created the hurricane earlier, an ally of Uzumaki Naruto. This is getting troublesome. Kizaru drawled slowly in his usual tone. However, Karen showed no reaction to this almost provocative tone. She quickly landed on the bow of the Moby Dick, then looked up at the giant-like Whitebeard. What is it, little girl? Whitebeard held quite a favorable impression of this girl who appeared out of nowhere. He could sense she held no fear toward him. For young people with both strength and courage, he was never stingy with recruitment. If she weren't Naruto's companion, he might have already asked Karen if she wanted to be his daughter. Old man, are you Whitebeard, the one Naruto-san mentioned? Karen confirmed Whitebeard's distinctive features but, just to be sure, verbally confirmed it. Ha! That's right. I am Whitebeard. Speak, little girl, what did that brat Naruto send you here for? Whitebeard didn't mind Karen's address for him, instead laughing quite naturally. Then that's correct. Here dash. Saying this, Karen directly took out a packet of powder and tossed it to Whitebeard. What's this? Medicine that can temporarily restore you to your peak condition without side effects. Naruto-san specifically got it for you. Hearing this, Whitebeard coughed unhappily. That brat is meddling unnecessarily. I am at my peak right now. However, Karen showed no surprise at Whitebeard's stubborn words, simply nodding. Exactly as Naruto-san said. After saying that, she directly transformed into her beast-human form and took to the air. Naruto-san said, the medicine is here. Use it or not, it's up to you. But Whitebeard, you wouldn't want Ace to witness you dying from exhaustion, would you? How could a great pirate die so ignobly? After saying this, she didn't linger, decisively flying off in another direction. Kizaru watched the entire scene but made no move to stop her. What a troublesome brat. Muttering a low curse, Whitebeard still opened the packet and poured every bit of the powder into his mouth. Immediately, he was assaulted by a bitterness strong enough to make his teeth ache. A few gulps of alcohol washed down the astringent taste in his mouth. As for worrying about Naruto tampering with the medicine, he knew that brat, though usually annoying, was definitely not the type to do such a thing. As Knighton's specially formulated, Whitebeard Youth Restoration Powder entered his stomach, Whitebeard's complexion rapidly became rosy. His physique didn't undergo the same, complete makeover, transformation like Knighton's. But the hand holding his weapon genuinely regained strength, and his breathing became smooth and easy. Whitebeard instinctively stretched his arms outward. A series of popping and cracking sounds echoed from his joints. Feeling the healthy body he hadn't experienced in years, a fierce fighting spirit ignited on Whitebeard's face. That brat really has a lot of good stuff. Well then, let's have a good old brawl, it's been a while. Across from him, Kizaru adjusted his sunglasses, then subtly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This is going to be troublesome. Chapter 383, Chapter 383. Who is stronger, Akainu or Whitebeard? Oyaji. Oyaji. Actually, many of the Whitebeard Pirates division commanders had noticed Karen as soon as she landed. It's just that most of them were engaged in combat with formidable opponents at the time and couldn't break away. When these men finally managed to shake off the Marines' entanglements and refocused, they saw the unknown mythical Zoan user take flight again, while their dad, Whitebeard, stretched mightily, his figure seemingly growing more robust. The large cloak that had been draped over his back also fell away, revealing a back free of scars. Much like the belief held by a certain green-haired swordsman, scars on the back are a swordsman's shame. The same applied to Whitebeard. Whitebeard had dominated the seas for decades. Aside from a strategic retreat 38 years ago at the hands of Garp, he had never truly fled in the literal sense. He didn't carry any scars from that time either. Later, he even teamed up with Garp to deal with the world government's backup plan. Are you alright, Oyaji? Marco possessed the ability to fly, so he was the first crew member to arrive. Yeah, couldn't be better. Saying this, he grabbed Muraka Majiri, instantly coating the blade with Conqueror's Haki. Marco hadn't seen that fierce, blazing fighting spirit on Whitebeard's face for a long time. In the past, Whitebeard's might remained, but due to illness and age, he had to undergo long-term intravenous treatment and always drank excessively without restraint. His complexion hadn't been that good. To describe it, he was like a setting sun that had already sunk halfway into the sea. While still glowing and providing warmth, illuminating their path forward, its descent was an irreversible inevitability. When they decided to go all out to rescue Ace this time, Marco, who knew his Oyaji well, could sense that Whitebeard seemed ready to sacrifice himself. When Whitebeard swung his first punch on the battlefield, in Marco's eyes, his back appeared somewhat tragic and heroic. But at this moment, he seemed to see the Whitebeard of old again, that Edward Newgate. Where do you think you're going, flashy brat? Whitebeard completely changed his previous style of standing still to receive attacks. He leaped directly from the Moby Dick, his blade radiating terrifying Conqueror's Haki pressure. Oh no. Don't get in the way of me rescuing my son. The next moment, a Conqueror's Haki imbued slash comparable to Roger's illuminated the entire field. Boom. Like Whitebeard's quake power, the slash he delivered was grand and sweeping, its force immense. The terrifying slash extended madly from above to below, cleaving the frozen battlefield in two. In the distance, Mihawk stared intently at Whitebeard, who had delivered that slash, his hands gripping the supreme grade blade, Yoro, tightening subconsciously. Is that the world's strongest man? He silently compared in his heart, referencing Shanks's past performances, then shook his head inwardly. Different. Their fighting styles are different. It's hard to determine superiority. Then he looked towards Naruto in midair, more precisely, at the Mushoku hanging at his side. Uzumaki Naruto, how strong are you? He wanted to abandon everyone around and charge directly at Naruto, but right now, there seemed to be more people wanting to fight Naruto than imagined. If they had to queue, Mihawk might not get a turn even after a whole day. Stay put, you little monkey dash. Whitebeard, watching Kizaru deliberately disperse into light to escape and then reform, showed his signature mocking expression. Frankly, only people from Garp or Roger's generation had seen this expression. Hey, don't joke around. As soon as Kizaru finished speaking, Whitebeard's attack arrived. This time, he didn't use Muraka Majiri. He wrapped Conqueror's Haki around his fist and struck out together with his quake power. Puncture sky. Black cracks rapidly spread through the air, speeding toward Kizaru. Kizaru, who had just managed to utter a sentence, his eyes changed, immediately activating his Logia intangibility again. Getting hit by this punch was no joke. Kizaru's intuition told him that even he wouldn't fare well if struck by this attack. What an exaggerated ability. Thinking this, Kizaru shifted tactics. Instead of taking potshots at Whitebeard like before, he focused entirely on evasion. Neither Whitebeard nor Kizaru had reached the pinnacle in observation Haki mastery like Redfield, so their contest couldn't be resolved quickly either. With Kizaru single-mindedly focused on dodging and avoiding combat, Whitebeard's attacks, which had a longer wind-up, truly had difficulty hitting him. Admiral Kizaru is amazing. That Whitebeard can't hit him at all. A Marine officer shouted, but his words were cut short by a flying bullet. Nonsense. It's that guy who doesn't have the guts to take Oyaji's attacks. Aizu retorted, defending Whitebeard. Besides the two sides, Kaido, Big Mom, and the two admirals fighting them also watched the situation here. Furthermore, on a raft-like pirate ship that had secretly followed Kaido's fleet to the battlefield's edge, Blackbeard was watching Whitebeard's fight through a telescope, gnashing his teeth in frustration. He still couldn't give up his desire for the Gura Gura no Mi. Snatching Whitebeard's corpse from the Whitebeard pirates was too difficult, he could only take a desperate risk. Having failed to recruit enough companions and impel down, Blackbeard's crew remained as small as before, just a few stragglers. But this greatly reduced their presence. In the chaos of this massive battlefield, practically no one paid attention to the movements of their small ship on the periphery. Why? Why do you still have this kind of power? Blackbeard ground his teeth, watching through the telescope as Whitebeard displayed immense power, easily moving mountains and filling seas with each move. It's all because of that bird. Whitebeard's condition changed after its appearance. Thinking this, Blackbeard silently added Karen to his hunting list. Setting aside Blackbeard's many thoughts, Big Mom, who had been fighting Akainu for quite a while, suddenly rolled her eyes. She was, for once, contemplating strategy. She couldn't afford not to. Because the now disabled Akainu's fighting style was even more brutal and vicious than before. If the previous Akainu used his Magu no Mi powers to deliver grand, sweeping attacks, trying to crush enemies in one blow, the current Akainu had learned to use the magma's inherent high temperature to continuously stack debuffs on his opponents. Big Mom, known as the Steel Balloon, possessed terrifyingly strong haki herself. But she was still flesh and blood. She would starve without eating, she would die from fatal injuries. Akainu's punch might not break her defense, but the high-temperature magma remained on Big Mom's body, accumulating more and more with Akainu's continuous attacks. Huff. Huff. Big Mom shook off the sweat on her forehead, simultaneously flinging away the magma clinging to her arm. Across from her, Akainu still stared at her with that gaze of pure killing intent. When she stopped him from seeking revenge on the great sinner, Akainu had already decided to kill Big Mom first. After catching her breath, Big Mom's eyes quickly scanned the battlefield situation, then she rode the thundercloud Zeus toward Whitebeard's location. Don't even think of running. Akainu followed closely behind. Whitebeard. Let's swap. Big Mom flew past the aftershock of Whitebeard's punch, then manipulated the homie Artemis to form a mirror cage again, briefly trapping the constantly dodging Kizaru inside. Having been partners in the same pirate crew before, Whitebeard and Big Mom shared moments of tacit understanding and cooperation. Seeing Kizaru restrained, Whitebeard didn't attack immediately. Instead, as if foreseeing the future, he turned and delivered another, puncture sky, punch. This punch collided squarely with Akainu, who had launched a sneak attack in near silence. The blazing heat of the Magu no Mi's great eruption was utterly ineffective against the spatial cracks. Instead, the cracks from puncture sky, carrying terrifying conqueror's haki, squarely hit Akainu, who couldn't dodge in time. It couldn't be helped. Unlike the extremely fast-moving Pika Pika no Mi, the Magu no Mi's movement speed, even when elementalized, wasn't much faster than normal. Struck by a full-power Whitebeard's conqueror's haki-infused puncture sky punch, numerous fine cracks immediately appeared on Akainu's upper body. Blood uncontrollably gushed out. Fortunately, Akainu currently wore a bright red suit, so even soaked in blood, he didn't look too disheveled. Ha! Magma brat, your eyes are fierce. Did I hurt you just now? Whitebeard slowly retracted his fist, then extended a hand, gesturing for Akainu to make the first move. This attitude didn't anger the current Akainu. Instead, it intensified the menace in his eyes. On the other side, Kizaru wasn't faring well either. Big Mom's mirror homies were too effective at countering the Pika Pika no Mi. Back on Whole Cake Island, these two homies had just been created, and Big Mom wasn't very proficient in using them. Even then, Big Mom gained the upper hand, forcing him to flee toward Garp. Now, however, she had clearly trained with her newly created homies, using them more skillfully. Under Big Mom's control, Artemis created a flawless spherical space. No matter how Kizaru dodged, he would eventually be reflected back to the sphere's center. Zeus. Big Mom grinned widely, grabbing the thundercloud and directly thrusting it into the mirrored spherical space. Try dodging this one. Tenman Daijizi Tenjin. Countless lightning bolts indiscriminately bombarded the spherical space, forming a dense web of electricity, simultaneously imbued with Big Mom's soul power and conqueror's haki. Each bolt of lightning seemed to possess its own consciousness, blocking the few remaining dodging spots within the sphere. Zap. Finally, during one dodge, a haki-infused lightning bolt struck Kizaru, causing his body to uncontrollably seize up momentarily. Slowed down, even more purple lightning bolts swarmed over, converging into a massive bolt. He. Got you. Indra. Countless lightning bolts converged into one, directly hitting Kizaru, who was paralyzed in midair, blasting him away. The good news, Kizaru successfully escaped the mirror prison with this attack. The bad news, Kizaru himself was quite injured. Clearly, Big Mom had learned her lesson this time, striking with full force from the start. And there was worse news. Garp couldn't help him this time because, right now, he was also preoccupied. Chapter 384, Chapter 384 Galaxy Impact vs. Galaxy Impact. Your responsibility, I will bear it. The situation with the admirals was tense, and Marineford was not faring much better. After releasing his haki to clear the area, Naruto looked at the fallen marines and pirates but did not attack them. In Naruto's mind, many of these people were not guilty. They believed in justice and were here because they were ordered to come. Their reasons for being here made sense. His own reason for being here, to save Ace, was also valid. Ace was not an evil person. He was just being used as a target by others. It was simply a matter of being on different sides. Hey, old man, it's been a while. You don't look too good. Naruto floated calmly in front of the execution platform, showing no sign of stress. Opposite him, Garp looked at Naruto with a complex expression and sighed heavily. Really? Uzumaki Naruto, if you want to save Ace, you must defeat me first. After giving Sengoku a look that said it's fine, Garp spoke slowly to Naruto. You don't sound very enthusiastic, old man. Are they working you too hard? Fleet Admiral Sengoku, is this how you treat your old friend? Hearing this, Sengoku saw Naruto up close for the first time. He could not see any fear in this man. It was as if he had simply come for a walk, while also picking up a misbehaving family member. Sengoku had met Naruto before. That was when the Roger pirates were still together. Naruto had just joined the crew and was a noisy little boy. No one would have guessed that 20 years later, that boy would become a major problem for the Marines and the world government. Yes, this was how Sengoku viewed Naruto. Even though the five elders said Naruto was just a daring criminal and not a real threat to the world government. As the one in charge of this execution, Sengoku knew the hidden parts of the plan. Such as the God's Knights waiting in secret, or the early capture of Hancock, and this huge event was more than half because of Naruto. He did not know exactly what happened at Impel Down, but after that day, the five elders quietly changed their plans. Enough talk. Great Sinner, Uzumaki Naruto, since you are here, you can keep Fire Fist, Ace Company. Ha, you're brave to say that. Naruto paid little attention to Sengoku's words. He looked back and forth between Garp and the kneeling Ace behind him. You. I told you to be careful. Never mind, I will deal with you after this is over. Naruto pointed a finger at Ace. I was careful. It was Blackbeard who cheated and used poison. And if that strong guy hadn't been in the way at Sabaody, I could have escaped. That is what he wanted to say, but his mouth was gagged, so he could only make muffled sounds. You dare to look down on the Marines, you reckless villain. With a shout, Sengoku's body began to grow, and golden light spread around him. But Garp stopped him first. Sengoku, let me handle this. Sengoku looked at Garp with a troubled expression. After a moment of silence, he returned to his normal size. Garp also stood up, clenched his fists, and covered them with haki. For both him and Naruto, using Conqueror's haki to intimidate others was not useful now. It was better to use that energy for strong attacks. But Garp's fame was still great. Seeing the Marine hero prepare to fight, many Marines below felt their confidence return. The fear from Naruto's earlier haki faded away. It's Vice Admiral Garp. Vice Admiral Garp is fighting. Below the platform, the remaining warlords also watched. Tyrant, Kuma stayed silent, his emotions hidden behind his glasses. Doflamingo and Gecko Moria were both very excited. Doflamingo wanted revenge on Naruto, and Moria was already thinking about taking Naruto's body. Only Mihawk stared at the sword on Naruto's back. You are not going to use your sword? Uzumaki Naruto. Seeing Naruto get ready to fight without drawing his sword, Mihawk felt disappointed. Fine. Perhaps I will have to wait until next time to fight you. Mihawk was confident that Naruto would not die here. He also did not believe the modest words Naruto said when they first met. A swordsman's feeling told him that Naruto was very skilled with a sword. Above, Garp jumped into the air, pulling his body back like a bow, gathering strength in his fist. Powerful haki gathered, adding to his power. Naruto did not move. He copied Garp's pose exactly. That's. Many people watching could not believe their eyes. Galaxy. Galaxy. Impact, X. The same advanced Conqueror's haki, the same powerful punch. Their fists met in the air, then struck each other's faces. Naruto did not dodge. He took Garp's full power galaxy impact on his cheek. The haki-coated fist only left a bloody mark. Humph. He pinched one nostril and blew out the blood from the other, then floated as if nothing happened. Garp, however, looked much worse. To everyone's shock, with just one punch, the Marine hero was sent flying by the Great Sinner. Garp's body shot through one of the platform's support beams, then smashed through the Marineford buildings, finally crashing into the ground. Luckily, the platform had many supports, so losing one did not matter. Otherwise, Sengoku would have had to act. The broadcast had not started yet, so Ace could not die. Of course, Sengoku was also stunned, watching Garp be defeated so easily. See, old man, the will in your fist is not as strong as it used to be. Holding up his fist, Naruto looked down at Garp. Your justice is unsure, isn't it? Torn between duty and family. Garp silently pulled himself from the ground. Dust and rubble covered the marine hero. It seemed to cover his strong heart as well. I am a marine. This is my duty. Garp's words sounded firm, but also as if he was trying to believe them himself. Naruto heard it. I see. He nodded. If that is your choice, then do not hesitate. Hit me with all you have. Marine hero, Monkey D, Garp. Naruto's clothes moved without wind. His words left Sengoku without a reply. He thought Naruto was trying to be friendly, but instead heard this. You chose the duty you have held your whole life. So the duty of family, I will carry that for you. Ace, I will save him myself. Their eyes met. No words were needed, it said everything. You can trust me. As always. How embarrassing. Garp lowered his head, then raised it suddenly. At that moment, everyone who saw his eyes felt as if a punch had hit their minds. To be scolded by a brat like you. Saying this, Garp jumped into the air again. But this time was different. His Jeppo steps were strong, and his presence was sharp like an arrow. Now I am serious. Watch carefully. A moment later, a streak like a meteor shot across the sky. The powerful fist flew toward Naruto's face with a sharp sound. Facing it, a confident smile appeared on Naruto's face. Stop boasting, you old man. Come on. Chapter 385, Chapter 385 The Five Elders Descend. If gods truly existed in this world, they would likely look like this. That was the feeling of most people on the battlefield watching the battle between Naruto and Garp. For the average Marine, even those who had risen to the rank of Commodore or Vice Admiral, it was rare to fight enemies on the level of an emperor. Their understanding of the combat power of those top-tier fighters was also quite limited. Today was an eye-opener. Galaxy Crash. Garp leapt high into the air, the hesitation and confusion in his heart swept away, his conqueror's haki unleashed to its fullest. This time, he did not create a terrifying shockwave like before. Instead, he compressed all his haki to the surface of his body, greatly enhancing his attack power against a single target. If someone from another modern world were present, they might have thought the Marines had fired a missile into the sky. By some principle, Garp's fist, glowing with intense light like a meteor, shot straight towards Naruto in the sky. Seeing this, the smile on Naruto's face did not diminish in the slightest. He lowered his stance, gathering power, pulling his fist back behind him. This is more like you, old man Garp. I've wanted to punch you like this for a long time. His fist swung out violently, colliding with Garp's in midair. Conqueror's haki pressed against Conqueror's haki with frantic intensity. Sengoku and Ace, who were relatively close, both had their expressions change. This haki. Just the scattered remnants of its aura were enough to render unconscious rookie pirates of the so-called worst generation caliber. Thud. Thud. The two executioners in charge of the beheading were clearly not individuals with strong wills, so they were completely out of their depth facing this kind of mental assault. This was a case of the fire at the city gate harming the fish in the moat. Sengoku's gaze swept over the two fallen executioners before finally settling on Ace. Never mind. The main task right now isn't Ace's execution anyway. This guy is securely locked to the execution platform with sea stone shackles, there's no chance of him escaping. So he turned his attention back to the sky above. The battle between his old friend and this criminal might very well decide the final outcome of this war. He was well aware of Garp's strength. Calling him the Marines #1 wouldn't be an exaggeration. Even Sengoku himself wasn't confident he could defeat him. Furthermore, in the last battle at Whole Cake Island, according to Tsuru's final mission summary, Garp had not been at a disadvantage during his clash with Naruto. It was only after Naruto used some kind of large-scale attack as a threat that Garp stopped. For fighters who had reached their level, every bit of improvement required a long time of accumulation. Only 2 months had passed since then. Uzumaki Naruto's strength shouldn't have changed that much. However, things did not unfold as Sengoku had predicted. Boom. Even with his fighting spirit restored and operating at full capacity, Garp was still at a disadvantage in the Conqueror's haki-infused fist clash with Naruto. Moreover, his body was being steadily pushed downward. Impossible. Sengoku's shock was impossible to conceal, but his reaction was extremely swift. At a time like this, he couldn't afford to care about any unwritten rules of duels between the strong. His identity was singular, the current fleet admiral of the Marines. Thus, everyone saw Sengoku suddenly leap from the execution platform, his body continuously growing larger in midair. Sengoku, radiating the golden light of a Buddha, arrived at Garp's side and without hesitation launched a pushing palm strike at Naruto. Mythical Zoan type, Hito Hito no Mi, model, Daibutsu form. The ability allows the user to transform into a giant golden Buddha, with every move generating powerful shockwaves. Additionally, this fruit was said to grant the eater power, wisdom, and spirit akin to a Buddha, making them the ultimate being combining heart, body, and skill. Whether the hidden abilities were real was anyone's guess, but at this moment, Sengoku indeed received a comprehensive enhancement. Golden light continuously spread outward from the front of his palm, not stopping even as it encountered the storm of Naruto's fist aura. This caused Naruto above to raise an eyebrow. Interesting. Sengoku's shockwave didn't seem to be just a physical attack. The shockwave, after traversing the zone of clashing conquerors haki, struck Naruto's body directly. In an instant, he felt an impact squarely hitting his consciousness. However, it seems your devil fruit ability isn't all that impressive either. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Naruto's head only tilted back slightly before righting itself, appearing completely unharmed. But was he truly unharmed? As an existence sharing one heart and mind with Naruto, Kurama, who was currently getting pummeled dizzy, served as good proof. How can this be? Over on his side, Sengoku himself was somewhat astonished. His Buddha's shockwave not only produced physical effects similar to a fist blast but also delivered a mental blow to those it hit. It's just that in the past, his enemies who took this hit usually fell unconscious directly. Plus, he had rarely taken direct action since becoming Fleet Admiral, so no one had been able to discern the difference between this attack and a normal one. Haha, you really went to unnecessary trouble there, Sengoku. Even while being suppressed, Garp still had the mood to tease his old comrade. Shut up, you idiot. Sengoku wanted to say more but was interrupted by Naruto above. If you two want to chat, how about going down there to do it slowly? I'm a bit pressed for time. Here, going down meant in the literal, physical sense, not that he intended to kill them. After saying this, a slight change appeared in Naruto's pupils. In the next moment, countless ethereal fist shadows materialized around him. 80 God's vacuum attack. One punch, two punches, in an instant, Sengoku and Garp lost count of how many blows they took. These relentless attacks pounded back down to the ground. This scene left many Marines staring dumbfounded, unable to react even as enemies charged near them. Vice Admiral Garp and Fleet Admiral Sengoku defeated just like that. Naruto, single-handedly suppressing the two pinnacles of Marine authority and combat power, practically shattered the admiration in the hearts of many young soldiers. Pa. Amidst the rubble and wreckage, Garp shoved aside the bricks and tiles covering him, then spat out the dust in his mouth. Sengoku beside him also looked quite disheveled, his hat gone, revealing his head of afro hair. Ha, what a pitiful sight, Sengoku. Shut up, stop wasting time here. Sengoku irritably slapped away Garp's hand and once again used Jeppo to fly back into the air. Garp also got up, laughing, and flew skyward as well. Although that last move was spectacular, it wasn't quite enough against the defenses of these two. Plus, Naruto hadn't intended to kill, so the elderly duo only looked somewhat disheveled. On the other side, Naruto had already flown towards the execution platform, seemingly on the verge of rescuing Ace. And it was at this precise moment that a sudden change occurred. Black lightning and flames erupted, forming 5 pentagram arrays exuding ominous energy around the execution platform. Simultaneously, a menacing black shadow appeared within each array. A flash of lightning, and a blade carrying a bone-chilling cold emerged first, sweeping horizontally towards Naruto's head as he descended. Clang! Meshuka blocked the long sword at the last possible moment, but the underworld chill from the blade above continued to creep towards Naruto. Face your judgment, sinner. The figure wielding the blade finally manifested, an elderly man with a bald head, wearing loose white robes. 4 other old men in suits appeared alongside him. The vast majority of people present were utterly confused, unsure of the origins of these unfamiliar yet clearly powerful old men. However, the expressions of the very few in the know changed drastically. Boom. Another earth-shattering punch sent Akainu flying. Whitebeard casually shook off the scorching magma clinging to his hand, but his gaze turned towards the distant execution platform. The other top fighters around also halted their actions at the same time. So even you can't sit still any longer. 5 Elders. Chapter 386, Chapter 386 Uninvited Guests, the brawl begins. The 5 Elders are the highest public authority of the world government. The decisions of the world government come from these 5 celestial dragons, whose true ages are unknown. Their daily task is to stay in Pangaea Castle, listen to reports, and bring matters they cannot handle to Imu for a final decision. One could say they are the power directly below the throne. But in truth, very few people have ever seen these 5 old men. Most of the marines and pirates present had only heard of them. The five elders have received power from Imu, granting them true immortality, so they can spend centuries managing the world government for her. To those who do not know of Imu, these five are the top of the world. So when the five elders said they would come to Marineford, Sengoku's first reaction was disbelief. They did not consult him, arrogantly making their own decision without even giving a precise time. Now, as Sengoku and Garp were briefly overpowered and Ace was nearly rescued, the five elders made their grand entrance. It was hard not to think they had been watching the battle the whole time. In a shadowy corner, Figureland Garling, commander of the God's Knights, faded back into the darkness. His main task was mostly done. He would only step in if these five failed to handle the great sinner. The five elders' existence is public. The God's Knights is not. He did not want that power exposed. The five elders. Sengoku steadied himself and looked up at Ethan Baron Nusturo, the warrior god of finance, who was now clashing with Naruto. Garp's expression was far less guarded. He looked at the five elders with open contempt, as if their status meant nothing to him. In Garp's heart, there was no respect for them. He had even once fought against J. Garcia Saturn. Filthy bastards. Garp. Mind your language. Hearing this, Sengoku's face darkened and he shouted at his friend. The five elders merely gave them a cold look, not bothering with the verbal insult. Sengoku. Garp. You have disappointed us. We thought the two of you would be enough for this sinner. Saturn, the very one Garp had just cursed, spoke, his voice dripping with scorn for the two veterans. Last time, Topman Warcury had fought this man. The power he showed was not as terrifying as the legendary rocks. His explosive techniques were troublesome, but only that. Now with all five of them here, they believed Naruto's life was as good as over. Perhaps Imu was too arrogant, or saw no need to tell them everything. The five elders did not know the full details of what happened at Impel Down. They only knew the God's Knight's ambush had failed. If they had seen Naruto withstand two Mother Flames, and strike back at Imu across the sea, they would not be so calm. Above them, Nusturo showed no tension as his blade was blocked. He started to speak. Not bad swordsmanship, Sin Dash. Before he could finish, Naruto's fist smashed into his face. The Conqueror's hockey-coated punch hit Nusturo's cheek squarely, sending him flying back. Nusturo tumbled through the air and landed, wiping blood from his mouth before fixing Naruto with an icy stare. Eager for death. We shall grant it. Black flame clouds erupted from his body, swallowing him whole. A moment later, a creature with the upper body of a man and the lower body of a skeletal horse emerged from the flames. The other four elders transformed as well. Warcury became the four-tusked boar, Fengshi, that Naruto had seen before. The others turned into horrifying forms, a flame-wreathed, sharp-toothed bird, a spider-legged creature with bull horns, and a giant sandworm as large as a tower. Conqueror's haki, mixed with the unique aura of awakened mythical Zoans, exploded outwards, washing over everyone on the battlefield. What are those things? Monsters. Not just the pirates, but even the marines were seeing the five elders' true forms for the first time. All five of the highest rulers were mythical Zoan users, and their forms were all monstrous and cruel. Many felt instant revulsion. It was lucky the broadcast was cut. The sight alone would have shaken the world government's authority. Those are the five elders. Below, Doflamingo's jaw went slack, a cold sweat trickling down his temple. It wasn't fear of their appearance, but the sudden, chilling memory that he had once tried to threaten these ancient monsters. Beside him, Gecko Moria's greed was now completely naked. Fight. Fight. Whoever dies is fine. Just give me their bodies. Mihawk looked gravely at Nusturo among the elders. The five elders. He suddenly sensed something and turned. There stood fellow warlord, Bartholomew Kuma. Kuma's usual blank expression was gone. Even knowing his mission for the revolution, seeing the five elders made his killing intent boil over. But Vegapunk's modifications made it hard to express emotion. He could only tremble, cover his head, and breathe raggedly. Seeing the five elders transform, Whitebeard grew anxious. That kid, can he handle it? He knew how tough those five were and wanted to shake off Akainu to help. But Akainu, sensing this, changed tactics, harrying and dodging, determined to keep Whitebeard busy. Even if I can't kill him, I'll make you watch him die. Akainu's goal was simple, Naruto's death. For that, he would ignore the three emperors. You're a nuisance, magma brat. Another conqueror's haki missed as Akainu dodged away. Without a direct clash, it was harder for Whitebeard to land a decisive hit. At the center, Naruto was surrounded by five monsters. Ganging up. That's your style. Naruto didn't look worried. He had a good grasp of the enemy forces now. The only wild card was the one who controlled the Mother Flames. Against a sinner like you, fairness is irrelevant. Marcus Mars, the flaming bird, laughed coldly and let out a cry. A bolt of black lightning shot from the sky toward Naruto. At the same time, Warcury accelerated, spinning in midair, his sword-sharp tusks becoming a whirling blade wheel. Their ambush failed. Screech dash. An equally powerful, but far more beautiful cry echoed across the battlefield. Great blessing, thunder cry. Hasoken's secret technique, wolf dance flame. Two figures appeared in front of Naruto. The cry and lightning of a golden Garuda met the black lightning in midair, causing it to detonate prematurely. Claws wreathed in purgatory flames and lightning slammed into Warcury's spinning tusks. Boom. Dust cleared. Giant birds faced each other in the sky. The boar and the flaming beast broke apart. Sasuke, in his human beast form, pulled back his hand. A cut on it burned with calamity flames, and his power began to surge. Warcury glanced at his tusk, now half-severed by the strange fire, and narrowed his eyes. Empowered by dark flames, the tusk rapidly fell off and regrew. With Imu's power, they were immortal. A tusk was nothing. Looks like your numbers just dropped. Though worried about Karen jumping into the fight, Naruto kept his tone mocking to draw their focus. So what? We still outnumber you. As Nusturo spoke, the giant sandworm that had burrowed underground erupted toward Naruto. At the same time, the horned spider demon, Saturn, spewed a torrent of venom. Naruto started to raise a hand, then stopped and smiled. You guys really came through. Whoosh dash. A cannonball the size of a house, moving impossibly fast, smashed into the sandworm's head, hurling it into Marineford's buildings. Another figure was tossed through the air, righted himself, and threw a mighty punch. Boom. The iron fist connected with Saturn's head, snapping one of his horns and cutting off his venom spray. It's 5-on-5 now, 5 elders. Naruto leveled his sword, Mushoku, its point aimed at Nusturo's face. Nusturo squinted at the two new arrivals. Douglas Bullet and Burndy World. You've chosen to die. Chapter 387, Chapter 387 Realm of Conquerors. That's right. Aside from the missing, Red Count, who went to seek a way to regain his youth, both Douglas Bullet and Burndy World had somehow found their way back. Do not misunderstand, brat. We simply happen to have a score to settle with the world government. Burndy World used Jeppo, crossing the battlefield at high speed to land beside Naruto, speaking with defiant pride. His flagship, the Groeed, was anchored at the battlefield's edge. The massive cannonball that had sent the sandworm flying had been fired from its deck. How regrettable. The sandworm, Shepherd Jupiter, rose again, rejoining Nusturo. Its head, smashed by the cannonball moments before, was now fully restored. Having escaped from Impel Down, why not crawl away and enjoy the last scraps of your miserable life? Why wade into this turmoil? Have you truly grown tired of living? The other elders gathered, forming a tall wall of monstrous forms before the execution platform. Now, the focus of everyone present was no longer on Ace, the supposed main character. The world government. The debt between us is not settled. Seeing the leaders of the world government before him, Burndy World felt decades of suppressed resentment and rage surge. If not for these people, he would not have been captured. His crew would not have had to wait 30 years. This time, he would get revenge for himself, for his crew, for his old dreams. Bullet had far less internal conflict. His goal was simple, to back up his ally. And to get some payback on the world government that killed Roger, though he knew even without them, Roger did not have long. Sasuke and Karen, in their human-beast hybrid forms, landed beside Naruto. Feeling Naruto's gaze, Karen instinctively hunched her shoulders. Then, finding some unknown courage, she stiffened her neck, pretending not to see him. Sasuke glanced at Karen, then at Naruto, and shook his head slightly. I tried to stop her. I could not. Well, that was his explanation. 5 elders versus 5 criminals. Seeing this, Sengoku's first thought was not to join the fight, but to evacuate. All Marines. Get away from the execution platform. Garp looked at his old friend, a flicker of conflict in his eyes, then suddenly sat down cross-legged. I am exhausted. My back hurts. It must be an injury. He even put a hand on his back for effect, perhaps overdoing the act. Seeing Garp like this again, Sengoku started to say something, then remembered how they had barely held together against Naruto's fists moments ago. He swallowed his words. Garp. You dash. I will go help evacuate the troops. Hey. You lot. Get away from here. This place is about to become a real battlefield. With that, Garp leaped away, completely forgetting his injury from seconds before. Sengoku sighed, then looked at Ace on the platform, wondering if he should move the prisoner too. Looking at the utter wreck of the public execution, he instinctively rubbed his temples. Forget it. Meanwhile, the three emperors still battling on the frozen bay had different reactions. Big Mom was getting hungry. She wanted to eat. The hunger made her attacks grow even more savage and wild. Her ministers, well aware of what happens when their mother's food frenzy hits, immediately rushed back to the Queen Mama chanter to prepare food. A rampaging Big Mom recognized no one. Indiscriminate destruction would be a problem. This sudden berserk assault gave Kizaru a brief moment to catch his breath. The lazy admiral, a believer in minimal effort, was a far cry from his initial pristine state. His clothes were scorched and full of holes from lightning, and even his signature sunglasses had one lens shattered. Compared to Kizaru, Akiji was faring better. He and Kaido were still locked in their stalemate. Kaido could not seriously wound him, and he could not freeze Kaido solid. In contrast, Akainu, blood still seeping from his wounds, was the most battered of the three. But that was no surprise. His opponent was Whitebeard, temporarily restored to his prime. To be more precise, it was the man who once stood equal to Gol D, Roger. It was only because he had switched to hit-and-run tactics. If he had kept trying to trade blows, Whitebeard's medicine might not have worn off before Akainu bled out. Grr. Those 5 old bastards. Do not steal my fight. Thanks to Jack's message, Kaido was highly anticipating a clash with Naruto. He had been waiting for this since Odin died 20 years ago. How could he let the 5 elders cut in line? He was anxious, but Whitebeard was even more so. Ace was still chained with Sea Stone in the center of it all. A stray attack could finish him. But Akainu's clingy, evasive style was incredibly annoying, making it hard to either fight or leave. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. Another shockwave punch forced Akainu to dodge as magma. Then, he suddenly shifted targets, a vertical slash nearly cutting Kizaru in two. Simultaneously, his tremor power split through the air, separating Kaido and Akiji's battlefield. Not just the 3 admirals, but even Kaido and Big Mom looked at Whitebeard with confusion. Hey! Kaido! Lean. Remember God Valley? Whitebeard suddenly shouted to them. Let us use that move. The two were stunned for a moment, then memories long buried stirred. Scenes from the Battle of God Valley replayed in their minds. Worororo. All right. Let us do it. Mamamamama. Perfect. I am sick of the sight of these 3. Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding washing over them. They had not been at God Valley 38 years ago. They did not know the code the emperors were using. Here it comes. As Whitebeard spoke, the 3 emperors simultaneously erupted with terrifying conqueror's haki. They raised their weapons, Murakumajiri, Hasaikai, and Napoleon, holding them back, gathering power. Akainu's eyes narrowed. This was bad. Stop them. Do not let them dash. He did not need to finish. Akiji and Kizaru were already reacting. So were Whitebeard's crewmates. Hey! Get out of the way. Do not just stand there. Several division commanders pulled their comrades from the direct path of the 3 emperors, even taking marine cuts to do it. They did not know what that move was, but they recognized the power-gathering stance all too well. Ice Glove. Yasakani no Magatama. Great Eruption, Hellhound. The 3 admirals charged forward. But among them, they could not muster a single user of Conqueror's Haki. They did not understand the terror of what was coming. Whitebeard, Big Mom, even Kaido, their eyes held a trace of old memories. As the admirals closed in, the Emperor's preparation was complete. Frightening Conqueror's Haki compressed onto their blades. Then, at the same moment, in the same direction, with the same rhythm, they struck. Realm of Conquerors, X. It was a combined attack even greater than Supremacy C. Or rather, Realm of Conquerors was the complete version of Supremacy C. Bad move. Evade. Akiji reacted first, aborting his attack and diving to the side. Kizaru followed, his light speed giving him a slight edge. Only Akainu hesitated, a flash of stubborn refusal in his eyes, before deciding to retreat. But the Realm of Conquerors was faster, wider, and more powerful than imagined. Swept by this triple emperor, Conqueror's Haki-infused slash, any devil fruit user would be turned to dust. Just a step too slow, the very edge of the attack grazed Akainu. Half of his torso vanished. Instantly. Elemental intangibility was useless. Conqueror's Haki suppressed it. The devastating Realm of Conquerors, having crushed Akainu, continued its unstoppable path. It slammed through Marineford's main building and the mountain behind it, leaving a massive, gaping hole. Chapter 388, Chapter 388. Now it's my turn. Boom. The effect of Realm of Conquerors couldn't be called earth-shattering, but it certainly caused mountains to collapse and the earth to split. However, those near the execution platform had no time to pay attention to this spectacle. After all, the intensity of the battle here was no less significant. One had to thank Sengoku for his foresight in evacuating the crowd in time, otherwise, just the aftermath of the attacks would have caused heavy casualties among the Marines. Sengoku himself understood that once the five elders appeared, the protagonists of this war were no longer the Marines, at least, the ordinary Marines had no ability to intervene. High in the sky, two giant birds crisscrossed, flames and storms swirling back and forth. On the ground, Nusturo, in his horsebone form, had increased his speed further, covering hundreds of meters in an instant. Clang. The material of the blade in his hand was also extraordinary, capable of clashing evenly with Mushoku. It was likely a sword at the supreme grade level. Unfortunately, Naruto's knowledge in this area was not as deep as Smoker's subordinate, Tashiji's, so he couldn't analyze the sword's origins from its blade pattern, tsuba, or other aspects. The blade carrying Underworld's cold aura clashed with the flowing light-like slash, actually producing sparks in midair. Is this all you've got, five elders? Unlike the lunging, two-handed slash from Nusturo, Naruto simply stood in place, easily blocking the attack with one hand. Don't get ahead of yourself, criminal. Seeing his attack parried, Nusturo's four skeletal horse legs moved rapidly, his figure flickering like a ghost again. You merely got lucky blocking once. Don't think you've won. His voice came from all directions. The next moment, a slash flew towards Naruto's back. Clang. Too slow, old man. Mushoku intercepted Nusturo's weapon. Then, Conqueror's haki wrapped around it as Naruto performed an upward slash. You've probably seen this move before. Divine Departure. This was a challenge letter from Roger, delivered decades later. In Naruto's hands, the current Divine Departure might even surpass Roger's own. Nusturo's eyes instantly became horrified. For no other reason than he sensed death in this attack. An attack that could ignore his God-given immortal body and completely sever his eternal life. At the last possible moment, Nusturo transformed into his full beast form, his body expanding rapidly. This barely allowed the originally beheading Divine Departure to strike only the skeletal horsebelly of his lower body. The ferocious white bones were instantly severed by over a dozen, and one of his forelegs was sliced off by the blade's edge, causing Nusturo to stumble upon landing on all fours, nearly falling. One could say such an embarrassing scene truly brought disgrace to the world government and the five elders. However, Nusturo didn't have much mind for that at the moment. Feeling the pain from his leg, his eyes flashed with horror, disbelief, and a trace of fear. Fear of death is instinctive for living beings. The difference lies only in whether some beings can elevate their will above life and death. For dreams or other ideals, they can sacrifice their lives without hesitation. But undoubtedly, the five elders were not among them. Not only were they afraid of death, but their fear might even surpass that of any ordinary person in the world. Having painstakingly reached the pinnacle of power, how could they give up this life where they could willfully manipulate the fates of others? If not for not wanting to die, they wouldn't have submitted to Imu. Similarly, it was precisely because Imu bestowed upon them immortal life that they could remain at the world's apex for centuries. He didn't want to die at all. Damned lowly creature. How dare you? The giant skeletal horse let out a piercing whinny, yet his severed body showed no signs of healing. The black flames from Imu still burned at the stump, but they couldn't restore him, or rather, under the suppression of Conqueror's haki, his recovery was severely limited. Naruto also noticed this. Resting Mushoku on his shoulder, he said mockingly. Well. It seems your master can't help you anymore. At the same time, he nodded inwardly, it seemed Conqueror's haki indeed possessed the ability to harm and kill these celestial dragons. That made things easier. Not far away, Sengoku and Garp, who were evacuating the crowd, were stunned upon hearing the word master from Naruto. They were unaware that above the five elders, the empty throne, representing the pinnacle of free authority was actually occupied. Unlike Sengoku, who was momentarily confused but instinctively sensed something wrong, Garp clearly remembered the vaguely controlling power over the old guy Saturn during the God Valley incident 38 years ago. I had originally thought it was some other ambitious individual. If what this kid Naruto said was true, then. For all these years, who or what exactly had the Marines, the world government, been serving? Naruto's mention of Imu, even if only hinted at, stimulated the sensitive nerves within the five elders. Crack. 3 of the 4 tusks of Fengshi were forcibly snapped off by the human beast form of Widow, but he didn't fare well either, covered in countless wounds. Damn it, why won't this guy die? And his power seems to be growing. In the past, when the 5 elders or gods' knights fought others, it was the opponents who were puzzled about why they couldn't be killed. Now the tables had turned. Warkiri had no idea why he couldn't kill this strange mythical Zoan user no matter what he tried. His steel-like hide and tusks rapidly became fragile before the other's strange blue-green flames. He couldn't ignore attacks like before, let alone inflict counter-damage on the attacker. And in terms of recovery ability, Sasuke, empowered by the Calamity Flames, was not far behind. In fact, Warcury even had the illusion that this guy was deliberately getting injured. As they remained locked in stalemate, he also heard the words from Naruto's mouth. So he immediately set aside the unkillable foe before him and prepared to charge at Naruto. Imusama's secret was the most important. Even if this mission succeeded, if Imusama's information were exposed, it would all be for nothing. Ultimately, the reason for setting this trap to kill Naruto, besides his repeated provocations against the world government and celestial dragons, was fundamentally because he already knew of, and had even fought, Imu. Even if only in an attached form. The giant wild boar turned to charge towards Naruto, but suddenly found he couldn't move forward no matter how he stomped his hind hooves. Turning his head, he saw a purple transparent giant that was no smaller than himself had suddenly appeared behind him, now using its two large hands to tightly encircle him. After letting you attack for so long, it should be my turn now dash. Inside the Susanoo, Sasuke, whose wounds still burned with the Calamity Flames, showed a fanatical smile. He had been waiting for the karmic retribution buff to stack. Then what was this boar waiting for? To die. This was the first time he had laughed so happily since coming to this world. Perhaps only in such battles would Sasuke reveal his true current personality. Karmic retribution not only enhanced Sasuke's physical attributes but also somewhat strengthened his mental fortitude. Now, the lotus-patterned Sharingan spun madly in his eyes. The Susanoo, empowered by further enhanced spiritual energy, grew larger once more. Compared to when he fought Itachi, it was at least 1.5 times taller. Damn it, is this also his devil fruit ability? Nusjiro couldn't comprehend Sasuke's ability at all, simply attributing it to his mythical Zoan powers. Thinking this, he simply opened his mouth and let out a truly pig-slaughtered howl. The howl was similar to Big Mom's Conqueror's Haki emission, instantly causing destruction to everything nearby. However, this was nothing to the Susanoo. The shattered arm regrew immediately with chakra replenishment. Moreover, Sasuke's Susanoo pulled a purple greatsword from the chakra mass. Here, let's use you as a test subject for this move. Sasuke, in his hybrid form, completed hand seals with his sharp-nailed claws. In the next instant, lightning instantly covered the Susanoo's weapon. Unfortunately, his Haki reserves weren't sufficient yet, only allowing a shallow layer on the sword's edge. But it was enough. Under the myth-watching gazes of the people below, the giant Susanoo swung its greatsword, thrusting it into the ferocious boar monster's mouth, forcibly cutting off its howl. Then, the long blade pierced completely through, truly skewering Warcury like meat for barbecue on the blade. Uchiha-style sword technique, piercing rock. This was a unique sword technique he created after training under Naruto, B, and Redfield, and through continuous self-study. It could also be considered establishing a new school for the Uchiha clan in another aspect. The next moment, the Susanoo abruptly moved. With the empowerment of various forces, it turned into a stream of light, completely piercing through Fengshi. When the Susanoo sheathed its sword, only an empty pigskin remained where Warcury's giant boar form had been. Even with Imu's ability, Warcury in this state would have no hope of getting up anytime soon. Meanwhile, Sasuke, taking advantage of the remaining karmic retribution buff duration, decisively flapped his wings and flew into the sky. Naruto didn't need his concern. Burndy World and Bullet could temporarily hold their own against the five elders. Only Karen, unable to awaken, was almost being pressed by Mars, who had transformed into the mythical bird Itsamade. Perhaps because his earlier sneak attack was thwarted by Karen, Mars showed no mercy in his attacks. Now, Karen could only wrap her wings around herself into a metallic sphere to barely avoid retreating under Mars's relentless flames and claw strikes. There was no help for it. Compared to Sasuke, the current Karen was still far behind. Finally having an external boost, only for it to be temporarily sealed. Chapter 389 Ace. We're here to save you. To be honest, Mars was initially quite intimidated by the young girl before him. After all, she had earlier appeared and cleared all the mist in one go, then thwarted his attack. She certainly didn't seem ordinary. But after just a short while of actual combat, Karen's weaknesses were exposed. Her Haki reserves were simply insufficient. An attack of the same intensity that Mars could perhaps take without bleeding forced Karen to rely on her metallic feathers to tank it. For example, at this moment, Mars was manipulating flames and Haki, beating Karen into a state where she couldn't fight back. She could only maintain her spherical, immobile form, to avoid being knocked down. Yet even that wasn't enough. I can only hold on for 5 more minutes at most. My feather regeneration speed can't keep up with his destructive rate. Karen was inwardly anxious. Her initial attack was too aggressive, allowing the scheming Mars to exploit her opening, leading to her being pushed back step by step without even finding a chance to counterattack. This was also related to her desire to prove herself. Having never been in love or had any experience in that area, Karen didn't know how to gain Naruto's favor. So she chose the most awkward, yet simplest method. Just demonstrate her abilities. Unfortunately, the gap in innate talent was that vast. Even though both had eaten mythical Zo and devil fruits, Sasuke's strength was still above hers. The 5 elder who could beat Karen into being unable to fight back was already in his respawn cooldown against Sasuke. Speak of the devil, and the devil arrives. Karen, inside the metallic sphere, sensed Sasuke's approach through observation haki. This brought her a bit of relief, but also a strong sense of defeat. Hey! Don't just stand there stunned. Suddenly, Karen heard Sasuke's shout. She immediately snapped back to attention, only to find the Itsume that had been strutting around moments ago was now pinned beneath the widow, being hammered mercilessly. The demonic fire controlled by Saint Mars couldn't harm the fire-eating widow at all. All he could do was try to flail about or bend his long neck to attempt to peck at Sasuke. Sasuke, meanwhile, while trying to wake up the still-dazed Karen, continued his relentless assault, haki and shockwaves wrapping his fists as he frantically pummeled Mars's body. At the same time, he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan Stojitsu. Magatsume. Instantly, a chill swept through Mars's body. Before he could react, a cramp-like sensation seized the base of his wings. This caused a brief stiffness in his struggling movements. That tiny moment of immobility was precisely what Sasuke seized. He immediately used both claws to grip tightly the bird's head, pulling it up and down with immense force. Mars's long beak, filled with sharp teeth, caused numerous tiny cuts on Sasuke's claws. But this only further increased his strength, it served no other purpose. One could say Sasuke, with his widow transformation, facing the flame-controlling Mars, was the true definition of a hard counter. Seeing this, Karen quickly regained her composure, transforming back from the metallic sphere into her Valkyrie form. Then, her wings flapped violently. Great body, adamantine thousand feathers. This time, her metallic feathers were imbued with haki, pouring all at once into Mars's gaping mouth. Along with the countless blade-like feathers, a massive amount of air was also forced in. Itsume's abdomen instantly swelled up. At the same time, Mars felt his internal organs being frantically sliced by countless fine blades, the pain making him let out a sharp, beastly shriek. Yes, not a cry, but a roar like a beast. The roar transformed into thunderbolts, striking indiscriminately around. Both Karen and Sasuke were hit several times, but their actions didn't falter. Mars's stomach continued to expand. Adding to his agony, as his organs were being sliced, his wounds healed at an extremely fast rate, further amplifying the pain. Yes, without Conqueror's haki suppression, they were indeed ageless and immortal. But it was never said they couldn't feel pain. The countless adamantine sharp feathers were like 1,000 cuts, carving Mars's belly scarred from the inside. Even the immortal power Imu bestowed upon them, which healed wounds, couldn't keep up with the rate new ones were created. Soon, the blood gushing from his organs flowed up his windpipe and overflowed from his mouth, making it difficult for Mars to continue his roaring. Sasuke and Karen seized this opportunity, increasing their effort further. Give it a break. With a crisp cracking sound, Mars's bird head was forcibly torn into 2 separate parts by Sasuke, dangling limply on either side of his body. Meanwhile, the feathers inside him burst out from his body, tearing him full of holes. Thud. As Sasuke released his grip, Mars's bird body, now resembling a corpse, fell to the ground. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon Technique. Sasuke formed hand seals directly, using the fire release the Uchiha clan was most proficient in. Enhanced by the widow's calamity flames, a blue-green fire dragon had instantly covered Mars's body, causing him to writhe frantically as if having a final burst of life. That should keep him from recovering for a while. Withdrawing his hand seals, Sasuke wiped the blood from a scrape on his forehead, then turned to look at Karen. Thank you. Huh. Sasuke thought he misheard. After all, this girl hadn't given him a single good look since the day they met. Of course, Sasuke himself didn't much care about that. However, Karen didn't continue, just silently looked at her own palm. Tap. At that moment, Sasuke's hand suddenly grabbed hers, holding her wrist. Karen instinctively looked up. It's not time to use that yet. The situation isn't that bad. As he spoke, Sasuke pointed towards the other side. Burndy World and Bullet were still holding their own against their respective 5 elders. But Nusjiro, fighting Naruto, was almost reduced to a limbless human trunk, well, a horse trunk. 3 of his 4 skeletal legs had been severed, half his neck was cut open, and his head hung limply. Impossible. We are immortal. The horse mouth opened wide, trying to bite Naruto, who instead backhand punched, shattering even its front teeth. The Conqueror's haki wrapped around Meshuka suppressed Warcury's self-healing to the point of almost being ineffective. This old bald man truly felt death beckoning him. It was a death delayed for over 700 years, one that should have come long ago. No, I don't want to die here. I still have endless wealth to enjoy. Infinite power. Perhaps God truly heard Warcury's plea from the heart. At that very moment, the ground beneath the execution platform suddenly shook. Immediately after, the ground was drilled through by a large drill. Even Naruto hadn't anticipated this. After all, during combat, most people's observation haki is used to observe and predict the opponent's actions, not for large-scale monitoring of the surroundings like usual. With a hoarse, coup de burst, a large ship shot from the ground into the air. Garp, who had been watching the battle and pondering whom to help, saw the somewhat familiar ship and immediately gaped. The lion figurehead with a drill in its mouth was indeed rare, but Garp happened to have seen it once before. That was the Thousand Sunny. Luffy. What is that kid doing here? It was only then Garp remembered the important thing he had forgotten since the battle began. No. That's not the main point. This battlefield is not a place for Luffy to set foot on. Ace. We're here to save you. On the deck, Luffy shouted towards Ace, who was getting closer and closer. Ace, who had been tied to the execution platform watching the battle like a blockbuster movie, was stunned. Luffy. Chapter 390 Breakout. Having traveled underground by digging through ice and soil the entire way, the Straw Hat crew hadn't encountered many obstacles. The only time they came close to danger was when Whitebeard's Conqueror's haki-infused slash split the ice layer in half. That strike missed the Thousand Sunny by just over 10 meters. Other than that, there were other close calls. 1 minute before the Thousand Sunny breaks through the surface. Frankie looked at the position marked on the signal radar and pushed up his goggles. We're here. The spot above us is where Luffy's brother is. He spoke seriously to the other crew members. Even as a pervert, he was feeling some tension now. Although they hadn't witnessed the scale of the battle firsthand, the sounds they heard through the ice and soil layers were enough to keep everyone on edge. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji all showed eager expressions. Among pirates, their nerves were considered quite thick. Meanwhile, the cowardly trio were nearly paralyzed with nervousness. Usopp used his new slingshot, Kuro Kabuto, as a makeshift cane on the deck to keep his legs from buckling. Unlike Nami and Chopper, Usopp was the first among everyone to awaken observation haki. And he was currently the one with the deepest understanding of the terrifying situation above. Precisely because he knew more, the fear intensified. Each faint collision and slaughter he perceived was no less than a terrifying explosion in his mind. Chopper had been nervously holding a rumble ball, ready to take it. But upon seeing Usopp's state, he immediately cast aside his own nervousness, hurrying over on his short legs. Usopp. You look terrible. Let me get you some medicine. Under the Thousand Sunny's lights, Chopper could see Usopp's pale face and the cascading sweat. He reached into his small pouch but was stopped by Usopp. I'm fine. I'm okay. Usopp slapped his thigh hard, slowing his trembling legs. There was no chance to turn back now. All right. I am the great Captain Usopp, self-proclaimed. A brave warrior of the sea. I'm ready. Nami, beside him, saw this, and her fear lessened slightly. Even Robin, usually always smiling, bit her lip nervously. She didn't understand why she had agreed to do this with Luffy and the others. In the past, she would avoid the Marines at all costs, let alone actively come to Marineford to rescue a condemned prisoner right under countless Marines' noses. This was unthinkable in the past. Have you changed me too, Luffy? Robin's gaze focused on the captain standing ahead, her mind thinking uncontrollably. In this tense atmosphere, Frankie's hands flew over the controls. All right, angle adjusted. We'll charge up in a moment. Luffy, you must seize the chance to rescue your brother. No problem. Leave it to me. Zoro and Sanji silently stepped beside their captain, ready to protect Luffy at any moment. And so, in this atmosphere, the Thousand Sunny finally broke through the ground, then shot into the air with the force of coup de burst, arriving directly above the execution platform. Ace. We're here to save you. Under everyone's dumbfounded stares, Luffy, leaning over the ship's bow, violently threw his arm forward, grabbing Ace's waist on the execution platform and wrapping around it several times. But that alone wasn't enough. Damn it. I can't pull him free. Luffy gritted his teeth, pulling with all his might, but apart from nearly making Ace's intestines pop out, it was useless. Different from the original fate, considering the primary target and potential enemies, the Marines had not only put sea-stone shackles on Ace but also locked him to the execution platform. Luffy's brute strength alone couldn't pull him free. Zoro, Sanji. No further words were needed. The captain's right and left hands understood immediately. Yeah, X. Air Force-powered kick. Zoro leaped up, landing on Sanji's shin. Then, as Sanji exerted force, Zoro shot towards the execution platform like a flash of cold light. Mid-air, Zoro held his sword in one hand and scabbard in the other, his arms covered with a thin layer of armament haki. It wasn't much, but it was enough. Itoriu Iai, sure Sansen. Was it that naming effect? Even a simple Iaido slash was made to sound like an ultimate move by Zoro. But the effect was perfect. Under Zoro's precise control, Sandai Katetsu sliced through the sea stone shackles without harming Ace himself. Sea stone's hardness was astonishing. Honestly, if not for the recent training, the old Zoro would have found it almost impossible to sever sea stone with one slash. The moment the shackles fell away, a voice sounded simultaneously. Don't you dare. It was Sengoku. Despite his lingering doubts, he couldn't simply watch as Ace was rescued. So, his body acted faster than his mind, transforming into his Buddha form and charging into the air at even greater speed. Seeing this, Naruto prepared to put aside the nearly finished Nusjuro and lend a hand. But someone was faster. Don't lay a hand on my son. Sengoku. A terrifying conqueror's haki-infused slash shot straight at Sengoku. Whitebeard's figure charged like a cannonball. Below him, the thundercloud zoo seemed ready to stick its tongue out from exhaustion. Tired, so tired, even more than carrying Mama. In the distance, Kaido looked perplexed at Big Mom beside him. Old hag, you're actually helping Whitebeard. Not like you. Did you eat too much cake and go stupid? However, Big Mom just gave him a sideways glance. What does a brat like you know? Even in the pirate world, there's benevolence and righteousness. After Big Mom righteously declared this, she added with a ferocious expression. Besides, I really want to get back at the Marines too. As long as it makes them unhappy, it makes me happy. Mama. This was overheard by the recovering Kizaru and Akiji. As for Akainu, his current state was unknown. Then you're probably going to be greatly disappointed. Kizaru, for the first time, took off his justice cloak and rolled up his sleeves. Akiji was even more direct, attacking Kaido without a word. The battle here reignited. Meanwhile, many pirates witnessed with their own eyes Whitebeard swiftly approaching the execution platform, carried by the thundercloud. It's Oyaji. Oyaji is flying. Idiot. That's Big Mom's creation. Zeus. Katakuri, who had finally managed to shake off several gods' knights, also saw this. He glanced back towards the battlefield center where Naruto's group still fought, then looked at the distant Big Mom resuming her fight. His steps halted. Damn it. After shouting, he once again ran back towards the battlefield center. Among Big Mom's many children, perhaps only Katakuri had perfectly inherited the so-called pirate's benevolence and righteousness. For him, there were countless reasons to retreat to his mother's side, but only one reason to go to the battlefield center. To help his friend. Uzumaki Naruto was a friend he acknowledged. Even if he couldn't help much in the fight, he had to remind him that the Marines still concealed a group with formidable combat power, completely immune to harm. Sengoku's hands were also coiled with Conqueror's haki, clashing with Whitebeard's Mirakumajiri midair. This brief clash was enough to buy time for Ace. Boom. 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 Four bursts of flame blossomed in the air, forming the symbol of the Whitebeard pirates' flag. It's Ace. They did it. Many Whitebeard pirates members cheered joyfully. Even some allied pirates helping out unconsciously smiled. Meanwhile, Ace transformed into a man of fire, throwing Zoro back onto the Thousand Sunny. Ace. Hurry and come with us. Luffy waved frantically at Ace. But before Ace could respond, another attack struck. Don't you dare. It was Jupiter, the giant sandworm occupied by Burndy World. Lacking Conqueror's haki, even though Burndy World used weapons magnified 100-fold to chop the sandworm into several sections, it would recover completely at an incredible speed. It can be said that Jupiter was currently in the best condition among the 5 elders. Seeing the giant sandworm about to devour the entire Thousand Sunny along with the criminals, Ace immediately flew downward, his fist gathering power. Flame Commandment, Fire Pillar. Terrifying heat erupted from his palms, firing furiously into the sandworm's mouth. Chapter 391, Chapter 391 Imu descends. Garp enters the battlefield. Flame Commandment, Fire Pillar. The move was cool, but as they say, without Conqueror's haki to suppress it, this attack only amounted to light scratching for the 5 elders. Even if it scorched their internal organs, they could still heal at an incredible rate. Just like now. The giant sandworm, Jupiter, charged forward relentlessly, tanking Ace's flames and Burndy World slashes from behind. Ace also possessed Conqueror's haki but hadn't trained it enough to infuse into his attacks. Damn it. That's not working either. He looked anxiously at the increasingly large sandworm mouth. Ace could have cancelled his attack now, transforming into flames to escape the sandworm's mouth. But when he looked back at Luffy and the others, he immediately cast that thought aside. No, I can't go. Thinking this, he intensified the firepower in his hands, yet still couldn't inflict fatal damage on the sandworm. Ace, X. Seeing Ace about to be devoured, both Luffy and Whitebeard roared. Luffy activated Gear Second at top speed, while Whitebeard kicked Sengoku away, risking exposing his back to charge upwards, his Mirakumajiri raised high. Unfortunately, one was too slow, the other too far away. Ding. At that moment, a clear sword chime sounded. Everyone present felt a flash of illusory starlight. The sandworm Jupiter and the skeletal horse Nusjuro hadn't reacted yet, but the ox spider Saturn, who had been knocked away by Bullet and could see the whole situation, widened his eyes as if seeing a ghost. What did he see? It was a sword flash. So fast. Musho, 2 flash. Naruto, who moments earlier seemed intent on slowly dismembering Warcury, had vanished from his spot. Mashuka's blade lightly grazed the necks of the giant skeletal horse and sandworm like an illusion. The next moment, everyone saw the 2 previously troublesome 5 elders simultaneously lose their heads, the vitality in their eyes rapidly fading. As for Naruto, his skin quickly changed from pale back to its original color. The overheated blade, from its extreme speed, was sheathed, the exceptional scabbard smoking from the heat. As their heads fell, their bodies also rapidly reverted to human form. This was different from the barely surviving Warcury, reduced to a pigskin, or the internally shredded Mars. Everyone could clearly see the black, ominous flames appeared for only a moment before being suppressed again by the residual haki. The life force of the 2 was quickly fading. Until their deaths, these 2 5 elders, above millions, couldn't comprehend how they had died. Perhaps Nusjuro, while being pushed back step by Naruto, had already felt the despair of dying here. But Jupiter had never imagined being casually killed alongside him. Damn it. So unwilling. I still have power, wealth. Imusama. Why didn't you save me? In their fading consciousness, both 5 elders mentally called upon their master. Yet their call received no response. As if they were never in that person's sight. Perhaps to Imu, the 5 of them were merely replaceable at any time. And that was indeed the case. Warrior God of Finance, Saint Ethan Baron V. Nusjuro, Warrior God of Agriculture, Saint Shepherd Jupiter, confirmed dead. Sengoku below was stunned, not understanding why Naruto displayed combat power far surpassing before. With such strength. He mentally swapped places with the 2 5 elders and discovered with dismay that even he probably couldn't withstand that miraculous double slash. However, Sengoku didn't know that Naruto himself was actually somewhat frustrated. Sigh. Still couldn't hold back. What if they hide and don't come out dash? Yes, he was still thinking about the God's Knights who tried to kidnap Hancock. Although they failed, considering they had attempted it once, they might very well try again. Naruto intended to send all the God's Knights, including the commander, Figureland Garling, straight to hell. The only thing he could confirm now was that his clone hadn't been harmed. But because of that, Naruto couldn't obtain any related information. If absolutely necessary, he might actively dispel the clone, but that could still fail to grab their tail and might even alert them. So amazing. So strong. The rescued Zoro and Luffy both stared at Naruto in shock. Especially Zoro, as a swordsman, he felt that last move more deeply than Luffy. Ace, seeing the crisis averted, just sighed with relief. But the next moment. Thump 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 thump. A series of thumping sounds rang out continuously. Including Ace, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and even Chopper, none were spared, each receiving a large bump on their head. Ow. Hurt. Ouch. Ah. Grandpa's fist again. Foxface mister. Why? Perhaps out of habit from being disciplined, Ace obediently covered his head and squatted on the deck without a word. In contrast, the blockhead Luffy actually dared to talk back. What awaited him was a bump on top of a bump. Looking at the pig-headed Luffy, Naruto finally let out a long sigh. Sigh. Whatever. You lot, get away from the battlefield now. Don't get in the way here. His tone was quite impolite. Luffy instinctively wanted to retort but was swarmed by his crew members covering his mouth. Don't say any more, Luffy. You'll get beaten to death. Usopp and Nami tightly pinched Luffy's neck, rendering him speechless. And you too. Get back obediently and wait. I'll deal with them and then talk to you. Ace didn't escape either, threatened by Naruto's pointed finger. Faced with such a threat, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates wisely chose to back down. This scene left Whitebeard below momentarily dazed, while Garp looked completely unfazed. When it came to beating Ace, not even Garp was as skilled as Naruto. After threatening the intruding rookies with a look, Naruto placed his hands under the Thousand Sunny's hull, applying the ultra-lightweight rock technique. Off you go dash. Everyone watched as the ship shot across the entire battlefield at incredible speed, flying into the distance. Meanwhile, Blackbeard, who had captured Ace, paid no mind to his whereabouts. His gaze, through a telescope, was fixed intently on the execution platform's direction. More precisely, on the suddenly silent Saturn. A suppressive aura suddenly emanated from Saturn's body. Immediately, a tall, slender black shadow draped over Saturn's large spider form like a curtain, resembling a silent lighthouse by the shore. What? Bullet discovered his attacks against it sank like mud into the sea, completely ineffective. Before he could react, an impact sent him flying. Simultaneously, a door suddenly opened in the air. Led by Garling, a group of God's knights filed out. Naruto's clone, transformed into Hancock, was sandwiched in their midst, seemingly ready to be killed at any moment. Saturn's own consciousness was rapidly suppressed after Imu's descent, or rather, he offered no resistance at all. After adapting slightly to this body, Imu opened his ringed eyes, looking at Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, truly an annoying fellow. Who knew these guys would be so useless, forcing me to personally intervene in the end? Hearing this, the remaining 5 elders ignored their injuries, kneeling on the ground in fear, not daring to utter a word. Their actions undoubtedly confirmed Naruto's earlier words. Someone indeed sat upon the empty throne. This person was the mastermind controlling the 5 elders from behind, the same shadow that controlled Roxy Zebek 38 years ago. At this moment, even the most steadfast Sengoku froze in place, uncertain how to react. Other nearby Marines were similar, if not worse. Only one figure suddenly took firm steps forward. As he passed Sengoku, the fleet admiral finally reacted, quickly reaching out to grab his shoulder. "What are you doing?" "Garp." But now, he could no longer hold Garp back. As mentioned before, only Garp's own sense of justice could truly make him stop. And only his justice could drive him into battle. What else? Of course, to flatten that guy. Garp said this without any hesitation or trace of reverence for the world government or 5 elders, perhaps he never had such a thing to begin with. Marine Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp enters the battlefield. Chapter 392, Chapter 392 All-Out War. Destroy everything, then rebuild. So you're the one. The one behind the world government. Bullet leaped back from the side, glaring unfavorably at the imposing black figure before him. However, his question received no response from Imu. As if beneath contempt to engage with such an inferior being. Not just Bullet, but Burndy World, the other 2 5 elders, everyone present seemed unworthy of Imu's attention. The black figure's gaze only lingered on Naruto and Garp for a moment. One had fought him at God Valley before, the other had withstood his judgment and launched a counterattack. Though that counterattack was nothing to Imu's true body. Uzumaki Naruto. There is a rather marvelous power within you, and these 2 youngsters. Imu's ringed eyes held little hostility. Instead, they held a trace of curiosity looking at Naruto, Sasuke, and Karen. In his eyes, the chakra invisible to ordinary people was as tangible as a physical entity. This power was something Imu had never seen in all his years living in this world. He had observed it once before using Gunko's body, but Naruto's clone had dissipated quickly, leaving no time for closer inspection. When stared at by Imu, both Karen and Sasuke felt an intense chill. It was a biological instinct to resist. The chakra itself was resisting. Imu's gaze lingered longer on Karen, showing less interest in Sasuke, who had displayed greater combat prowess earlier. Just then, Garp and Whitebeard walked over side by side. One, the marine hero, the other, an emperor of the sea. The situation that should have been tense now seemed strangely harmonious. "Can your old bones still hold up?" Garp flexed his wrists. His earlier punch with Naruto hadn't caused serious injury, just some muscle and bone strain. Whitebeard, however. Even with Nighton's miraculous medicine, it only temporarily restored him to his youthful strength. The pain and illness within his body remained. And after fighting from the beginning until now, much of the medicine's effect had passed. This was evident from his heavy breathing. "Don't look down on me, Garp." The 2 had met once during the God Valley battle 38 years ago, even fighting side by side back then. "Garp, it seems you have betrayed us completely." Imu remembered Garp. Not just because he had fought him, but because Garp and Roger had personally finished Rox, whom he had controlled with Domi Reversi. Tui dash. Garp spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, an injury from taking Naruto's galaxy impact head-on. "It is you who have betrayed. The world government has betrayed the Marines." His voice was extremely loud, even momentarily drowning out the sounds of battle. Many Marines instinctively halted upon hearing this. Not just Marines, even the pirates paused in shock upon realizing what they had heard. Akiji, Kizaru, Big Mom, and Kaido, their figures separated, each occupying one side of the battlefield, stopping in unspoken agreement, their gazes turning this way. Isho drew his sword, his blind eyes also turning towards Garp. As for smaller players like Moria and Doflamingo in this environment, they were flabbergasted. What was happening? Were the Marines splitting from the world government? The world government was founded by the original 20 kings to maintain peace in this world. That supreme, empty throne should have no one sitting upon it. Garp might usually seem carefree and not too bright. But he was actually the type of wise man who feigns foolishness. How else could he have fathered a revolutionary like Dragon? He naturally knew the full story of the world government's founding from various textbooks. It wasn't secret, on the contrary, it was public knowledge. Because it was the source of the world government's authority, the basis for its legitimacy. Yet Imu's usurpation turned all this into a joke, making those within the Marines and world government who genuinely fought for justice into clowns. I always wondered why those celestial dragon scumbags deserved to exist. So it was all your doing. However, facing Garp's righteous words, Imu remained completely unmoved. Well said, Garp. But it is meaningless. Because you will all die here today. Everyone will only remember that he, the great sinner Uzumaki Naruto, destroyed Marine Ford. As Imu spoke, his gaze swept over the surrounding Marines and the silently standing Sengoku. Sometimes, inaction was a form of taking a stand. The Marines exhausted every last soldier to kill the great sinner. Even the 5 elders perished here. As Imu's words fell, the remaining 5 elders let out agonized screams. Immediately, a black power was extracted from their bodies, flowing into Imu. Warcury and Mars desperately grabbed their throats but couldn't stop the drain of power. In the end, these two who had wielded near-limitless power for centuries died helplessly at their master's hands. Figureland Garling will form the new World Council. The world will soon return to its original, peaceful state. As Imu finished speaking, Garling perfectly stepped forward, blocking Sengoku and the others, a triumphant smile on his face. The 5 elders' positions were changeable at any time for Imu. He had waited for this opportunity for a long time. After saying all this, Imu, controlling Saturn's body, turned, looking down upon Naruto. So, is this script not perfect? Under Imu's oppressive gaze, Naruto simply remained silent for a moment, then clapped softly. Under Imu's somewhat puzzled look, he pulled out a den mushi from his pocket. So, was it all broadcast? Naruto said this while looking straight at Imu, his mouth slowly curling into a smile. No problem. Naruto Aniki. Not far from the battlefield, various marine and pirate corpses suddenly started getting up. They looked different but all held image-transmitting den mushi. Poof poof poof. As dense smoke cleared, Konohamaru's figure was exposed on the battlefield. I thought only villains in Warriors of the Sea, Sora, would monologue about their plans. Warriors of the Sea, Sora is a comic based on the real-life evil family Germa 66, which is serialized in the World Economic newspaper and is popular. It's also one of Naruto's favorite comics as a child. Who would have thought? It seems you're not omniscient after all. Naruto winked at Imu, then took out another den mushi. This was a long-distance communication den mushi, with a distinctive design, its slug-like face marked with red grid-like patterns. So. Dragon. The next moment, the voice of the world's worst criminal, revolutionary monkey D. Dragon, came through. All proceeding according to your plan. Thanks for the military support. It allowed our comrades to launch coups in over 100 affiliated nations. If you want to thank someone, thank Tesoro. He provided the funds. Hearing this, Imu finally couldn't maintain his earlier calm. His ringed eyes narrowed. Golden Emperor. I should have known. As the man who claimed to control nearly a fifth of the world's currency, Tesoro's name appearing from Imu wasn't strange. What surprised Imu was that Tesoro was also under Naruto's banner. Tesoro had disguised himself too well. Greedy, profit-driven, eccentric, from all angles, he seemed the type most easily manipulated by the world government. See, the war started long ago, shadowy guy. Putting the den mushi away, Naruto's smile turned serious again. Since experiencing Imu's power to destroy a country in a short time, Naruto had begun planning this. He believed if Imu knew their specific locations, he could unleash devastating strikes on Dragon and the others. But he also firmly believed such means had limitations. Thus, this all-out war. The reality was, as Naruto said, the war had begun before Imu's arrival, no, before this execution. The execution continued, but the target had simply changed to the world government itself. I admit, I underestimated you. Rarely, Imu suppressed the anger reaching its edge, his tone becoming cold and emotionless again. However, all this is meaningless. Even if you expose this, so what? Even if you make those kingdoms betray my rule, so what? I will kill all of you, destroy everything, then rebuild this world. Just like 800 years ago. History is on my side. With Imu's words, an immensely heavy conqueror's haki swept across the entire battlefield. A terrifying pressure even vice admirals couldn't withstand. Like a god. In an instant, Imu's figure seemed infinitely tall in everyone's eyes. Both marines and pirates fell like wheat, collapsing in waves. Not many had remained standing after Naruto's earlier haki purge. Now, under Imu's second assault, it was truly not a blade of grass left standing. Those who could still stand were at least powerhouses like Katakuri or Marco. Even many division commanders fell unconscious. Konohamaru's shadow clones exploded one after another, and the broadcast Den Den Mushi all fainted again. Damn it. I should be the star of this war. Before he could finish his last word, Blackbeard and his crew slipped into peaceful dreams. Chapter 393 Shanks, thanks, I guess. The main difficulty for the Revolutionary Army wasn't so much their own ideology. That factor only became relevant after achieving revolution, overthrowing the original nobility. There were two real constraints on their actions. First, the aid provided by the Marines and world government to affiliated nations. Often, the moment the Revolutionary Army overthrew a brutal ruler, because those kings used the people's hard-earned wealth to provide sufficient, heavenly tribute, to the celestial dragons, the world government and Marines would send elite forces to suppress the rebellion. The Revolutionary Army's numbers were limited. Even combined with local resistance forces, they couldn't compete with the Marines as a whole. Second, they lacked funds and supplies. This was a very practical reason. Without sufficient berry, they couldn't buy weapons, ships, or even food. The Revolutionary Army was human, they needed to eat. Who supported their expenses? After overthrowing the original rulers, they couldn't simply take all their wealth. That would make them no different from the kings they replaced. Operating in this hand-to-mouth manner, the Revolutionary Army stubbornly endured the Marine blockade for so many years. Fortunately, both problems were now resolved. Due to preparing for the Super War, the Marines' main elite forces were gathered at Marine Ford. The remaining stationed Marines posed little threat to the Revolutionary Army. And Tesoro, the Golden Emperor, who had acted for so many years, finally received Naruto's signal to drop the act. He knew perfectly well that the reason he could control so much wealth without attracting covetous eyes was because the celestial dragons saw him as their money bag. But that was precisely what he wanted. Using massive heavenly tribute annually to lull the world government was the price for his deep trust. He only awaited the day when the enormous wealth in his hands would become the sharpest blade thrust into the world government. This was also the revenge method Naruto had discussed with him long ago. Money could also destroy everything. The original Tesoro, fearful of the celestial dragons, could only redirect his hatred onto others who worshipped money. But with Naruto's correct guidance, Tesoro immediately resolved to bide his time. Until recently, when Hancock contacted him, followed by Naruto himself, telling him the day of revenge has arrived. He had waited a long time for this day. He knew every bit of wealth he controlled would become a bullet fired at the world government and its lackeys. Would the Revolutionary Army truly succeed? Tesoro wasn't sure, nor did he care. He was a pure revenger. As long as he could get revenge, he didn't care about anything else. Ha 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 ha. Golden wildfire. On a battlefield who knows how far from Marine Ford, Tesoro personally entered the fray. He manipulated a giant golden fist to smash against the sturdy city wall. The next moment, the wall shattered. Revolutionary Army soldiers and the locally oppressed masses charged in together. Tesoro watched satisfied. This was it. This was it. He had endured for so many years for this day. Tesoro's true personality was actually exactly like the outermost layer he displayed. His desire for revenge was extremely strong. His earlier patience and silence were all for this day. Naruto's move utterly disrupted the world government's foundation. Even Imu, who usually cared about nothing except Joy Boy, was genuinely angered. He wasn't as calm as he appeared, the terrifying haki that nearly crushed everything was proof. However, Naruto wasn't one to be easily bullied. They were closest to Imu, suffering the greatest impact from his haki. Just before the conqueror's haki reached them, Naruto's hair silently turned white. Immediately, a conqueror's haki no less powerful than Imu's, perhaps even stronger, surged forth. This. Even Garp's expression slightly changed. That black, shadowy guy had incredibly strong conqueror's haki. Garp had experienced that before. But he never imagined Naruto could possess this almost inhuman haki. It surpassed even rocks from back then. If Naruto had used this haki as an attack from the start, they wouldn't have needed to fight at all. Even as allies, Naruto's conqueror's haki didn't harm them, but Karen and the others still felt it hard to breathe. Just how strong is Naruto-san now? Karen herself didn't know. In fact, perhaps even Naruto himself didn't have a concrete concept. Now, having partially released his own restrictions, revealing some characteristics of a higher-level life form, his original Conqueror's Haki had undergone a qualitative change. Under the collision of these two Conqueror's Haki, the already crumbling marine fort completely turned to ruins. Yes, just the clash of auras was enough to topple the incredibly sturdy walls. Even Burndy World, the old-timer, had to half-crouch. There was no helping it. He lacked both the Otsutsuki bloodline and Conqueror's Haki. Holding on until now was pure willpower. Even Imu couldn't control showing surprise in his eyes upon feeling this Haki. Of course, those feeling the worst among the present were the God's Knights. Imu didn't bother considering them, he naturally wouldn't protect their minds with his Haki like Naruto did. This led to some members even falling unconscious. They were God's Knights. The elite among elites of the Celestial Dragons. In a battle of this level, they didn't even have the qualification to stand. The commander, Garling, also looked terrible, none of his earlier excitement about rising to power remaining. He truly hadn't expected Naruto to possess such magnificent spirit. This guy absolutely had to die. Otherwise, I could never sit securely in that position. Garling didn't even glance at the other unconscious God's Knights, indeed, he was that heartless. Forget other knights, he didn't even care much about his own son, Shamrock. This guy grabbed the Hancock shackled beside him, shouting towards Naruto. Have you forgotten something? Uzumaki Naruto. As he spoke, he drew his sword, pressing it against Hancock's neck, the threat obvious. This scene made Garp's eye twitch. Even Sengoku found it hard to watch. It was simply too ugly. However, facing Garling's threat, Naruto only responded with a friendly smile. Just as Garling wondered what Naruto meant, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body. His gaze instinctively looked down. The pirate empress beside him had disappeared. In her place is another Naruto Uzumaki. Now, this Naruto's hand had turned white, coated with a layer of Haki. This hand had effortlessly pierced his chest. The Conqueror's Haki stored within the clone erupted completely suppressing Garling's immortal body. After releasing this Haki, the clone turned to smoke and vanished, leaving only the empty-chested Garling. This ambitious man, ready to enjoy his above million status for the next century, died like a clown just before the final battle. Even Imu couldn't help but inwardly mutter upon seeing this. Could someone like this really replace those 5 elder trash? Saturn, whom he was possessing, wasn't completely dead yet. Maybe he should just have him reorganize the world government after the battle. Watching Garling gradually die, Naruto suddenly thought of a problem. Hiss. Too hasty. Will Shanks blame me? During his previous meeting with Shanks, he knew the latter had returned to marry Geos once and was aware of the relationship between Shamrock, Garling, and Shanks. Of course, he didn't know the deeper details. If Shanks were here himself, he might even have to thank Naruto. After all, this man had personally killed his mother. Chapter 394 Domi Reversi. Major Crisis. The battle officially began with Garling's death. A transformation fruit-like ability. Imu's gaze didn't linger on the celestial dragon for even a second. The next moment, he decisively launched an attack. Under Imu's control, the ox spider's appendages beneath him attacked like pitch-black serpents, silently striking everyone present. Including even Garp and Sengoku. Garp was understandable, as the old man had clearly defected. But Sengoku had never imagined things would reach this point. Originally, Saturn's spider legs were already sharp. After being coated with that shadow-like substance, their sturdiness increased further. Watch out. Naruto reacted first, grabbing the incoming black appendage, then immediately following up with the Conqueror's Haki-infused punch. Even with Imu possessing him, Saturn's massive body was sent flying backward after taking a punch from Naruto in this state. Yet, those black spider appendages could still extend infinitely, continuing to assault everyone. Karen and Sasuke, having flight ability and being relatively far, dodged with several nimble movements. Bullet and Burndy World chose to tank it. But their abilities were truly limited. After Saturn's enhancement by Imu, his power was astonishing. Even someone as strong as Bullet found it difficult to use Conqueror's Haki to withstand it, being blasted straight into Marineford's ruins, condition unknown. Burndy World, however, glared fiercely, all his hatred for the world government now focused on Imu. He knew blocking this attack was unrealistic given his strength, but he had his own plan. Swoosh. A spider appendage pierced Burndy World's side. Originally aiming for his heart, but because he instantly used his Moa Moa no Mi ability to grow dozens of times larger, the attack only reached his waist. Die, you bastard. The giant Burndy World ignored the pain from his waist, delivering a 100-fold heavy punch at Imu. Boom. The enlarged fist could practically cover Imu, pressing him straight into the ground. Is he dead? Some philosopher probably once said. Usually, in shows, novels, or comics, when lines like, "Is he dead, he's alone," or "Must be an illusion," appear, the outcome is often decided. Ugh! Burndy World cried out in pain, quickly reverting to normal. His punching right hand was now bloody, the bone visible. Just one strike, and the World Destroyer had lost an arm. Meanwhile, Imu's attacks showed no sign of stopping. Those black appendages continued relentlessly harassing others. Thud! Garp, with one punch, sent the still-reacting Sengoku flying, while using his two thick arms to tightly clamp two of Imu's appendages under his armpits. At the same time, he didn't forget to remind his old comrade. "Sengoku. What time is it? Haven't you seen the situation clearly yet?" Seeing Sengoku being attacked indiscriminately, the conscious Marines on the battlefield looked at Imu differently. Truthfully, within the Marines, the fleet admiral's prestige surpassed even the world government's. Especially this Sengoku, who is deeply respected. Therefore, Kizaru and Akiji simply ignored Kaido and Big Mom, charging straight towards them. Elsewhere, the sent-flying Sengoku felt a large hand support his back, allowing him to regain his balance. He looked towards the hand's owner, one of the pirates he loathed most, Whitebeard. Gururara. How pathetic, Sengoku. What? Lost your will to fight after realizing who you've been serving. Saying this, Whitebeard ignored Sengoku, leaping past him, his Murakumajiri once again coated with Conqueror's haki. "I couldn't finish you 38 years ago. Let's settle the account this time." Hum. The Conqueror's haki slash split Imu's head in two almost unimpeded. But immediately after, Murakumajiri's blade couldn't advance further. "It's you. I spared you once before. Didn't think you'd dare come knocking." Imu's split head merged together like black mud on the other side, while his hand tightly gripped Murakumajiri's blade. Even with Whitebeard's strength, he couldn't pull it free. "Move. Old man." Hearing this voice, Whitebeard released and dodged without hesitation, letting Imu take his Naginata. The next moment, Naruto appeared where he had stood. "Try this dash." Instantly, Naruto's robes changed color, horns and a third eye appearing on his forehead. This left the others stunned, unclear what was happening. Even Imu himself seemed very curious about Naruto's current form. He had seen Naruto transform like this to withstand the Mother Flame and impel down through his God's Eye view. But back then, Imu thought it was just some devil fruit ability. Only upon witnessing with his own eyes did he discover with surprise that the power Naruto displayed wasn't from this world. And its depth was no less than devil fruits. The Otsutsuki clan's unique chakra rapidly gathered in Naruto's palm, mixed with a substantial amount of haki. This made the originally somewhat truth-seeking ball-like black sphere darker. If the fourth Hokage's spirit could see this, he might be pleased. After all, his son, after many twists, ultimately returned to the path of Raiznan. Above, Sasuke's Sharingan seemed to see something, quickly shouting to those below. "Everyone! Get away!" People were confused, but didn't get cocky. This time, even Sengoku didn't remain idle. He gave a complex look at the battling Naruto and Imu, glanced at the arrived Akiji and Kizaru, and suddenly said, "Kazan, isolate this battlefield." Hearing this, Akiji paused, then compliantly used his devil fruit ability. Although creating ice walls without a tsunami was troublesome, it only extended the time slightly. Just as Akiji acted, the black ball in Naruto's hand finally formed. Despite being only watermelon-sized, it gave off an immensely heavy feeling. Around it, countless rays of light formed a stellar ring, as if it were truly a black hole in the universe. No time for a name. Let's call it Black Hole Raiznan. Saying this, Naruto's hand pressed against Imu. Though called Raiznan, neither its principal nor final effect had any relation to the Raiznan. It was more like a ninjutsu, or divine technique, created by combining Swirl Release with Naruto's Kokugan ability, Onagoro. The moment the pitch-black energy sphere contacted Imu, its immense gravity began slowly tearing apart Saturn's body beneath him. Imu slashed with Murakumajiri, but even the blade and haki were helpless against the terrifying black sphere. Instead, they were pulled by gravity, continuously sucked in. This power. Imu also sensed danger, but his tone remained firm. Useless. Besides Joy Boy. No one can kill me. Even with his experience, Imu's perspective was still limited to this one-piece world. He might have heard of space pirates, but ultimately, he was just a tyrant on one planet. His schemes, his rule, everything seemed infinitely small on a cosmic scale. Here, the Otsutsuki clan's superiority was evident. These guys had long left their home galaxy, treating other life-bearing planets in the universe as nurseries for cultivating power. Regardless of actual combat performance, just this perspective far surpassed Imu. Imu's black form became increasingly unstable, his body burning with the black flames, like black tentacles. A few seconds after the ice walls fully rose, terrifying gravity centered on Naruto and Imu, tearing everything around to pieces. The ice debris cleared, revealing the empty scene. Now, the last 5 elder, Saturn, had turned to dust. Imu had lost over 90% of his body, only a head and several tentacle-like black tendrils barely clinging on. In comparison, Naruto was in much better condition, mostly intact. However, Garp and Whitebeard, their expressions changed. Bad. Again. The reason? They saw Imu's few tendrils had already pierced Naruto's body. Though causing no wounds, both knew the serious consequences. 38 years ago, even someone as strong as rocks, after being hit by this move, couldn't control himself, even forced to attack his own wife and child. After so long, Imu used the same move. Ha! You failed, Uzumaki Naruto. Imu's voice was fragmented, perhaps because this body was mostly destroyed. Yet he laughed triumphantly for the first time. Honestly, upon witnessing the power surpassing this world in Naruto's hand, even he felt tremor. But his own power was superior. He still seized the opportunity. Besides Joy Boy, no one could be immune to this move. I will make you witness everything with your own eyes. I command you, Naruto Uzumaki. Kill everyone. All of them. Domi Reversi. Chapter 395, Chapter 395 Kurama, no. Oh. Yes, yes. Oh no, no no. Domi Reversi. Before Imu could finish speaking, Garp and Whitebeard, who had witnessed this scene before, immediately had their expressions changed. 38 years ago, during the Battle of God Valley, they had once joined forces with Rocks, Kaido, and others to attack Imu. But Imu had used this very move to forcibly control Rocks. Back then, the controlled Rocks nearly wiped out the current 3 emperors with a single combo. In the end, thanks to Garp, Roger, and the last shred of Rox's remaining sanity controlling himself, the demonic Rox was finally killed. If even a powerhouse like Rox could be controlled by Imu, would Naruto fall victim to it? Considering the power Naruto had displayed, the expressions of Garp and Whitebeard turned grave. Even Sengoku and the others, who weren't clear on the specifics, could sense the ominous atmosphere. Hey! Garp, what exactly happened? Hearing his old comrade's question, Garp's face was like water. Sengoku, Kazan, Borsalino, get ready for battle. What's coming next is likely going to be a difficult fight to the death. While Garp's words were often taken as jokes at other times, no one dared to ignore his warning in this situation. Akiji, looking at Naruto standing motionless in place, had a complex expression but still released a chilling aura, preparing for battle. As for Kizaru, he wasn't as lazy as usual. Up in the sky, Karen prepared to fly down to help but was stopped by Sasuke. I'll go. You stay away. Having said that, he flew straight down, leaving Karen alone in the sky. Watching the tense atmosphere below and Naruto, who seemed controlled standing still, scenes from the past flashed in Karen's eyes. No. I couldn't wait any longer. She placed one hand over the other, chakra stirring. Back when Naruto helped Karen seal the Kama on her hand, he had also given her the key to release the seal. Karen, I can't predict the outcome of the battles to come. This power is dangerous, but it might play a key role at a critical moment. If you judge it necessary, use it boldly. Recalling Naruto's words silently in her heart, Karen's resolve grew stronger. Just as everyone was standing ready, prepared to face an attack from the demonic Naruto, the Naruto they were watching remained motionless in place. Now, even Imu, who had already made a villain's victory speech, grew puzzled. With only his head connected to the black tentacles, Imu turned to look down at Naruto, whose expression seemed somewhat vacant. Unwilling to accept it, Imu issued the command again. Uzumaki Naruto. Obey Mu's command. Kill them. A breeze blew past. Nothing happened. This was getting awkward. However, in a place invisible to everyone else, another scene was unfolding. Inside the seal space. Originally, Kurama had been gripping the bars, eagerly watching Naruto flatten the 5 elders and beat up the mastermind behind the scenes. Nice. That's it. Wow. That move. Seeing the final black hole raise Naruto unleashed, even the old fox who had lived for 1,000 years couldn't help but click his tongue. TSK, this Naruto kid's strength probably even surpasses the old men. During this time, Naruto hadn't reinforced the seal, and Kurama hadn't tried to break out either. At this point, Kurama had completely abandoned any thoughts of forcibly escaping. He had witnessed Naruto completely devour the mother of the Sage of Six Paths, the progenitor of chakra in the ninja world. If even that existence wasn't Naruto's match, then he, a tailed beast, didn't need to be so unwise. Might as well just lie down. After all, a human's lifespan is only about 100 years. At worst, it's just like taking a nap. Slacking off is slacking off. But it seemed even God didn't want this fox to have it easy and pleasant. Domi reversi. Following the shout from the pitch-black guy, Kurama suddenly discovered countless pitch-black tentacles extending into the seal space. You have to understand, although this place looked like an independent space, it was actually just a manifestation of Naruto's inner world. As a tailed beast, Kurama's essence was still the chakra hidden within the host's chakra pathway system. For Imu to execute Domi reversi, one essential factor was that the target must possess sufficient negative emotions within their heart. From the moment Imu first laid eyes on Naruto, he had keenly detected the darkness hidden within Naruto's body. At that time, Imu had also inwardly mocked him. What righteous hero, what world-saving hero. The darkness in your heart is no less than those celestial dragons. After the Domi reversi invaded his body, Naruto's main consciousness had been continuously resisting it, thus unable to attend to the seal space. However, what Imu didn't know was that within Naruto's body, there wasn't just one consciousness. And the Domi reversi Imu unleashed, as if receiving navigation, surged straight towards Kurama's direction. Sealed tightly, Kurama had nowhere to run. No. Why is it coming at me? Hey! Naruto. Where are you? Hurry up and do something. Or at least undo the seal on me. The pitch-black tentacles instinctively repulsed Kurama, a tailed beast. Seeing these tentacles effortlessly pass through the iron bars symbolizing the seal, Kurama's tone became even more panicked. He even forgot about his pride and actively began calling for Naruto's help. Tailed beasts were like mirrors, they reflected all emotions projected onto them. Having lived so many years, most people viewed the nine tails, no, all tailed beasts as disasters. Therefore, they were long since not the naive beings they were under the Sage of Six Paths. Don't be fooled by Kurama's current accommodating demeanor, that was only after coming into contact with Naruto and being physically reformed. Thus, in the identification of Domi reversi, Kurama's consciousness was more qualified to be transformed into a demon. And at this moment, a consciousness hidden deeper than Kurama's actively surfaced from a more profound place. She seemed extremely weak, even lacking the ability to communicate. But at the same time, this will was incredibly tenacious. It was a resentment that wouldn't fade even after 1,000 years of sealing. It was Otsutsuki Kagaya. Just before the black tentacles reached Kurama, Kagaya's remnant consciousness emerged, actively coming into contact with the dark will. These pitch-black tentacles seemed slightly inferior before Kagaya, a true, higher life form. They instinctively tried to corrupt and transform her, yet the resentment and darkness within Kagaya's remnant consciousness were far stronger than itself. Now, not only did the Domi reversi fail to transform its target, it ended up becoming nourishment for another. Under Kurama's horrified gaze, the initially vague form of Kagaya, after frantically absorbing those black tentacles, gradually began to regain human form. This was a huge problem. That was the only thought in Kurama's mind at the moment. And almost simultaneously, Imu in the outside world felt a strange sensation. The Domi reversi was countered. No. It was being taken over. That power, which was clearly his own, now seemed to be slipping from his control. Of course, this might also be related to the fact that his true body wasn't here. No. Only able to let out one last exclamation, Imu's consciousness clone at Marineford completely dissipated. This left everyone around stunned. Huh? What just happened? Is it over, just like that? Chapter 396, Chapter 396. If I could kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Good news, the suspected main villain boss disappeared without even getting to make a move. Bad news, our strongest ally might become an enemy. Just as everyone thought the war would end in a whimper, Imu's avatar instantly vanished, and his body was completely sucked into Naruto's through the black tentacles. At this moment, Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan spun like a washing machine on high speed. It was the instinctive reaction of the Indra bloodline within him. Witnessed by all, Naruto's body rapidly transformed towards that of the Otsutsuki clan. Or rather, this was Naruto's current true form. And it was the first time everyone had seen Naruto like this. Hey! Naruto. Are you still you? Garp wasn't entirely sure. He stopped the others who were about to move forward and shouted the question loudly. In a way, this was a coincidence. When Rox was controlled by Imu, he grew two long demonic horns on the sides of his head, and a sharp tail extended from his coccyx. Now, as Naruto revealed his Otsutsuki true form, his appearance was even more terrifying than Rox. Not only did he also grow two horns, but a third eye even appeared on his forehead. Moreover, a sharp tail also sprouted from behind his rear, exactly like Rox back then. As his body changed, Naruto also began to float slowly, his pure white robe billowing without wind. When Garp's voice finally reached his ears, Naruto's three eyes all opened. Rinnegan, Byakugan, Kokugan, three eyes gathered. When stared at by these three eyes, even an old pirate like Whitebeard couldn't help but feel a creepy chill. It wasn't a mental assault. It was pure, life hierarchy suppression. It was every person's most primal instinct for self-preservation and avoiding harm screaming in protest. Don't meet his gaze. Sasuke understood the unusual nature of the Otsutsuki clan's eyes. He quickly descended from the sky, blocking everyone's front. At the same time, 2 lines of bloody tears streamed from the corners of his eyes due to the strain of the Mangekyo Sharingan. But even so, he showed no intention of retreating. After all, no one present had experience dealing with Genjutsu. Especially Genjutsu cast through the Rinnegan. Even though Conqueror's Haki was also a manifestation of spiritual energy and could to some extent counteract Genjutsu effects, one could still easily fall victim if careless. In Widow's field of vision, the black aura symbolizing calamity was so thick it seemed almost solid. Just as Sasuke planned to strike first, Naruto suddenly spoke. "It's okay, I can still control it." His voice was halting, shifting back and forth between male and female tones. Originally, Kaguya, whom Naruto had devoured, had been almost completely digested. The remaining shred of will persisted purely due to her pureblood Otsutsuki lineage. It could be said Kaguya's influence on Naruto was nearly non-existent, far less threatening than Momoshiki hidden within Karin's consciousness. But that was the previous situation. Judging solely by willpower and Conqueror's Haki, combined with Naruto having transcended the human species in terms of life hierarchy, even if he were truly hit by Domi Reversi, he might not have been completely transformed and lost control like rocks. He might even have broken free from its influence given a little time. Imu wasn't a problem. Kaguya wasn't a problem either. But when their powers combined, they became a big problem. Is that another face? Akiji felt like he was watching a horror movie, his voice growing strained. Following his gaze, everyone saw another figure slowly manifesting behind Naruto. This person's appearance was very familiar to Karin, floating behind Naruto. Who else could it be but Kaguya? Seeing this, Karin gritted her teeth and sped up the unsealing process on her hand. Finally, before the face fully formed, she broke the seal on the kama on her palm. The next moment, surrounded by flame clouds, Karin unhesitatingly overdrew her life force to enter her awakened state. Countless golden chains extended forward with her will. This was the fusion of powers from the ninja world and the One Piece world, something already seen in Naruto and Sasuke. After awakening, Garuda still possessed 2 forms. The beast form, the golden-winged Garuda, further enhanced physical abilities, possessing the terrifying size capable of flying 10,000 miles with a single wing beat. The human-beast hybrid form, the Valkyrie, strengthened her internal energy and spirit, leaning more towards the ninja power within her. These chains were the new manifestation of the fusion between the adamantine sealing chains and Garuda's power. Nirvana purifying chains. The chains existed between tangible and intangible, passing through Naruto's body unimpeded, coiling around the part belonging to Kaguya. The moment this technique touched that face, Kaguya's eyes opened. Whoosh. The next instant, a terrifying pressure erupted from Naruto as the center, blasting everything around him away. Even admirals like Akiji and Kizaru couldn't withstand this pressure head-on, their bodies would have their elementalization forcibly cancelled upon contact. Blown back in unison, everyone looked on in disbelief. Is this Conqueror's Haki? Similar, but it feels completely different. Garp answered Sengoku's question, but he himself had no answer. Karin, being the first to bear the brunt, was directly blasted away, all her chains shattering. Even in her awakened state now, she seemed unable to oppose Kaguya in this form. Just as Naruto's strength increased not just a little after gaining Otsutsuki power. Kaguya, having consumed Imu's spiritual energy, also underwent a trans-world transformation. However, Naruto wouldn't just watch this creature run wild. Though he hadn't fully regained control of his body, Naruto still forcibly reached behind his head, covering Kaguya's face with his hand. Then. Ha! Like tearing a piece of flesh from his own body, the not yet fully formed Kaguya was forcibly separated from Naruto's body. Blood sprayed instantly. If not for Naruto now having an Otsutsuki physique, such an injury alone might have been fatal. TCH, that really hurts. While complaining, Naruto immediately moved to decisively kill Kaguya, this lingering enemy. However, Kaguya seemed to have inherited Imu's immortality. Though only her head and partial torso remained, she could still freely control her body. Before Naruto could form another black hole Raiznon in his hand, Kaguya dissolved into a mass of white flesh, slipping from his grasp. After creating distance, her body rapidly inflated, regaining human form almost in the blink of an eye. I have returned. Poof. A pair of bat-like white fleshy wings spread from Kaguya's back, and the long, sharp demonic tail extended as well. But aside from these 2 new additions, Kaguya looked almost no different from before. If one had to point out a change. The only difference was those eyes, filled with intense hatred and resentment. Those Byakugan, now turned pitch black, stared fixedly at Naruto. Even without visible pupils, the intense hatred could be felt. Kagaya's hatred was almost entirely focused on Naruto, her enemy. Everything else in her eyes was like mere vegetation. Seeing this, Naruto ignored everything else, instantly teleporting in front of Kagaya. At the same time, a black void appeared in the air. Yamatsu Hirasaka. Whether Kagaya didn't react or did so intentionally, she was directly pushed into it by Naruto. The next moment, the two appeared tens of thousands of meters above the ground. It wasn't that Naruto was overly cautious. It was that the pressure Kagaya now gave off felt even stronger than Imu's. Staring at me like that, looks like you're really angry. High in the sky, Naruto could still joke like this. And Kagaya opposite him didn't attack immediately. Surprised. Uzumaki Naruto. She stared at Naruto with those pitch-black eyes. I have been thinking of you every moment. Perhaps having experienced life and death, or perhaps due to this peculiar method of rebirth, Kagaya's personality had changed somewhat. The originally ever expressionless, icy Kagaya now spoke like this. This did surprise Naruto. Originally, if Kagaya hadn't been within Naruto, this Domi Reversi would have targeted Kurama. And while a transformed Kurama might not have completely overwhelmed Naruto, he certainly wouldn't have been quiet. He might even have partially broken the seal to some extent, strengthened as he'd be. But through a series of unforeseen events, this move was instead consumed by Kagaya as an opportunity for rebirth. Finally, it created the current, Princess Kagaya, rebirth version with demonic features, yet not controlled by Imu. Swish. 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 Without seeing Kagaya make any move, several black bone spikes shot towards Naruto from all directions. It was the all-killing ash bones. A technique Naruto hadn't been able to learn even after devouring Kagaya. Don't say such ambiguous things. I already have loved ones. Choosing not to recklessly block, Naruto calmly dodged those bone spikes, whose appearance had changed, while keeping up his banter. I still have some matters to attend to. Can you let me handle the aftermath first? What greeted Naruto was Kagaya's sudden appearance and countless sharp black spike illusions. Each spike was entwined with terrifying haki. 80 gods vacuum fists, demonic spikes. Die. Kagaya manipulated her newly grown tail to frantically attack, her face contorted into a fierce grimace. I preferred your initial, unreadable expression. If you won't make way dash. Naruto's figure retreated, also unleashing his own enhanced 80 gods vacuum fists. If I could kill you once, I can kill you a second time. For a moment, fist shadows filled the sky and black shadows collided, haki spreading wildly around like it cost nothing. If this were still Marineford, at least 90% of the people on the battlefield would have died in this indiscriminate wide-area attack. Chapter 397, Chapter 397 The End of an Era. The commotion caused by Naruto and Kagaya could be roughly seen even by those below. But being able to see it didn't mean they could reach it. From this distance, even if Garp and the others used Jeppo, it would take them quite a while to get there. What exactly is that? Sengoku suddenly spoke, drawing everyone's attention. Hearing this, Whitebeard also looked upwards with a complex expression. That oppressive feeling is even stronger than the thing attached to the 5 elders. His words fell, and the surroundings suddenly grew quiet. Everyone looked at each other. Moments ago, they had been enemies with conflicting positions. But after the exposure of Imu and the empty throne, they had briefly formed an alliance. They had thought the next scene would be a repeat of God Valley, with the Marines and pirates joining forces to defeat the enemy. But in the blink of an eye, the enemy disappeared on its own. Along with the person who could link both sides and serve as a connection. Leaving only this group of people standing where they were. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Akiji looked at Sengoku, then at Whitebeard opposite him. Should we fight? Or rather, was there still a need for us to fight? Whitebeard's fundamental purpose for coming here was to rescue Ace. Now Ace had long since evacuated safely. His remaining here was only to help everyone defeat Imu. And this happened to align with the goal of the Marine forces led by Sengoku. So, in other words, they could barely be considered comrades in arms. To be honest, Sengoku really wanted to arrest lawless guys like Whitebeard and his crew. But their recent cooperation made it difficult for him to declare war immediately. After all, he wasn't like a Kainu, who believed in absolute justice. Fortunately, there was a third party present, helping to break this strange atmosphere. That person is called Otsutsuki Kagaya. She is a being that came from beyond the sky 1,000 years ago. Sasuke landed back on the ground. After looking at both sides, he offered an explanation. Beyond the sky. Skypiea dash. Garp clapped his hands together, only to be refuted by Sengoku. Obviously not. The people of Skypiea all have bird-like feathered wings. Their image is closer to angels. In the One Piece world, there was also the mythological concept of angels. But it was hard to say whether angels came first or Scipion did. Maybe the prototype of so-called angels really was the people of Skypiea. Though he didn't know what Skypiea was, Sasuke clearly understood they had the wrong idea. But without knowing the depth of the relationship between these people and Naruto, he couldn't rashly reveal the existence of another world. The Starry Sky. They come from the Starry Sky, from other, more distant planets. So, how did something like that end up inside Uzumaki Naruto's body? At this point, Akiji also walked over, deliberately using a somewhat formal tone to ask. Naruto ate the Baku Baku no Mi. After defeating that person, and because she also seemed to possess an immortal and indestructible ability, Naruto used the Baku Baku no Mi to devour her. That kid really is reckless. Garp scratched his head and then laughed foolishly. Thump. Sengoku's fist landed on the old man's head. Do you have the right to say that about others? This old fool said he would oppose the world government and immediately turned hostile. Where did that leave his old comrade? He was the fleet admiral. His every action affected the entire marine organization. But now the deed was done. Saying more was useless. What he had to do was try to clean up this huge mess. Thinking about the turbulence sweeping the entire world due to that broadcast and the sudden attacks by the Revolutionary Army gave Sengoku a headache. And the troubles were far from over. Sengoku's gaze turned to the sky. That shadowy figure, though seemingly absorbed by the celestial visitor within Naruto, it was hard to say if what appeared here was its true body. After all, its mode of appearance was also similar to possession. If that was the case, then what about Mary Geos? Crunch, crunch. Rubble was pushed aside. Bullet's figure leaped out, his fierce eyes scanning back and forth. He had been knocked unconscious by that earlier attack and only just woke up. Where is he? The thing that merged with the five elders. He roared, clearly unwilling about being knocked out. Hearing this, everyone instinctively looked towards a large black stain on the ground. Huh. Bullet followed their gaze, his head full of question marks. Oyaji, aren't we going to help Naruto? At this moment, several division commanders who had been fighting Marines somewhere approached. Marco, leading them, spoke up. Leave the rest to him. Whitebeard said, gazing into the distance. And after saying this, his body fell backwards without warning. Oyaji. Oyaji. The group instantly fell into panic. Even Sengoku and the others nearby looked over. Cough. I'm fine. Not dead yet. Whitebeard's voice was somewhat weak as he said this, and wrinkles reappeared on his skin. Oyaji, are you injured? Marco checked Whitebeard over thoroughly, even considering using his phoenix flames to burn away any possible virus. His regenerative flames couldn't heal others' injuries, but they could suppress the spread of toxins. Right now, Marco was desperate for a solution. Even though he himself was a doctor. He's fine. The effects of Knighton's medicine have just worn off. At this moment, a cool female voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked towards the source and saw Karen, whose eyes had turned pure white. Her white hair now flowed, and she wore a robe that seemed woven from feathers. Even the wings on her back were dyed white. Sasuke's expression changed upon seeing this. He realized what he had overlooked. Earlier, everyone's attention was on Naruto. They forgot that Karen had also unsealed something here. According to the knowledge they had previously acquired, Karen had opened the seal on the Kama. Wouldn't that mean Momoshiki, whom she had killed, would also emerge to take over her body? As if sensing Sasuke's gaze, white-haired Karen suddenly looked up at him. Don't worry. I'm still me. Though her words said this, her tone held no emotion whatsoever. Like a robot without feelings. Without seeing Karen make any move, she, like Naruto and Kagaya earlier, suddenly vanished from her spot, then reappeared in front of Whitebeard. Seeing such a strange woman approach their Oyaji, Marco, and the other division commanders naturally became wary. It's you, the medicine Oyaji took came from you. The pineapple-headed man finally recognized this woman with a completely changed demeanor as the one who had given some medicinal powder to Oyaji earlier. Move aside. Please, step aside. Karen first spoke tonelessly, telling Marco not to block her way. But before finishing, her tone suddenly stiffened, then changed as if another person was speaking, more politely, asking Marco to move. Marco was naturally unwilling to hand over his Oyaji in this state to such a strange person, especially since Whitebeard's condition was likely caused by her. It's fine. Move aside, Marco. Whitebeard, on the other hand, trusted Karen. Seeing his Oyaji say this, Marco could only step back slowly, keeping a vigilant eye on Karen. That medicine allowed you to briefly regain your youth. Karen's floating body slowly descended. She gently placed her hand on Whitebeard's chest. but your body is ultimately too weak. A green light glowed, and Whitebeard's complexion visibly improved. Seeing this, the tense expressions on Marco and the others' faces gradually relaxed. Good, Oyaji was okay. Unfortunately, the next moment, the words from Karen's mouth mercilessly shattered their illusions. This is all I can do for you. Your body can't accommodate any more life force. In other words, you don't have long to live. Yet, hearing this, Whitebeard showed no fear or unwillingness. Instead, he laughed and looked at Karen. How long can I live? A year or two? Or a month or two? It won't be very long. Hearing this, not only Marco and the others, but even enemies like Sengoku and Garp showed unreadable expressions. Ha! That's still a long time. Whitebeard sat up from the ground with a start, looking at the many tearful division commanders. Useless children, what's there to cry about? I am a remnant of the old era. The new world no longer has a ship that can carry me. Let's go, home. We'll hold a feast to celebrate Ace's rescue. With that, he strode towards the sea. Halfway, he suddenly turned back to look at Sengoku. Sengoku. Not planning to stop me. I'll let you run wild a little longer. Once I sort out the Marine's mess, I'll naturally come to arrest you. Gururara, fine. I'll be waiting. Boys. Take our other brothers and head home. Following Whitebeard's command, the conscious pirates began waking their unconscious comrades. Those who couldn't be roused were simply tossed onto the ships. Just watching the pirates who caused such a ruckus here leave, that's not like your usual style, Sengoku. At this point, Garp mischievously sidled up again, pointing at Sengoku like a schoolboy. Humph, didn't you hear what the girl said? Whitebeard doesn't have long to live. Sengoku sighed. Whitebeard's exit marked the end of an era. At the same time, with so many incidents erupting in the world government and the Marines, it was hard to say if it also signaled the end of the 800-year-old era of order. The top priority now is to deal with what's coming next. As he spoke, Sengoku's gaze fell to where Karen had been floating. But now, there was nothing there. Sasuke had also disappeared with her. At that moment, Sasuke was riding flame clouds, flying towards the sky. And above him, a pure white figure was flying towards Naruto's location at an even faster speed. Chapter 398, Chapter 398 The Great Terror Behind the Otsutsuki Clan. Give me more power. During her flight, Karen suddenly started talking as if to herself. Though the air around her spontaneously formed a barrier blocking sound, there was no one in midair who could hear her words. Except. Don't go too far, human. The same voice emerged from Karen's mouth once more. However, Karen herself paid no attention to these words at all. She simply silently increased the overdrawing of her life force. Damn it. Momoshiki, the Otsutsuki clan's member who had unfortunately died by Karen's hand in another timeline, was now roaring in frustration. But he had no choice. He had to use the chakra he had painstakingly intercepted and converted to replenish the life force Karen was overdrawing. Because his life was now completely bound to Karen's. Unlike Naruto, who chose to use Kaguya as a source for extracting power, the relationship between Karen and Momoshiki was closer to that of Boruto in another timeline. The deficiency from her first awakening had been compensated for by Naruto from another timeline using Yang release, along with part of Momoshiki's chakra. It was precisely because Momoshiki's chakra combined with the mythical Zoan power within Karen's body during this process, even altering the Garuda transformation itself, that her hair had remained white. Even after her life force recovered later, her hair could not revert to red. To put it simply, it was as if her DNA had been influenced by Momoshiki's DNA, causing a physiological mutation. Of course, this was just an analogy. The actual fusion process might be even more abstract. Originally, following his plan, Momoshiki had prepared to lie dormant within Karen's body, waiting until he absorbed enough chakra to complete his reincarnation within her. Given the Otsutsuki clan's absolute control over chakra, this possibility was quite high. But perhaps due to Garuda's influence, he couldn't easily separate his portion of chakra from Karen's body. So much so that whenever Karen chose to enter her awakened state again, his chakra would naturally flow to her, actively replenishing her. This was somewhat different from Kurama's situation back then. After all, Kurama had been proactive. If he had been ruthless enough to go for mutual destruction, Naruto would probably have long since ended up in a coffin from overtraining. For Momoshiki, however, it was passive. It's like you can control your hand to wave freely, but you can't control your organs to secrete specific hormones. His chakra was in a similar situation. Though he could still use it as if commanding his own limbs, when this body was truly in crisis, the chakra would spontaneously attempt a remedy. Even Momoshiki himself couldn't control this. For example, just now, when Karen was blasted away by Kaguya, Momoshiki could only watch helplessly as his own chakra began very foolishly repairing the body of his enemy. Using health as mana was, of course, very inefficient. To avoid being directly overdrawn to death by this foolish woman, Momoshiki chose to temporarily yield. He allowed Karen to directly use a portion of his Otsutsuki chakra for combat. This way, at least the chakra wouldn't have to go through the conversion from chakra to life force, and more chakra could be preserved. So, though unwilling, sensing Karen's unwavering resolve, Momoshiki obediently increased the supply of chakra. In an instant, Karen's flying speed increased again, instantly leaving Sasuke far behind. By the time Karen flew up high, the battle between Naruto and Kaguya was already in full swing. It was nothing like the relaxed ease when fighting the five elders. Senjutsu, Haki, Genjutsu, Taijutsu, swordsmanship. It could be said Naruto was using almost every technique he had learned over the years. Yet Kaguya on the other side seemed to be copying him. Whatever Naruto used, she could also mimic something similar. Not only had she mastered Haki, but even the combat skills Naruto had painstakingly acquired over the years were completely learned by her. Boom. Divine departure. Even Roger's famous technique was blocked. A white substance, like a truth-seeking ball, formed a long sword, which also slashed out a strike entwined with Conqueror's Haki. No. It might not even be Conqueror's Haki, but some other, more peculiar spiritual power. You can even learn this. You've really grown quite a bit, Kaguya. Though divine departure was blocked, Naruto still has a smile on his face. Foolish one. I am now stronger than before. This time, it is you who should die. Kaguya's response was full of hostility. This hostility wasn't solely due to Naruto defeating her before and thwarting her plans. Even Naruto himself wasn't fully aware. When he used the Baku Baku no Mi to digest the Otsutsuki clan's power, the Otsutsuki clan's self-preservation mechanism was also struggling frantically. The Kama and the Baku Baku no Mi, two powers from different worlds, competed against each other. This was a great torment for Kaguya. From Kaguya's perspective, after being defeated by Naruto, before her body could even heal, she was swallowed whole by him. Then, the nightmare began. Kaguya watched as she was gradually digested by Naruto bit by bit. Her body, energy, and even consciousness were gradually erased in this process. Unlike Momoshiki, who could maintain self-awareness and occasionally actively appear in the form of illusions, Kaguya suffered far more. She was forced to fuse with Naruto, herself gradually disappearing as her consciousness faded. If not for the Otsutsuki clan's final, self-preservation mechanism, keeping her barely present, Kaguya might not even have this last remnant of consciousness. However, precisely because of this experience, after absorbing Imu's pure spiritual energy to reshape herself, she, who, reborn from within Naruto, benefited from misfortune and nearly shared everything about Naruto. Naruto's decades of memories were also shared with her. Thanks to her own long lifespan and vast life memories, Naruto's few decades of memory fragments didn't cause Kaguya to doubt herself. On the contrary, she thus mastered various skills and experiences Naruto had acquired. With this, Kaguya's final shortcoming was filled. Now, she could almost be considered a copy of Naruto. Not only that, but due to Imu's influence, she also indirectly mastered some abilities related to demons. A vibrating black sphere appeared in Naruto's hand, beginning to wildly distort the surrounding gravity. But Kaguya also mimicked him, creating a black hole raison of her own. Although I wish to kill you, I must admit, Uzumaki Naruto, you truly have talent. With power capable of destroying a planet, even if the Otsutsuki main family comes again, it will not be a concern. For Kaguya, who had once traveled across the cosmos, she was well aware of just how absurdly powerful a celestial body like a black hole could be. So after all that, you're still afraid of those so-called main family's members? Naruto let out a scornful laugh. But this didn't anger Kaguya. She merely looked at Naruto with a disdainful gaze. Narrow-minded mortal. Do you think Momoshiki and Kinshiki represent the true power of the Otsutsuki clan? Your vision, confined to this single planet, is utterly insufficient to comprehend the true terror of the Otsutsuki. Having said that, she no longer hesitated, forcefully launching the black sphere in her hand. Seeing this, Naruto could only respond in kind. Two black holes collided in midair, and immediately after, a fissure-like crack appeared in the air. A tremendous attractive force emanated from within, to the point where even Naruto and Kaguya struggled to control their movements. In that moment, both sides sensed a lethal threat from that fissure. If Yamatsu Hirasaka was like cutting a safe passage through the world, then the opening torn by the black holes just now seemed to have completely pierced through the world's barrier. It was something more terrifying than beyond the universe. Even without observation Haki, both Naruto and Kaguya could sense that irresistible spatial turbulence. Going in would mean certain death. Both sides silently came to that conclusion. Fortunately, this world itself seemed to possess some self-repair ability. The spatial fissure only lasted a few seconds before sealing shut again. As if nothing had happened. But whether it was Naruto or Kagaya, in the subsequent battle, they both very tacitly refrained from using the black hole Raizan again. Chapter 399, Chapter 399 Momoshiki, why am I the one getting hit again? Clang. The true terror behind the Otsutsuki clan. Clang. Clang. If you don't mind, tell me about it too. Above the clouds, each clash of the black blade and white sword produced a massive sonic boom. Yet, Naruto's tone remained relaxed, even somewhat joyful, during his battle with the current Kagaya. To be honest, this was the first time in many years Naruto had experienced such a satisfying, all-out fight. In previous battles against sea powerhouses like Shiki or Garp, or against Nagato, Madara, and the initial version of Kagaya, he had more or less benefited from the advantage of two worlds. For most people, having such an advantage undoubtedly meant getting the template for an easy, power fantasy story. The usual path would involve using powers the opponent doesn't understand and leveraging the information advantage to crush them. That's normal human thinking, nothing to criticize. But for some of the top powerhouses on the sea, it wasn't like that. Perhaps ambitious villains like Doflamingo, who prioritize power above all, would act that way. But true, capricious powerhouses like Garp or Roger would only feel excitement when facing a strong enemy. What's interesting about using unknown powers for an ambush kill? Only by defeating the opponent head-on, when they also possess the same power, can you call yourself a real man. Especially after his life hierarchy was further enhanced, it became even harder for Naruto to feel the sensation of life and death struggle from those sea powerhouses. SSSHH. The white longsword sliced through Naruto's skin, which could withstand Conqueror's hockey-infused slashes, leaving a mark that was neither deep nor shallow. But at the same time, Naruto's hockey-covered black blade also pierced through Kagaya's arm. And attacks like these, resulting in mutual injury, had been exchanged hundreds of times between them in an instant. Without extraordinary spiritual perception, relying solely on visual senses would make it nearly impossible to respond to these attacks. At such speeds, even the Uchiha clan's Sharingan could only barely serve as a spectator. Humph. A boastful mortal. Does merely defeating me once make you so arrogant? The black blade was pulled from the arm, and the wound healed instantly. Similarly, the cut on Naruto's skin also recovered in the blink of an eye, like clay. Without using black hole power, their casual attacks, capable of cutting mountains and splitting seas, seemed only able to inflict such superficial injuries on each other. Using gaming terms, it's like these tickle-level damages couldn't even outpace HP's natural regeneration rate. Perhaps due to inheriting part of Naruto's memories, Kagaya, who originally tended to panic in battle if she couldn't gain an advantage, now remained expressionless even after being hit thousands of times. While continuously emitting malice capable of shattering ordinary minds, she also judged the battle situation with absolute calmness. It could be said that just the combat experience gained from Naruto had improved Kagaya's practical combat ability several times over. Faced with Naruto's question, Kagaya avoided answering. Actually, it wasn't that she was truly too afraid to even utter a name. But considering Kagaya's original status within the Otsutsuki clan, her knowledge was also quite limited. She had only vaguely heard of an Otsutsuki clan powerhouse who had even reached the level of transcending time and space, making thoughts into reality. Kagaya didn't know his name either, only faintly aware that even within the Otsutsuki clan, he was almost regarded as a god. Perhaps Momoshiki, as a main family member, might know more. It was precisely out of fear of such power that Kagaya was always in a state of anxiety. Otherwise, ordinary clansmen like Momoshiki and Kinshiki wouldn't pose much of a threat to Kagaya, who had personally ambushed Shiki and consumed the chakra fruit. This could be seen from their combat performances. Even in the original timeline, Momoshiki died by Boruto and Naruto's Raizan. In comparison, even the unenhanced Kagaya required the combined efforts of peak Naruto and Sasuke, plus the preset mechanism by the Sage of Six Paths, to seal her away. In other words, without the Six Paths, Chibaka Tensei, provided by the Sage of Six Paths, no matter how hard they tried, they would ultimately be worn down and killed by the immortal and indestructible Kagaya. Seeing that Kagaya wasn't willing to answer, Naruto didn't mind. He was just taking a shot in the dark anyway. If that true terror wanted to come, let it come. If an enemy truly showed up, would Naruto choose to run away just because they were strong? The intensity of their battle escalated further as Black Kagaya gradually adapted to her new body. Since both possessed super strong regeneration abilities, their moves became increasingly aggressive. Almost every move aimed to trade injury for injury. Boom. Blades crossed, and the slashing attack split the clouds for thousands of miles around. Almost simultaneously, both sides wrapped their arms with the new energy formed by fusing haki and chakra, striking out at each other. After the blow, Kagaya's body was nearly half shattered. Of course, Naruto didn't fare well either. One of his arms disappeared, much like Shanks or Akainu. Speaking of which, was there some indescribable curse on these seas? Did all the powerhouses have to lose an arm or something? Besides losing an arm, what truly pained Naruto was the Mushoku shattered into over a dozen pieces. This one of the 12 supreme grade swords was, after all, forged from ordinary minerals. Even covered in haki, its essence couldn't compare to the white substance surpassing truth-seeking balls. Fortunately, Naruto hadn't forgotten his devil fruit ability. Swallowing all the blade fragments and starting a recast inside his body, Naruto also mimicked Kaguya, using truth-seeking balls combined with Conqueror's haki to form a black blade of similar length. This thing's durability far surpassed any famous sword. But as an old companion for so many years, Naruto still didn't want to give up on Mushoku. It doesn't matter if it can't keep up with the battle intensity, he'll just give it to Kozai later. Gifting the supreme grade sword, coveted by all swordsmen on the sea, to an unborn child, perhaps only Naruto could do something like that. In just this brief moment, both their bodies had fully recovered. All that fierce output, only to see minimal damage. Looking at it this way, without resorting to that black hole mutual destruction, it seemed almost impossible for either to kill the other. It was also during this stalemate that the continuously flying Karen Momoshiki finally reached the battlefield. If only the fusion with this body were higher, allowing the use of Yamatsu Hirasaka. Finally. Kaguya. Upon seeing Kaguya, who had completely lost her Otsutsuki appearance, Momoshiki immediately cast aside his previous aloof demeanor. Uncontrollable rage surged up. That intense emotion even briefly allowed him to seize more control over the body. Through Karen, Momoshiki knew the truth about Kaguya's ambush on Ishiki back then. As a main family member of the Otsutsuki clan, his tolerance for betrayal, especially by a servant, was absolutely zero. Not to mention he also knew Kaguya had combined with the lowly monkeys of the ninja world planet to bear offspring, further defiling the Otsutsuki bloodline. All this anger erupted completely upon seeing Kaguya now devoid of any Otsutsuki appearance. Of course, whether he coveted the power within Kaguya's body and wanted to devour her in a manner similar to Kin's Hiki was another matter. At least from his expression, that greed wasn't immediately apparent. Utilizing the power of Karen's awakened mythical zone form, Momoshiki's figure flashed in front of Kaguya. The glowing weapon created by the divine technique, furious smelting, in his hand slashed towards Kaguya's head. Excellent. Although this lowly creature's chakra reserves aren't vast, her physical strength is surprisingly high. This way, Kaguya dash. Kaguya simply tilted her head slightly. The next moment, Momoshiki flew backwards faster than he arrived. Wait. Didn't I become stronger than before? Why am I the one getting hit again? Under Momoshiki's gaze, filled with confusion, bewilderment, and existential doubt, Naruto grabbed him by the back of the neck. Immediately after, spiritual power extended out, instantly binding Momoshiki's will into a restrained state. Karen's will regained the upper hand, reclaiming control of the body. Chapter 400 Konohamaru, I haven't gotten on board yet. So, Naruto and Nikki and the others are all up in the sky. When Konohamaru woke up from his coma and was found by his instructor, Bullet, he heard this news from him. His expression was blank. Previously, when Imu had shown his might, Konohamaru had become one of the many unlucky NPCs. Though unwilling, Konohamaru had no choice but to leave with Bullet. After all, his previous actions were truly enough to attract hatred. Even though his actions had ultimately revealed the truth to the Marines, it couldn't change the fact that he had made Marineford look utterly ridiculous in front of the entire world, spinning in circles. It was possible that some extremists would blame him for it. Of course, the most critical problem was, he couldn't fly. So even if he wanted to, he lacked the ability to help Naruto. Now that the tide had receded, the main battlefield had shifted from the ground to 10,000 meters in the sky. Those who had been indiscriminately knocked unconscious by Conqueror's haki were slowly waking up with the help of others and began spreading word by mouth about each and every event that had occurred. This wasn't just happening on the Marine side, it was similar among the pirates. However, compared to the Marines, whose morale was low and where even small-scale arguments were breaking out, the atmosphere on the pirate side was much better. At this moment, Konohamaru had also boarded Burndy World's Groeed with Bullet. Around him, many pirates were also beginning their withdrawal. Most of them were quite happy. After all, several objectives for coming here had been achieved. Ace had been rescued, they had fought to their heart's content, and they had even heard the big secret about the world government. For most pirates in the New World, this could be considered a good team-building exercise. Except for Kaido, of course. Right now, King and Queen were beside Kaido, trying to persuade their governor not to continue fighting. The Beast's pirates had not been without casualties in this battle, but what truly made them choose to retreat was the departure of the other two major fleets. Among the Whitebeard pirates, while everyone was happy that Ace had been rescued, they had also learned that Whitebeard's life was nearing its end. Joy and worry were mixed for the moment. In such a mood, the over 40 pirate crews present chose to leave the Marine headquarters openly and flamboyantly alongside the Moby Dick. Come to think of it, this experience could be bragged about for a lifetime. On Big Mom's side, although Katakuri hadn't been able to help Naruto, he had taken advantage of the chaos to capture Doflamingo again. This time, no one on the marine side paid any attention to this former celestial dragon. After learning about the relationship between Imu and the five elders, many had begun to doubt the justice they served. Over 99% of the Marines had completely changed their attitude towards the world government and the celestial dragons behind it. After all, whether the Marines could uphold true justice was debatable, but the celestial dragons, an already detestable group, had now been completely stripped of their fig leaf. The existence of Imu had completely pushed the celestial dragon group to the opposite side of the Marines. To be honest, their relationship with the revolutionary army might now be closer. Sengoku, what next? Garp first gazed into the distance at the sky. Unfortunately, Naruto and the others had probably already fought their way up to the stratosphere, the altitude of Skypiea, so he couldn't see anything at all from below with his naked eye. Finding that he couldn't see Naruto, he turned his head, wanting to say something to his old comrade. But what he saw was Sengoku, with his afro, frantically scratching his head with both hands buried in his fluffy hair. Ah. Sengoku, if your scalp itches, it's best to use shampoo dash. Garp's quip was cut off by Sengoku's murderous glare. Old fool, don't make me beat you up right now. Garp, who could still somewhat read the atmosphere, immediately made a zipper-closing gesture, indicating he would shut up. He understood. Right now, the person with the biggest headache among everyone was undoubtedly the Fleet Admiral, Sengoku. First, there was the mess at Marineford to deal with. But before that, he needed to find a way to make the awakened Marines, and the other colleagues stationed at other bases who couldn't participate in this war, accept the situation that the Marines and the world government have completely fallen out. The personnel, financial, military, and other issues involved went without saying. The Marines' top priority now was to restabilize their basic foundation. After all, during the earlier worldwide broadcast, the collapse of the world government's credibility had also implicated the Marines. Perhaps right now, in some base thousands of miles away, a justice-minded base commander had already chosen to break away from the heretical Marine headquarters. After all, not all Marines joined for justice. For example, the mouse-like captain stationed near the Konomi Islands in the East Blue was in it for the money. When there are many people, it's inevitable that some bad apples get mixed in. Bad Marines like that mouse captain weren't rare. For them, choosing between standing behind the seemingly invincible celestial dragons who could give them wealth and power, and standing behind the stubborn Marines who constantly had to guard against surprise inspections, wasn't a difficult choice. Of course, for every bad one, there were good ones. For example, the Marines of the G5 branch, led by Virgo. Although these men were ruthless and did whatever it took, they genuinely hated evil. Faced with the question of choosing the Marines or the world government, there wasn't much debate among them. So the so-called world government is so dirty behind the scenes too. Lead us to fight them, Vice Admiral Virgo. After the G5 Marines woke up and learned everything, they raised their arms and cheered. If in an oppressive, chaotic era, people like them would be the first to choose rebellion. However, this Marine's words received no response. When he looked at his superior, he saw that Virgo, known as the Demon Bamboo, had lost all his usual calm. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his jaw was tightly clenched. Vice Admiral. You're angry at the celestial dragons and the world government too, right? The Marine was still talking, completely unaware of what Virgo was actually thinking. What could he be thinking? As a member of the Don Quixote family planted as a spy within the Marines, upon waking up, Virgo first learned about the celestial dragon scandal. But he didn't care about that. After all, he served only one master. But just as he was thinking that, he saw the young master he served, Don Quixote Doflamingo, being carried onto the Queen Mama Chanter, tied up with ropes. Virgo wanted to step in and rescue him. But even disregarding the combat power issue, such a sudden action alone would be enough to arouse suspicion. The root of the conflict had vanished, and this war should have stopped by now. Even hawkish vice admirals like Enigmo and Yamakaji were silently gathering the remaining troops while allowing the pirates to take away their unconscious or deceased comrades. This war could only end here. If he caused trouble now, he would definitely draw suspicion. Not only would it be useless, but he might also lose his spy identity. And after losing his identity as a Marine spy, it would be even harder for Virgo to help Doflamingo. It was all already beyond help. On the Queen Mama Chanter, Big Mom was devouring sweets frantically. The previous battle had consumed a lot of her calories, so she needed to replenish them now. And what could be more enjoyable than sweets after a big battle? Mama, I caught this guy. Katakuri threw the battered Doflamingo in front of Big Mom. Hearing this, Big Mom paused, then leaned her head forward, a smile appearing on her face. Mama. Good things keep coming one after another. Well done, Katakuri. After praising him, Big Mom stared at Doflamingo with malicious eyes, preparing to deliver some intimidating words. This guy had actually escaped from her grasp before. It was a great humiliation. But it didn't matter, as she would deal with him properly this time. Oh right, and that snakeskin brat. Just as Big Mom was about to speak, she suddenly sensed something and looked up towards another location. There, a dragon-headed ship flying a skull flag with crossed swords was swiftly approaching. Seeing this, Big Mom suddenly laughed. Ha! So slow. Her attitude was similar to Whitebeard's. TSK. Red-haired brat, really? That's right. The newcomer was the fourth emperor, red-haired, Shanks. Chapter 401 Go home, set sail. I'd appreciate it if everyone gave me respect and let this end here dash. That's what Shanks had originally planned to say. However, the scene before him of everyone returning to their own homes completely choked back everything he wanted to say. Worororo. I told you to come earlier, but you didn't. It's all over now. Kaido, who had just been held back and earnestly persuaded by King and the others, was no longer in a hurry to continue fighting. Instead, he looked mockingly at the late-arriving red-haired group. Amidst the countless ships sailing in the direction away from Marineford, only Shanks's Red Force sailed alone against the current. Shanks and his crew had come to Marineford with the aim of ending this war, so naturally, they couldn't bring their affiliated pirate crews with them. Besides, those little pirates from the West Blue would likely be useless in this kind of situation. Seeing that even a brute like Kaido had the right to mock them, Ben Beckman almost couldn't resist raising his gun to aim at him. Fortunately, Shanks stopped him at the critical moment. They were here to stop a war, not to start another one. The first to start the return journey was Kaido's flagship, followed closely by the Queen Mama Chanter, which had been delayed a bit waiting for Katakuri. Countless small pirate ships followed the two emperors' flagships as they withdrew. Among them was a very unwilling Blackbeard. He left grinding his teeth in frustration. After all, he hadn't achieved a single one of his objectives for coming here. Whitebeard hadn't died in this war, and he hadn't been able to reveal his ambition in front of the whole world. Originally, according to his plan, after Whitebeard died in battle, he could seize the man's devil fruit ability amidst the chaos, then use the worldwide broadcast opportunity to make a name for himself. Then, all the scoundrels of the sea would flock to him, his power would snowball, and he would truly seize the throne of an emperor. But all of this was declared bankrupt when he failed to withstand the successive impacts of Conqueror's Haki. Shanks's observation Haki naturally detected this old acquaintance who had left a few marks on his face, but he didn't actively greet him. After all, the Whitebeard pirates were still here, so it was best not to complicate things for now. However, what surprised Shanks was that besides Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido, there was a fourth giant ship on the scene. That was Burndy World's Groweed. This island-type ship didn't even need to squeeze through the channel with the smaller ships. It was capable of diving. Before submerging again, Bullet, standing by the port engine platform of the Groweed, also saw Shanks. You. Shanks was momentarily speechless. He hadn't expected to encounter Douglas Bullet, this a senior, here at all. As a fellow former crewmate of Roger Pirates, Shanks hadn't heard any news about this guy for a long time. The last I'd heard, he had been captured by the Marines, right? Who on earth had let him out? Seeing Shanks, Bullet stopped his conversation with Konohamaru beside him and instead put on a provocative expression. What? Shanks, you want to fight me too? However, Shanks didn't respond, which instantly broke Bullet's composure. In the end, with Konohamaru's earnest persuasion, he entered the sealed cabin, disappearing from the sea's surface along with the Groweed. TSK Tisk, Demon Air, Big Mom, 100 Beasts, and Whitebeard, all such willful guys. Boss, maybe it's a good thing you didn't make it in time. At this moment, red-haired pirate's cook and combatant, Lucky Roo, said while eating a huge piece of roasted meat. His words caused many other crew members to nod in agreement. Yeah. It'd be hilarious if the captain said his line and nobody paid attention. Haha, now that you mention it, I'd really like to see that scene. Yasopp, Usopp's father, said while stroking his chin. Finding that the war had already ended, these red-haired pirates immediately reverted to their usual laid-back, sloppy demeanor. You all think that way? I'm the captain, you know. Being teased by his crew, Shanks helplessly pointed at himself. Like Luffy, this captain had no dignity on the ship in normal times, and his crew could tease him at any time. Of course, when dealing with outsiders or during battle, these crew members were willing to risk their lives for their captain and comrades. That was the style of an elite pirate crew. Because the Moby Dick had arrived directly at the Marineford's port from underwater, its position was the furthest forward. So, during the Great Retreat, the Moby Dick naturally became the last ship. The sea frozen by Akiji earlier had long since cracked under the destruction of a group of crew members, and seawater had refilled the area, lifting the huge ship. Shanks looked at the Moby Dick with its somewhat complicated atmosphere, then looked at Whitebeard, who had already laid back in his exclusive seat, feeling puzzled. Hey! Whitebeard. Are you injured or something? Shanks didn't show the slightest bit of formality, shouting directly at the Whitebeard fleet across the way. Huh? Red-haired bastard, what are you saying? Are you picking a fight? Don't think we're afraid of you just because we just finished a battle. Clearly, this polite way of asking angered many division commanders on Whitebeard's ship. They were already feeling sad because their Oyaji's life was nearing its end, and now along came this red-haired guy who didn't understand the mood. Watching the fools around him roaring loudly on his behalf, Whitebeard, this 72-year-old man, revealed a faint smile. He reached out and pressed down on Marco, the most agitated and also the eldest son among the many children. After everyone quieted down, Whitebeard sat up straight and responded to Shanks. Red-haired brat, I'm in the best condition right now. I can fight for another 3 days and 3 nights anytime. Want to give it a try? Hearing Whitebeard's response, Shanks finally smiled. He waved his only remaining hand and said, No need, no need. I didn't come here today to fight. The two men exchanged a tacit greeting, and then the Red Force and the Moby Dick passed each other by. It was as if two eras had completed some kind of handover. The Red Force took up the position previously occupied by the Moby Dick, only about 10 meters from the ice surface. The Marines cleaning up the battlefield looked at the newly arrived red-haired Shanks and his crew with grave expressions. Many Marines had even reloaded their bullets. However, the Marine officers calmed their subordinates down again. No hostility at all. Isho sheathed his sword. Beside him, Aramaki had just woken up groggily, completely unaware of what had happened. On the other side, on the Moby Dick surrounded by various small ships, Whitebeard sat back down again. Marco. Hearing Oyaji's call, Marco hurried over. Go bring Ace back. Okay, Oyaji. Upon receiving the order, Marco was about to transform into a phoenix and take off, but Whitebeard stopped him. After bringing him back, head for Sphinx Island. Alright dash. Suddenly, Marco sharply turned his head to look at Whitebeard. Oyaji, you. I'm tired. It's time to go back and rest properly. Whitebeard showed a big smile, then placed his large hand on Marco's head. The next part of the voyage will be up to you to lead these foolish boys. Okay. After hearing Marco's response, Whitebeard relaxed and sat back, slowly closing his eyes. That's right. And you all, you're men in your 40s now, don't cry so easily. Around Whitebeard, over a dozen division commanders had tears in their eyes, but forced smiles appeared on their faces. Let's go home. Set sail. Chapter 402 Breaking the Stalemate. As an era known as the Whitebeard era came to an end, the battle high in the sky remained as fierce as ever. There was no other way. Even with the power of Karen Momoshiki at her disposal, trying to participate in the battle between Naruto and Kaguya was still far too difficult. In this battlefield without even solid ground to stand on, perhaps even the world's strongest creature, Kaido, would be beaten up if he came. Momoshiki's consciousness was bound within Karen's mind, so control of the body had been returned to Karen. However, facing these two whose every move could move mountains and fill seas, Karen could only linger at the edges of the battlefield, unable to get closer. Is there any way to deal with her? She roared at the Momoshiki in her mind, hoping he could pull out some trump card to deal with Kaguya, whose strength had increased so much now. But Momoshiki was even more useless than she imagined. He talked big, but when faced with Kaguya, whose speed and experience had increased countless times, he couldn't even fight back. When he had charged at her earlier, he couldn't even see what she did. Therefore, when faced with Karen's question, this Otsutsuki clan's member, who always liked to talk back, uncharacteristically closed his mouth. To be honest, he had no way to deal with the current Kaguya either. She was stronger than he had imagined, even surpassing ordinary members of the Otsutsuki main family. At the very least, harvesters like him couldn't handle Kaguya. Seeing no response, Karen prepared to act herself. To be honest, Karen's current state and strength were also very formidable. Although she couldn't achieve the near immortality of Naruto or Kaguya, if it were just a minor injury, like having a hole punched through her chest, it wouldn't affect her combat ability much. At the center of the battlefield, the speed of the mutual slashing between Naruto and Kaguya had reached the point where their movements were no longer visible. Every slash was imbued with conqueror's haki, every punch and kick was enough to shatter mountains and split rocks. Endless sonic booms reverberated across the sky. Humph. I have completely mastered your power, Uzumaki Naruto. Once again parrying Naruto's attack with her sword, Kaguya's tail from behind shot towards Naruto's forehead like an arrow the next moment. Boom. Tail and skull collided violently. The impact between Conqueror's Haki and Conqueror's Haki was enough to destroy everything in the vicinity. After using a headbutt, Naruto followed up with a knee strike that sent Kaguya flying. As she shot backwards like an arrow from a bow, he grabbed the bat-like wings that had grown from Kaguya's back and slashed down fiercely with his blade. Clang. A violent collision occurred between blade and wing, but just as Kagaya's attacks couldn't do much to Naruto, this slash from Naruto also couldn't cut off her wing. I told you, it's useless. Ah. The haughty expression on her face couldn't even be maintained for a few more seconds before Kagaya involuntarily cried out in alarm. She felt an intense pain in her newly grown limb. Then, a loss of strength followed. When Kagaya turned her head to look back, she saw a scene that instinctively terrified her. She saw Naruto simply let the truth-seeking ball-formed blade fly to the side. With both hands, he grabbed Kagaya's wings, then opened his mouth wide and bit down. Kagaya even hallucinated seeing Naruto look up like a demon, an evil aura emanating from the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with a crimson light. Even though Kagaya looked more like a vampire-type creature, it was from Naruto at this moment that she truly felt the aura of a predator. No. He wants to eat me. Just like back then. Ah. Like frightened prey, Kagaya was scared out of her wits. The fear etched into her bones made her instantly unleash all the techniques she could use. Although most of them had no effect on Naruto, one or two did succeed. For example, the same, Yamatsu Hirasaka. On Naruto's side, his vision blurred for a moment, and the next instant, Kagaya was hundreds of meters away. To escape Naruto's predation, Kagaya even used a method like a lizard shedding its tail, actively abandoning the wing Naruto had grabbed, letting it be severed by the spatial rift of Yamatsu Hirasaka. Naruto, holding that wing segment, swallowed it without any hindrance. The next moment, the aura around him grew even more imposing. Although you are detestable, I must admit, you taste pretty good. The expression Naruto showed now truly connected him to the title among his many epithets. Gluttonous demon. Although when he first got that title, he hadn't eaten the Baku Baku no Mi yet. This was the solution he had thought of to break the stalemate. Devil Fruit ability. Because she was another individual split from within Naruto's body, Kagaya had inherited nearly all of Naruto's abilities. Including his haki, chakra, combat experience, and learned techniques. It could be said Naruto was now fighting another version of himself. Reality wasn't like some manga where you could shout and surpass your limits to reach a higher power level. Especially for someone like Naruto, who had almost touched the ceiling in both worlds, it was even harder to improve his strength. Sometimes, even after over a decade of hard training, your strength might not see any improvement, let alone from just a single, short battle. Therefore, to defeat Kagaya, he had to start from the angle of, I have what you don't. First, what did he have that Kagaya didn't? His peripheral vision swept past Karen to the side, and this thought was quickly discarded. Karen currently didn't have the qualifications to join the fight. Getting close, even the shockwaves from the battle would be enough to tear her body apart. So, what else did the current Kagaya not possess? The answer was devil fruit abilities. As everyone knew, there were no two identical devil fruits in the world. Before the previous ability user died, there wouldn't be another with the same ability. No matter how powerful the so-called lineage factor was, it couldn't completely replicate the same fruit ability. For details, one could refer to Momonosuke's small pink dragon and Kaido's azure dragon. One could soar through clouds and mist, while the other could at most crawl on clouds. Of course, Naruto wasn't aware of this. So in his view, it was even simpler. He possessed the power of the Baku Baku no Mi, and this power hadn't appeared on Kagaya after the split. And that casual act back in the holy land of the celestial dragons had now become the method to break the deadlock. After eating part of Kagaya's body, similar wings actually grew on Naruto's back as well. Don't misunderstand. Naruto didn't need them to fly. These wings were actually an external manifestation of the increased energy within his body. At this moment, the ratio of power within Naruto and Kagaya's bodies could be said to have changed from 50 to 50 to 51 to 49. Perhaps the difference wasn't that big in the short term, but as time passed, with this ebb and flow, the scales of victory would eventually tilt towards Naruto's side. And looking at Kagaya's frightened appearance, Naruto felt that this ability seemed to also have a psychological suppression effect, a special attack against Kagaya. It directly triggered her PTSD. Good, the advantage is mine. Chapter 403, Chapter 403 The Death of Kagaya. For Kagaya, compared to having her energy plundered, the terror of being devoured again was what truly terrified her. After all, a certain ghoul story in Tokyo had shown that humans instinctively harbor immense fear towards intelligent beings capable of devouring them. The same held true for the members of the Otsutsuki clan. No. No. I can't be eaten by him again. I cannot become like that again. Some people tremble with fear, losing the ability to fight or even flee. But others, in their fear, give birth to immense anger. This anger can cloud judgment, but it can also greatly enhance a person's combat power, making them unafraid of death. Clearly, the current Kagaya was the latter. Or perhaps it should be said that the fear of that living hell experience surpassed the fear of death itself. So Kagaya's choice was, let's blow up together. As if possessed by the soul of a shonen manga protagonist, after letting out a roar, Kagaya's body actually began to inflate like a balloon. No longer the cold, alluring image of a black succubus. This was also one of the effects of Domi Reversi. Besides forcibly controlling others' minds, Imu's Domi Reversi could also, to a certain extent, enhance the controlled's power and make their form larger. This had been evident with rocks. As Kagaya's roar echoed, a second pair of long horns grew from her head. At the same time, her limbs and torso stretched and elongated, muscles rapidly swelling. Sharp fangs extended from the corners of Kagaya's mouth. The pitch-black Byakugan now displayed ring-like patterns. And not just that. Ah! With Kagaya's furious roar, in the center of her forehead, that third eye tore through flesh and regrew. The eyelid opened, revealing a black-based, yellow-patterned Rinnegan with 9 tomo. Compared to the original blood-red Rinnegan, it was closer to Naruto's Kokugan. Her now thicker, longer arm reached behind her, grabbing the remaining wing. Then, with the sound of tearing flesh, she ripped it off violently. Ugh, ah. Clearly, this action was also extremely painful for the current Kagaya. But she didn't care. Holding the wing in her hand, an unknown white substance combined with the pitch-black Conqueror's haki from Imu covered it, continuously stretching and elongating it, turning it into an aberrant blade that grew together with Kagaya's right hand. The current Kagaya bore no resemblance to the rabbit goddess who had descended upon the ninja world. Calling her a demon seemed inadequate. She should be a demon goddess. Letting out a puff of white smoke from her mouth, Kagaya finally stopped roaring. The gaze she now directed at Naruto held none of the earlier fear. Or rather, it held not a shred of reason. Originally, Domi Reversi was a move that stripped away reason, making one subject to the controller's will. When Kagaya went mad from extreme fear, her mental defenses dropped to their lowest, allowing this dark will to successfully invade. Now reborn through this power, Kagaya had no controller. So she completely fell into an uncontrollable desire for destruction. This was an instinct engraved within the Otsutsuki clan. Roar. Like a beast, Kagaya let out a tremendous roar. Immediately after, several magic circles, similar to those Imu used when casting magic, appeared before her. However, the patterns of these circles were like large circles within smaller ones, resembling the Rinnegan. Kagaya's figure flew forward. Passing through the magic circles, her speed suddenly increased, transforming into a black line in the air. The wing blade fused with her arm, accelerated like this, even tore through space. Accompanied by a series of black lightning bolts, it slashed towards Naruto. Swish. This strike actually tore open Naruto's chest, ripping his skin from chest to waist, exposing his internal organs to the air. Just as Naruto had chosen to use the Baku Baku no Mi to break the stalemate, Kagaya's mutation was also a form of self-breakthrough. However, her choice was to hand over all this immense power to her bestial instincts. The result was that she would fall into endless destruction until she reawakened, or self-destructed. Naruto-san. Karen screamed, her wings spreading wide. The fusion of Garuda's, thousand feathers, and Momoshikis, furious smelting, turned all the flying feathers into indestructible projectiles. Yet this overwhelming, blanket-like bombardment couldn't even hit Kagaya. Her speed had surpassed the limits of sight. Without extremely strong observation haki perception, one couldn't even see Kagaya's movements. Karen couldn't even perceive that Kagaya had already moved from in front of Naruto to a position above him. Roar. A terrifying energy beam spewed from Kagaya's mouth with her roar, rushing straight towards Karen below. Takamimibinokami. Karen stretched her hand towards the sky, attempting to counter with this ability that could absorb any ninjutsu. However, the power Kagaya spewed wasn't pure chakra. SSSHH. One of Karen's arms instantly disintegrated. At the last possible moment, she transformed into her spherical form again. In immobile form, after awakening, Garuda's defense increased several-fold. But facing that energy torrent, it was still difficult to endure. She could only watch as her outer feathers and flesh dissipated bit by bit. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Why has this lowly servant become so strong? Momoshiki had already begun wailing in Karen's mind. Karen didn't even have the energy to tell him to shut up. Her severed arm slowly regenerated thanks to Momoshiki's power. But if she didn't escape this energy impact, her entire body would eventually turn to ash. Suddenly, Karen felt the incoming energy torrent pause. Spreading her wings, she saw that Naruto, who moments ago had his chest wide open, now stood before her clad in a golden cloak, blocking the attack. Seeing Naruto, Kagaya, driven solely by instinct, immediately shifted her target to attack this taunting follower. This gave Karen an opportunity. She swiftly moved away, then countless chains shot towards Kagaya's direction. This time, Karen used every ounce of her strength, perhaps adding Momoshiki's share as well. Creating nearly endless, nirvana-purifying chains that blotted out the sky, they frantically coiled around Kagaya's body. Even if Kagaya could snap several chains with a single movement, she couldn't handle so many. Her struggles quickly became mired amidst the constantly flooding chains. Meanwhile, the glowing Naruto clone that had been hit by her breath earlier dissipated into a puff of smoke. You promised. After this, you have to let me out for some air. Kurama severed the chakra link. The reason that clone could hold on for so long was because he had provided enough chakra for defense. This was the cooperation Naruto had just reached with him. In exchange for his help, Naruto would grant him complete freedom after everything was over. Returning to Naruto's main body, the energy fluctuations emanating from him increased further. The original white Otsutsuki robe on him now took on a layer of watery blue. For the first time, in the pirate world, he connected with the nature will. At that moment, it felt as if all things in the world were whispering something to him, as if he had mastered the ability to hear the voices of all things that Roger possessed. However, this environment of an open public channel wasn't a boost for the current Naruto, instead, it affected his mind. So he couldn't maintain it for long. He had to find the voice belonging to this world's own essence within this short time. The nature will in the One Piece world didn't seem fully formed or possessing self-personality like in the ninja world. It was more like a hazy consciousness. It was humanity's yearning for the sea, and also humanity's fear of the sea. It encompassed everything, yet had no form or substance. Fortunately, perhaps due to the foundation laid by communicating with the ninja world's will, Naruto successfully channeled the natural energy of the One Piece world into his body. With the power of the Baku Baku no Mi aiding it, the fusion process for this natural energy was very smooth. Temporarily blocking out the chaotic voices of all things, several streams of azure water materialized around Naruto. The source of those water streams was invisible, and it was unclear where they flowed. One could only see them extending towards Kagaya's vicinity. Kagaya's beast instinct screamed warnings at this moment, shifting all her attention to this. Roar, awe. She began struggling frantically, even ignoring the flesh she tore off herself in the process. There was no time to care about that anymore. In Kagaya's perception, those ordinary-looking water streams carried a threat far surpassing anything before. It was death. Although Karen didn't know the effect of Naruto's technique, seeing Kagaya's terrified expression made her realize this move must be powerful. So she worked even harder to create chains, trying to hinder Kagaya's escape attempts. Unfortunately, the chakra and stamina within her were truly limited. The speed of creating chains slowed increasingly, her regenerative power could no longer keep up with the output. Just as Kagaya was about to escape at the cost of half her body, a voice rang out. Magotsum. Finally. Sasuke, who had been flying upwards the entire time, finally reached the battlefield. Seeing the forms and situation of everyone present, he decisively unleashed his ability at maximum capacity towards Kagaya, who was now unrecognizable. It must be understood that using a fate-type ability like Magotsum came at a cost. After the battle, Sasuke would suffer an equivalent degree of misfortune. Though the intensity of the misfortune could lessen over time, the cost to affect the current Kagaya's misfortune would translate into acceptable bad luck lasting at least several years, even over a decade. But there was no time to consider that now. The moment his ability activated, Kagaya's consciousness actually experienced a brief moment of lucidity. Scenes from the past flashed by, fear of the Otsutsuki clan, heartbreak from her son's betrayal, and the pain of being devoured. This flicker of humanity became the final straw leading to Kagaya's demise. The water gently washed over Kagaya's pitch-black body, then slowly enveloped her. Despite the water appearing calm, the swollen flesh on Kagaya's body rapidly scattered like sand under its flow. Her physical body was quickly eroded, her energy merged into the water, even her final consciousness rapidly dispersed. Perhaps facing death, Kagaya's last flicker of consciousness swept over Sasuke, Karen, and finally settled on Naruto. Ha, foolish mortals. I hope you can achieve victory like today when facing the Otsutsuki clan's true power. Finally, this rabbit goddess who had influenced the ninja world for a millennium completely vanished within the gentle water, leaving not a trace. Perhaps this fate was better than remaining within Naruto's body, spending each day in a daze. Otsutsuki Kagaya, completely dispersed. Chapter 404, Chapter 404 When eliminating evil, be thorough. Ugh. Thump. Karen and Konohamaru looked somewhat helplessly at the two people beside them. One man, possessing arguably the strongest physical body on the sea, got seasick from the slightest bump. The other, immensely powerful, with the dual detection hacks of observation haki and Sharingan, kept tripping over flat ground. Karen covered her forehead. She knew the cost of the previous battle against Kagaya might be high, but she hadn't imagined it would be this high. As for Konohamaru, he was completely out of the loop. It had been a few hours since the sky battle when Karen finally brought him back from the Groid. From her, he roughly understood what Naruto and Sasuke had done. Naruto and Ikki, are you okay? Here, have some water. Konohamaru had to stand on his tiptoes to barely pat Naruto's back, then fetch some fresh water from the cabin. Thanks, Konohamaru, ugh. I'm fine. I'll be okay in a bit. To be honest, even Naruto himself hadn't expected that combining with this world's natural energy would produce such severe side effects. Actually, calling them side effects isn't entirely accurate. While there are no other cases for comparison, if a ninja who had learned Sage Mode came to the One Piece world and combined with the natural energy here, they would likely only develop some affinity for water. It would manifest as wanting to swim in the sea, craving seawater, feeling uncomfortable on land, or, in severe cases, growing a few fish scales or gill-like organs. Well, somewhat similar to fishmen. Looking at it this way, perhaps there's a reason why fishmen in this world are naturally physically stronger than humans. However, the problem was that Naruto was a devil fruit user. As everyone knows, devil fruit users are beings rejected by the sea. The actual reason is a certain factor found in various materials, especially most abundant in seawater. Pyrobroin. It can be understood as the sea's crystallization. It exists not only in ordinary seawater but even in Skypia's cloud islands and special minerals. Sea stone is one example. So, if this special substance exists in so many sea-related things, might it also exist within the natural energy here? Naruto proved it through personal experience. It exists. Not only does it exist, but its concentration is surprisingly high. Frankly, after entering the Ocean Sage Mode state, Naruto felt an extreme sense of discomfort, almost making him want to interrupt the process. He had originally wanted to use natural energy to amplify himself, to see if he could kill Kagaya in one go. Unexpectedly, he accidentally created that special water stream that washed Kagaya away into nothingness. It wasn't that he didn't want to finish Kagaya himself. Mainly, at that time, Naruto's body had fallen into a state of exhaustion, perhaps unable to take even one more step. But at the same time, this wasn't without benefits. At the very least, Naruto felt that in that state, his attacks would deal significantly higher damage to all devil fruit users and their created subordinates. For example, Imu or Kagaya, whose body was created using Imu's power. Before that seemingly gentle water stream, actually a high concentration pyrobroin energy impact, they had almost no resistance. Their bodies melted away in the blink of an eye. Having lost Imu's power, Kagaya herself was just a remnant consciousness. After leaving Naruto's body, she had no possibility of existing anymore. The Kama mark on his hand had disappeared after the other gained a physical body. Fortunately, the Otsutsuki genes Naruto obtained through the Baku Baku no Mi were still present. After all, unlike Kairin's case of temporarily using Otsutsuki power through the Kama, his situation was more like developing a unique Otsutsuki physique belonging to the Uzumaki clan. This special Sage Mode was indeed a special attack against devil fruit users. The drawback was that none of them, being devil fruit users themselves, were suited to use this technique. Just thinking of this, Naruto turned his gaze to Konohamaru, who had been looking at him with concerned eyes. Oh my, what a coincidence. ? Konohamaru was taken aback by the stare. Naruto Aniki, why are you looking at me like that? The response was Naruto's hand on his shoulder. Konohamaru, ugh. Would you like to learn Sage Mode? Upon hearing this, Konohamaru's eyes instantly lit up. That ability that directly defeated that Kagaya person. Really? Naruto Aniki. Of course. Naruto rinsed his mouth with water, then continued. In that mode, every devil fruit user on this sea would have to kneel before you. Wow. Stars sparkled in Konohamaru's eyes. Even Instructor Bullet wouldn't be my opponent. From this sentence, it wasn't hard to see that Douglas Bullet indeed didn't have much teaching talent. Or perhaps his educational methods were slightly too crude. In any case, Konohamaru, his first student, upon potentially gaining a new ability, first thought was whether he could defeat his instructor. Or perhaps, this also counts as a good teacher. Right. He wouldn't be your opponent either. Naruto's smile was subtle. He seemed to foresee a future day when a fully combined bullet would be drenched and defeated by a wave of water impact. Great, great. Naruto Aniki, teach me quickly. Not so fast, ugh. Let's deal with the last troublesome one first, ugh, then we'll talk. After saying this, Naruto leaned over the bow again, starting to, chum the water. Seeing this made Kairin's eye twitch. Naruto-san, in your current state, are you still going to deal with that Imu? Imu's lackeys were basically all dead. Only a few stragglers remained. If they went to marry Geos now, the only one they'd need to deal with was Imu himself. When eliminating evil, be thorough. That's a lesson I've learned from experience over the years. Naruto wiped his mouth, saying weakly. It was clear the Naruto of the past had acted rashly without considering consequences, unlike now, where he plans ahead and aims to uproot problems. These were lessons learned in blood. After all, the sea was full of all kinds of people. There were many heroes like Roger and Whitebeard, but also many pure villains like Doflamingo. They wouldn't refrain from taking revenge just because you spared them. In fact, even if they couldn't beat you, they might choose to take revenge on the ordinary people you had helped. But your body. Karen was more concerned about whether Naruto could still fight. It's fine. I'll be okay after some rest. Karen, adjust the direction according to this log pose. Saying this, Naruto waved his hand and walked back into the cabin. Thump. Sasuke, who had just bumped his head on the mast, walked over as if nothing happened and said to Karen. If you can't do it, I'll take over. He reached for the eternal pose pointing to Mary Geos, but Karen dodged him. Better not. With your current luck, you might just sink the ship. Hearing this, Sasuke didn't get angry. He shrugged and went to sit somewhere else. So, under Karen's helm, the Gale Breaker sailed towards the endpoint of the first half of the Grand Line. The Red Line. Chapter 405, Chapter 405 Celestial Dragons Mass Exodus, The Tragedy of Mary Geos. The distance from Marineford to Mary Geos isn't very far. At the Gale Breaker's full speed, it only takes a few hours. What actually consumed a bit more time were the stationed Marines at Sabaody Archipelago and the subsequent ascent process. At Sabaody, most of the stationed elite forces had been transferred to Marineford. But this place was, after all, the port island with the largest flow of people on the sea before entering the New World. Even under such circumstances, some personnel still had to be left to maintain local order. These Marines also learned about the events at Marineford through the worldwide broadcast. However, the attitude they displayed showed some small differences compared to the Marine elites at Marineford. On one hand, the Marines stationed here weren't a united bloc. Alongside those oriented towards justice, there were naturally those who admired the celestial dragons and the nobility. Moreover, celestial dragons frequently appeared here. Those Marines who truly upheld justice didn't want to see them, so the tasks of reception and protection logically fell to this latter group. One side spent their days trying to curry favor with the powerful, while the other trained hard and fought criminals. The gap in strength between the two sides gradually widened. During the Summit War, those justice-oriented Marines were almost all transferred away. This resulted in most of the Marines left behind at Sabaody Archipelago being world government faction. On the other hand, in the environment of the Summit War, setting aside the influence of the surrounding atmosphere, just having so many Marine high command figures present naturally inclined the Marines there to follow the Fleet Admiral of Justice. Even if there were a few individuals with ulterior motives like Virgo or that mouse-like captain, they wouldn't dare reveal themselves in that situation. The garrison forces at Sabaody Archipelago, having seen via Den Den Mushi broadcast that the world government and the Marines had officially split, also fell into chaos. Some believed this was a collective Marine mutiny, while others thought the sins of the world government over the years had finally exploded. But no matter their disagreements, they were largely unified on one point. That was the need to continue following the world government. There was no other way. The Den Den Mushi broadcast had been completely cut off not long after Emu appeared. They had no idea what happened at Marineford afterwards. Hey! Stop the ship! A Marine lieutenant stationed on a battleship shouted towards them. Simultaneously, the cannons on those battleships were already aimed at the Gale Breaker. Looking at the person across, Karen initially didn't plan to pay attention. But considering the current situation, the Marines should barely count as allies against the world government. So she slowed down, preparing to hear what the other side had to say. It would have been better not to listen. Hearing it almost made Karen laugh in anger. Your ship is now commandeered. Stop immediately. As he said this, several celestial dragons wearing bubble helmets walked over under the protection of black-suited bodyguards, pointing at the Gale Breaker and saying something. You. Are you not done yet? Almost done, Saint Filier. The lieutenant, who had been bossy when shouting, immediately became obsequious before this snot-nosed celestial dragon. The reason for stopping this ship was that the Gale Breaker wasn't flying a pirate flag. The few masters beside him had received messages from their families, ordering them to leave Sabaody Archipelago immediately and head towards the New World or the Four Blues. Though unclear about the reason, due to the absolute hierarchy within the Celestial Dragon group, the Saint Filier had to reluctantly leave with his brothers. Who knew that not long after sailing, the Celestial Dragons became dissatisfied with the facilities on the Marine battleship. It was no wonder. After all, it was a battleship, it couldn't be as luxurious as the ships they usually traveled on. So these lackey Marines set their sights on passing merchant ships. Why not attack pirate ships? Don't be ridiculous. They wouldn't dare. These spineless types could at most bully merchants or ordinary residents. They wouldn't dare to truly fight those vicious pirates capable of reaching Sabaody Archipelago. Of course, their reason was high-sounding. That was, we cannot let the noble masters be endangered. It should be mentioned here that after multiple repairs and fusion modifications, the Gale Breaker's appearance had changed considerably. Naruto's naming ability might be inherited from the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, but his personal aesthetic sense was quite good. The hull's monocoque design could be roughly seen as different from those medieval wooden sailing ships at a glance. This naturally attracted the attention of flies. Upon hearing the other side's words and clearly seeing the several celestial dragons beside him, Karen felt it was laughable that she had wasted time being delayed by these guys. Hey! I'm talking to you. Hurry up and dash. The lieutenant wanted to say more, but saw Karen on the opposite ship suddenly radiate a golden light, transforming into a Valkyrie-like figure with a bird's head and a human body. Ah, seems familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere. Where had I seen it? I remembered. In the earlier broadcast. In a fleeting scene, there was such a being who instantly destroyed an entire defensive line. That was the lieutenant's last thought. Great storm. Strong winds, like two large hands, churned up the seawater, then swiftly enveloped the entire battleship. Before anyone aboard could react, this small battleship was completely torn to shreds. As for the noble celestial dragons, perhaps they had become fish food. Karen, did something happen just now? Naruto was still covering his mouth. This discomfort made him forget to habitually use observation haki to observe the surroundings. No, nothing happened at all, Naruto-san. Karen smiled sweetly, not showing at all that she had just utterly destroyed a battleship. The sea surface quickly returned to calm. After this small interlude, Karen didn't want any further complications. She simply used the wind here to lift the ship and flew towards Mary Geos. Considering Naruto's physical condition, she didn't ask him to come out to apply the ultra-lightweight rock technique to the hull. But perhaps thanks to the break-in period between Momoshiki and Karen, her ability to control strong winds had greatly improved now. She could even maintain her awakened state for short periods without overdrawing her life force. That counted as growth. The holy land of the celestial dragons, Mary Geos. When Naruto's group arrived here for the third time, it no longer looked its usual glorious self. Extending observation haki, the huge city still held some life signatures, but mostly those of celestial dragons' lackeys. They had chosen to abandon their masters during a certain earlier incident, surviving the chaos that ensued. As for those celestial dragons who usually put on airs of superiority, most were now beheaded, their bodies and heads separated. Some corpses were even smashed into pulp, bearing all kinds of injuries. Scratches, blunt force trauma, cuts, even bite marks. It was clear whoever killed them must have hated them deeply. Seeing this scene, Konohamaru felt his stomach churn. Karen and Sasuke weren't much affected. But Naruto's expression showed he had expected this. It's not beyond my expectations, I suppose. Now, Shanks can also be considered the third liberator. Chapter 406, Chapter 406 The Destruction of the Celestial Dragons, the Final Liberation of Mary Geos. 1 hour before the outbreak of the Summit War. The Holy Land, Mary Geos. Boss, aren't we going to Marineford? Lucky Roo carefully followed behind Shanks, his tone uncertain. But even at such a critical moment, he didn't forget to hold on to his delicious roasted meat. Don't worry. Naruto is there, things won't get out of control. Shanks waved his hand, then signaled to Ben Beckman to take a high position for lookout. Ben Beckman gave his captain a helpless look. You're really acting recklessly. Even as he said this, he obediently headed towards a tower-like structure. After knocking out the guard with an elbow strike, Ben Beckman took out his flintlock, closed his eyes slightly, and began releasing observation haki to perceive everything around him. His observation was arguably the strongest in the Red Hair Pirates. At least in terms of large-scale detection. Even the sniper Yasop couldn't match him in this. Yasop was better at long-distance, single-point reconnaissance. Considering their unfamiliarity with the current state of Mary Geos, such caution was understandable. After all, the last time Shanks was here, he was surrounded by the gods' knights and the 5 elders. TSK, a city truly full of sin. A place like this deserves to be called a holy land. Seeing the tormented, humiliated slaves one by one in his perception, along with the lackeys assisting them, even Ben Beckman, who had long been accustomed to injustice, couldn't help but feel a rare surge of anger. Click. Ben Beckman returned to the group. There aren't any noteworthy characters here. Hearing this, the other Red Hair Pirates crew members let out a collective sigh of relief and stopped restraining their auras. Shanks, however, keenly detected the unusual mood of his first mate. What is it? Did you see something? You'll know soon enough. After saying this, Ben Beckman sighed lightly and lit a cigarette. Hearing this, Shanks seemed to instantly understand what he meant. Yes, he had already sensed it during his last visit here, this hell on earth concealing countless people's blood and tears. He didn't have the chance last time. This time, he would completely destroy this place. Confirming there were no more high-level combatants in the city, Shanks signaled everyone to split up and act in pairs, initiating the complete liberation of Mary Geos. Of course, he also reminded everyone not to approach the core area of Mary Geos, the Pangaea Castle. According to Naruto's intelligence, a terrifyingly powerful individual should be hidden there. If a battle erupted with him, those slaves would certainly not survive. But according to Naruto, as long as they didn't approach that area, that being wouldn't act. At most, the 5 elders would intervene. At that point, he just needed to hold off the 5 elders, buying time for Beckman and the others to carry out the rescue. However, things went even smoother than Shanks expected. Because the 5 elders had also been dispatched to Marineford by Imu. At this moment, Mary Geo's defensive forces consisted only of some black-suited world government's agents, who were no match for an elite pirate crew like the Red Hair Pirates. Bang. 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 Hearing the familiar gunshots, Shanks knew Yasopp had already begun acting. Sure enough. As the smoke cleared, the men blocking Yasopp and Ben Beckman's path each had a bullet hole in their foreheads. Although the Red Hair Pirates rarely killed, when facing these lackeys who aided tyrants, they wouldn't hold back. You insolent fools. Guards. Come quickly. You lot. Go. Bite him. The fallen celestial dragon tried to call for help. Seeing no response, he brandished the whip in his hand. Chained to his other hand were over a dozen young children. Those children's faces showed no emotion, their eyes were vacant. Their clothes, like rags, couldn't conceal their bruised and battered bodies. It was clear these children had suffered destructive torture, both physically and mentally. Driven by the celestial dragon, they instinctively attacked the unbeatable enemy. Seeing this, Ben Beckman's brows furrowed deeply, anger rising. Crack. A series of snapping sounds echoed. The collars around those children's necks were all crushed to pieces by Beckman. You are free. Hearing this, the children seemed unable to react at first. But feeling the cool breeze on their necks and seeing the shattered chains on the ground, a glimmer of life finally returned to their eyes. Go. Leave this place. Yasopp walked over, preparing to take these children to the hot air balloons they had prepared in advance. But the children didn't move. Instead, they all turned to look at the celestial dragon who had collapsed on the ground. Hey, you're not going to follow Dash. Seeing the children approach the celestial dragon again, Yasopp instinctively wanted to stop them but was held back by Ben Beckman. You useless trash, hurry up and attack. Help me stop them. Seeing the slaves he usually regarded as ants gather around him again, the celestial dragon became less fearful. It seemed the presence or absence of the chains wouldn't change these slaves' status in his mind. He continued to boss them around, ordering them to act as cannon fodder to buy time. But this time, his commands received no response. Snap. A thin whip lashed across a child's arm, adding another crimson line to his body. Yet such a minor injury meant nothing to children who had endured countless tortures, it didn't even make them blink. The children silently surrounded the celestial dragon, closing in. Now, even the stupidest celestial dragon sensed something was wrong. You scum, what do you think you're doing? How dare you disrespect a noble like me? Get lost. Ah. His words were cut off by his own scream. A slave child had picked up a fork from somewhere and stabbed it into the celestial dragon's eye. Ah. It hurts. It hurts so much. Under the intense pain, the celestial dragon instantly lost all his previous arrogance before these slaves, clutching his bleeding eye and howling. But his howls didn't stop the children's retaliation, just as their own screams during his tortures never made him stop. Stones, railings, teacups, they grabbed whatever was at hand, smashing these objects heavily onto the celestial dragon. Even without weapons, they used their nails, their teeth, tearing flesh from the celestial dragon. Their malnourished bodies now erupted with strength not inferior to adults. Ben Beckman and Yasopp watched silently as these children repaid all the suffering they had endured onto the perpetrator. They did not stop them. Don't judge other suffering, don't preach kindness you haven't endured. Similar scenes were happening all over Mary Geos. Almost every member of the Red Hair Pirates, after rescuing slaves, witnessed something similar to varying degrees. Some of these slaves had been captured only a few months ago, some had been captured just a week before. Yet even such a short time was enough to completely trample their dignity and personality into the mud. As for those captured even earlier, sadly, not every slave had the tenacious vitality of the Hancock sisters. Not every slave could live long enough to be saved. Most of them had turned into piles of bones, casually thrown into some pit. Witnessing all this, Shanks understood why Naruto had sought him out before the final battle, asking him to come here early to liberate the slaves. These pitiful people had already suffered so much, they shouldn't die in the possible aftermath of the upcoming battle. While everyone's attention was fixed on Marineford, the celestial dragon's holy land, Mary Geos, was silently liberated. Those arrogant celestial dragon nobles died at the hands of the slaves they looked down upon the most. Blood debts paid with blood. Chapter 407. Chapter 407. Where did Imu go? The number of slaves on Mary Geos far exceeded expectations. Even though Shanks and his crew had prepared in advance, those hot air balloons were insufficient for the tens of thousands of slaves. Especially those slaves sent to the manual elevator power rooms because of their poor appearance. They were not only larger in size than the ornamental slaves but also more numerous. Fortunately, the celestial dragons had left behind some bubble balls. Although these weren't very large, there were enough of them. With enough trips back and forth, transport was almost manageable. Phew. Captain, this is quite a large-scale operation. The Red Hair Pirate's newest member, Rockstar, wiped the sweat from his brow, fanning himself with his sleeve as he spoke. Don't let this kid's afro and fierce appearance fool you, he wasn't a bad person. Otherwise, Shanks wouldn't have acknowledged him and allowed him to join the Red Hair Pirates. It's just that his somewhat intimidating appearance often led to misunderstandings, like with some timid slaves. The fear in their eyes when he cut their chains wasn't much less than when they saw celestial dragons. He wasn't alone in having such troubles. Combatant Gab, musician Bonk Punch, and navigator Building Snake shared similar issues. Even the monkey, Monster, who is always perched on Bonk Punch's shoulder, looked quite fierce. Yet few knew that this group, fearsome in both strength and appearance, loved getting drunk in a small tavern in Windmill Village in the East Blue. They didn't even mind when their boss got his head smashed with a bottle by mountain bandits. One truly has to marvel at the strength of the Mountain Bandit King. Only after seeing the last batch of slaves safely sent away from Mary Geos did Shanks beckon to Ben Beckman. After sensing for a while to confirm nothing was left behind, the crew prepared to board the hot air balloon to descend. Captain, are we really not going further in? Like dealing with the 5 elders or something in advance? Lucky Roo said while eating meat. Despite his simple and honest appearance, this chubby guy was the one with the quickest and most ruthless hands among the crew. Hearing this, Shanks simply shook his head. Let's not complicate things. Naruto's side is the key point now. We've already delayed here long enough. With that, he ordered the balloon to begin descending. While liberating the slaves, they hadn't forgotten their pirate occupation, casually taking some treasures from the celestial dragon's vaults. The amount wasn't huge, but it was enough for several rounds of heavy drinking. More of the treasures were distributed among the slaves. After all, even after leaving this hellhole, returning to their original homes would be difficult for many. Some had nothing left in their hometowns, and these people needed money for food, clothing, and shelter. Compared to the Red Hair Pirates, they were the ones who truly needed the money. Of course, considering the limited transport capacity, each slave couldn't carry much. Most took clothes and supplies. As for the original owners of these treasures, those once noble and overbearing individuals, most had died at the hands of the liberated slaves. They weren't trained warriors like the gods' knights with strong talent. Sometimes, dealing with them just required a few bold slaves each taking a turn. Captain, where do you think they'll go afterwards? The ship's doctor, Hongo, asked Shanks. I don't know. But it certainly won't be worse than staying here. This place full of sin. Back to the present. Naruto's group found a few black-suited individuals amidst the thoroughly looted ruins who were still trying to grab gold and silver from storehouses. These people had decisively chosen to abandon their masters during the slave uprising. Seriously, they did possess some combat ability. But that ability was utterly insufficient against those combat slaves freed from their seastone restraints. Not to mention the elite crew members of an Emperor pirate crew watching closely from the sidelines. If not for the chaotic scene, they would have been dealt with by the Red Hair Pirates' crews long ago. From these people's mouths, Naruto confirmed his suspicion. It seemed Shanks' operation was very successful. This time, they had essentially uprooted the celestial dragons entirely. Even if a tiny number of celestial dragons were still fleeing overseas, without the world government's protection, their extinction was only a matter of time. They deserved it. How can such people exist in the world? After learning the cause and effect, Konohamaru, who had initially felt queasy at the sight of the mutilated corpses, immediately swung his fists and shouted. A child's sense of good and evil is very simple. Bad people should be punished. And for someone from the ninja world, death wasn't an unacceptable situation. After casually dealing with those black-suited lackeys, the group hurried towards the direction of Pangaea Castle. This was where Naruto had suffered a setback last time. Back then, his clone, pursued by the Fengshi, Warcurie, resolutely chose to release a self-destructing Conqueror's bomb to achieve maximum destructive effect. Now, the Fengshi was dead, and no other god's knights appeared to block Naruto's path. They hurried forward, crossing the vast urban area of Mary Geos, which was practically a nation itself, finally reaching Pangaea Castle, this city within a city. This was where the 5 elders usually struck their poses. Surprisingly plain in design. Looking at the spacious hall with few decorations and a somewhat empty style, Sasuke couldn't help but comment. His words echoed the other's thoughts. Compared to the extravagantly wasteful residences of ordinary celestial dragons, the Five Elders' office, apart from its enormous size, lacked overly luxurious decorations. Pushing open the door, the four found not a single enemy in sight. This gave Naruto a sense of foreboding. Enduring the side effects of Sage Mode, he expanded his observation haki, instantly scanning Pangaea Castle from top to bottom. Besides an empty city, there was only one enormous straw hat. He got away. Leading Sasuke and the others down a secret passage, they passed through the Room of Flowers, which was underground yet still bathed in sunshine with birds singing and flowers blooming, finally arriving before a secret room. Using traditional methods to unlock the door, surrounded by chilling air, they clearly saw the enormous straw hat placed in the center of the room, large enough to hold several people. So huge. Konohamaru stood before the giant straw hat, measuring it. At his current height, he was still shorter than this hat. Meanwhile, Karen sharply picked up a wanted poster scattered nearby. It also featured a face with a straw hat and a silly grin. It's that goofy kid. Karen had some impression. From afar, she had seen Luffy and his crew breaking out of the ground on the Sunny to rescue Ace. With her eyesight, she could clearly see Luffy's face. Naruto took Luffy's wanted poster from her, feeling somewhat incredible. Why would Imu, the master behind the world government, be interested in that kid Luffy? Was it because of the straw hat he wore? Thinking of the hat's previous owner, Naruto thought that could somewhat make sense. After all, Roger was no small character. Perhaps Imu was worried Luffy had inherited Roger's will. But Naruto still felt some things didn't add up. For example, who was the owner of this giant straw hat? And why did Imu treasure it enough to keep it in a secret room? Of course, none of this was the most crucial point. What truly puzzled Naruto was: where did Imu go? Chapter 408, Chapter 408 The storm subsides, for now. Sabaody Archipelago, the lawless zone. Ah. So you just came back like that? Whitebeard said somewhat discontentedly after taking a big gulp of rum. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his glass was snatched away by a son beside him. Oyaji, the doctor said you can't drink anymore. Ace placed the confiscated glass back on the counter, then, under Shaki's smiling gaze, filled it with water and brought it to Whitebeard. Ace, don't do such a party-pooping thing. And I. Whitebeard had originally wanted to say his life was already nearing its end, but upon meeting Ace's gaze, his words dissolved into a helpless chuckle. It seems with this kid around, you won't have many chances to drink from now on. Naruto and Shanks clinked glasses lightly. Both looked at Whitebeard with a bit of gleeful expression. TSK. Whitebeard first curled his lip disdainfully, then continued the previous topic. So then, that guy named Imu, you still couldn't catch him in the end. Hearing this, Naruto, who had just been smiling, now turned serious. Can't be helped. He ran too fast and left no traces at all. The other party had escaped too decisively, without any semblance of the bearing of a strong person. If it were an emperor or an admiral, or even a marine vice-admiral, they wouldn't have run away without a word like that. If I'd known earlier, I would have acted back then. Shanks also felt regretful. Thinking he had been so close to eliminating the source of the celestial dragon's evil yet missed the chance, he unwillingly gulped down several more mouthfuls of alcohol. Don't dash. Unexpectedly, Naruto reached out and patted his shoulder. That guy has an ability that can influence people's will. Even I almost fell victim to it when caught off guard. If not for an unlucky fellow taking the hit from me once, anyway, you did the right thing by not alerting the enemy then. Naruto's words weren't entirely for consolation. On one hand, if the Red Hair Pirates had all charged into the lightly guarded Pangaea Castle back then, they could indeed have faced Imu unimpeded. But that might not have been a good thing. The most likely outcome would have been Shanks and his crew also being transformed into demonic forms, even turning against them to become enemies. And if they had alerted the enemy on the eve of the Summit War, there was no guarantee Imu wouldn't have used those large-scale weapons capable of destroying islands to sink Marineford and everyone with it into the sea. At that point, even if Naruto intervened, he couldn't have saved everyone. After all, compared to Marineford's area large enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands, Impel Down was just a small island. He could have blocked 1 or 2 shots, but couldn't guarantee stopping them all. But if we must talk about clues, there are some. Saying this, Naruto seemed to suddenly remember something, taking a wanted poster from his pocket. Upon seeing the silly grinning face on it, both Shanks and Whitebeard fell into brief silence. Straw Hat Luffy. So that guy, like you, believes this kid is Roger's successor. Shanks, who clearly knew more secrets, remained silent, just kept drinking. But his silent attitude was also an answer. Given that guy's personality and ability, he might very well find some obscure corner and hide for a few hundred years. At this point, Naruto suddenly waved his hand, as if to reassure everyone. So don't worry. Luffy will be fine. Luffy, at the end of the Summit War, chose to deliver Ace back to the Moby Dick, then set out again on his journey to find One Piece. He didn't choose to join everyone at Sabaody Archipelago for a party. Instead, he headed overnight to Ryugu Palace to take the underwater route to the New World. The reason was simple. Because he hadn't become the Pirate King yet, he didn't want to meet Shanks now. When Shanks had given him the straw hat back then, they had made a promise. The next time they met, Luffy would be the Pirate King, and he would return this hat symbolizing dreams to Shanks. At this moment, Rayleigh emerged from somewhere, raising a glass of alcohol towards everyone. That kid is an interesting fellow. Hearing Rayleigh say this, the complex expression on Shanks's face gradually faded. He also showed a somewhat comforting smile. Yeah, in the blink of an eye, he's already a proper pirate. The group talked about past events, and before they knew it, time passed bit by bit. Dawn gradually broke, and the banquet reached its end. Whitebeard is preparing to retire. Looking at it, there might only be 3-4 Emperors of the Sea left on the sea from now on. Naruto slowly let out a puff of white breath in the morning sunlight. With his body at this level, getting drunk was almost impossible. At the docks of Sabaody Archipelago, dozens of pirate ships led by the Moby Dick began submerging one after another, preparing to return to the New World. More interesting fellows will surely emerge. Shanks said while scratching his chin. Mentioning the Emperor seemed to remind him of something. He turned to look at Naruto, who now stood several heads taller than him. Oh right, Kaido asked me to pass on a message. He's waiting for you in Wano country. That guy, unfortunately, I don't have much free time lately. Oh. Are you returning to your homeland? During earlier chats with Naruto, Shanks had learned that the other party had successfully found a way home. Even the kids with him were brought from his homeland, possessing that so-called chakra like him. No, I probably won't be going back in the short term. Naruto shook his head. Is that so? Shanks indicated understanding, then said with a serious expression. After I return to the New World, I'll keep an eye out for that guy's traces. He was, of course, referring to Imu. All right. If there's any news, send word to Amazon Lily. Naruto nodded. Hearing this, Shanks was momentarily stunned, then his expression suddenly turned mischievous. Oh ho. So you're finally ready to be captured. Should I say, Pirate Empress truly lives up to being the world's most beautiful woman. Even a wanderer like you can be tamed. The guy looked sideways and nudged Naruto with his shoulder. However, Naruto didn't show the expected embarrassed expression. Instead, he said calmly. Yeah, Hancock and Stussy have waited for me too long. We're not young anymore. Hearing the two names from Naruto's mouth, Shanks's expression also froze. Before he could speak, Naruto added. And my daughter should be born soon too. I don't want to miss her childhood. Daughter. Shanks's eyes widened. Yeah, a very cute little girl. Naruto's expression was very proud. This expression made Shanks purse his lips. This nearly 40-year-old guy was making the same face as Luffy. TSK. Who doesn't have one? I have a daughter too. Shanks blurted out instinctively, then paused, took a few steps forward as if unwilling to let others see his expression at that moment. Sensing others' emotions, Naruto also closed his mouth, choosing not to continue the topic. Alright, we should set off too. Perhaps to change the subject, Shanks looked at the fully restocked Red Force and suddenly turned to speak loudly to Naruto. Well then, I'll visit you on Amazon Lily when I have the chance. I'll be waiting anytime. Chapter 409 Parting, and a New Beginning. Karen Ney isn't coming with us. Just before the Gale Breaker left port, a loud exclamation came from the docks. Fortunately, in the lawless zone of Sabaody Archipelago, this was nothing unusual. Hardly anyone turned their attention towards them. I want to see this world on my own. This world that's so completely different from the ninja world. Karen clasped her hands behind her head, her tone relaxed. Hearing this, Konohamaru wanted to say something, but Naruto beside him cut him off. That's true. After all, ever since bringing you all here, we've been busy running around. And besides, how can a fledgling grow up if it's always sheltered under someone's wing? Saying this, Naruto gently placed his hand on Karen's head, ruffling her hair just as he had when he first met this girl. Feeling the gentleness in Naruto's voice, the vulnerability Karen had just hidden away almost surfaced again. But she managed to keep a straight face, looking seriously at Naruto. Naruto-san. Karen's eyes held determination and resolve. Please, all of you, witness my growth. Even now, Karen couldn't quite articulate what exactly she felt for Naruto. Was it admiration for her savior, or attraction towards a perfect member of the opposite sex? Truth be told, Karen wasn't even an adult yet. The first half of her life had been confined to Kizugakure, a place that only left her with scars. Growing up in such an environment, even after meeting Naruto and experiencing so much, there were still many gaps in her personality and mindset. And if she continued to stay by Naruto's side, those gaps would never fill themselves in. Because Naruto would only offer unconditional protection, he wouldn't give her a dream or an ideology of her own. In his eyes, these were personal freedoms that shouldn't be dictated by anyone else. And that was precisely what Karen needed. What was her life meant for? What could she do with this power she wielded? If not as someone else's tool, not as a ninja, but simply as an independent individual, what should she do? To be honest, upon hearing Karen say this, Naruto's first reaction was a twinge of guilt. He was well aware of the girl's feelings for him, which went beyond mere admiration. But Naruto also knew this affection couldn't be reciprocated. Setting aside whether this feeling was a distorted illusion born from gratitude, even if it were genuine, Naruto couldn't respond. On one hand, there was the age difference. On the other, Naruto truly didn't have room for a third person. Frankly, getting involved with Stussy and Hancock was already giving him a headache. And he wasn't the irresponsible type. So the girl's admiration was destined to come to nothing. However, after the guilt came more a sense of relief. Because he could sense Karen's confusion. It was precisely because she was thinking that confusion arose, showing Karen was beginning to separate from him and become her own person. She was no longer an appendage to someone else's will, no longer living for someone else. She had finally escaped the Kizugakure within her own heart. And what awaited Karen next was her own life. So when Naruto gently covered Karen's head with his hand, the smile on his face came from the heart. Go out and explore boldly. But don't forget, no matter when, no matter what you encounter, you can always trust us. You can always come back to me. Saying this, Naruto straightened up, smiling at Karen. But don't make us wait too long, okay? I don't think you'd want to miss Cozy Eye's childhood either. And there's Jiraiya-sensei. In a while, I'll return to the ninja world and bring him over to stay for some time. He'd probably be very interested in all sorts of things here. Maybe the Ika Ika series could get a new sequel. Mentioning Jiraiya brought a soft smile to Karen's face. Besides Naruto, the person she trusted most was her teacher, Jiraiya. Or rather, more than a teacher, Jiraiya left her with the impression of a grandfather. Though they shared no blood relation, this old man always gave her meticulous care. He was much more thoughtful than the unrefined Naruto. When it came to a young girl's heart, Jiraiya was also better at offering guidance. During the period after being rescued, Naruto had to entrust Karen to Jiraiya's care because he needed to go to the One Piece world. Back then, Karen trusted no one but Naruto. Yet, incredibly, Jiraiya took just over a month to become friends with the little girl, dissolving her unease and wariness. What a lovable old man. Thinking of this, Karen's eyes became firm and bright again. 2 years. I'll come find you all on Amazon Lily in 2 years. Her tone was decisive, without a trace of hesitation left. Good. We'll be waiting for you. The atmosphere was warm and touching. It would have been even more perfect if Sasuke hadn't so mood-breakingly walked past just then. Seeing everyone's puzzled looks, Sasuke instead had an indifferent expression. You're going to Amazon Lily to take care of a child. No need to bring me along, right? It's rare to come to another world. I want to look around on my own too. Saying this, Sasuke also smiled. By the way, I'd like to visit that Kano country you mentioned, Naruto, to learn the secrets of the Hasoken from the Happo Navy. Speaking of this, Sasuke got somewhat excited. Only after casting off the shackles of hatred did Sasuke reveal his true nature. That pursuit of strength, that yearning for powerful foes. Compared to that, I'm more looking forward to whether you can find your own other half. Naruto leaned in mischievously, wrapping an arm around Sasuke's shoulder. Don't forget, reviving the Uchiha clan. At the very least, you should have 8 or 10 children, right? Thump. Sasuke elbowed Naruto hard in the chest. However, apart from making his own arm go numb, the blow had no effect. Of course, even if useless, an elbow strike was necessary. Holding his arm, Sasuke said grumpily. Do you think people are pigs? 8 or 10 children. So you're not denying finding an other half, then? Get lost, get lost. As they talked, both laughed. How come when it's my turn, you're so at ease? No more words of advice. Saying this, Sasuke rarely smiled. Rather than worrying about you, I should worry about the people who become your enemies. Indeed, having experienced the large-scale summit war and even faced the 5 elders head-on, perhaps only the 3 emperors could threaten Sasuke now. Oh, and maybe some special devil fruit users. One could only hope Sasuke would be careful and not fall into someone's trap. Parting between men didn't require many words. Compared to his fatherly demeanor when Karen chose to leave, like a child venturing out for the first time, Naruto seemed quite at ease with Sasuke. As the wind stirred the sea, the distance between the gale breaker and the dock grew. Karen and Sasuke's figures also appeared smaller. What? You want to go out and make your mark too? Naruto didn't need to look to know the expression on Konohamaru's face beside him. This kid was practically nodding his head off. You, brat, still have a long way to go. Naruto pushed Konohamaru over with a single finger, then crouched down. At the very least, you need to learn Sage Mode before thinking about going out to make your mark. Come on. Their voices grew fainter as the gale breaker sailed further away. On the dock, Karen and Sasuke looked at each other, then tacitly turned their heads away. Humph, don't you follow me? Karen took the lead walking towards the island. Although she had the ability to fly, for the sake of keeping a low profile and wanting to experience a different life, she planned to buy a ship first. Before leaving, Naruto had left each of them with plenty of berry. Purchasing a small sailing vessel was completely no problem. Watching Karen's departing back, a smile also suddenly appeared on Sasuke's face. Then, he transformed into Wudo, riding flame clouds to soar into the sky, heading straight in another direction. TCH, show off. Karen muttered softly. Within her mental space, Momoshiki, still bound in a specific type of restraint, was calling out. Hey! Human! Karen! Look at me. To get attention, he even unprecedentedly used Karen's name. Unfortunately, Karen, who could now actively choose whether to block out the mental space's sounds, simply couldn't hear it at all. Chapter 410 Karen's Sailing Log, 1. Sailing a ship is never a simple task. Take the small vessel like the Going Merry as an example. For the most basic sailing, you can't manage without at least 3 to 5 people. This includes the helmsman, the lookout, and sailors responsible for raising and lowering the sails. That's not even considering cannons on board. Otherwise, you'd need to recruit gunners for each cannon. They not only have to fire but also move ammunition, and during close-quarters combat with enemy ships, they must become fighters for hand-to-hand combat. That's why so many pirate crews recruit many seemingly useless cannon fodder. Apart from a small number of ships with technology far surpassing most people's imagination, the vast majority of vessels on the sea must follow this principle. Perhaps only the Groeed under Burndy World's flag could escape this manpower limitation. But that was also built on Garam's modifications to the ship. Even then, they still had 4 crew members. Which is nothing like Karen now. This should be right, the log points this way. Why is it raining again? The fact proves that a person with no sailing experience and no professional training cannot realistically sail a ship alone. Even if she knows the shadow clone technique. The small purchased ship, the Stranded Turtle, circled aimlessly in a sea of nothing. Places marked on the chart as supply islands showed nothing but seawater. Was the island sunk? It was clear Karen had successfully learned the essence of Naruto's confidence. She'd rather suspect someone used large-scale destructive weapons to sink the island than believe she had taken the wrong route. Of course, maybe she shouldn't shoulder all the blame. After all, who could have anticipated the magnetic field here would suddenly become chaotic, causing the Eternal Pose to temporarily malfunction? Clones ran back and forth on the deck. Some raised sails, others went below to secure supplies, extremely busy. It truly was a case of when it rains, it pours. Literally. At some point, a large mass of dark clouds had gathered directly over the Stranded Turtle. The darkening sky and the blowing wind and rain soaked Karen's white hair, finally driving the little girl to irritation. Oh. So annoying. Seeing the wind and rain showed signs of worsening, and the Stranded Turtle truly couldn't sail in such rolling waves, Karen simply overturned the table. Screech. After a bird cry that echoed across the sky, the dark clouds reflected golden light from below. Then came Karen's voice, made somewhat ethereal and divine by her enlarged size. Blow, will you? I'll show you blowing. Garuda flapped its wings in the air. Instantly, strong winds arose. A huge tornado churned up both seawater and rainwater, rushing straight towards the sky. How could the low-lying dark clouds withstand such hurricane-force winds? They quickly parted, making way for sunlight. Sunlight, like holy light, precisely projected onto the Stranded Turtle, making the ship look as if chosen by God. Phew. Letting out a long breath, Karen finally felt a bit better. But this also meant her first sailing attempt had ended in failure. Such a poor sport of a girl. Insisting on pursuing a sense of ceremony yourself. In the end, you still dutifully used your abilities. A certain alien tied up in a specific type of restraint mocked disdainfully. He thought Karen's actions were unnecessary. Having abilities but not using them, choosing to sail like an ordinary person, fine. But this girl hadn't even done any homework in advance, completely unfamiliar with sailing and related things. Seriously. Even he had absorbed through constant exposure and learned quite a bit of common sailing knowledge during his time on the Gale Breaker. Shut up. Karen grumpily muted Momoshiki. Earlier, because sailing alone for half a day was too quiet, she had made an exception to open the communication channel. Now it seemed this guy really couldn't say anything nice. Come to think of it, was sailing really this hard? After all, not every ship was the Gale Breaker, capable of using wind to become a speedboat, going wherever it pleased. Without using abilities, every captain needed to be proficient in judging weather, or have a reliable navigator. Otherwise, an ordinary sailing ship might be unable to move an inch. But, this also counted as a growth experience. Karen quickly convinced herself and began piloting the stranded turtle again. A gentle breeze filled the sails, slowly moving this small vessel that had remained intact under the wind and rain. This time, Karen decided to sail slowly. Seeing the eternal pose still spinning in circles, she decisively put it away, choosing to follow her intuition. The worst case would be being lost at sea for a few days. When the food ran out, and if she truly couldn't find the way, she would decisively transform and fly. Was it like this for Naruto-san back then? Karen thought while adjusting the helm. Based on the past experiences Naruto had told them, she knew he also had a period of sailing alone. And back then, Naruto didn't have such convenient abilities. It must have been even harder. It really wasn't easy. Naruto-san. Thinking this, Karen silently raised Naruto's position in her heart a little higher. Over 20 years ago, on the same sea. Ah. Which way should I sail? A teenage brat, Uzumaki Naruto, clutching his stomach, collapsed on the deck, beginning to regret refusing Rayleigh's kind offer to stay. Unlike Karen, Naruto had learned quite a bit of sailing knowledge on Roger's ship. Although his own sense of direction often led him wrong, with an eternal pose, he could sail independently. Provided he wasn't hungry. Gore. Hunger even robbed him of the strength to maintain the shadow clone technique. The surrounding clones all dissipated into smoke. Naruto himself could only lie on the deck, staring blankly at the sky. Captain Roger, sailing alone is really lonely. Can I really adapt? Little Naruto began recalling bits and pieces of his past experiences on Roger's ship. On that ship, he made many friends, something unattainable back in Konoha Village. Not only uncles like Roger, Rayleigh, and Gabon, but even Shanks and Buggy, who are only slightly older than him, would also take care of him from time to time. Though Buggy was always said one thing but meant another. He'd complain, but still take him to the storeroom for sneaking food when he was hungry and his stomach was growling at night. Thump. Suddenly, something hit the ship's bow. Naruto hurriedly got up and ran to the side to look down. Did I hit someone? Karen muttered to herself, looking at the large barrel floating at the bow of the stranded turtle. More precisely, the child curled up inside the barrel. Chapter 411. Chapter 411. A young man arrives in Kano country. If Karen, after leaving the Gale Breaker, embarked on her naive sailing journey, then Sasuke's side was purely a path-seeking journey. Seeking what path? Naturally. Martial leg heel. Wolf thrust dash. Boom. On the martial arts stage, the fists and heels of the two men collided, bursting with intense fluctuations of hockey. Next to the stage, the current leader of the Happo Navy, Shinjo, with his pointed head, and his other grandson, Boo, were watching alongside their subordinates. This guy is actually fighting evenly with Big Brother. And these fluctuations. Boo wanted to say more but was cut off by his grandfather. Don't make a fuss, Boo. Shinjo's face didn't have the expression of facing a great enemy like his grandson. On the contrary, this old man, nicknamed Shinjo the Drill, was now smiling as he watched the young man trading blows with his eldest grandson. Should I say, as expected of a kid personally taught by that guy Naruto. This martial talent. Shinjo didn't have a mindset of hoarding the Happo Navy's internal fist technique, Hasoken. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taught this fist technique to Naruto back then. Although that was also related to Naruto helping him and owing him a big favor. Sai has talent, but he's too slack. Does he really think the next leader of the Happo Navy will definitely be him after I'm gone? Hearing his grandfather's words, Boo and many Happo Navy's officers turned their heads in shock. Chief, do you want this kid from who knows where to be the new leader? Don't joke around at a time like this, Chief. Yeah. Shut up. Hearing the group of unpromising youngsters chattering in his ears, Shinjo began to feel irritated. He directly let out a roar, Conqueror's haki swept across the area, silencing everyone around. Even Sai and Sasuke on the stage paused their movements. Unlike Sai, who was intimidated, Sasuke deliberately stopped to perceive how powerful Shinjo's burst of Conqueror's haki was. Not as strong as Naruto's, nor bullets. Looks like this leader is really too old now. But Sasuke wasn't disappointed about this. The reason he chose to go to Konoha country in the West Blue first was to exchange fist techniques. And also to learn the deeper, secret principles of Hasoken. Don't be fooled by Sasuke's powerful Hasoken that actually mostly relied on his own physical constitution, chakra, and devil fruit power. If we talk solely about fist technique proficiency, he himself might only be slightly better than this uncle named Sai in front of him. Of course, that's already very impressive. After all, Sai had been trained under Shinjo since childhood. At 26 this year, even within the entire Happo Navy, his fist technique proficiency is among the best. Yes, this guy is only 26 this year, and he just looks a bit older than his age. Unlike the relaxed Sasuke, who even had the leisure to observe Shinjo, Sai's pressure was quite substantial. Among the current younger generation of the Happo Navy, he had no opponents. Because of this, he had developed some bit of pride and complacency. After all, in this small pond of the West Blue, armed forces at the level of the Happo Navy could practically act with impunity as long as they didn't provoke an emperor. His stage belonged in the new world. But reality slapped him too quickly. This kid, who looked under 20, could actually use Hasoken on par with him, even slightly suppressing him. And many of the other party's moves he hadn't seen before, likely self-created. Damn it, how could the gap be so big? While Sai was still feeling unwilling, Shinjo suddenly spoke up. Everyone saw this leader, tall as a small mountain, stand up, then leap up, landing lightly on the martial arts stage. Alright, Sai, step back. Old man. What are you saying? The fight isn't over yet. Hearing Shinjo's words, Sai's face immediately fell. Idiot. Can't you see yet? However, Shinjo didn't indulge him at all, directly punched Sai flying. In terms of attitude towards educating grandchildren, Shinjo was very similar to Garp. Thump. Caught off guard, Sai was punched away. Fortunately, Shinjo wasn't trying to injure him, and he didn't use haki. After Sai landed back in the spectator stands, just as he was about to say something, Shinjo spoke. Sai, the gap between you and this kid isn't just a little bit. Saying this, he pointed at the ground below. Sai and the others followed Shinjo's finger. On Sai's side, the ground was covered with various messy footprints and crushed stones from punches and kicks. On Sasuke's side, apart from some dust, the ground was neat as new. Clearly, during the earlier exchange, Sasuke could not only perfectly defend every attack from Sai but even leisurely dissipate the force, not letting the battle aftermath damage the surroundings. The difference was immediately apparent. Now Sai couldn't say anything. Seeing this, Shinjo didn't say more. Instead, he turned to look at Sasuke. Young man, your name is Sasuke, right? Uchiha Sasuke. I'm a ninja. Ninja. Shinjo thought of the rumors about Wano country, then shook his head, continuing the previous topic with a friendly expression. Were those Hasoken moves taught to you by that guy Naruto? No. Sasuke shook his head. Naruto taught the basic fist technique. And these moves dash. Saying this, Sasuke casually threw a punch. The strong fist wind vaguely transformed into ferocious wolves, frantically tearing at everything around. Were all self-created by me. Feeling this perfectly integrated fist skill, Shinjo's eyes were shining. What an extraordinary genius. When Sai was his age, forget self-creating moves, he hadn't even fully mastered the basic Hasoken. But such a genius wasn't my grandson. What a pity. Your Hasoken has already reached a very high level, kid. Hasoken at this level doesn't need further guidance. Saying this, Shinjo raised an eyebrow. Or is it that you want to learn this old man's secret technique, drill dragon drill nail? Hearing this, a smile appeared on Sasuke's face. Though he didn't reply, the meaning was clear. He had indeed come here to master the Hasoken's secret principles. He had also executed his self-created secret technique fist moves before, but those mostly used chakra and ninjutsu to cut corners. In terms of Hasoken fist technique, it hadn't reached the pinnacle level. Even Naruto couldn't clearly explain the deepest fist principles of Hasoken. Or rather, given his teaching ability, it would be strange if he could explain it clearly. According to Naruto, these mysterious and profound fist principles yielded different understandings for each person. The Hasoken's secret principles he mastered might not necessarily suit Sasuke himself. If he truly wanted to achieve a breakthrough based on this, he had better personally experience the original version. Hence, this visit to the capital of Konoha country. Seeing Shinjo showed no intention of making a move, Sasuke simply extended his hand, making a "come here" gesture towards Shinjo, looking extremely provocative. This scene made the surrounding Happo Navy's officers furious. Many even grabbed their weapons, ready to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. However, Shinjo, the person involved, remained smiling, appearing not taking the bait of this provocation at all. Originally, Shinjo was also a hot-tempered guy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have locked horns with Garp. But after receiving Naruto's help, this old guy's mentality had unknowingly changed a lot. Wanting to learn the secret principles of our Happo Navy isn't that easy. Shinjo understood Sasuke's desire to steal techniques during battle. After all, Naruto had done the same back then. But he had also become shrewd, not giving the other this opportunity. Seeing this, Sasuke didn't say anything. He knew the other must have more to say. Sure enough. How about this? As long as you promise to help me with one small favor, I will teach you the secret technique for free. Saying this, Shinjo smilingly made an okay gesture with his fingers, indicating it really wasn't anything troublesome. Hearing this, the smile on Sasuke's face didn't disappear either. Instead, he asked with interest. Tell me about it. I have quite a bit of free time. Unlike Karen, who was still experiencing sailing on the sea, Sasuke, relying solely on flying, had no such concerns. He had plenty of time to go wherever he wanted. Have you heard of Dressrosa? Chapter 412, Chapter 412 Orochimaru in action. Kano country, a recognized nation, eligible to participate in world government's meetings. Of course, now that the world government has collapsed, these distinctions hardly matter. From Shinjo's explanation, Sasuke roughly understood the other party's intention. The situation wasn't complicated. Simply put, a large number of weapons seemed to be flowing out from a new world country called Dressrosa. These large quantities of weapons were directly supplied to Kano country's enemies, causing their nation to suffer losses in war. Therefore, Kano country's king, Ramen, wanted the leader of the domestic Happo Navy, the former pirate with a 500 million berry bounty, Shinjo, to personally go to the New World to investigate the matter and, if conditions permitted, destroy as much as possible the underground weapons factories. Simply put, this matter was unrelated to justice, more like a commission. This really feels familiar. Sasuke sighed. He felt he was beginning to understand Naruto's perspective. In the ninja world, weren't the ninjas of the great ninja villages also playing such roles, driven by others to perform destruction, assassination, escort, espionage, and other missions? Tasks like protecting the bridge builder in the Land of Waves, that kind of just a mission, were extremely rare. After Naruto left the village, most of the missions he and Kakashi carried out were assassinations or exterminations. Otherwise, his skills wouldn't have improved so quickly. After all, compared to hard training, life and death battles were what truly strengthened one. All right. I'll go take a look with you. Understanding was one thing, but Sasuke also had his own ideas. Just as Naruto would give special instructions to Karen but not worry about Sasuke, Sasuke himself had his own ideas, to the point of stubbornness. Once his views were formed, they were hard to change. This was completely different from Karen, who viewed Naruto as her center. Seeing Sasuke agree, the smile on Shinjo's face widened. He then waved his hand, shouting to the surroundings. Excellent. Looks like our operation has a new member. Then, let's have a party. Thump. Hey. Old man. Don't decide on your own. The fight between him and me isn't over yet. Sai, who had been knocked into the spectator stands earlier, swept away the rubble and gripped his naginata, adopting an attacking stance. Seeing this, Shinjo frowned, prepared to scold Sai, but Sasuke stopped him. It's fine. Let him come. It won't waste much time anyway. Sasuke's words were clearly more arrogant. When Naruto wasn't around, this guy's the aura of a try-hard cool guy rapidly grew. Hearing this, Shinjo's eyes flickered, then he took a few steps back, clearing the center of the battlefield. Kid, although saying this might sound like boasting, my grandson isn't that easy to deal with when he gets serious. I don't want to have to bring a wounded person along during the upcoming operation. Sasuke didn't even blink, replying casually. Don't worry. I'll be careful not to hurt him. Hearing this, Sai on the stands didn't get angry but laughed instead, directly pointing his naginata at Sasuke. You really dare to say that? Draw your weapon. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Following the other's gaze, Sasuke looked at the sword hanging at his waist. Kusanagi sword, remastered enhanced edition. Fine. A flash of white light. The Kusanagi sword was somehow already in Sasuke's hand. He stood the straight blade before him, with one hand behind his back. This kid, the aura is completely different. Shinjo was an experienced old pirate who had seen it all. He could tell the difference between Sasuke with sword and without sword at a glance. It seemed this kid must have learned sword techniques from someone else. This feeling was completely different from that guy Naruto's swordsmanship. Ha! Sai had no such reservations. Seeing Sasuke draw his sword, he decisively leaped up, coated his naginata with armament haki, delivering a powerful downward slash. Clang! The Kusanagi sword blocked this downward slash in a manner that greatly defied the principle of leverage. It's not over yet. Seeing his attack blocked, Sai pulled back his blade, then unleashed a dense series of thrusts. Sasuke held the sword with one hand, his figure like a phantom, easily dodging Sai's subsequent dense attacks. Then, as if casually plucking a flower, he placed the Kusanagi sword against Sai's neck. How about it? The blade shimmered with a cold gleam, its sharpness was beyond doubt. A little more pressure would be enough to cut old Sai's throat. At this point, everyone basically understood there was no need to continue the fight. But old Sai was also a stubborn guy. He directly ignored the imminent threat, the end of his naginata heavily smashing down. Heh. Sasuke wasn't angry either, nimbly dodging amidst the rubble sent flying. Looking back, ever since leaving the village with Naruto, what level of opponents had they fought? Almost every time was defeating the strong despite being weaker. The opponents were either tailed beasts Jinchuriki, some behind-the-scenes big villain, or long-famous great pirates. Now it was finally his turn to bully the weak. To be honest, this feeling wasn't bad. No wonder that guy Naruto liked to pick on us when he had nothing else to do. Don't underestimate me. Hasoken, martial leg heel. Like a pole vaulter, Sai used his naginata to launch himself up, an axe-style downward stomp heavily smashing towards Sasuke's head. His foot was covered with a thick layer of haki. Under intense emotional fluctuations, his combat power could actually further increase. Going back to Hasoken in the end dash. Sasuke felt somewhat speechless about Sai still using fists and feet even after taking out a weapon. If that's the case. Hasoken, martial fang's mallet. Not using chakra or devil fruit transformation, Sasuke's sword-holding right hand pulled back. Then, the fist kept behind his back swung like a pendulum from below to above. Thud. Apart from Shinjo, everyone watching couldn't help but cover their ears. It was the fluctuations generated by Hasoken interfering with each other, forming a low, deep sound that created an illusion of resonance in one's internal organs. These shockwaves could not only turn into a spear penetrating enemy armor and flesh but also serve as a shield against attacks. Unfortunately, compared to Sai's shield, Sasuke's spear was clearly sharper. Ugh. With Sai's cry of pain, he was knocked flying, landing back on the spectator stands. Victory decided. Meanwhile, Dressrosa, the royal palace. Orochimaru, who should have been at the laboratory on Punk Hazard with Caesar Clown, was instead openly and brazenly in the meeting hall of the family executives. The Nagi no Mi user, Diamante, sent by Doflamingo to monitor him, stood by his side like a zombie, eyes devoid of light. Oh. Orochimaru, what are you trying to do? One of the Donkixode family's executives, Giala, the Auto no Mi user, clutched her stomach, collapsed on the ground in pain. Around her, executives like Treble and Pika were in a similar state. Treacherous bastard, when young master returns, he won't let you off. The massive-bodied Pika, with his extremely shrill voice, said through gritted teeth. However, Orochimaru turned a deaf ear to these barks of defeated dogs. He simply gently stroked Sugar's green hair with his fingers, with a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 413, Chapter 413 Tales of the Great Hero, 1. Kakaka. Kid, you still can't handle it. How can a man not know how to drink? At the banquet, Sasuke somewhat disdainfully pushed away the drunken Sai, who had squeezed next to him. He didn't quite understand this guy's personality. Just moments ago, he seemed ready to fight to the death. How could he act like a completely different person now? Were people on the sea all such weird characters? Sasuke didn't realize he had guessed a certain truth. Sai is a straightforward person. Your strength has earned his recognition, and since we've reached a cooperation, he'll treat you as one of his own, trust you without reservation. As if sensing Sasuke's discomfort, Shinjo smilingly took a sip of Konoha Country's specialty brew and said. But you really are different from that kid Naruto. Oh. Hearing Naruto's name again from Shinjo, Sasuke's hidden gossip-loving spirit finally couldn't stay low-key. What was he like when he came here before? Ha 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 ha. That kid was even more extravagant than you. Hearing Sasuke's question, Shinjo let out an exaggerated laugh. And the surrounding crowd heard from Shinjo's mouth a story about the great hero that was little known. That was about 15 years ago. 8 years had passed since Naruto left Roger's ship. He had ended his secluded, child-raising life in Windmill Village and chosen to wander the seas again. At 21, Naruto had grown into a young man, nearly 2 meters tall, with an inverted triangle golden physique, virtually a younger version of Garp. It really had been hard on the Dayton family. To be honest, raising just one little brat wasn't much for the Dayton family, this group of mountain bandits. Although they went by the name Mountain Bandits, they rarely actually robbed civilians. More often, they plundered the shipments of the nobles in the Goa Kingdom. Generally, the treasure from one raid was enough for the entire family to eat for many days. Of course, that was before Naruto arrived. After watching the then 10-year-old Naruto single-handedly eat 10 people's worth of food, Dayton, even braving her fear of Garp, wanted to send this bottomless pit away. Fortunately, that old fool Garp's stipend was sufficient enough to at least not starve the two kids, one big, one small. After tormenting the Dayton family for several years, the 21-year-old Naruto finally decided to let the already bratty ace go. So, on a calm, windless day, Naruto set sail, amidst the Dayton family's tear-filled eyes. Sniff sniff. That Naruto guy finally left. Unlike little Ace, who was quietly wiping tears in the treehouse, the Dayton family truly shed tears of relief. As for Naruto, learning from his early experience of getting lost at sea, he simply chose to walk on water the entire way, like wandering across a desert, beginning to stroll across the sea. Purely enduring on chakra. If he couldn't hold on, he'd use the barrel he carried to rest on for a bit. After that, rumors began spreading across the sea about a man who walks on the sea. The fact proved that, after leaving ships behind, relying solely on his feet, Naruto indeed didn't get lost at sea. Because he got lost at land. The fact once again proved that someone with no sense of direction will get lost anywhere, whether on sea or land. He's originally intending to head towards the Red Line, but he ended up walking from the Grand Line, crossing the calm belt, heading towards the West Blue. It was quite a serious deviation. When Naruto first set foot on the soil of Konoha country, he had already been thirsty for 3 days at sea. It was true he could easily catch various sea creatures at sea, but obtaining fresh water was truly difficult. At least for an unlucky guy without a ship and who hadn't mastered any water release ninjutsu yet, it was hard. After gulping down a large bucket of fresh water, then devouring nearly 1/3 of the restaurant's stored food, Naruto finally remembered he didn't have any money. Money were indeed hard to carry without storage scrolls. After negotiating with the shopkeeper about working to repay the debt was refused, Naruto used a trick learned from that bad influence, Rayleigh. Transformation technique. A puff of smoke cleared. Then under the shopkeeper's dumbfounded gaze, Naruto transformed from a burly man into a delicate girl. Then, before the other could reach him, he clutching his arm, heavily fell to the ground, rolling while crawling towards the door. It wasn't that the current Naruto couldn't beat an ordinary shopkeeper. He had already eaten without paying, so was he going to beat the person up too? At the same time, he himself didn't want to get beaten. So Naruto decided to use this method to escape first, then find a way to get money to come back and pay for the meal. This shopkeeper hadn't done anything like suddenly raising prices or treating people differently based on their appearance, so Naruto didn't intend to default on the debt. Hell, cough cough, help, stop hitting me. Perhaps because it was his first time doing this and he was still inexperienced, Naruto's cry for help was still somewhat unnatural. Seeing the surrounding people gradually gathering and the shopkeeper being blocked from approaching, Naruto seized the opportunity and darted into the crowd. Run, run. I'll find a way to earn some money later. Maybe catch a few pirates. As he was thinking while running quickly across rooftops, a rough voice suddenly rang out. Kid. Don't think you can run. Naruto looked back and saw a slightly younger Chinjo, beard not fully white yet. Hasoken, martial head. Pitch black hockey coated the flat head's surface, its destructive power no less than a solid giant hammer. Boom. With a loud explosion, the two fell towards the ground at extremely high speed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Hey. I just had a meal without paying. No need to go for the kill right away. The smoke cleared. Naruto was currently using his fist to press against Chinjo's head, saying somewhat helplessly. Chinjo, feeling Naruto's armament hockey on par with his own, his eyes narrowed slightly. This kind of hockey? Nonsense. You're definitely a spy from an enemy country. Konoha country recently had spies causing trouble. Chinjo had accepted a commission to find the spies. Naruto's transformation from a girl back to his original form earlier had just been observed by Chinjo's observation hockey, leading to this conflict. Hey, don't decide on your own. Humph. No point in more talk. Martial head spin, wild dance. Chinjo directly smashed his head into the ground, then his entire body began spinning at an extremely high speed, like a human top, swiftly launching kicks at Naruto. Feeling the forceful wind stinging his face, Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly. You. I already said I'm not a spy. Hockey coated his arms. Naruto pulled his arm back like drawing a bow. This stance. Even in high-speed rotation, Chinjo could still see his surroundings clearly. Naruto's posture was exactly the same as the most despicable guy in his memory. Garp. It's all because of you. My drill head disappeared. Galaxy. Impact. Thump. When Naruto's fist hit him, Chinjo realized the other party not only had the same posture as that old man, but also the strength in his hand wasn't much different either. Chapter 414, Chapter 414 Tales of the Great Hero, 2. Thump. Iron fist and iron leg collided, generating intense air current fluctuations. The two figures held firm for a few seconds before separating once more. No mistake. Kid, what's your relationship with Garp? If it was just an illusion before, now, after personally facing Naruto's galaxy impact, Shinjo could confirm with 100% certainty. This kid's fist technique was taught by that bastard Garp. Just thinking of Garp made Shinjo feel his head ache faintly, especially the phantom pain at the spot where his drill head once was. Good news, Naruto was cleared of being a spy. After all, a guy suspected to be a disciple of the marine hero had no need to get involved in the war between two West Blue countries as a spy. Bad news, Shinjo's killing intent towards Naruto didn't lessen but increased. Thinking of his reduced strength after losing his drill head, and the agony of being unable to use drill dragon drill nail to open the ice mountain, only able to watch helplessly as his treasure accumulated over the years was buried under the ice, Shinjo's resentment and anger soared once more. As for Naruto, he was grimacing while vigorously rubbing his arm. Something slipped in. My arm can't use strength from that earlier hit. During their collision, Naruto could clearly perceive a wave of fluctuations transmitted into his body through Shinjo's kick. Immediately after, the muscles in his arm first began to ache and go numb, then his internal organs also seemed to suffer some vibration, making him feel nauseous. What a strange fist technique. Hearing Garp's name from Shinjo's mouth, Naruto was also stunned, then realized. Right, that old man's reputation on the sea was simply too big. His moves weren't unfamiliar to some older powerhouses. Old man, there's no need to drag that old man Garp into our business, is there? Considering he was once a member of Roger's crew, even if just an apprentice crewman, and also considering Ace currently staying in the East Blue, Naruto didn't want to reveal his connection with Garp. After all, Garp was still a marine at the end of the day. Getting involved with a guy like him, even if no one dared touch him, there certainly wouldn't be a shortage of gossip behind his back. He was all too familiar with that taste of being talked about behind one's back. However, this statement from Naruto completely confirmed the master-disciple relationship between him and Garp in Shinjo's mind. After all, in Konoha country, some martial arts schools also had similar traditions, like not being allowed to reveal one's school before making a name for oneself. Good, truly good. Garp. You took my drill head. Then this old man will take your disciple. Saying this, Shinjo directly leaped up, palms pressed together, haki suddenly coating his entire upper body. Hashoken's secret technique, drill less dragon drill less nail. This was another secret principle he comprehended in agony after losing his drill head. Compared to the original drill head's strong penetrative power, drill less dragon focused more on overall impact. Hey. I already said don't decide on your own, you stinky old man. Seeing the other not only didn't back off but even had killing intent more intense, Naruto also decided not to hold back anymore. Are you kidding? He couldn't fall at the very first stop after setting sail again. Ha! Naruto clenched his fists and lowered them to his sides, then took a deep breath. His entire chest cavity expanded like a balloon. Life return, full body release. As his control over his body reached the peak, the water and food he had just replenished were quickly digested. His body immediately shifted from the current, energy-saving mode, back to overclock mode. His originally nearly 2-meter height grew another segment taller. At the same time, his muscles on his limbs and torso also rapidly swelled. Indeed. You really are a marine. Seeing Naruto even execute the secret principles of the Rokushiki, Shinjo became even more certain of his suspicion, his speed of descent further increasing. Take off. You don't listen to people talk, stinky old man. Naruto's fist was like a large hammer, heavily striking Shinjo's top of his head. Instantly, shockwaves like the sound of a great bell spread out in all directions. What, this kid? Shinjo felt the fluctuations his Hashoken transmitted out were actually partly cancelled out. Although only a very small part, it proved that this kid before him, merely from their first exchange of a few moves, had figured out the basic principles of Hashoken. Using fists to produce shockwaves. These shockwaves could not only serve as weapons, transmitted into the enemy's body along the enemy's torso, but could also spread out, turning into a solid shield, dissipating the enemy's strength. Of course, what shocked Shinjo even more was that he truly fell into a disadvantage in this contest of strength. This kid's strength is stronger than mine. So that guy Uzumaki Naruto actually defeated Grandpa back then. Boo, hearing this, opened his eyes in disbelief. After all, among the people he could come into contact with, his grandfather Shinjo was the strongest. Now to hear that the great hero actually defeated once his grandfather when he was just in his early 20s was truly hard for him to imagine. At least if he himself were fighting Shinjo, he was absolutely couldn't think of any way to win. Shut up, Boo. That was definitely because Grandpa had lost his drill head. Sai directly rejected his brother's statement, but then he seemed to think of something, his gaze shifting to his grandfather's pointed top of his head. Wait, Grandpa, your drill head has always been fine, hasn't it? Bringing this up, Sai also vaguely had some memory. When he was around 10 years old, he indeed vaguely remembered his grandfather had a long period where he didn't want to come home. When asked why, everyone was tight-lipped. Until one day, Grandpa came back laughing heartily, running back home, shouldering again the leader responsibilities. That day, not only the Happo Navy, but even the Happo Army and all of Konoha country celebrated nationwide. You two brats, don't interrupt me. The story is just getting to the most crucial part. Naruto's fist and Shinjo's head contended against each other, their armament hockey also mutually consuming in the constant clashes. But clearly, Naruto, with another energy system within his body, was far superior to Shinjo, who relied solely on brute force, both in strength and endurance. Shinjo's huge form was continuously pushed back by Naruto's fist. The expression in his eyes transformed from initial killing intent to astonishment, then to incredulity. Finally, with a cry of pain and the sound of some kind of bone sliding, Shinjo's entire person indeed, as Naruto had initially said, took off. Bang. Shinjo's body heavily crashed down from midair, directly turning a nearby house into ruins. Fortunately, their battle had attracted much attention from the initial stage, and nearby residents had long since evacuated, thus not causing more damage. Also, only after the outcome of their fight was decided did Naruto belatedly see clearly the surrounding Happo Navy that had surrounded them. Bastard! How dare you treat Chief Shinjo like that? Brothers, follow me. Charge! Konoha country was a nation that revered martial arts. As the largest violent organization within this country, the vast majority in the Happo Navy possessed a courageous spirit. They wouldn't be scared off by the power Naruto displayed. Even if they died, they would bite off a piece of flesh from the opponent. Looking at the crowd swarming forward, Naruto couldn't help but also feel a headache. I just hadn't paid for a meal. How did it become this situation? But now, not acting wasn't an option. He couldn't just allow them to capture him. Just as both sides were at daggers drawn, a battle imminent, Shinjo's voice suddenly came from the ruins. Everyone! Stop right now. Within the Happo Navy, the leader's command was absolute. So even though everyone was already blood-boiling, prepared for a fight to the death, they still obediently stopped. After shouting that, Shinjo's figure quickly stood up again from the ruins. Ha 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 ha. It's back, it's really back. Everyone found their leader's joyful voice strange. Even Naruto couldn't help suspect if that old man across had been knocked silly. That would be troublesome. However, when Shinjo returned to everyone's line of sight with his pointed head, those people also one after another empathetically let out joyful cries. Chief, your head. Drill head. The drill head is back. That's how it was. That kid Naruto owes me a great favor. Without him, my head would probably still be that ugly flat shape even now. Shinjo said this while still reaching out to stroke his pointed head. Hearing this, Sasuke thought to himself, this doesn't seem much better either. But considering most people in this world had strange and unusual appearances, perhaps they had their own unique aesthetic, so he shouldn't comment too much. Later, as repayment, I promised him one condition, and he also learned Hasoken from here. Actually, looking at your relationship with Naruto, letting me directly teach you the secret principles isn't out of the question. Shinjo ended his reminiscence, looking at Sasuke with a friendlier expression. Come to think of it, this kid was at least much more polite than Naruto, even knew to send a formal visit notice through the front door. No need. He is he, I am I. Sasuke waved his hand in refusal. Let's wait until I help you resolve that whatever weapons matter before talking about fist technique matters. Ha ha ha. Good spirit, no wonder you could participate in that battlefield swarming with monsters. Hearing this, Sasuke instead was stunned, then rarely showed a smile. You already figured it out? Shinjo smilingly replied. Of course, that day's commotion was so huge. Our place isn't some remote backwater. We certainly had Den Mushi broadcast here. Saying this, Shinjo also pointed at his eldest grandson Sai. Only this kind of foolish kid would not recognize you. Flame Wolf. Hearing his unpleasant title, Sasuke couldn't smile anymore. Who on earth came up with this name? Chapter 415, Chapter 415 Karen's Sailing Log, 2. At the dining table, Karen watched the child she had fished out of the barrel, who was now devouring the food ravenously, occasionally choking and gulping down large amounts of water before barely recovering. You don't have to be in such a hurry. After hauling the other person out of the barrel, Karen could now see that this was a little girl with long golden hair. Judging by her appearance, she shouldn't be older than 7. How did a child who should be coddled in her parents' arms end up adrift at sea, hiding in a barrel? Perhaps because she herself had once been such a rescued little girl, Karen felt an inexplicable fondness for the blonde girl in front of her. Unfortunately, this fondness didn't last very long. After eating and drinking her fill, the little girl first walked over very sincerely to thank Karen. Thank you, kind big sister. The next moment, an unusual situation occurred. The little girl, who had just been acting frail, immediately revealed an evil smile, then quickly climbed onto Karen's back. At the same time, she pulled out a toy-like small dagger from somewhere and held it against Karen's neck. But from now on, this ship belongs to me, Olga. I'm very grateful for your food, so don't worry. As long as you behave, I won't hurt you. I'll let you off the ship at the next island. The little girl's speed couldn't exactly be called fast. In front of Garuda, who possessed the talent of Godspeed, it was almost no different from being stationary. The reason Karen didn't put up any resistance was partly because she was shocked by the little girl's actions, and partly because the laughter of that idiot in her head had grown so loud it was starting to affect her concentration. Ha 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 ha. Too funny. To actually be fooled by such a little thing. And even taken hostage. Ha ha ha. Even though he was completely immobilized, Momoshiki still managed to let out huge peals of laughter. Especially after seeing Karen's expression, one moment full of warmth, the next looking as if she had swallowed a fly, he simply couldn't hold back anymore. Now, Momoshiki had gained a bit more humanity, a far cry from his original, celestial being, image. Ha! I really am too naive. With a long sigh, Karen somewhat helplessly covered her face. She certainly wasn't afraid of being taken hostage by this little girl named Olga. What made Karen cover her face was the fact that on her first solo voyage, she had already fallen for someone's trick, deceived by such a crude method. Haha, you have to be wary of strangers at sea, you know. That's common sense. Olga seemed to say whatever came to mind, and this fast talking made Karen's face darken further. Hey, can you get off me now? You're wrinkling my clothes. Karen said, utterly drained, her tone full of self-reproach. Hey. Haven't you figured out the situation yet? Olga waved her little dagger, shouting loudly. You're being caught hostage by me. And you're still making demands. It's held hostage, never mind. Karen wasn't in the mood to correct the little girl's illiteracy any further. Seeing that Olga had no intention of getting off on her own, and not wanting to resort to violence against a child of that age, she simply... Crunch. Olga widened her eyes, her red pupils staring unblinkingly at the dagger that Karen had casually crumpled into a scrap of iron. Then she opened and closed her empty hand a few times, as if still in disbelief. Huh. Karen didn't say anything, just quietly turned to look at her. Please forgive me. Watching the little girl decisively climb down and then immediately assume a perfect Tajiza pose, Karen felt somewhat speechless at how quickly the girl's attitude had changed. She really knew how to adapt to circumstances, huh? First confuse you with an apology, then when Elizabeth finds me, I can sneak away. Although unclear who the Elizabeth the little girl mentioned was, Karen thought that since the other party talked about escaping from her, it probably wasn't someone very formidable. Hey, you're saying out loud what you're thinking in your heart, you know. I can hear it. Oh. Why are you surprised about that? Karen was already feeling too exhausted to retort. Picking up the little girl from the ground, Karen unhesitatingly walked toward the deck of the stranded turtle. Hey, what are you doing? Olga, watching Karen use the ship's ropes to bind her to the mast, loop after loop, finally began to feel scared. Was this woman planning to interrogate me right here? Thinking this, Olga began to struggle with all her might. Unfortunately, her small frame was no match for Karen and couldn't make a ripple. For naughty children, some proper education is necessary. Karen deliberately put on a darkened expression, wanting to scare the little girl. But the girl's next words froze her movements midair. Who are you calling a child? I'm 206 years old this year. Karen didn't have Naruto's observation haki that could see through people's hearts, but she did have the Uzumaki clan's mind's eye of the Kagura. Even if it wasn't as precise, she could still basically discern the genuine emotions behind a person's words. Earlier, she had been caught off guard, so she hadn't used it. Now, observing the little girl in the state of her mind's eye of the Kagura, Karen found that the other party showed no nervousness of lying when stating her age. It was as if she were stating a fact. But, over 200 years old. Karen looked at the little girl again. No matter how I looked, she was just a brat. 206, it seemed only that 6 part might be real. This Olga wasn't just in appearance, even her displayed personality and intelligence weren't much different from a 6-year-old's, at most, she's a mischievous child. There were plenty of such kids on the sea. Caw. Caw caw. Suddenly, a series of dense footsteps on water came from the sea, accompanied by sharp, strange cries. It sounded like crows, or maybe vultures. Upon hearing this sound, Olga's face immediately lit up with joy. Elizabeth. Come save me. Karen looked in the direction of the sound and finally saw what the so-called Elizabeth actually was. It was a large lizard with light green skin, a pair of intelligent big eyes, running across the sea at high speed. Olga took advantage of Karen turning her head to squirm like an eel, struggling to break free from the ropes. Karen could clearly sense the little girl's escape attempt, but she had no intention of stopping her. Only when Olga ran to the ship's side, ready to jump down, did Karen grab her by the back of her neck. "Don't be in such a hurry. Your Elizabeth seems to be in trouble herself." "What?" Olga followed Karen's pointing finger, craning her neck forward to look. Only then did she see that behind Elizabeth, a large ship that looked somewhat familiar to her was rapidly approaching. The ship was shaped like a man-eating fish with a gem embedded in its head, and many ferocious-looking guys stood on its deck. "Oh no. It's that treasure maniac. He's here for the pure gold. Hey. Woman. Turn the ship around quickly. They're a very dangerous bunch." Olga turned her head nervously to shout at Karen, only to meet Karen's thoughtful gaze. "You said pure gold, right?" Chapter 416, Chapter 416 Playing with chains in front of me. Ha 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 ha. Originally, we planned to have the little girl drift and guide us to the lost alchemy, but we never expected she'd be fished out by someone again. What a pity. Looks like we'll have to kill another meaningless life. On the deck of the Shark Emeralda, the treasure maniac, Mad Treasure and his gang of desperados looked at the small sampan-like stranded turtle ahead, letting out arrogant laughter. On the other side, the large lizard Elizabeth, who had been chased like a dog by the treasure hunters, finally caught the scent of its master, Olga. The big lizard leapt mightily across the sea surface, using the special webbing on its feet to push off the water, and landed accurately in front of Karen and the others. "Ah, Elizabeth. By the way, woman, didn't you hear what I just said? If we don't run now, we're going to be captured by them." Olga, watching Karen remain unmoved, felt frantic. She had barely managed to escape while those strangely dressed guys were fighting the treasure hunters, and now she was about to be caught again. "Don't call me woman. I have a name, you know." Karen acted as if she didn't see the large ship getting closer behind her, still calmly introducing herself to Olga. "My name is Karen. Uzumaki Karen. I'm an adventurer, yeah, an adventurer." Karen didn't have a family name, or rather, her group of Uzumaki clan's members who had fled from the land of whirlpools had almost all abandoned their surnames, choosing to integrate into other families. However, she was no longer the tool who was casually used and had no self in Kisagakure. She was a member of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Karen. Of course, there was some selfish desire mixed in as well. Since she couldn't become Naruto's family through marriage, she at least wanted to be closer in terms of relationship. That sounds like a made-up identity no matter how I hear it. Olga subconsciously retorted. Whoosh. A sound of something cutting through the air suddenly came, and a faint glint appeared in the air. Ah. Watch out. Olga happened to see this blade light flashing behind Karen and screamed in alarm. Clang. The sharp blade struck golden feathers, not even managing to penetrate them. The wielder of the blade now slowly materialized from invisibility. It was a guy with a dark complexion, wearing a baseball cap. A devil fruit user. Troublesome, yo. Perhaps because of the similar skin tone and the same rap-like tone, when Karen turned and saw this dark-skinned guy, she immediately thought of the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, far away in the ninja world. That's an annoying way of speaking. What? The graffiti guy wanted to say something more, but he was instantly defeated by an unseen attack, the whole person falling into the sea. So strong. He knocked that guy out with just one hit. Olga exclaimed in admiration. Karen just stood there, clenching and unclenching her fist, as if recalling the feeling. As expected, compared to that guy, trash like you is still far behind. Ah. Psycho P fell into the sea. On the Shark Emeralda, a drunken woman carrying a bow saw her companion fall into the sea and was about to call someone to fish him out. Psycho P was an Iro no Mi user, able to use paint to apply a near-invisibility effect to himself. He could even apply this ability to an entire ship. T/N, color fruit. In a way, it was a low-grade version of the Suk no Mi. Of course, it was only visual invisibility, it wouldn't work against observation hockey. T/N, clear fruit. However, the drunken woman's action was stopped by their boss. Useless trash. If he dies, we'll just find another one. As long as I find the pure gold, I can recruit as many companions as I want. Hearing this, the drunken woman's expression turned very ugly. Clearly, she also thought of herself, perhaps in the boss's mind, I too was a role that could be replaced at any time. Mad Treasure didn't give his subordinates extra time to think. He decisively leapt up, landing on the deck of the stranded turtle. Ha 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 ha. Men, whoever catches those two women first gets this gem as a reward. Mad Treasure casually took out a gem the size of a fist, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. So, those ferocious desperados followed suit. They recognized only money, not people. They would do anything for money and wouldn't care about companions. Kill them. Ha ha ha. The reward is mine. However, such small fry didn't even qualify to make Karen serious. A flash of golden light, countless feathers scattered out. The burly, fierce thugs who were roaring one moment were howling and falling the next. So strong. Olga had already transformed into an unfeeling praise machine, hugging her lizard Elizabeth and cheering loudly. But Karen's gaze was fixed on the blood flowing from the wounds of those who were injured. The blood quickly seeped into the cracks of the deck, staining the surface red. And the red was still spreading. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind instantly blew these guys away, sending them falling into the sea like dumplings. Sigh, do you know how much time I spent cleaning this ship? Amidst the gust, Karen looked heartbroken at the dirted deck, a vein throbbing on her forehead. Clatter clatter clatter. But at that moment, a series of rapid clattering sounds of chains came. Mad Treasure, who had been blown into the air, extended a long chain from his arm, quickly entangling it around the mast of the stranded turtle. The chain retracted, pulling him back onto the deck amidst the gale. That's an incredible ability you have. Now, Mad Treasure's look at Karen had changed, no longer as disdainful as before. Indeed, there were no simple folks among those who sailed alone on the sea. Hey, you, are you interested in working for me? As he spoke, he also took out a large handful of berry and waved them. For him, the important thing was the process of pursuing treasure, while the treasure itself wasn't that crucial. Most of it was exchanged for berry. He had been constantly competing with the world government's CP0 over Olga, this clue to pure gold, so he simply hadn't had time to watch the latest news or Den Mushi's broadcasts. Otherwise, he should have recognized such a distinctive ability. Karen completely let Mad Treasure's recruitment offer go in one ear and out the other, but when she saw the chains in the other's hand, her eyes became somewhat playful. Oh. Playing with chains in front of me. Karen's tone was even, but Momoshiki, bound by chains in her mental space, wanted to cover his face. You fool, run away quickly. Unfortunately, Mad Treasure didn't have the ability to hear Momoshiki's thoughts. Of course. I'm a chain human who ate the Jara Jara no Mi. Chain lock. T/N, chain fruit. Seeing that recruitment didn't work, he didn't waste any more time. Several chains rapidly extended from Mad Treasure's palms, simultaneously attacking Karen and Olga. But those chains were entangled and severed midair by several dozen thicker, sturdier, and more stylish-looking golden chains. Dozens of golden chains, wreathed in wind blades, swirled behind Karen like dancing golden snakes, appearing far more oppressive than the Mad Treasure in front. What kind of devil fruit user are you? Simultaneously witnessing the scene were CP members far away, watching through binoculars. Chapter 417, Chapter 417 The Mantis and the Oriole, this mythical Zoan is worth killing. Rob Lucci slowly lowered the binoculars and turned to speak to his companions. The person next to the target should be the one who fought against the Five Elders during the Summit War. Unlike the Mad Treasure, they had been continuously receiving information from Marine Ford. Although they hadn't witnessed the Summit War firsthand, they understood the situation quite well. Hearing this, Kaku adjusted his baseball cap and said, "Then should we continue to keep watch?" The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Earlier, when world government's personnel captured Olga, they couldn't get any information about the lost island, Alchemy, from her. Later, Mad Treasure and his crew fought with the CP agents, and Olga took the opportunity to escape during the chaos. But in reality, Mad Treasure was playing the long game, hoping the relaxed Olga would lead them to Alchemy herself. And the CP0 agents, positioned even higher, were tailing them, planning to seize the pure gold at the last moment. Of course, that was the initial plan. Now, everything had changed. Because the world government had been destroyed. The complete annihilation of the Five Elders, the appearance of Imu, and the Marines' decision to separate from the world government, these three events happening simultaneously directly severed the world government's brainstem. The various agencies beneath it instantly became headless flies. Although even without the Five Elders and other higher-ups in command, the original personnel of the world government were still spread across the world. But what did they usually do? They were agents, spies. To collect the heavenly tribute or settle matters for affiliated nations, they relied on the Marine, that sharp blade. But now the blade was gone, leaving only them, a small handful. This level of deterrence was simply insufficient to protect the upper echelons of those affiliated nations. And seeing the lack of protection, the kings of these nations naturally wouldn't be willing to pay such a large annual heavenly tribute to the world government anymore. Compared to a world government without the Marine, they'd rather ally themselves with some powerful figures on the sea. Like the four emperors, for instance. So how did Lucci, Kaku, and Khalifa end up here? That goes back to Stussy. Just before the Summit War, the four new CP0 recruits that Stussy had just taken in not long ago caught the eye of the world government's higher-ups. Due to Stussie's passive observation, the CP0 members successfully boosted their political record again during the whole Cake Island incident. Although they didn't take any substantive action, they successfully relayed the details of the whole Cake Island incident to the 5 elders. During the meeting, the commander of the Gods Knights, Garling, also saw the potential of the DOA Nomi user, Blueno, and chose to transfer him, using him as a tool in the summit war. T/N, Dordor Fruit. As for the other 3, he didn't forget them either, giving them a mission to find the legendary, pure gold, and leaving it at that. This kind of mission was like searching for a Bigfoot in another world. It was essentially just an excuse to act freely. The 3 of them also graduated from under Stussie as apprentices, officially becoming CP0 members. As for Stussie's own opinion, it didn't matter. After all, in the eyes of the world government higher-ups, tools shouldn't have thoughts of their own. Stussie herself didn't really mind. Apart from regretting the loss of Blueno's fruit ability, she didn't care at all about Lucci and the other 3, who could only be considered somewhat capable fighters. After that, things developed into the current situation. Before they could even find the pure gold, the world government itself fell apart. Kaku and Khalifa didn't know what to do next. After all, they were orphans raised by the world government from childhood and had never considered what kind of life they should lead after leaving the world government. Of course, we continued to pursue. Lucci made the decision decisively. Unlike his 2 companions, his ambition, or rather, his expectations for the future weren't limited to being just a killing tool. Pure gold is a rare treasure. Even if we can't hand it over to the celestial dragons, we can use it to earn our first pot of gold. Don't forget, now we have no world government backing us. We need to find our own path. As for buyers for the pure gold, I believe there are plenty of people on this sea who would be interested in immortality. For example, that Golden Emperor, Tesoro. Khalifa adjusted her glasses. Immortality, truly desirable. But Lucci, do we really have the ability to seize the pure gold from that person? That's someone who could fight the 5 elders. Khalifa's concern was very reasonable. However, Lucci just smiled faintly. He merely relied on his companion's advantages. According to the intelligence and broadcasts, he was suppressed by the 5 elders the entire time and didn't have the ability to resist them. Then, he clenched his fist, armament hockey manifesting. Not to mention, we are also far stronger than before. A mere mythical Zoan, worth killing. Lucci's strength was his ambition, which gave him immense drive. But his weakness was also this ambition, which sometimes blinded him, making him unaware of his own limitations. Khalifa and Kaku exchanged a look, understanding that Lucci's mind was made up. They couldn't dissuade him, nor would it work. On the Shark Emeralda, Karen, Olga, Elizabeth, and Mad Treasure, tied up like a dumpling, all landed on the deck together. Seeing their boss, beaten beyond recognition and unconscious, the drunken woman sobered up a bit. Don't come any closer. She decisively drew her bow and knocked an arrow. The arrowhead was fitted with explosives that would detonate on contact. Now, the drunken woman no longer cared about the ship, she didn't want to end up like the boss. Whoosh! 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 Several explosive arrows shot out. At such close range, the arrows arrived in front of them almost in the blink of an eye. Olga and Elizabeth were caught off guard, only able to watch as the explosive arrows approached. But Karen didn't pay any attention to these arrows at all. She sensed a strong malice approaching. Too good. Hit. Seeing the arrows about to hit their mark, the drunken woman felt a flash of relief. However, those explosive arrows strangely stopped less than a meter in front of Karen and the others. Looking closely, there was an invisible wall of wind standing there. All projectiles, upon entering the wind wall, seemed coated with extremely sticky glue, immediately losing their kinetic energy. Whoosh! Several feathers shot back at even greater speed, directly shattering the drunken woman's weapon and quiver. One even grazed the skin on her neck, drawing a slight line of blood. The threat was clear. There's a more formidable person approaching. Could you please stop bothering me for now? Thump. After all, she was a character who had participated in the nightmare dungeon of the Summit War. The aura Karen emitted when entering serious mode was not something an ordinary treasure hunter could withstand. The drunken woman's legs gave way, and she knelt on the ground. In contrast, Mad Treasure, beaten into a daze, seemed awakened by this aura. Hearing Karen say that a more formidable person was approaching, he opened his eyes. There are still others. World government's agents. He seemed to realize. If there was anyone else who would get involved in this pure gold battle, it would only be the world government, who they had fought before. At the same time, Mad Treasure also realized that, just as they used Olga as a guide, those guys might have used them as guides too. Unexpectedly, Karen just shook her head lightly upon hearing him speak. If you're talking about the people tailing you, they aren't worth this level of caution from me. In fact, she had already discovered Lucci and the others. But that made sense. After all, their position was visible through binoculars, so there was no reason Karen couldn't sense them. After speaking, Karen walked to the edge of the deck, looking down into the water. He's coming, the more dangerous one. Chapter 418, Chapter 418 The Big Fish. He's coming, the more dangerous one. Almost as soon as Karen's words fell, a dull sound came from beneath the sea. Immediately after, the surrounding sea water began to ripple. Mad Treasure and the drunken woman hadn't reacted yet, but Olga was the first to realize something. It's Lord Lantern. Lord Lantern is here. When she shouted this, her face was full of panic. Then she took off the ring on her hand to check it. But that's not right. The ring is still safely on my hand. Why would Lord Lantern chase us here? Hearing this, Karen looked over and saw an extremely faint golden light inside the ring Olga was wearing. Is that the pure gold? Hearing Karen's abrupt question, Olga immediately reacted, instinctively trying to hide the ring behind her back. But the vibrations around them reminded her that Lord Lantern was about to arrive, and hiding it now didn't mean much. So, after hesitating for a few seconds, Olga still told the truth. Yes, there's a piece of pure gold embedded in my ring. That's why I've been able to live for over 200 years. Lord Lantern loves the glow of pure gold the most. If the ring falls into the water, no matter how far away it is, he will definitely come. After saying that, she quickly added. But my ring didn't fall into the sea. In theory, Lord Lantern shouldn't have noticed us. Before Olga could continue, a huge shadow appeared beneath the sea surface. The shadow alone was as large as an island. The next moment, the shadow surfaced. It was a supergiant anglerfish, its size even exceeding some sea kings. Dangling in front of its head was a glowing organ like a small sun, emitting golden light. That was probably the source of its name. This anglerfish, called Lord Lantern, leapt out from the seabed and directly bit the stranded turtle to pieces. Compared to its size, the stranded turtle might not even compare to one of its teeth. Its movement also pushed the shark Emeralda far away, the huge waves nearly capsizing the ship. It was easy to imagine that if they had still been on the stranded turtle, they would have been swallowed by now. Aya! What is that? The drunken woman let out a sharp scream, but no one was in the mood to pay attention to her now. That's an exaggerated monster. Even Mad Treasure couldn't laugh when seeing such a colossal creature. And at that moment, Karen transformed into the Golden Valkyrie, manipulating a hurricane to wildly blow against the shark Emeralda, pushing it away from this big fish. It was also after Karen transformed that the golden light radiating from her body reflected into the giant anglerfish's eyes. The anglerfish, originally satisfied from swallowing its target, suddenly became greedy. With a flick of its tail, this fish, several kilometers long, turned around and chased in Karen's direction. Seeing this, Karen looked down at Olga, then at herself. Looks like this guy is coming for me. Yes, in Lord Lantern's eyes, the golden light radiating from Karen was no less dazzling than pure gold. It devoured pure gold not for its life-extending effect, but simply because it was attracted by that glow. Just like other deep-sea fish are attracted by the lantern hanging in front of its head. Even with Garuda controlling the hurricane, the shark Emeralda's escape speed was far behind the pursuit speed of this giant beast. Watching this shocking scene from afar, the CP0 agent's eyes couldn't help but widen. That monster, is it a sea king? Kaku wiped the sweat from his head, his tone somewhat dry. If it were just a sea beast 100 meters in size, he, possessing Haki and a devil fruit, wouldn't be afraid. But the anglerfish in front of him was several kilometers in size. Even if he used all his strength, he might not be able to break its skin. Califa adjusted her glasses. Although deeply shocked inside, she still spoke up to deny Kaku's claim. No, it doesn't have the characteristics of avian, amphibian, or reptilian creatures. It's a pure deep-sea anglerfish. Based on the various pieces of information collected by the world government, the largest sea king witnessed so far was one near the Fishman Island. Its size exceeded 5 kilometers, and its every move could easily destroy a country. In comparison, this anglerfish was more like the island-eating fish that appears in giant adventure stories. Lucci, holding down his head blown by the hurricane, narrowed his eyes, looking into the distance without saying a word. The anglerfish had already opened its huge mouth. Seawater surged, pouring into its mouth. The shark Emeralda, with Karen's wind assistance, could barely maintain a steady speed moving outward. It seemed the other side should be able to escape from the big fish's mouth. If they didn't intervene. Bring the ship closer. Fire when we reach firing range. Ah. Not only Kaku and Califa, but even the other low-level agents and crew members hearing the order were stunned. Didn't you hear what I said? Lucci frowned. The ferocious aura of someone who had once killed 500 kingdom soldiers erupted, making the subordinates tremble all over, not daring to hesitate any longer. There was no helping it, on this ship, Rob Lucci truly had the final say. The other two, who had trained with him since childhood, only frowned, wanting to dissuade him but hesitating to speak up. They knew Lucci's personality. Once he decided something, it was hard to change. So, the warship approached the anglerfish at a moderate speed, stopping immediately upon reaching the maximum range of the cannons. Fire. Target that ship. Bang. 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 Over here, Karen had just driven the hurricane to bring the ship near the big fish's mouth when she heard the sound of cannon fire. These annoying people, at a time like this. A golden flash, and Karen appeared in midair. The wind wall, under her control, perfectly blocked the cannonballs. Then she directly turned the wind into a slingshot, firing the cannonballs right back where they came from. Help! The drunken woman's scream came. Hearing this, Karen looked down. Without her control, the large ship was quickly pushed by the currents towards the giant anglerfish's throat. Unlike the screaming drunken woman, Olga just stood on the deck, blankly watching Karen, with no intention of calling for help. TSK. Another golden flash, Karen flew back inside, returning to the deck just before the big fish's mouth closed. She picked up the little girl and was about to fly out. To be honest, if it weren't for being reluctant to part with her newly acquired flagship, Mad Treasure, hey, Karen could have flown away with the little girl long ago. The big fish's mouth closed faster than Karen expected. After just this short delay, there was almost no gap left at the fish's mouth. No choice, hold on tight. Saying this, Karen was about to transform into a golden cannonball, blasting a hole right through the fish's mouth. But her action was stopped by the little girl. Wait. Wait. No need to rush. Lord Lantern won't hurt us. Karen floated in midair, looking down at the shark Emeralda, which was about to enter the esophagus, then looked at Olga. The meaning was clear. Are you serious? Hey. It's true. Aren't you looking for pure gold? I can take you there. Alchemy has actually always been inside Lord Lantern's stomach. In exchange, go save Elizabeth for me, quickly. Karen followed the little girl's pointing finger. The large lizard called Elizabeth, without its master's guidance, could only run around like a headless fly in the face of the surrounding chaos. In the turbulent currents, the shark Emeralda, with no one at the helm, was also about to crash into the rocky-like inner wall of the mouth along with the water flow. All right. Chapter 419, Chapter 419 Call Me Captain. Oh. Amidst the exclamations, the shark Emeralda rapidly descended along with the seawater, finally crashing onto a sea surface emitting a faint, strange odor. Olga and Elizabeth were being carried by Karen, so they didn't feel much discomfort. But the drunken woman and Mad Treasure suffered. The drunken woman clung desperately to the mast to avoid being thrown off, while Mad Treasure, tied up with chains all over, couldn't exert any strength at all. He couldn't even use his devil fruit ability because his hands were bound. Because of this, during the violent turbulence just now, he directly fell into the sea in front of him. Sizzle. A sound like raw meat being fried came from the water, and white smoke rose from where Mad Treasure had fallen. That water. Karen's gaze at the water below slightly froze, while Olga explained from the side. This is Lord Lantern's first stomach. What's below is all digestive fluid. If you fall in, you're definitely dead. Hearing this, Karen was momentarily stunned, then quickly flew towards the sea surface below, causing the little girl and the big lizard to scream in fright simultaneously. But Karen didn't pay them any mind, instead focusing entirely on observing the shark Emeralda's hull. Good, no major issues. This large ironclad ship, which Karen had designated as Stranded Turtle Mark II, quietly floated on the ocean of digestive fluid. There were only slight corrosion marks on its surface armor. Given this ship's armor thickness, it was nothing. This ship was modified by Terija. I mean, the Mad Treasure. The armor plates are made of composite metal. Suddenly, a trembling explanation came from the deck. It was the drunken woman. Hearing this, Karen decisively flew back, first putting down the little girl and the lizard, then walking towards the drunken woman who had barely stood up. You're really lucky, huh? So, want to avenge your captain? Karen could have saved Mad Treasure earlier. But she didn't. The moment the other party showed killing intent towards her and acted on it, Karen had already put him on her must-kill list. Once bitten, twice shy. She didn't think every person on the sea who plotted against her would be as harmless as Olga. If she wasn't careful, she might silently die in someone's scheme next time. Hearing Karen's question, the drunken woman quickly shook her head like a rattle drum, keeping her hands away from her weapons to show she meant no harm. And no, it's not like that. Terija never really treated us as companions anyway. I wanted to say, if you don't mind, could you take me along to get out? I'm a navigator. I can also pilot this ship for you. Saying this, the drunken woman mustered her courage, standing straight and pointing at the operations room not far away. Actually, as early as when Mad Treasure chose to abandon Psycho P, the drunken woman had begun to wonder if she should leave him. After all, she didn't know if she would be thrown away as cannon fodder by this boss at some point. So, seeing Mad Treasure die in the digestive fluid, the drunken woman actually felt more relief. Hearing the drunken woman's self-recommendation, Karen raised an eyebrow but didn't refuse. After all, apart from attacking them in panic when she first boarded the ship, this woman hadn't truly tried to kill them. Moreover, she really needed a navigator who could read nautical charts and understand weather phenomena. Karen stared at this woman, watching a sweat drip from her forehead onto the deck, before finally nodding. No malicious intent. What she said was true. She passed the initial test. Naomi, see that island to the starboard. Head there. On the lookout platform, Karen saw a small island not far away and immediately gave orders to the drunken woman. Naomi. Why yes, boss. I said, call me captain. In the operations room, Naomi was spinning around like a top, frantically operating the controls of the Shark Emeralda. The ship's sophistication was not something an ordinary wooden ship like the Stranded Turtle could compare to, but similarly, its operation difficulty was not ordinary either. At least for Karen, who was completely ignorant of the written language and knowledge of this one-piece world, freely operating this ship was absolutely impossible. Jumping down from the lookout platform, Karen saw Olga and the big lizard Elizabeth wandering among the various gold, silver, and jewels left behind by Mad Treasure. Wow, Elizabeth, look at me, do I look like a queen? Saying this, Olga wore a crown, her fingers covered in rings, and a large pearl necklace hung around her neck. The lizard Elizabeth opposite her had somehow found a golden scepter and was waving it around. Alright, Olga, time for serious business. Don't forget what you promised me, to take me to find the pure gold. Karen carried the little girl, adorned in gold and silver, to the edge of the deck, pointing at the increasingly close island. Is that island alchemy? Hearing this, Olga first squinted to take a look, then exclaimed in surprise. Yes. This is where I lived before. From Olga's account, Karen roughly learned about Lord Lantern and alchemy. About 200 years ago, a scientist on the island of alchemy invented pure gold. The glow of pure gold attracted the giant island-eating fish, Lord Lantern. Lord Lantern swallowed alchemy. During digestion, the island split into 3 parts, each located in one of Lord Lantern's 3 stomachs. According to Olga, aside from the small piece of pure gold in her ring, more pure gold should be stored somewhere on these 3 islands, including this first island where Olga lived for 100 years. You're saying that in the 200 years you were here, you could only move around in this small area? Karen, Naomi, Olga, and Elizabeth landed on the island. Following Olga's lead, they arrived at her shelter here, a seemingly very crude shack. There was no other way. I couldn't beat them, so I could only live here. You have no idea, for these 200 years, I could only eat fruits that drifted over with the currents. Olga wanted to say more but was interrupted by Karen. The them you're talking about, do you mean these dash? Karen's finger pointed at several dinosaurs that had appeared around them at some point. Not lizards like Elizabeth, but real dinosaurs. It seemed alchemy might not be the first island Lord Lantern swallowed. This prehistoric big fish might have lived even longer than that emu guy. Yeah. That's them. Olga confirmed Karen's guess, then happily said. I've waited 200 years. Now I can finally taste them. Saying this, the little girl's sparkling eyes looked at Karen, the meaning clear. All right. Naomi. Yes. Boss. I said, call me captain. Naomi might have been under Mad Treasure for too long and couldn't change immediately, or she might simply still be somewhat afraid of Karen, hence her nervousness. But this person's skills shouldn't be underestimated. She drew her bow and knocked 4 armor-piercing arrows, firing them simultaneously. They traced beautiful arcs in midair before accurately landing in front of the dinosaurs' heads. Thud. 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 The arrowheads precisely pierced the dinosaurs' skulls without causing further damage. It was clear that even without using those explosive arrows, Naomi's archery skills were quite superb. At least mixing in the new world wouldn't be a problem. Olga and Karen were both amazed by this archery skill, clapping appreciatively. Wow, impressive. Really impressive. Receiving such direct praise, Naomi felt a bit embarrassed. In her non-drunk state, she seemed more timid or introverted. Or was this why she was always drunk? Chapter 420 Pure Gold and Father-Daughter. These dinosaurs were unlikely to pose much of a threat to Karen, they couldn't even get past Naomi's arrows. Although it seemed like she didn't know armament hockey, her arrowheads were extremely sharp, their destructive power not inferior to firearms. Of course, compared to the Amazonian warriors of Kuja in terms of power, they might be somewhat lacking, which was also why she made explosive arrows as an auxiliary means of attack. But Naomi wasn't without her merits, at least her accuracy was better than the female warriors. After dealing with the dinosaurs, the trio and the lizard ventured deeper into the island. We're not eating. Clearly, Olga was deeply fixated on tasting dinosaur meat. After 200 years of coexistence, she had watched these dinosaurs roam arrogantly on the island for 200 years while she could only miserably eat some fruits. Let's do the important things first. By the way, didn't you just eat a lot? Karen somewhat helplessly grabbed the little girl by the back of her collar. From the back, it even held a hint of Naruto's demeanor. Although they were inside a fish's belly, it wasn't pitch black as one might imagine. On the contrary, there was a small orange-yellow sun hanging in the sky, that was the golden light from the lantern in front of Lord Lantern's head, shining through its skin. Wow. It's really like this here. Not to mention Karen, even Olga, the island's native resident, was seeing the island's inner area for the first time. Unlike the scenery of the outer coastline, the further towards the center of the island, the denser the trees and grass. Until vines completely blocked the path ahead, Karen had to transform into a giant bird to carry the others into the air to continue searching the island. Compared to the shock Elizabeth and Naomi felt at Karen transforming into a giant bird, Olga was more amazed at seeing the entire island clearly for the first time. This island couldn't exactly be called the main island of alchemy. Strictly speaking, it was formed by fragments of alchemy colliding and merging with other islands. There weren't many remains of man-made structures on the island, and they were mostly clustered on the outskirts. So, after sweeping over it a few times, Karen planned to head to the second stomach. But just then, Olga suddenly tugged at the feathers on Karen's neck, hugging her tightly while pointing downwards. Grab one before we go, grab one before we go. Following the little girl's pointing finger, Karen felt speechless. The little girl still hadn't given up on the idea of eating dinosaur meat. Perhaps because Olga was really making Karen's head hurt with her noise, Karen simply lowered her altitude and picked the most plump one among a group of panicked, running dinosaurs. This feeling is off. Feeling the feedback from her talons, Karen looked down, puzzled. Looking closely this time, she realized that pterosaur she had grabbed was actually a man wearing a dinosaur costume. Were there other living people on this island? When this man met Karen's gaze, with her head larger than his own, his face instantly turned pale, and he murmured incredulously. How can this be? The ecology here shouldn't have creatures of this size. As Karen's head approached, the man could no longer worry about academic questions. He directly pulled out a wooden spear from behind, closed his eyes, and waved it back and forth, trying to scare away the giant beast in front of him. This scene left Karen utterly speechless. Stop struggling, or I'll drop you right now. Hearing Karen's voice, the man opened his eyes in disbelief. It spoke. The next moment, perhaps because he had received too much information in a short time, this somewhat unkempt-looking man fainted. When Meskina Aesir was splashed with cold water and woke from his coma, he saw 3 women, 2 adults and 1 child, in front of him. Where am I? The memory fragment stopped at the last scene. Aesir subconsciously recalled, it was a giant bird, a prehistoric monster, its size alone was enough to devour all life on the island. He had been quietly waiting in the dinosaur nest for the mother dinosaur to come feed him, but instead of food, he almost became food himself. Remembering this, Aesir sprang up from the ground like he'd been shocked, his eyes darting around. That giant bird. Be careful, there's dang. As he uttered the last word, his eyes finally refocused. Skipping over the 2 women with voluptuous figures, his gaze settled on Olga. And Olga was looking back at him with a complex expression. This scene left Karen and Naomi scratching their heads. Ever since putting down this man in the dinosaur costume, Olga had been uncharacteristically silent, not saying a word. At the same time, she kept staring at this chubby man with a complex gaze mixed with hatred and attachment. This gave Karen a hint of suspicion. The next moment, her suspicion was confirmed. Olga. It's wonderful. My Olga. You're not dead. Aesir's tears sprayed out uncontrollably, but he didn't care about appearances. He rushed towards Olga, wanting to hug his daughter after 200 years apart. Naomi, having developed some prejudice against Aesir's appearance, subconsciously prepared to shoot an arrow but was stopped by Karen's outstretched hand. Unnecessary. He means no harm. Karen shook her head, signaling for Naomi to just watch quietly. Aesir rushed forward a few steps. As he crouched to hug his daughter, Olga, with a fierce look, leapt up and stomped on the man's face. Fortunately, the little girl wasn't very strong. Apart from blocking the man's bare hug and leaving a shoe print on his face, she didn't cause any real harm. What truly stopped the man's advance was himself. You good-for-nothing father who got mom killed. Stay away from me. These words almost pierced Aesir's heart, which had just revived from the brink of death. Memories of the past resurfaced. That was 200 years ago, on the island of alchemy before it was swallowed by the big fish. It's all Dad's fault. If you hadn't created pure gold, none of this would have happened. Mom wouldn't have been killed by pirates. The little girl roared at her father, and the father could only show a bitter expression, unable to refute. I'm getting rid of this junk. After saying that, she raised the ring embedded with pure gold high. And the glow of pure gold attracted Lord Lantern. After that, the island of alchemy completely disappeared, though legends of pure gold still circulated among pirates in that sea. Back to the present. Feeling his daughter's hatred, Aesir's sadness overflowed once more, just like 200 years ago when he fell into the fish's belly and thought his daughter was dead. Aesir didn't blame his daughter, nor did he plan to explain much. He just silently retreated a few steps until he reached a distance that no longer made Olga feel uncomfortable, then plopped down. Just being alive is good, just being alive is good. Olga, it's really wonderful that you survived. On that unkempt face, the men showed a tearful smile. Chapter 421 Golden-Winged Garuda. Upon seeing that smile on Aesir's face, a smile that could even be called ugly but was genuinely filled with paternal love, Olga screamed like a startled kitten. What's the use of saying these things now? If it weren't for you, if it weren't for you. Mom. Olga grew more and more agitated, tears welling up uncontrollably. For 200 years, she hadn't cried when she was chased around by dinosaurs alone, she hadn't cried when hiding in her shack, enduring 2 centuries of loneliness, she hadn't cried after escaping Lord Lantern's belly and arriving in a strange, unfamiliar world, she hadn't even cried when tossed around like cargo by world government agents and treasure hunters. Yet now, in front of the father she hated so much, this little girl who had lived 206 years cried. Perhaps her life had never truly moved on from alchemy 200 years ago. The little girl grew more and more emotional, on the verge of rushing forward to fight her father, but Karen stopped her at the critical moment. Ah. I really can't stand scenes like this. Karen covered her eyes with her hand, sighing in what seemed like helplessness. Even I, an outsider, can clearly see the love in your eyes. Why be so stingy with just 1 or 2 explanations? I hate these separation scenes caused by unwillingness to explain hardships the most. Finally, Karen simply grabbed Olga with one hand and the chubby men with the other, forcing them to sit side by side. Speak up. Don't make me resort to force. A pair of golden wings that looked very familiar to Aesir grew from Karen's back. The feathers of the wings were like sharp swords, emitting a keen edge, directly aimed at Aesir's forehead. Just a slight forward move could blow this man's head apart. Don't. Olga almost instinctively stepped between Aesir and Karen. Seeing this, Karen's eyes smiled slightly. See. Your daughter doesn't hate you as much as she says. So you should also be straightforward. Don't be so hesitant and reserved. Karen's tone was very firm as she said this. Because her observation haki and mind's eye of the Kagura could clearly sense the selfless love for his daughter emanating from this chubby man, Aesir. It was a fatherly love she had never had. Well, perhaps Naruto and Jiraiya had compensated for that part. And seeing Olga's instinctive action, something hidden in Aesir's heart seemed to loosen. He gently pulled his daughter, who was shielding him, into his arms. Olga instinctively tried to break free but was held firmly by her father's large hands. Aesir paid no attention to the diamond-hard feathers that could pierce his skull. Heaving a long sigh, he slowly revealed the truth of that year. My name is Meskina Aesir, the scientist who created pure gold 200 years ago, and also the father of Meskina Olga. From Aesir's account, everyone learned the story Olga hadn't fully told about 200 years ago. Pure gold was an artificially synthesized special metal whose emitted waves could greatly slow down the aging of life within its radiation range. Simply put, it could indeed be seen as a means to immortality. Aesir had an intelligent mind, but the wisdom in that mind couldn't help him cure the then terminal, South Blue Emperor fever. The good news was Aesir himself wasn't sick, the bad news was his daughter, Olga, was. To slow the progression of his daughter's illness, he used his expertise and, through relentless research, finally created pure gold. It could be said that based on this alone, Aesir's research level in special alloys was no less than Vegapunk's in biology. The appearance of pure gold indeed greatly slowed the deterioration of the illness, but it also trapped Olga and those around her within its radiation in a state of non-aging. Soon, news of pure gold leaked. The small island of alchemy was attacked by pirates. In the chaos, Olga's mother was killed by pirates, Aesir and Olga survived. However, Olga, unaware of her terminal illness, couldn't understand the significance of her father creating pure gold. Blaming him for her mother's death, she hated her father along with the pirates. Just as I thought. Karen looked as if she had expected this, nodding in satisfaction. This was right. They were family, why couldn't they speak clearly? Why resort to cryptic hints and half-words? Thanks to Naruto's teachings, Karen's attitude towards such things was always to cut the Gordian knot quickly. Meanwhile, Olga covered her mouth, tears streaming down. That can't be, impossible. Though verbally denying it, the little girl still looked back at her father, hoping for another affirming answer. Clearly, in her heart, she already believed Aesir's explanation. And after spilling the secret buried in his heart for so many years, Aesir finally let go of the heavy burden, looking much more relaxed. Olga's mother did die because of the pure gold I invented. That is my sin. But I truly couldn't bear to watch my daughter die before my eyes. Her mother felt the same. Even after hearing news that pirates were about to attack, her mother still urged me to continue researching pure gold to see if it could completely cure Olga's illness. Hearing this, Karen frowned and interrupted directly. Don't take all the blame on yourself. Those who killed Olga's mother were the greedy pirates, human nature. And you, from beginning to end, were just a father trying to save his daughter. Hearing this, Aesir could no longer control his emotions and burst into tears. The little girl cried along with him, and father and daughter hugged each other. Karen watched the finally reconciled pair, nodding contentedly. This was right. But then, as if remembering something, she suddenly interrupted them. But if that's the case, doesn't that mean Olga will forever remain a little girl? Hearing this, their crying stopped, their emotions somewhat disrupted. This. I'm afraid so. Aesir smiled bitterly, then nodded in acknowledgement. But I believe, given enough time, I can definitely find a way to completely cure Olga. Dad. Olga, seeing her father's determined look, felt the last trace of resentment in her heart dissolve. At that moment, Naomi timidly raised her hand. X. The three, immersed in the atmosphere of father-daughter reconciliation, turned to look. Actually, a cure for South Blue Emperor fever was developed long ago. It can be cured on any island. Question mark. Father and daughter looked at each other, while Karen tilted her head. The misunderstanding that had lasted 200 years between father and daughter was finally resolved. Aesir sincerely thanked Karen, not only for her actions in easing their father-daughter relationship but also for saving his daughter. However, regarding Karen's desire to obtain pure gold, he still advised against it. Captain Karen, pure gold only brings endless disaster. Not just from Lord Lantern, but it will also make you the target of countless people's greed. On the moving shark Emeralda, Aesir earnestly advised Karen. But Karen's attitude was very relaxed. If you're worried that me taking pure gold will attract this big fish. In fact, even without pure gold, it wouldn't give up on me. Saying this, Karen recounted the earlier scene of Lord Lantern's appearance. Aesir looked at his daughter in confusion and received Olga's confirming nod. It's actually like that. So Lord Lantern is just chasing that dazzling light. After all these years, Aesir thought the anglerfish instinctively pursued the life-extending effect of pure gold. It seemed he had overestimated the beast. As for those who would target me, let them come. It's not yet clear who will be chasing whom then. Hearing Karen's confident words, Aesir wanted to say more but then remembered the giant bird she had transformed into earlier. Instantly, he chose to remain silent. Indeed, for people like them, obtaining pure gold would be a disaster. But if held by a strong individual, perhaps the meaning would be different. Besides, he really had no way to stop her. Not to mention she was his benefactor, just looking at her combat power, Karen could do as she pleased. In this atmosphere, the ship bypassed the second island, heading towards the main island of alchemy in the third stomach. Seeing their hometown after so many years, both Aesir and Olga felt a wave of nostalgia. Not much on this island had changed, the plants were just more lush. With Aesir leading the way, the traps he had set to kill pirates were useless, everyone progressed smoothly. After passing the last trap and entering what was once Aesir's laboratory, the large piece of pure gold placed in a glass jar on the table quickly attracted everyone's attention. It was the size of a human head, far larger than the tiny piece hidden in the ring Olga wore. That small piece of pure gold had also now been removed. Since South Blue Emperor fever could be cured, Olga should celebrate her 7th birthday. Unlike Karen and Naomi, whose gazes were fixed on the pure gold, Olga's attention was on a research notebook. I have decided to create this forbidden fruit of pure gold. I know, as a scientist, this is wrong. But to cure my daughter's incurable illness, I am willing to sell my soul to the devil. Word by word, it recorded a father's determination, making Olga, who had just calmed down, teary-eyed again. Seeing his daughter's expression, Aesir just smiled and hugged her. It's all right. It's all in the past. Just as father and daughter hugged and cried again, suddenly a burst of golden light erupted nearby. Their attention immediately shifted. It was Karen, who had opened the jar and was holding the large lump of pure gold with her hands. The lump melted like liquid, merging into Karen's body. What's happening? Karen looked over her body. At this moment, her entire person emitted a faint golden glow, like pure gold itself. What's going on? Even Aesir, the creator, couldn't understand this scene. But Karen's expression changed. Not good. Be careful. Saying this, she soared upwards, shattering the ceiling. Only after flying far enough did Karen relax her control over herself. Just moments ago, after the pure gold merged into her body, she felt an intense instinct to transform. This instinct was so strong she had almost lost control. The three below looked up through the shattered ceiling at the sky. Screech. Instantly, golden light erupted. A giant golden bird, like a sun, circled in the midair. Chapter 422, Chapter 422 Vice Admiral Fujitora. Traveling from the Konoha country to the Grand Line didn't require going over Reverse Mountain again. The Happo Navy had its own unique route. So you actually participated in that war earlier? Sai and Boo looked at Sasuke in shock. They had heard about the Summit War, but due to other matters, they hadn't been able to watch the live broadcast. Ah, yeah. Sasuke replied while applying maintenance oil to his Kusanagi sword. He didn't think this kind of scene was something to boast about. To be honest, the broadcasted scenes weren't as grand as fighting against Kaguya. No matter which version of Kaguya it was, they were all the same. Humph. So as I said, you two brats, go practice more diligently. Especially you, Sai. You didn't even realize Sasuke wasn't serious when fighting you, did you? Sitting nearby, Shinjo looked at his grandson disdainfully, while inwardly feeling regret once again that Sasuke wasn't his own descendant. Is it true? Sai, coming to his senses, asked Sasuke with a dry tone. He wasn't disbelieving. After all, based on others' accounts, Sai understood the significance of the Summit War. Not to mention the super battlefield with over 200,000 people, just the admirals on the marine side and the 4 emperors on the pirate side, plus his grandfather's rival Garp. And even that was just supporting roles. Later, it was said even the world government's 5 elders and their master showed up. This had already exceeded Sai's imagination. It's true. Sasuke was still sparing with words, focusing entirely on maintaining his sword. To be honest, this Kusanagi sword hadn't received such treatment whether in Orochimaru's hands or Naruto's. Both would take out the sword when needed and just stuff it in their mouths when not. With Naruto having the Baku Baku no Mi's ability, it was somewhat better, but Orochimaru literally stuffed it down his throat. If the divine sword had a spirit, it would probably say to Sasuke, I'll follow you in the next life too. After being reforged by Naruto, this sword's toughness had already reached the level of a great grade blade. And it originally had excellent sharpness. If Sasuke could fully coat this sword with his armament haki, it could basically earn the title of a supreme grade blade. The 12 supreme grade blades weren't necessarily exactly 12. Many famous swords had disappeared into history with their masters' deaths, while new swords had taken their places. What truly determined whether a sword could reach the supreme grade level, apart from the sword's own quality, was the user's strength. At least in swordsmanship, the current Sasuke couldn't be considered a master swordsman. At most, he had learned some fast sword techniques from Redfield. Damn it. Have a serious fight with me. Hearing Sasuke's confirmation, Sai's hair stood on end with anger, and he immediately tried to pull Sasuke aside to spar. However, his action was interrupted by a punch from Shinjo. Quiet down. Sai, we're on a ship. After being hit, Sai finally calmed down. But from the look in his eyes as he watched Sasuke, it wasn't hard to tell that this guy would definitely find a chance to spar with Sasuke. Feeling that burning gaze, Sasuke couldn't help but sigh lightly. Was I this annoying before? Sasuke also remembered how he used to pester Naruto, and the others for sparring matches. The Happo Navy, after all, had the word Navy in its name, so their ship speed couldn't be slow. Not as fast as Sasuke flying the whole way, but definitely faster than ordinary pirate ships. They arrived at Sabaody Archipelago with almost no delay. Boo, take the men to find a coating craftsman. Shinjo gave instructions to his grandson. Whoa, so this is Sabaody Archipelago. Sai had lived 28 years, most of which were spent near the Konoha country, rarely venturing to distant seas. This was his first time coming to Sabaody Archipelago. As for Sasuke, stepping foot here again, he was somewhat surprised. Sabaody Archipelago could be simply divided into safe zones and lawless zones. The artisan area, entertainment district, and hotel street, being closer to the Navy station, belonged to the safe zones. Places like Shaki's Rip-Off Bar, the Celestial Dragon Slave Auction House, underground information exchanges, and some pirate gathering areas belonged to the lawless zones. Originally, in Sasuke's view, with the Marine and its backing world government falling out, they might be too busy with their own affairs to care much about Sabaody's public order. But unexpectedly, the order here wasn't as collapsed as he imagined. Or rather, quite the opposite. Sasuke expanded his observation haki. Although he couldn't casually envelop an entire island like Naruto, covering a radius of several hundred meters was more than enough. The Marine is already patrolling. The dock where the Happo Navy berth was on Grove 15, which used to be a lawless zone. Due to celestial dragons' patronage, slave trading and underground transactions thrived here before, and the marine wasn't allowed to come. But now, with just a rough scan, there were 3 or 4 squads of marines patrolling the streets. The once ubiquitous gangs and pirates had disappeared, perhaps hiding in some corner. The marine's actions are really fast. Beside him, Sai also walked over. Clearly, he had noticed the changes here. The collapse of the old order also means the rise of a new order. Tap, tap. Along with the sound of a blind man's cane tapping the ground came a long sigh. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound. It was a tall, blind man wearing a marine officer's justice cloak. Behind him followed a squad of marines who looked very elite. This imposing presence immediately made the Konoha country crew tense. Although the Konoha country was a world government's affiliated nation and the Happo Navy was its official military force, they also held the identity of pirates. Or rather, sometimes for convenience, they would don this disguise. Therefore, the Happo Navy also remained wary of the marine. Can a blind man be in the marine? Sai, straightforward as ever, spoke his mind out loud. The approaching man, Fujitora, hearing this, was momentarily taken aback but didn't seem angry. Haha, although I am blind, it doesn't affect my daily movements too much. Everyone from the Konoha country, and this one. Uchiha Sasuke, a ninja. As Fujitora turned his face towards him, Sasuke introduced himself. He had some impression of this guy, possessing the ability to manipulate gravity, who had previously single-handedly held off many of the Whitebeard Pirates division commanders. A strong individual. Similarly, Fujitora also had a deep impression of Sasuke. After all, someone who could single-handedly suppress one of the 5 elders, even if previously unknown, had proven his strength in that battle. If you all are just passing through, please refrain from any inappropriate actions. In the early stages of establishing a new order, unless absolutely necessary, I would prefer not to provoke many disputes. Fujitora's words were mainly directed at Sasuke. In his view, there was no doubt this person had the power to destroy this island. If other marine officers said such seemingly weak words to pirates, it would more or less damage the morale of the marines behind them. But the one saying this was Vice Admiral Fujitora, who not long ago had directly buried countless criminals and pirates into the ground with gravity. That wasn't a problem. In the marine's eyes, although Fujitora spoke politely, once he took action, he was truly brutal. Truly worthy of being a candidate for Admiral. Chapter 423, Chapter 423 Climb, Trample. No need to be nervous. We're just passing through. After staring at the blind Isho for a few seconds, Sasuke suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Isho nodded lightly. In that case, I am relieved. Saying this, he prepared to continue patrolling with the surrounding marines. After the marine personnel stationed at Sabaody Archipelago who were inclined towards the celestial dragons withdrew, these elite forces from headquarters were rapidly deployed to surrounding countries and islands. Isho, as a candidate capable of becoming an admiral, was naturally assigned a relatively important post. Sabaody Archipelago was their new station. To be honest, when they first arrived, the order here was indeed chaotic, as Sasuke and the others had guessed. In fact, the very day after they left Sabaody, fighting broke out on Groves 2 through 10, which were previously under the invisible rule of the celestial dragons. It started with the Slaves' Rebellion, fighting between slaves and slave traders. Then the conflict expanded, with many gangs and pirates joining in, to the point where some old pirates hiding on Grove 13 couldn't sit still either. But he was only one person. Without resorting to large-scale killing, he couldn't ensure the stability of dozens of islands. Fortunately, these days came to a temporary end after Isho and the elite marine headquarters forces arrived. And for those criminals trying to take advantage of the chaos, compared to Rayleigh who only acted as a deterrent on the surface, Fujitora leading a large group of marine forces was more intimidating. After all, these people really would kill. Fleet Admiral Sengoku had issued an order, special times call for special measures. For crucial transit points like Sabaody Archipelago, appropriate strict measures could be taken. For example, if pirates resisted arrest or the circumstances were severe, they could be executed without trial. Fortunately, it wasn't the hawkish vice admirals from Akainu's faction who came here. Otherwise, they might have expanded their targets, directly including all forces on Sabaody in their crackdown. By the way, Akainu, the star-crossed marine admiral, was incredibly tenacious, not dying even after nearly half his body was shattered. However, he had now been sent to Egghead Island for scientific treatment. As for how long this treatment would take, no one could say. And even after recovery, his strength would be hard to fully restore. On the other hand, precisely because of Isho's impartial character, Sengoku could trust him with handling this crucial point. And this newly promoted Vice Admiral Fujitora indeed didn't disappoint the Fleet Admiral. In less than 10 days, order on Sabaody Archipelago had been restored, not only back to normal but even better than before. At least, the previous lawless zones no longer existed. Pirates could set foot on Sabaody Archipelago, but they'd better not cause trouble here. Otherwise, no matter which island they were on, a meteor would be waiting for them. A strong individual. Shinjo, watching Isho walk further away, had a serious, earnest expression, no longer the amiable, smiling look from before. Yeah, indeed. Sasuke also nodded. He said this with clearly more confidence than Shinjo. After all, in his eyes, the moment he had the thought of fighting the other, calamity, began to gather. This meant that even if he went all out now, there would be a life-threatening risk if he fought this blind vice-admiral. The outcome was unpredictable, but it was certain that the other party's true strength was absolutely not as simple as what he displayed in the Summit War. The newly promoted Marine Vice-Admiral can't be underestimated. Only Sai and Boo, who hadn't yet gone to find the coding craftsman, were completely confused, unable to sense Isho's true strength at all. In their eyes, this Marine Vice-Admiral spoke in a strange tone, and after interacting with him, even the old men and Sasuke started speaking strangely. Such cryptic people. Coding required a considerable amount of time. A skilled coding craftsman needed at least 3 to 5 days to complete coding for a 2-masted sailing ship. Depending on the shop's business, this time could even be extended. Don't think everyone had the old drunk Rayleigh's coding skills. And the Happo Navy's ship this voyage was a 3-masted large sailing ship, comparable in size to a large warship, so the coding time would be even longer. Fortunately, Shinjo, or rather, the Kano country, had other connections. They had a group of familiar professional coding craftsmen on Sabaody who could help shorten the time as much as possible. But even so, completing the coding would take 4 days. I'll wander around. We'll meet at this dock in 4 days. Sasuke waved and started walking towards the island. Seeing this, Sai immediately remembered what he had forgotten earlier. Wait. Brother Sasuke. Don't go. Fight me again. Unfortunately, hearing Sai's voice, Sasuke walked even faster. With a whoosh, his figure disappeared from the spot as if teleporting. Huh? Where'd he go? Sai was still looking around, while Shinjo stroked his beard and sighed. What fast speed. It had to be said, ninjas excelled in this aspect. Even without using any devil fruit abilities, their body flicker technique wasn't something ordinary people could follow. Grove 13, Shaki's rip-off bar. Ding-a-ling. Wiping a glass, Shaki didn't even look up to know who had come. Back already. I thought you'd wander the first half of the Grand Line a bit longer, kid. Both she and Rayleigh had been asked by Naruto to look after Sasuke and Karen, these two greenhorns, as much as possible. Although there were no worries about combat strength, these two really were going out to sea, or rather, adventuring alone for the first time. Compared to Karen, who conventionally bought a second-hand ship, Sasuke, who took off flying on a cloud right away, was obviously more worrisome. And precisely because this kid left without saying goodbye, Shaki's attitude towards him wasn't as good as towards Karen. There was some resentment after all. Naruto had just asked them, and they lost track of the person right after. It was indeed not a good look. However, Sasuke seemed completely oblivious, directly ignoring Shaki's resentful gaze and looking around. Looking for old Ray. He went out to lay low again. Since that marine guy came, public order here has improved quite a bit. Thanks to them, I don't need old Ray to worry much here either. Hearing this, Sasuke finally looked back at Shaki. He originally wanted to cram at the last minute and seek some advice from Rayleigh. After all, according to Naruto, Rayleigh was a strong person from the same era as that old man Garp and could provide some guidance for his journey to hone himself. But it seemed there wasn't much chance now. Sasuke nodded at Shaki and was about to turn and leave. But before leaving, he seemed to remember something and turned to ask Shaki. Auntie Shaki dash. This was what Naruto taught him to call her, saying it could close the distance. Sure enough, upon hearing this address, the dissatisfaction on Shaki's face lessened considerably, and a smile returned. She and old Ray had no children, so they were quite receptive to affectionate addresses from younger people. Cough. Auntie Shaki, those people on the cliff outside. Saying this, Sasuke pushed open the door, pointing towards the boundless rock wall in the distance, the red line. At that moment, many figures like ants were densely crawling on it. Looking closely, they were people with either robust or slender builds. Some wore professional climbing gear, some just sailor shirts and shorts, and even some in the tattered clothes of slaves. Those? Oh, you mean those climbers. Shaki was momentarily stunned, then smiled and explained. After Shanks completely liberated Marie Joyce, the news spread worldwide along with the escaping slaves. Many people persecuted by the celestial dragons applauded, while some nobles began to worry about their futures. Of course, among them, the most proactive ones actually came straight to Sabaody Archipelago and started imitating Fisher Tiger and Naruto, climbing the red line barehanded. Previously, this behavior was not allowed. Not only the world government, but the Marine also viewed this as plotting against the celestial dragons. Of course, now the Marine wouldn't interfere anymore. Among these people, some went purely for the climb itself, as the Red Line's 10,000-meter height wasn't something you could find just anywhere. But more had other purposes. Some aimed for the possibly unclaimed treasures left in Marie Joy's, others wanted to trample underfoot the Celestial Dragon's authority that had once pressed down on them, suffocating them. Just like how those Celestial Dragons had trampled their dignity underfoot. Perhaps only after they truly did this could they completely break free from the cages in their hearts. Chapter 424, Chapter 424 The World's Strongest Swordsman. Grove 21. The specialty here was various taverns. Unlike Shaki's rip-off bar, the taverns here were just ordinary taverns, not information exchanges. Originally, it should have been the most chaotic lawless zone, but because of the Marines' focused intervention, it actually became one of the islands with the best public order among the dozens. The tavern owners who operated here initially thought that with the Marines' interference, those small-time pirates, gangs, etc., wouldn't dare to come spend money anymore, and their businesses would surely fail. However, the reality was that improved public order attracted more ordinary people willing to spend. This world wasn't just divided between pirates and the Marine. The real main consumers were those seemingly inconspicuous ordinary people. Moreover, these owners discovered that ordinary drinkers didn't like to make loud noises like pirates, nor did they often get into fights when drunk. Most of them entered sober and left slightly tipsy. The owners not only didn't need to keep a flintlock under the counter at all times, but even the frequency of cleaning up vomit decreased significantly. A stable environment was most suitable for business development. Old York, the owner of York Tavern, was one of the first to understand this. While other peers remained cautious and didn't dare to open, he not only decisively opened his doors but even expanded his premises. That's why this small tavern with no particularly special drinks became as bustling as it is now. Tourists visiting Sabaody Archipelago for the first time had no idea which bar had good drinks and which had bad ones, they just went to the one with the longer line. But today, something changed slightly. York was currently leaning on the bar, somewhat anxiously wiping glasses repeatedly, even though he had already wiped them over a dozen times. Another one, another one. Definitely another overconfident guy. Not necessarily. Look how tall he is. Yeah, and those arms. Hey, how long do you think he'll last? Whispers of discussion kept coming from around. The drinkers weren't ordering anymore, they all held their glasses, standing aside to watch the commotion. At the same time, they didn't dare get too close, afraid of being accidentally hurt. At the focus of everyone's gaze, a middle-aged man wearing a black top hat and a long coat over a floral shirt sat quietly in his seat, sipping his drink gently. Even while drinking, this man didn't put down the large sword, shaped like a cross, strapped to his back. Those yellow pupils, like a bird of prey, just casually swept over, making people feel as if they'd been grazed by something sharp, subconsciously stepping back a few steps. With such a distinctive appearance, it was almost impossible to find a second person like him in the sea. The world's strongest swordsman. Hawkeye's Mihawk. And currently facing Mihawk was a long-armed, long-legged, vicious-looking swordsman from the Long-Arm tribe. Hawkeye's Mihawk. Let me test whether you truly deserve that title. This guy drew two long swords from his waist, not much shorter than the black blade, Yoru, pointing them at Mihawk, his tone extremely rude. Hearing this, even Mihawk couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Initially, when he was drinking on Sabaody Archipelago and someone challenged him, he thought it might be another interesting prospect like Zoro. After all, after becoming the world's strongest swordsman, not many people were so overconfident as to provoke him actively. But unexpectedly, those guys were simply arrogant, shrinking into worms after their swords were broken. Yet, such guys kept coming endlessly. This one in front of him was already the 8th today. Mihawk was even thinking about simply returning to Kurigana Island earlier. No, can't do that. I haven't gone to find that guy Uzumaki Naruto yet. Speaking of which, why things developed to this stage was actually related to Naruto. During the Summit War, these two drinking buddies on different sides very tacitly didn't attack each other. Because they understood that a sword technique duel shouldn't be held on such a chaotic battlefield, not to mention so many people on the Marine side were eyeing Naruto covetously at the time. Mihawk didn't even show much of his strength from start to finish, just occasionally slashing out an exaggerated-looking slash to handle the situation. Originally, swordsmen on the sea held the concept of the so-called world's strongest swordsman at the level of peak master. How strong Mihawk was depended entirely on their imagination. But this time, it was a worldwide live broadcast. Mihawk's obvious slacking off made some who couldn't read the situation think the so-called world's strongest swordsman was nothing special. And after that, it became like this. Thinking of this, Mihawk gently put down his wine glass, then took off the small cross-shaped dagger hanging around his neck again. This was specifically used to humiliate those overconfident frogs at the bottom of a well. Not just anyone was qualified to make him draw the black blade Yoru, arrogant clowns would only tarnish his blade. Haha. Using such a ridiculous toy? Who do you think you're looking down on? Dash. The long-armed tribe swordsman wanted to say more but was interrupted by a suddenly appearing figure. Move aside. Sasuke's figure appeared between the two at some unknown time. Seeing a new arrival, Mihawk was momentarily stunned, then narrowed his eyes slightly, observing Sasuke in front of him. Brat. Get lost. The surrounding people were first astonished by Sasuke's sudden appearance speed, then exclaimed as the man drew his sword to slash at Sasuke, who had his back turned. Quite fast. The one who said this was Mihawk, while Sasuke, being praised, showed his signature cold smile. Otherwise, how would I dare to come find you, the #1 swordsman? The long-armed tribe swordsman's eyes were bloodshot with rage. The long sword originally aimed at Sasuke's back now turned towards his head. Bastard. How dare you ignore me? Then I'll take your head. Yikes. Murder. Go call the marine. Earlier, although Mihawk had defeated many swordsmen, he hadn't taken lives. With that small dagger, even burying it to the hilt would hardly kill someone. Ding. Just as tavern owner York was about to get his gun to intervene, everyone seemed to see a thin silver flash. The next moment, Sasuke sheathed his Kusanagi sword, and his hand had already left the hilt. Behind him, the long-armed tribe swordsman, holding his long sword high, now had over a dozen sword wounds on his body, and his 2 long swords had turned into fragments scattered on the ground. Fast sword technique. Mihawk finally showed some interest in the person in front of him. I remember you. Saying this, Mihawk's gaze fell on Sasuke's unique red eyes. I thought, like Uzumaki Naruto, you didn't like using swords. Sasuke's appearance was very distinctive. Although during the Summit War, he was mostly in his beast-human form, there were still a few moments when he reverted to human form. Mihawk was close to the battlefield, and with those unique Sharingan in the entire One Piece world, it wasn't strange that he could recognize Sasuke's identity. Learned it from an old man. Saying this, Sasuke lightly tapped the sword hilt with his finger. Want to try? Hearing this, Mihawk finally showed a faint smile. Interesting. Chapter 425, Chapter 425 World's Strongest Swordsman Challenge Card, Get. When Fujitora received the message and hurried over, many sword marks had already appeared on the giant trees forming the main body of the island. Even several main trunks had been severed by slashes. This is really. Even Fujitora, always with a kind temperament, felt a vein throbbing on his forehead at this moment. Evacuate the crowd. Clear the area. Yes, sir. The Marines under Fujitora responded loudly, then began firmly persuading the surrounding spectators to leave. Saying persuading, they actually didn't hesitate to take action and subdue troublemakers when encountering them. These Marines were elite from headquarters. After experiencing that great war, they had also been stained with the marks of blood and fire, no longer as inexperienced as the former pampered soldiers. Those who had recently suffered at the Marines' hands naturally retreated obediently. But some who had just arrived here recently, whose impression of the Marines still remained in the past cleanup crew, immediately refused. Kidding. Witnessing the fight of the world's strongest swordsmen, even if they weren't swordsmen themselves, this would make great conversation material after drinking. These people took action. And then they were down. Facts proved that young strong individuals like Luffy and other members of the worst generation were rare. At least, there weren't any among this group. This also saved Fujitora from having to intervene. Holding his blind man's cane, he moved swiftly, no longer needing to tap the ground to discern the path as usual. Understandable, as a strong individual whose observation haki even reached the level of seeing people's hearts, how could he be hindered by mere visual obstruction? You too, please cease your actions immediately. Whoosh. A blade was drawn. The blade of Yakuza Kaisen, one of the supreme grade swords, gleamed coldly, directly pointing at the two figures amidst the flashing sword lights ahead. Huh. Seems we did cause quite a commotion. Mihawk heard Fujitora's words, but the long blade in his hand still moved with extremely high speed in small amplitudes. Yet, these movements not exceeding 10 centimeters in amplitude could precisely block the Kusanagi sword that appeared as if teleporting. At this moment, Sasuke had transformed into countless afterimages, it was almost impossible to tell which was the real body with the naked eye. However, in reality, this wasn't a clone technique but afterimages produced due to excessive speed. Clang, 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 clang. Fortunately, the Kusanagi sword's tip had been reforged. Otherwise, directly pressing against a supreme-grade black blade like this would probably cause it to break first. Sasuke, thrusting his sword from various angles at Mihawk like a storm, had already clenched his teeth. His mouth corners curled downward stubbornly. This guy in front truly deserved the title, World's Strongest Swordsman. Even though he used chakra to enhance his physical abilities and the Sharingan's dynamic vision, his thrusting sword still couldn't break through the other's defense. And every counterattack the other made, seizing the gaps in his moves, was astonishingly powerful. This was clear just from the devastation in the distance. How strong Mihawk was, Sasuke felt he had roughly gauged. It could be said that if only sword techniques were allowed, he would be completely outmatched by the other in a single exchange. Facing that heavy sword momentum, seemingly simple but exquisite, Sasuke couldn't block at all, he could only interrupt his own movements to evade. To defeat the person before him, Sasuke would have to enter his awakened state or use his Mangekyo Sharingan's dojutsu. But that would deviate from his original intention. Like Naruto, Sasuke also preferred fist against fist, sword against sword. He actively sought out the other to hone his skills, so how could he reverse the order? Fujitora's appearance didn't disrupt Mihawk's rhythm, or rather, the entire battle had been within his control. It seemed Mihawk was always passively defending, but he hadn't even broken a sweat, using minimal movements for parrying. Even his attacks were casual, seemingly just to force Sasuke's positioning. The more they fought, the more startled Sasuke became, and the more satisfied Mihawk felt. Their perspectives differed, so their conclusions differed. Clang. The black blade, Yoru, suddenly moved at a speed inconsistent with its size, parrying the Kusanagi sword. Then, the blade rotated and lifted, breaking Sasuke's offensive from an angle that was very uncomfortable for him. His hand gripping the Kusanagi sword was also shaken by this sudden immense force, the hilt instantly slipping from his grasp. Thud. The Kusanagi fell to the ground. Its sharpness caused it to sink into the ground up to the hilt instantly. The outcome of this battle, or rather, spar was decided. Fujitora could also clearly see the situation on the field. However, precisely because of this, he still didn't sheath his sword. He understood clearly that if Sasuke refused to accept defeat and prepared to use all his strength for another fight, then this island, no, the entire Sabaody archipelago would be in danger. Fortunately, Sasuke seemed more composed than they imagined. Perhaps he had indeed been young and impetuous before, like a powder keg, easily ignited and unable to accept defeat. But after the experiences along his journey, Sasuke's temperament was no longer so sharp-edged. I lost. Although still resistant to defeat internally, Sasuke could still face the facts. Undoubtedly, solely in terms of sword technique, he couldn't catch up to the guy before him even if he tried. He even felt that even without using observation haki, the other party could predict his next move just based on familiarity with swordsmanship. What's your name? Mihawk sheathed his sword, then pulled the Kusanagi sword from the ground, throwing it back to Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. A ninja. After catching the Kusanagi sword, Sasuke showed no intention to continue fighting, which relieved the Marines responsible for order. Of course, the spectators felt it wasn't satisfying enough. In terms of their perspective, Sasuke's attacks were very spectacular, and Mihawk's casual swings were equally terrifying. Just look at those slashes capable of cutting an island. Seeing it live felt different from watching it through Den Den Mushi's broadcasts. Among the crowd, some overconfident individuals silently hid their swords, no longer daring to openly show their desire to challenge. And this was also part of Mihawk's plan. A ninja. That makes sense. Your swordsmanship, no, that can't even be called swordsmanship yet. It's just swinging a sword relying on speed and strength. Regarding Mihawk's comment, Sasuke didn't take offense. He clearly understood the other was stating facts. From starting to learn swordsmanship until now, at most it hadn't been a month. Even with Sasuke's extraordinary talent, he could only imitate the appearance of Redfield's fast sword technique. Indeed, this young man doesn't seem to understand the breadth of all things. From his observation haki perspective, the human shapes of Mihawk and Sasuke both turned into colors indicating no hostility. Only then did Fujitora put away his weapon, disguising it as a white cane again. He seemed to hold great goodwill towards Sasuke, who was connected to Naruto, even actively explaining for him. The breadth of all things. Sasuke pondered Fujitora's words, finding them somewhat abstract. Young man, your strength and speed are impressive, but the way you use a sword is still somewhat barbaric. A sword is not used like this. Saying this, Fujitora simply walked aside to demonstrate personally. He drew Yakuza Kaisen, then gave Mihawk an apologetic smile. Excuse my presumption. Mihawk didn't mind. His gaze focused on the blade of Yakuza Kaisen. His swordsman instincts instantly told him this was a treasure sword not inferior to Yoru. By now, the surrounding crowd had been mostly dispersed. Fujitora casually picked up a weapon left behind by some unlucky fellow, then lightly sliced with his blade. Under Sasuke's slightly widened eyes, the long blade cut through the weapon also forged from steel as easily as cutting butter. Although this somewhat relies on the weapon's sharpness, even if I use an ordinary long blade, I can still easily achieve the effect of cutting steel. This relies on the breadth of all things. Sasuke seemed to half understand, while Mihawk's eyes gleamed with interest. Laymen watch the spectacle, while experts discern the essence. Interesting guy. Your name is Fujitora. I'd like to spar with you too. From Fujitora's casual move, Mihawk quickly judged his swordsmanship. At least a great swordsman, very likely a master swordsman. No, haha. I have official duties, so I cannot indulge in fighting. Please forgive me, Sir Mihawk. Fujitora waved his hand, not accepting Mihawk's invitation. TSK, how are you like that guy Naruto? Meanwhile, Sasuke lightly swung the Kusanagi sword in his hand, as if imitating Fujitora's earlier blade movement. In just a few seconds, his movements went from stiff to fluid. Mihawk and Fujitora suddenly fell silent. Truly, remarkable, this young Sasuke. Heh, very good. After the silence, both laughed. Sasuke, still there imitating the essence of Fujitora's sword move, suddenly looked up, catching a piece of white paper tossed to him from midair, then looked at Mihawk somewhat puzzled. Keep this Vivre card. When you feel you are qualified, come find me on Kurigana Island. After saying this, he turned and left with an air of expectation, as if having sown a seed. Sasuke stared blankly at the white paper, then looked in the direction the other left, momentarily speechless. At that moment, Fujitora suddenly stepped forward, speaking in a tone of admiration. Truly rare. For someone like Dracula Mihawk to willingly give his Vivre card to another. It seems he holds great expectations for you. Saying this, Fujitora suddenly chuckled lightly. Come to think of it, with your swordsmanship talent, even I feel my skills itching. But his meaningful glance was wasted. This thing, what is it? Sasuke looked at Fujitora with an utterly speechless expression, then at the paper in his hand. What's going on? Can't these people speak clearly? Why suddenly throw me a piece of paper? Also, where is that Kurigana Island? How do I find it without an eternal pose? Chapter 426, Chapter 426 The Country of Love, Passion, and Toys, Part 1. Hugh Dash. Eyes closed, concentrating, sensing the flow of air. Eyes open. The long sword, gently, swept out horizontally, cleanly slicing through the steel pillar standing before it. No harsh collision sound, no sparks from metal impact. This scene made Shinjo click his tongue in amazement. If you hadn't said it yourself, I truly wouldn't believe it. Someone who can reach this level has only been practicing swordsmanship for less than a year. That's even shorter than the basic apprenticeship period. The Kano country naturally had dojos dedicated to teaching swordsmanship. Although the terminology might differ slightly, the fundamental concepts of swordsmanship were the same. Shinjo, though not using swords as weapons, had a good understanding of this. Precisely because he understood, he was amazed by Sasuke's progress. Cutting steel is a very simple distinction. Perhaps some exceptionally gifted individuals on the sea could destroy steel just by wrist strength. But that wasn't the same concept as cutting steel in swordsmanship. A strong individual cannot have obvious shortcomings in the three aspects: heart, body, and technique. Weapons were originally a concept born to compensate for innate physical deficiencies. And swordsmanship was the method of using swords to maximize their effectiveness. Wildly slashing like an amateur could also cause destruction. But that consumed much stamina and caused significant blade wear. Moreover, its efficiency was inferior to those who mastered technique. How to achieve 9/10 of the effect with 1/10 of the effort, that was the direction various martial arts considered. The long sword sheathed, and Sasuke finally had time to look at Shinjo with his admiring gaze and sigh, who was snorting through his nostrils. Hey! Sasuke, you! Fight me already! Like a certain thick-browed guy from Konoha, Sai also had a personality that loved challenging others. Especially after learning that Sasuke's back-and-forth fight with him earlier was a deliberate act of holding back, he wanted to fight again even more. However, facing Sai's provocation, both Sasuke and elder Shinjo chose to ignore him. This kid hadn't been the first time making such calls since leaving Sabaody Archipelago. They are already got used to it. Ignoring the still shouting Sai, Sasuke walked to Shinjo's side, then took out the white paper Mihawk gave him before leaving. It was called a Vivre card. At this moment, one corner of the Vivre card was pinched in Sasuke's hand, while the other corner floated towards another direction. Truly a magical thing. Holding this, you can accurately find another person on the vast sea. Even in the ninja world, there wasn't such a convenient directional tool. And not just direction, the Vivre card state could also reflect its owner's current vital signs in real time. If the owner was near death, this Vivre card would automatically turn to ashes. What was the principle behind it? Compared to the Vivre card, I'm actually more surprised by your current amazed attitude. Shinjo stroked his beard and smiled. For those sailing the seas, Vivre cards weren't something rare. Even greenhorn pirates should come into contact with them after entering the Grand Line. Didn't the kid Naruto ever explain these things to you? Hearing this, Sasuke was momentarily stunned, then curled his lips in a smile. That guy is either on his way to a fight or being pestered by women. Where would he find time for other things? This statement. Shinjo didn't know if it was his imagination, but he felt a hint of inexplicable, slight resentment. Women. Shinjo touched his head, then also laughed. For the men of the sea, this is inevitable, right? After all, even the Pirate King Roger and others back in the day would fight over Shaki. TSK, I won't be entangled by such things. Regarding Shinjo's statement, Sasuke expressed extreme disdain. With no women in his heart, drawing the sword naturally becomes divine. Even without anyone teaching him, he had grasped this principle on his own. Don't speak so absolutely. The smile in Shinjo's eyes grew stronger. Not having his head flattened, he naturally wouldn't be cynical like in the original timeline. With age, he passively awakened the older generation's exclusive skill, concern for the younger generation's marriages. Perhaps due to Naruto's influence, in this timeline, Shinjo had long arranged Sai's wedding with the daughter of the Happo Navy's pillar. So now, Sai was a married man. The Dressrosa we're heading to is called the country of love, passion, and toys. The girls there are passionate and unrestrained, Sasuke. Perhaps your destined marriage is there. Shinjo said this very happily. Perhaps this was the common ailment of the older generation. Just talking nonsense. Shaking his head, after spending time with Shinjo and the others, Sasuke had come to understand their personalities. He didn't get angry over such words. The ship sailed swiftly through the New World's waters. If not for those unknown pirates who hadn't heard of the Happo Navy blocking the way from time to time, they could have been even faster. There was no helping it, the Happo Navy's activities in recent years mainly focused on the West Blue. Although they had some personnel in the New World, it was small scale and didn't create much momentum. And the reason there were more ignorant young pirates in the New World was also related to the Marines' movements. After all, manpower was limited. Even at the Marines' peak, with an exaggerated force of over 20 million soldiers, under the current turbulent situation, they had to concentrate their strength. First, those tentacles stretched too far had to be withdrawn. The main forces of some marine bases near the territories of the four emperors in the New World were transferred, and routine patrols naturally decreased. Doing this wasn't Fleet Admiral Sengoku's whim. Compared to countries in the first half of the Grand Line, many affiliated nations in the New World would simultaneously cling to the world government and the leg of the nearest sea emperor. Or they themselves possessed strong military power. Precisely because of this, even without Marines' escort, these countries could maintain stable situations. But the cost was a significant increase in naval battles in the New World, though for Sengoku, who needed to maintain overall stability, this was worth it. Dressrosa was originally a country ruled by the Donkiksote family. But 900 years ago, they chose to become one of the 20 kings, letting their descendants become celestial dragons, so Dressrosa came under the rule of the later Rika family. 10 years ago, King Rika suddenly displayed a series of irrational behaviors, including but not limited to suddenly demanding citizens pay large sums of cash, causing arson incidents within the country, killing his own soldiers and citizens, etc. Afterward, Don Quixote Doflamingo suddenly appeared heroically, leading the citizens to overthrow King Riku, then logically regained rule over Dressrosa. In the 10 years he had been in power, Dressrosa gradually transformed from an ordinary kingdom into a major trade port. It became a large transfer dock for goods. Thanks to this, the country's tourism developed quite rapidly, and its original Colosseum culture shone brightly in tourism. Plus those toys that could move on their own, transporting people or doing tasks, this country actually showed a trend of improvement under Doflamingo's rule. Of course, that was only on the surface. Chapter 427, The Country of Love, Passion, and Toys, Part 2. The coast around Dressrosa was surrounded by large numbers of mushroom-shaped rocks. If viewed from high above, the country looked as if it was located right at the pistil of a flower. This was an island nation full of laughter and passion, with smiles on everyone's faces. Perhaps because he had consulted with Tesoro, Doflamingo had also made the entertainment projects here quite lively. Coupled with his reputation of having connections in both the underworld and legitimate circles, although this place couldn't yet become a recognized, gray area, like the Gold City, it was almost there. In the past, not only pirates but even Marines and world government spies could be seen everywhere here. Of course, with the collapse of the world government, those agents and spies had temporarily disappeared. Even the Marines who often visited here had been transferred to the first half of the Grand Line. This led many small-time pirates to set their sights on this wealthy island, thinking about whether they could plunder it and make a fortune. Unfortunately, even without considering Doflamingo himself and his connection to the Beast's pirates, just the officers and combatants of the Don Quixote pirates were enough to give these ordinary pirates a hard time. Despite their non-human appearances, among them were either devil fruit users, naturally strong-bodied fighting fishmen, or martial artists skilled in fist techniques. At least, in front of those small-time pirates, they were invincible. However, facing Orochimaru, who had somehow taken control of Sugar and Diamante, the leaderless Don Quixote pirates truly found it difficult to act. Gentlemen, there's no need to put on such an indignant look. Orochimaru wore a large, loose robe that covered the obvious white snake scales on his wrists and ankles, as well as the bone spurs extending from his joints. His pale, somewhat sickly face appeared like a ghostly shadow in the dimly lit throne room. Diamante, as always, stood by Orochimaru's side as if hypnotized, faithfully performing his duty. As long as anyone made a threatening move towards him, this seemingly lifeless puppet would decisively use his steel-made cape to cut the other's throat. Even members of the Don Quixote pirates were no exception. And one of the cornerstones upon which this nation was built, the legal loli who mastered the Hobi no Mi, Sugar, was currently glaring at him with a look of anger but not daring to speak. At the same time, a 3-tomo, cursed seal, had been engraved on Sugar's body. This kind of cursed seal didn't have much coercive effect on guys like Diamante or Doflamingo, as their physique and willpower were enough to resist the torment from the seal. At least for now, this Orochimaru hadn't yet mastered the means to use the cursed seal to threaten others' lives, or even to possess their bodies. However, when combined with the special gas of the legendary chemical scientist Caesar Clown, this cursed seal acquired a brainwashing-like effect. For example, the current Diamante, and Sugar's sister, the Yuki no Mi, user, Snow Woman Monet. T/N, Snow Fruit. Because the Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar Law had not yet returned to Punk Hazard, Monet still had a human body at this time, not the human bird appearance from the original Fate line. This form didn't diminish her combat power, though. After all, the power of that human-faced bird was ultimately inferior to her Yuki no Mi. At least that counted as a Logia-type devil fruit. Currently, this female Logia user was in a state similar to Diamante's, in a hypnotized, vacant-eyed state. If she hadn't been used as a hostage, Sugar might not have compromised so readily. And once Sugar was controlled, even if Treble, Pika, and the others had more capabilities, they wouldn't dare act rashly. After all, Sugar's condition was related to the fate of all of Dressrosa. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it could directly affect Doflamingo's future. As long as Sugar fell unconscious or died due to external forces, those she had turned into toys would return to their original forms. Simultaneously, the deleted memories would also be restored. This was the bug of the Hobi no Mi's ability. As long as someone was touched without defense, they would be turned into a toy. Then, Sugar would make them swear an oath, forcing them to work for the Don Quixote pirates, until death. And the memories related to the person turned into a toy would completely disappear from others' minds, even obvious problems would be ignored. For example, if a father in a family was turned into a toy, the remaining mother living with her child wouldn't notice anything wrong. It was as if it was meant to be that way. Even information records about those people would be subconsciously ignored. This was the most terrifying aspect of the Hobi no Mi. It was also the reason why Orochimaru targeted Sugar as soon as he seized control of Punk Hazard. But it was really easy. Orochimaru sighed softly in his heart. The process of turning the tables was easier than he had imagined. The person in charge of Punk Hazard, Caesar Clown, was originally not someone willing to be subordinate to others. He didn't view Doflamingo as a young master to be loyal to like other family members, but only as a shield with enough deterrence. Perhaps also a generous and foolish patron. However, Doflamingo wouldn't easily trust someone like Caesar, which is why he sent Monet as a secretary to assist and monitor Caesar. Their mutual scheming was already understood without being spoken. In contrast, the most troublesome part was how to research the special, cursed seal gas, with Caesar under the watchful eyes of Monet and Diamante. A gloved finger gently picked up a grape and placed it at Sugar's mouth. But the food she usually loved most held no attraction for Sugar at this moment. She just pursed her lips, staring intently at Orochimaru. This guy was too cunning. Under that large robe, he was also wearing a full body suit that covered him completely. Perhaps even his face was covered with something. At least when Sugar secretly touched the other party, the Hobi no Mi couldn't take effect. Not eating. What a pity. Seeing the little girl unwilling to accept, Orochimaru let out an eerie laugh, then his long tongue coiled around the grape and pulled it into his mouth. As the highest-ranking officer of the Don Quixote pirates in Doflamingo's absence, Treble had seen enough. That's enough, Orochimaru. What you wanted has already been given to you. When exactly will you release your control over them? This guy, who always spoke in a sticky manner, now had a tone that was sinister and full of killing intent. Don't think you can keep manipulating the Don Quixote pirates forever. As he spoke, combatants like Pika, Lao Ji, Dellinger, and Gladius all stood up. Each of them was confident they could kill the current Orochimaru at such close range, if he didn't have Sugar in his hands. Relax, gentlemen, I have no interest in your country, or your so-called domination dreams. After eating the grape, Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth and said unhurriedly. It's a bit troublesome to explain to you. Researching devil fruits, or rather, researching the evolution of life is not as simple a matter as your impoverished brains imagine. You have no idea what kind of great undertaking I am engaged in. It's far more significant than your joke-like. Orochimaru stood up directly, getting more and more excited and agitated as he spoke, but fortunately, he held back his words at the critical moment. Apologies. He gently wiped the corner of his mouth with his glove and sat back down. In short, you should continue doing what you usually do. When my research is complete, I will naturally release them. Until then, I'll have to trouble you greatly. Chapter 428, Chapter 428. You are watching the scenery, while I am watching you. Baby, 5, Buffalo, and Viol Tall belonged to the peripheral combatants of the Don Quixote pirates. Because of this, they did not participate in the executive meeting that would have drawn Orochimaru's attention, which might or might not be considered a stroke of luck. Unlike the former two, Violet, aside from being an assassin in the Treble Corps, has another identity. The youngest daughter of the former King Gol D, the former princess of this country, Viola. Different from members like Baby 5 who joined the Don Quixote pirates from a young age, she was forced to become a blade in Doflamingo's hand. Over a decade ago, when King Riku was manipulated into killing citizens and was met with universal scorn, she took the initiative to use the value of her Gyro no Mi as a bargaining chip, pledging loyalty to him in exchange for sparing King Riku's life. T/N, glare fruit. Something's off. Through the clairvoyance function of the Gyro no Mi, almost nothing in this country can escape Viola's sight. After the Summit War, Doflamingo did not return to his loyal Dressrosa with great fanfare. In fact, he hadn't been seen for a long time. And just now, during the internal family meeting, the pale young man whom Doflamingo had brought earlier actually took the main seat. Moreover, judging by everyone's expression of suppressed anger and fear, even without reading their lips, Viola could sense the conflict among them. An opportunity. A heaven-sent opportunity. For 15 years, Viola had been searching for a chance to clear her father's name and liberate the citizens from under the Don Quixote pirates. And now, the Don Quixote pirates are leaderless, and that frighteningly capable sugar also seems to be controlled, separated from Treble's close protection. Viola understands that the opportunity she has been waiting for over a decade might finally have arrived. At the same time, the fleet from the Konoha country had also dispersed, landing at different ports of Dressrosa in batches. Sigh, boo, remember this. Before setting off, Chinjo did not forget to instruct his disappointing grandson. Our purpose for coming here is to find Dressrosa's covert arms smuggling routes. Do not alert them before discovery. The reason they came here was to cut off the arms supply of hostile nations, securing victory for the Konoha country. This is a purely wartime action, unrelated to justice. Or, for the citizens of the Konoha country, protecting their own country is a form of justice within their creed. I am far too conspicuous a target, unsuitable for hiding. But that's just as well. While I attract their attention up front, you can better infiltrate this country. As for you Chinjo turned to look at Sasuke. I remember you said you're something like a ninja, right? Hearing this, Sasuke nodded slightly. Rest assured, I am a professional in this regard. With that, he turned to leave. Just confirming the location of the arms smuggling for you, right? Before Chinjo could respond, Sasuke's figure disappeared from before everyone in the next instant. Oh, such an elusive ability, truly worthy of being a ninja. Hearing his brother Boo's astonished voice, Sai looked back and rolled his eyes at him. Shut up, idiot. Do you even know what a ninja is? No. Sai didn't know either. In fact, among this group, only Chinjo, who had roamed the new world in his youth, had a slight understanding of the so-called ninjas on these seas. It's not that they were uninformed, it's just that the ninjas from the Wano country were rather unimpressive, neither in ability nor in numbers, leaving little lasting impression. Though this state of being unnoticed might actually be a good thing for ninjas. Chinjo looked at the spot where Sasuke disappeared, then shook his head, his expression turning serious as he gave orders to the others. Just like that, split up and act. I will wait for your news at the Corrida Coliseum. Sasuke's infiltration was indeed remarkably successful. To be honest, the transformation technique and body flicker technique mastered by ninjas from the ninja world were precisely prepared for infiltration missions. Abilities that everyone possesses like this, when brought to the One Piece world, would be genuine main no Mi users. Without any side effects. Sasuke, who had just separated from Chinjo and the others, transformed into the image of a silver-haired man with dead fish eyes in the next second. Kakashi-sensei, I choose you. In some ways, Sasuke and Naruto shared a surprising tacit agreement. Sasuke, now incarnation the One Piece world's 50-50, also changed out of his wide kimono, switching to clothing that matched the style of Dressrosa. Next dash. Sasuke habitually found a high point on a building, overlooking the bustling crowd below, trying to find certain clues. Among them, the toys that could move autonomously without anyone controlling them, even speak and think, were the most captivating to his sight. Doesn't seem like something similar to puppet techniques. The Sharingan gently rotated, every detail of the toys below falling into Sasuke's view. Sasuke seemed unaware that while he was watching the toys from above, someone was also watching him from afar. Viola rubbed her slightly dry eyes, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth. It was not in vain that she had been continuously using her ability to monitor all of Dressrosa since then. The Kano country fleet's dispersal method did prevent them from attracting the attention of other members of the Don Quixote pirates, but it could not escape Viola's eyes. Placing her hands in a mask-like gesture in front of her eyes, Viola's gaze immediately fell upon Sasuke. This wasn't solely because of Sasuke's appearance. Of course, against the backdrop of the Happo Navy's members, Sasuke did appear more handsome. More crucially, Viola remembered seeing such a face during the broadcast of the Summit War. Originally, she wanted to monitor Doflamingo's movements through the broadcast, seeking any opportunity. However, neither the reporter originally responsible for the live streaming, nor Konohamaru who took over later, focused much screen time on Doflamingo and the other warlords. Especially Konohamaru, who not only kept the camera persistently locked on the five elders' battlefield but also specially gave them several close-ups. Perhaps due to her devil fruit ability, Viola's observation was extremely sharp, and her memory was frighteningly strong. Although Sasuke, battling the five elders in the footage, only appeared briefly, and mostly in his beastman form. But those eyes were just too distinctive. Because of this, Viola quickly picked out Sasuke's face from the vast sea of faces. This guy, he's strong. Although Viola wasn't clear about the exact disparity in strength between Doflamingo and the five elders, she could still discern basic distinction between strong and weak. In her eyes, Sasuke was clearly stronger than Doflamingo. The opportunity to save Dressrosa was right before her eyes. Now, Viola needed to consider how to make him willing to help her. Coercion or bribery. Not only was it unrealistic, it also wasn't in Viola's nature. Even though she had been forced to participate in many unjust battles over the years within the Don Quixote pirates, her true heart had never changed. Viola remained this country's princess, not a ruthless killer. Then it could only be. Chapter 429, Chapter 429 The Undefeated Woman and the Romantic Encounter. The Konoha Coliseum. Originally, this place was under Diamante's supervision. Not only was he responsible for maintaining order in the Konoha Coliseum, but he also held the concurrent position of fight commentator. Truth be told, despite his unpleasant personality, his commentary during dueling events, with its ability to stir people's violent impulses, had actually earned him quite a few fans. But those fans were about to be disappointed now. Because the star commentator Diamante was currently in a state of being controlled like a puppet, and the management of the Coliseum and the commentary duties were temporarily handed over to the original commentator, Gats. Gats had been the commentator for the Konoha Coliseum even before the Don Quixote family took over. He had a fanatical passion for the clashes of skill and courage between gladiators. However, the Konoha Coliseum was no longer as pure as it once was. Pirates, gangsters, all sorts of characters could now participate. The Konoha Coliseum no longer restricted their methods, so they would stop at nothing. The once honor and passion-filled arena had now become a place of pure slaughter, a venue for unleashing violence and rage. Yet even so, Gats could only continue his commentary work. Well, money is hard to earn, and shit is hard to eat. Alright. We can see the undefeated woman, Rebecca, being pushed back step by step under the attacks of the great axe, Hoffman. Hoffman's strength is simply too overwhelming. Rebecca is utterly unable to withstand it. The spectators in the stands had their eyes wide open, staring fixedly at the battle scene below. Simultaneously, they were roaring with their mouths. Kill him, Hoffman. Tear her apart. Tear that sinner to shreds. Many who usually appeared polite and civilized had now shed that civilized exterior, revealing the most primitive, most brutal aspects of their personalities. The commentator Gats, while pandering to public opinion, constantly mocked and belittled the gladiator named Rebecca in his commentary. But at the same time, deep inside, he felt great admiration for her resilient character and solid gladiatorial skills. But there was no helping it, work was work. He couldn't go against the wishes of the majority of the audience to praise Rebecca. In the arena, besides a burly man wielding a large axe and the girl named Rebecca, all other challengers had already fallen into the surrounding water, eliminated. Hearing the voices of the surrounding audience cheering him on, the burly man Hoffman, who lived up to his name, showed a ferocious smile on his face. Thud. An axe, taller than Rebecca herself when stood upright, was deflected at a clever angle by a slender two-handed sword. Stop struggling, brat. Wouldn't it be better to just get chopped in half by me, like they said? Hoffman, with one hand, forcefully pulled the large axe embedded in the arena floor, while his other hand very sneakily drew a dagger, slashing toward Rebecca. Clang. The two-handed sword wasn't fast, but it still very precisely parried the sneak attack and even knocked it flying. Rebecca even had the spare energy to launch a counterattack against Hoffman. Thud. Unfortunately, Hoffman wore a suit of armor as thick as a door plank. Rebecca's long sword simply couldn't penetrate it. Failing with one strike, Rebecca didn't press on. Instead, she steadily retreated again, resuming her stance. Unlike Hoffman, she wore a very revealing set of armor. Calling it armor was almost being generous. Because that outfit covered nothing except her head, chest, crotch, and shoes. It was pretty much like a bikini swimsuit. Yet, in fact, this was the most traditional gladiator attire. In the original gladiator culture of Dressrosa, one wasn't supposed to wear full-body armor in the Colosseum. This was a place for those whose skills had reached their peak to spar, and getting hit on the body meant being out. Of course, all these cultural aspects became bullshit after Doflamingo took over the country. Perhaps only people like Rebecca still held onto them. Faced with the audience's mockery and the enemy's humiliation, Rebecca remained utterly unmoved, her eyes still fixed on the enemy's movements, ready to parry and counter at any moment. Yet, before the giant who was like a small mountain, she could only continuously retreat, her footsteps unconsciously nearing the edge of the arena. Seeing this, Hoffman, swinging his large axe, smiled even wider. Like a frenzied rhinoceros, he swung his weapon even more wildly, constantly compressing Rebecca's dodging space. Die. Die. What are you even doing alive in this world? Unlike the increasingly frenzied Hoffman and the audience, both Rebecca and the commentator were quietly calculating something in their hearts. It's the sword dance of last stand. It's the undefeated woman's sword dance of last stand. Gats on the commentator's platform almost failed to maintain his caustic persona, genuinely marveling at Rebecca's skill from the bottom of his heart. Yet his words simply didn't reach Hoffman's ears. Hoffman, immersed in the pleasure of about to kill a beautiful life, didn't think Rebecca could mount any meaningful counterattack at all. Without a doubt, this little girl would end up like those on the merchant ships he had plundered at sea, chopped into pieces of minced meat. Just thinking about that scene made the blood vessels in Hoffman's eyes almost burst. Clang. At that moment, Rebecca suddenly changed her evasive movements. Dropping low, tilting her sword, parrying and deflecting the force. Then quickly turning, guiding the opponent's power. What? Before Hoffman could react, he completely lost his balance, plunging straight down toward the water. The winner of this duel is the undefeated woman, Rebecca. Gats announced the verdict. But the spectator stands fell into an eerie silence, immediately followed by people starting to curse and complain. So useless, how did that one survive again? Why can't she just obediently die? The malice from these people pierced Rebecca like a rain of arrows. Yet this little girl's heart was as tough and tenacious as her swordsmanship. She walked down the arena in silence, not yielding before these curses and condemnations. I must persist. Persist. Just as Rebecca was stubbornly persisting amidst the malice, Viola on the other side had already begun her approach to Sasuke, this super combat asset. On the bustling streets, a small stage. A guitarist played a lively tune. A lady in a rose-red long dress was performing a passionate and moving dance on stage. Her movements were light, her steps nimble, and she held a blooming rose in her mouth, looking stunningly beautiful. Almost every passing man couldn't help but stop to watch this graceful dance and the fiery figure. But unfortunately, such things were utterly useless against Sasuke. The silver-haired, 50-50 Sasuke directly chose to bypass the crowd of onlookers and head in another direction. Viola on stage, seeing her target about to leave, swiftly turned, then reached out and threw the rose from her mouth, sending it flying straight toward Sasuke. As a ninja, he's capable of precisely deflecting projectiles like shuriken, let alone a slow-moving rose. Sasuke caught the rose stem with one hand, then, under the envious and jealous gazes of numerous men, made eye contact with the fiery woman on stage. Did it work? Viola gently caught her breath, calming her rapid breathing from dancing, waiting for the other's response. In the past, as a member of the Don Quixote family special forces, she had used similar, romantic encounter tactics to approach targets on more than one occasion. Plop. The rose fell to the ground under the incredulous eyes of the crowd. Ah. Sorry. Originally, Sasuke intended to just leave, but considering he was currently in disguise, he imitated Kakashi's personality, putting his hands together in an apologetic gesture. Then he scampered off in another direction. What a clueless man. Viola muttered through gritted teeth. Chapter 430 Yamato strikes. The New World, Onigashima. That damn old hag Lean. How dare she? How dare she make a fool of me? A giant sake barrel was sent flying by Kaido with a single palm strike, nearly crushing an innocent crew member outside. He was wrapped in bandages, looking somewhat comical. After the Marineford battle, Kaido wasn't completely unscathed. Not just him, among the 4 emperors, except for the late-arriving Shanks, the other 3 all bore injuries. In a situation filled with so many top-tier fighters, escaping completely unharmed was almost impossible. Before him, King silently bowed his head. Kaido-sama, it's my fault. I didn't notice Katakuri's underhanded move. On the previous battlefield, King was locked in a fierce back-and-forth with the Marine's newly promoted admiral candidate, Aramaki, Ryakujiu. On one side was a survivor of the Lunarian race plus ancient Zoan-type devil fruit user, and on the other was a Logia-type devil fruit user. Fire should naturally counter plants, but Ryakujiu's plants seemed endless, simply impossible to burn completely. To make him retreat would require flames at least on the level of Kaido's Bolo breath. Instead, King's high mobility in his Pteranodon form was countered by Ryakujiu's web of trees, especially during a war of attrition. King exhausted all his methods but couldn't defeat Ryakujiu. Of course, Ryakujiu couldn't catch King in this state either. Members of the Lunarian race have flames burning on their bodies. After the flames extinguish, they sacrifice some defense for a great increase in mobility. The battle between the two was dead even, they simply didn't notice that Doflamingo had been snatched from under their noses by Katakuri. Before heading to Marine Ford, both Kaido and Big Mom had planned to seize the opportunity to snatch Doflamingo away. Especially Big Mom. Her grudge with Doflamingo was no longer limited to his previous act of betrayal on the battlefield. For Big Mom, Doflamingo actually dared to escape from right under her nose and even took away her fiancé of that new race. This was simply a slap in her face. And Katakuri lived up to being Big Mom's most satisfactory creation, even on such a chaotic battlefield, he didn't forget his mission. After the Summit War, Kaido, having thoroughly enjoyed the fight, was returning contentedly to Onigashima when he remembered this matter halfway. By the time he thought about going back to find Big Mom, she was already long gone. Hence, the scene of Kaido throwing a tantrum in his own stronghold. Kaido-sama. Let me go to Tato Land. I will definitely take Doflamingo back from Big Mom's hands. King was also wrapped in bandages, but he was still determined to retrieve Doflamingo for Kaido. Compared to his own pride, King's actions were more for Kaido's grand ambition. In terms of loyalty, King was probably second to none within the Beast Pirates. Hearing this, Kaido fell silent for a few seconds, clearly recalling how his other 2 all-stars had been thwarted by that old hag Lean. King wasn't in perfect condition now either. If he charged into Tato Land alone like this, he might lose both the battle and his life. For Kaido, King was far more important than Doflamingo. Even if it meant no more smiles, it didn't matter. He could just go out to sea and plunder other fruits. But King was his right-hand man, his sworn brother. Kaido was reckless, but he wasn't stupid. Just as Kaido was hesitating, a series of dense, rumbling sounds suddenly came from next door. Everyone in the meeting hall was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then immediately realized what was happening. Some of the older Beast Pirates crew members showed expressions of being used to it. Boom. The solid rock wall was shattered by a punch, and then a tall woman with white hair and horns on her head like Kaido barged straight in. Beast Pirates crew members blocking her path were shoved aside. She, like a relentless semi-truck, plowed through everything in her way. Move. Move. Experienced old crew members pulled back the young guys who were about to step forward to stop her, signaling not to do anything foolhardy. The white-haired woman's beast-like eyes swept across the meeting hall and without any hesitation landed on Kaido in the center. You old geezer. How dare you not take me? I want to see Naruto-sama too. Bastard. Thunderbagwa. And Kaido, without any hesitation either, grabbed his club, Hasaikai, and countered with a Thunderbagwa of his own. ZZZZT. Zap. Purple-black conquerors hockey clashed and collided, the released pressure instantly knocking out many weaker individuals. The entire meeting hall was left in disarray from the collision of these 2 attacks. Strangely, King, who was extremely loyal to Kaido, remained completely indifferent to this scene. As if he didn't see it at all. Boom. In the end, it was Kaido who came out on top. Even injured and attacking on the spur of the moment, he still managed to smash his opponent away. The white-haired woman shot like a cannonball straight into the mountain wall, raising a cloud of dust. Foolish son. What are you doing? Kaido, leaning on his Hasaikai, roared angrily at the dust cloud. His roar dispersed the dust. The woman whom Kaido called son pulled herself out of the wall. Aside from her clothes being a bit dirty, she seemed unharmed. Young Master Yamato. Sigh. As one of the veterans who watched Yamato grow up, King understood her personality very well. Due to the influence of a certain someone who broke into Wano country 20 years ago, not only did Yamato's rebellious nature not diminish, it instead raced headlong down the path of being an exemplary filial child. She always called herself a chivalrous hero, enjoying performing acts of chivalry around Wano country and Onigashima. The problem was, her father, the captain of the beast pirates, was the most vicious crime boss in the area. So, 99% of her chivalrous deeds ultimately ended up targeting Kaido. Faced with Kaido's punishments, Yamato simply paid no mind. Instead, she always wanted to form her own crew to go to sea for chivalrous deeds, and incidentally meet her spiritual idol, the great hero, again. Because of this, Kaido never allowed Yamato to leave Onigashima, putting explosive handcuffs that would detonate if she left Onigashima on her. However, Yamato was fiercely stubborn, showing no hesitation about sacrificing her hands to break free. This put Kaido in a difficult position. He had always been grooming Yamato as his successor, he couldn't possibly let her become disabled like that guy Shiki. In the end, the helpless Kaido had to slightly relax Yamato's range of movement, allowing her to move freely between Onigashima and Wano country. But that was the limit. Kaido directly threatened her with the lives of Wano's residents. If Yamato disobeyed and insisted on leaving, he would randomly start destroying the village in Wano country one after another until Yamato returned on her own. In this stalemate, father and daughter passed a relatively calm period of coexistence. To prevent Yamato from being lured away by certain people, Kaido cut off all information exchange between Wano country and the outside world. Yet, Naruto was involved in too many incidents. Yamato always managed to dig up news about Naruto from some unknown corner. And every time she heard about Naruto's exploits, Yamato would always cause a ruckus. Like now. Who let her see the news? Kaido held his forehead, feeling his head had never hurt so much before. Not even when Akainu's hellhound hit him in the face. Clearly, no one dared to answer the question at this moment. Thud. Yamato planted her treasured kanabo, Takaru, on the ground, then mindlessly shoved aside a furious but dare not speak Jack, sat in his seat, and directly picked up a large sake cup to drink. She couldn't beat Kaido, and that earlier exchange could only be considered an intimate greeting between father and daughter. After a few big gulps, Yamato finally let out a long sigh and turned to look at her father and king. Ha! Beaten up like this. Serves you right. Who told you not to take me along? As she spoke, she began to laugh mindlessly. Compared to her counterpart from another timeline, this Yamato seemed more carefree, more playful and irreverent. She preferred being a heroic chivalrous person over being a samurai. Only Yamato's laughter echoed in the hall, everyone else watched Kaido's increasingly dark face, not daring to breathe loudly. Enough, foolish son. What exactly do you want? Kaido angrily slammed the table, shattering it completely. Gulp. After the last mouthful of sake, Yamato stood up again, her expression serious as she looked at Kaido. Hey, old geezer, let me go help you get that flamingo guy back. In exchange, you let me go see Naruto-sama. As she spoke, she walked right up to Kaido without a shred of reverence, pointing Takaru at Kaido's nose. No reason you can see him but I can't, right? Don't worry, I keep my word. If you don't agree, I'm going to throw a drunken tantrum, you know. After saying this, a powerful burst of conqueror's haki erupted from Yamato. And Kaido just quietly watched his daughter, not saying a word. Well, Naruto's appearance wasn't without some good aspects. At least Yamato's improvement in strength far exceeded his expectations. Probably in another 10 years, no, maybe even less than 10 years, this bratty girl will be able to defeat him. Chapter 431, Chapter 431 Target Dressrosa. However, recognizing his daughter's abilities was one thing, but the current situation was another. Kaido knew that neither King nor Yamato could snatch Doflamingo away from that old hag Lean. He understood that old hag Lean's personality very well. The matter with Doflamingo was no longer just about interests now. Unless it was all-out war, the Big Mom pirates would absolutely not let Doflamingo go. But if they didn't get Doflamingo out, what about his beast pirates army? Just then, a person below suddenly stepped forward, enduring the pressure of Yamato's conqueror's haki. Kaido-sama. I have something to say. This man's voice attracted the attention of everyone present and also made Yamato stop releasing her haki, turning to look. Who's who? What do you want to say? Kaido looked down. The speaker was a member of the strongest Tobarapo, the Flying Six, a user of the Nico no Mi model, saber-toothed tiger, who's who. This guy had the biggest ambition among the Tobarapo. He was always coveting the position of all-star, thinking about when he could replace one. He didn't dare target the fire disaster king, but he had long had his eyes on the drought disaster Jack. Especially recently, that guy had actually lost to an unknown young girl. This matter had been secretly stirred up by him and was already spreading within the beast pirates, dealing a fatal blow to Jack's authority. Unfortunately, Jack's foolish brain simply didn't notice anything wrong. Of course, all these little actions were under Kaido's watchful eye. He didn't oppose this kind of behavior and wasn't averse to such an ambitious guy. Ambition was a good thing, and the worry was that he lacked the ability. Who's identity wasn't as simple as others either. He was originally a member of the world government's CP9. Later, during a mission to transport a devil fruit, he was robbed, the fruit was lost, and his position was gone. By the way, that devil fruit was the current Gomu Gomu no Mi, Nika fruit, and the person who took the fruit was Shanks. After that, Who was imprisoned. After escaping prison, he harbored strong hatred towards both the world government and Shanks. Thus, he naturally joined the camp of another emperor, Kaido, and climbed his way up here, eventually reaching the position of Tobarapo. Who, wearing a half-face mask, grinned widely and began to explain his idea. Kaido-sama, we actually don't need to fight the Big Mom pirates head-on at all. Oh. Hearing this, Kaido raised an eyebrow. Continue. Yes, Kaido-sama. Who stepped forward and continued. What we need isn't the person Doflamingo, but the factory under his control that can mass-produce smiles, along with the related technology. Doflamingo being captured isn't a bad thing for us, it's actually a great opportunity. Now his home base has no one in charge. We can fully take advantage of the situation. Apart from Doflamingo himself, could there possibly be anyone else in that Dressrosa of his who can resist us? Now the world government is gone, the Marines have retracted their strength, and Doflamingo himself isn't in Dressrosa. We could even take this opportunity to seize the entire country, turning it into another Wano country. Who became more and more excited as he spoke, his ambition laid bare. And Kaido's eyes also gleamed with interest, seeming very tempted. The actions of a petty man. Yamato disdainfully glanced at Who. However, to the words of Yamato, Who turned a deaf ear. He still needed to rely on Kaido's power, so Yamato couldn't be offended. Even though Yamato and Kaido were at such odds, it was clear to discerning people that the future Beast Pirates captain could only be Yamato. The three All-Stars would also only recognize Yamato as the new leader. After thinking for a moment, Kaido nodded. All right, I'll leave this matter to you. Then, he turned to look at his foolish son, thought for a bit, and added. Yamato will go with you. Dressrosa itself isn't important, the priority is to get the Smile production line. Considering Dressrosa's geographical location, it was quite a distance from the Beast Pirate's sphere of influence. Establishing another enclave there wouldn't be cost-effective. Yamato, after this matter is handled, I'll give you 1 month. 1 month later, if you don't return, you know what I'll do. Kaido really went out of his way. He understood that suppression wasn't as good as guidance. Rather than letting Yamato continue causing trouble on Onigashima, it was better to go along with her this once. Anyway, he remembered that Naruto guy seemed to have gotten together with the Pirate Empress already. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about some extreme situations arising. Even though he called her a foolish son, Yamato was, after all, a daughter. Plus, she really admired Naruto. If it were before, Kaido would have no doubt that as soon as Yamato found Naruto, she'd dare to show up with a baby a year later, telling him he was a grandfather. Fine, 1 month it is. Upon hearing this, Yamato also put down Takaru and turned to Who beside her. Don't just stand there dumbly, go get a ship ready. Her tone was full of disdain. Clearly, she held great contempt for people like Who. The few left, and the meeting hall returned to calm. King looked somewhat worriedly in the direction Yamato left, then looked up at Kaido. Kaido-sama, young Master Yamato, after all. Kaido waved his hand, picked up the sake cup before him, and took a few sips. Let her go. If she doesn't want to come back, then I'll personally go to that Naruto guy and demand her. As he spoke, a ferocious smile also appeared on Kaido's face. Just as well, he stood me up last time. Father and daughter were exactly the same. King looked at Kaido's expression, sighing helplessly in his heart. Meanwhile, in Tato Land, Whole Cake Island. Doflamingo was thrown on the ground like a dead fish. He had long lost his former flair. His flamboyant pink feather coat and those sunglasses were nowhere to be seen. His body bore wounds from beatings everywhere, and he wore a pair of sea-stone handcuffs. Mamma. Doflamingo, you really are a bold fool. Big Mom lifted Doflamingo from the ground like a chick, holding him up in front of her. You, who could have been friends with Tato Land, have ended up like this. But this is what you deserve. Big Mom roared loudly, her saliva splashing onto Doflamingo's face, but unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to wipe it off. Before entering this hall, he had already undergone a round of torture. Big Mom stared fixedly at Doflamingo, trying to find even a trace of fear on his face. If she found it, the rest of Doflamingo's lifespan would be mercilessly extracted by her. Fa-fa-fu-fu. Fa-fa-fa-fu-fu. Under such a gaze, Doflamingo's face showed no fear of a emperor, only the acceptance of someone who had gambled and lost. This time. I lost. But don't rejoice too soon. Charlotte Lean, just wait. You'll end up in the same situation as me. Seeing Doflamingo starting to babble nonsense, Big Mom suddenly lost interest in continuing the torture. For a lunatic like this, mere physical torment was nothing. She stared at Doflamingo, her gloomy face suddenly breaking into a malicious smile. Mamma. Doflamingo, I remember, you also have a Don Quixote family, right? Hearing this, Doflamingo's smile suddenly froze. Don't worry, I won't kill you yet. Not before you see those so-called family members die before your very eyes. As she spoke, Big Mom turned to look at her children. Cracker, Smoothie, you two go to Dressrosa. Bring all of Doflamingo's family members here intact. I'd like to see if you can still keep laughing then. Yes, Mama, X. Using family to threaten enemies was a common tactic of the Big Mom pirates. This time was no exception. Before long, Tato Land's fleet had set sail, heading towards Dressrosa. Chapter 432 Operation Heartbeat. A storm is brewing, yet today's Dressrosa remains calm. Except for... Halt. Catch her. Stop. The crowd was bumped aside by a panicked figure. Behind it, two tall figures dressed in guard uniforms rapidly gave chase. That person, like a headless fly, circled around Dressrosa's Lover's Street. Seeing the two guards getting closer and closer, this lady in a long dress frantically scanned the crowd, finally settling on a target and running towards them. Sir, we've met once before. Please, hold me. Viola wore an expression of panic and tension, the corners of her eyes even seeming to glisten with tears. Most men, seeing a beauty of this level on the verge of tears and throwing themselves into their arms, even if not moved, would at least not immediately distance themselves. Viola herself was well aware of this. Her beauty, her acting skills, and her devil fruit's ability that could see through people's hearts were all her weapons. In the past, countless tough characters had fallen before her. It's no wonder, after all, even characters like Roger and Rayleigh couldn't easily pass the test of a beautiful woman. Could there really be a man in this world who would refuse a beautiful woman's embrace? Facts prove, yes. The target naturally chosen by Viola was Sasuke, transformed into the copy ninja. He simply took a slight step back, dodging Viola's embrace. But soon Sasuke remembered he was undercover and shouldn't act too conspicuously. So he reached out, supporting Viola, who had nearly lost her balance and fallen from missing her embrace. Ah. Thank you. Although the first attempt failed, Viola quickly regained her composure and remembered her plan. Sorry. Could you please help block them? Someone is chasing me over there. As she spoke, she tried to repeat the tactic, trying to throw herself into Sasuke's arms again. Unfortunately, her head was directly stopped by a palm, preventing her from moving forward, her entire face even deforming slightly from the pressure. MMPH. However, Sasuke paid Viola no mind. He simply tilted his head slightly and then saw the two guards carrying rifles. In the next moment, the Sharingan spun. The two guards ignored Viola and Sasuke, running straight past. Then Sasuke let go. Only then could Viola see the surrounding situation. They're gone. As he spoke, Sasuke intended to turn and leave. After all, he didn't have much experience with infiltration missions, so his performance was still too abrupt. If it were the real Kakashi here, he would definitely play along with Viola's deliberate act, showing his manly side, and then incidentally gain more information during their interaction. For a qualified ninja, such tricks would instead become their opportunities. Please wait a moment. Viola grabbed Sasuke's sleeve. The current situation had already exceeded her plan, but being experienced, she quickly adjusted her state. They'll come back again. It might sound a bit excessive to say, but could you please take me to another town? I'll pay you. When saying the word pay, Viola deliberately pursed her lips, the implied meaning obvious. If you know it's excessive, then don't say it. The silver-haired, dead fish-eyed reply made Viola's expression freeze, but soon Sasuke changed his tone. But it's not like I can't agree. It was only now that Sasuke reacted. His purpose here was to investigate the hidden arms information in Dressrosa. And this obviously problematic woman before him was the perfect breakthrough point, wasn't she? This sudden change in attitude left Viola somewhat unable to react, standing there staring blankly at Sasuke. Sasuke had already walked several steps before turning back to look at her. What? You're not in a hurry anymore? Ah. No, I'm coming. Viola jogged to catch up with Sasuke's pace, silently adjusting her next plan in her heart. Regarding Sasuke, this strong yet unclear attitude individual, Viola was relatively cautious. At least from the broadcast of the Summit War, it was clear that his strength was simply not something those here could contend with. Even the executives of the Don Quixote family couldn't. Every person who appeared in the central battlefield of the Summit War could easily destroy all of Dressrosa. Viola had a tall figure and, from long-term dancing, had developed a pair of long legs. Yet with such long legs, she was now almost striking sparks with her steps trying to keep up with Sasuke. Huff, huff. Kakashi-san, please wait for me. This time, the panting wasn't fake. Viola was genuinely having a hard time keeping up. Just what kind of extreme character is this? Sasuke, using his teacher's name, only reacted and stopped upon hearing this. He then looked back to see Viola, one hand against the wall, the other supporting her waist, panting heavily, with obvious sweat beads on her forehead. Women, truly troublesome. Sasuke sighed inwardly. Then he noticed Viola was still wearing those high heels, and her ankles were already red and swollen. Sorry, Kakashi-san, eek. Viola let out a shriek from the sudden loss of balance. A strong arm slid under Viola's knees, lifting her whole person in a princess carry. Even in Dressrosa, known for its passion, such an action attracted many people's gazes. So bold dash. Wow, so romantic. It must be said, Kakashi's character design is quite good. In terms of looks alone, it's not inferior to Sasuke's original appearance. His gentlemanly action immediately drew envious sounds from many young ladies on both sides. But Viola only felt her legs go stiff. Too close, it's really a bit too close. Viola's head subconsciously leaned against Sasuke's chest, even faintly able to feel the strong heartbeat through his clothes. Perhaps because Sasuke's previously displayed attitude of keeping people at a distance was too obvious, this sudden contrast left Viola somewhat unprepared. However, Sasuke paid no mind to this at all. He simply picked up Viola and walked out of Lover's Street. Viola. Hearing this Kakashi-san suddenly speak, Viola snapped out of a certain special state and remembered her mission. Do you know where to buy weapons around here? You mean weapons? Viola was almost caught off guard by this jumpy question. Weapons, for weapons, the Colosseum area should have some for sale. There are many skilled blacksmiths there. She said this after noticing the sword at Sasuke's waist. In Viola's view, Sasuke might want to find a place to buy a new weapon or something. Who would have thought? Sasuke just shook his head upon hearing this. No, not that kind. Pat. His footsteps stopped. Unbeknownst to them, they had already arrived outside the town, where there was no one. Even the subordinates Viola had arranged weren't nearby. I need many weapons, many. Chapter 433, Chapter 433 Using myself as bait. This. Why would you ask me such a question? Viola was taken aback for a moment, then immediately reacted, shaking her head. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Sasuke showed no intention of digging deeper, just quietly looking at Viola as if he had only been casually asking. Viola, on her part, snapped out of the somewhat romantic and ambiguous atmosphere from before. She knew that the man now alone with her could kill her effortlessly, just like Doflamingo. And her goal was to use his hand to eliminate the Don Quixote family, that malignant tumor entrenched in Dressrosa. If possible, Viola didn't want to resort to drastic measures. Getting closer and persuading him to help her was the best outcome. But it seemed now that Sasuke wasn't as easily fooled as the men she had encountered before. Moreover, his goal was arms. Was he friend or foe? Viola marked Sasuke with a huge question mark in her heart. Sasuke's walking speed was fast, especially when no one was holding him back. Viola watched as a journey that usually took over an hour was completed in a little over 10 minutes with Sasuke's stroll-like pace. And that was while carrying someone in his arms. Otherwise, given Sasuke's speed, it would probably be a matter of minutes. Following Viola's directions, Sasuke entered another town. This place wasn't as prosperous as the center of Dressrosa, there weren't even many people in the surrounding restaurants. Putting the girl down, Sasuke continued to observe his surroundings with observation haki. 1, 2, 3. 17 people lying in ambush. And all hidden in obscure corners. Either in trash cans or under the eaves of some houses. In Sasuke's perception, these people made no effort to conceal their presence, openly revealing themselves to his senses. It's safe here now. Thank you, Kakashi-san. Her feet back on the ground, the pain in her ankles had lessened considerably. It was originally just from walking quickly for a short time, resting for a while had almost healed it. May I treat you to a meal? Seeing Sasuke ignore her, Viola didn't get discouraged. Instead, she spoke up again. As a token of thanks for helping me, okay. Viola's big eyes met Sasuke's. Because of the transformation technique, no special pattern of the Sharingan appeared in Sasuke's eyes. Sure. Sasuke also wanted to see what kind of tricks this woman could pull. If it was just a typical honey trap, then just beat them all up. A faint chill imperceptibly enveloped Viola and her subordinates. After passing by several restaurants, they finally found one that wasn't closed. Coincidentally, this was also one of the hiding spots for the 17 people from before. The person now standing behind the counter, smiling as he looked over, was one of them. Sasuke didn't mind at all, relaxing as he found a seat and sat down. If he were truly a gentleman, he should have pulled out the chair for the lady at this moment. But unfortunately, Sasuke wasn't. Watching Viola skillfully order food, and then the gourmet dishes that required some time to prepare being served like pre-made meals not long after, Sasuke raised an eyebrow. He crossed his arms, seemingly having no intention of touching the knife and fork at all. Not poison, just some sleeping pills. That's a bit surprising. His sudden words instantly chilled the atmosphere in the restaurant. Viola's hand, which had reached over to help Sasuke tie his napkin affectionately to close the distance, froze in midair. Swish. With the sound of something being overturned, followed by the clanging of weapons colliding. 17 people surrounded them from different directions, their rifles and swords simultaneously pointed at Sasuke. Viola silently looked at the subordinates around her, then at Sasuke, and slowly let out a sigh. So, why couldn't you just obediently fall asleep? As she spoke, Viola seemed to shed her disguise, no trace of gentleness left on her face. That way, at least the pain would be less. Accompanying Viola's words, the weapon-wielding minions around also started laughing mockingly while continuously closing in. It seems you're the local snakes here, huh? Facing such underlings, Sasuke didn't even have the desire to spare them a glance, his gaze still fixed on Viola. Then you should know where the arms in Dressrosa are stored, right? Still thinking about arms at a time like this? What an ignorant man. The minions seemed unwilling to wait any longer. After Viola's words, they swarmed towards Sasuke. Their orders were to eliminate this lone individual who had arrived here. As for who he was, not important. What was he here for? Also not important. They'd done this kind of thing plenty of times. Although they couldn't remember the specific individuals, they clearly knew that anyone who tried to cause trouble in Dressrosa, within the Don Quixote family's territory, would be turned into a mindless toy for people to command by sugar. Pirates, Marines, world government's agents, none were a problem. Die. The minion standing closest to Sasuke fired a shot directly at his back. He was aiming for the shoulder. At this distance, hitting wouldn't risk killing. But so what if he did kill? Was there anyone in this country who dared to judge them? Shing. Everyone felt their vision blur, and then a lead bullet cut in half fell to the ground. No hockey coding. Sasuke glanced around, then felt amused at his own thought. Right. I overestimated you. Because since coming to this world, he had almost always been in high-level battles. In Sasuke's eyes, those who dared to use rifles as weapons were basically hockey experts on the level of Yasop. But facts proved that even in the new world, hockey wasn't something just any Tom, Dick, or Harry could master. In the next moment, a flash of silver light. The crowd couldn't even see Sasuke's drawing motion, only felt a pain somewhere on their bodies before losing consciousness. Heated iron tears, I wail. Viola didn't seem shocked by the combat power Sasuke displayed, still persistently using her ability against him. A few tears flowed from her eyes, rapidly enlarging and instantly hardening into two whale-shaped forms radiating high heat. As Viola made a scissor gesture with her index and middle fingers, the tears separated from her eyes and shot toward Sasuke. Judging by the walls scraped by the steel whales, their power was evident. Yet an attack of this level couldn't even pique Sasuke's interest. The Kusanagi sword was swiftly drawn, swung, and sheathed again. Just relying on the still somewhat unfamiliar flying slash technique was enough to shatter the steel whales. If this is your confidence, then I'd still prefer you take me to the arms voluntarily. But facing Sasuke's absolute, overwhelming power gap, Viola showed not the slightest intention of surrendering. She used several more I Wail attacks. Even though they couldn't get close to Sasuke, she simply didn't stop. This is the Don Quixote family's territory, not a place for you to act recklessly. Flame Wolf, Doflamingo-sama won't let you off. Hearing that name that always annoyed him from the other's mouth again made Sasuke frown. Who exactly was in charge of assigning these titles to them? I definitely needed to find an opportunity to have a word with them. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Sasuke drew the Kusanagi sword, its blade gleaming coldly. Then let him come find me. In the next moment, a sword light flashed. Viola only felt her vision go dark. Before her consciousness faded, she only heard Sasuke's voice gradually fading. Wasting time. Plan successful dash. Viola didn't know what Sasuke's purpose here was, nor his relationship with Doflamingo. She didn't even have many chances for trial and error. Sasuke's displayed attitude caused Viola's plan of attracting him with her charm to fail. If she couldn't get closer and then slowly explain the situation in Dressrosa, she could only resort to the more radical Plan B. Regardless of your relationship with Doflamingo or why you're here. After this, you'll only be enemies. As for the cost, it's just my life. Viola's eyes slowly closed. This is fine. Just like this. She didn't know how much time had passed. When Viola regained consciousness from the coma, the sky outside was nearing dusk. I didn't die. She looked around at the minions still lying on the ground, unsure if dead or alive, then checked her own body. Aside from some bruises, there were no cuts or wounds. Strange man. Viola looked in the direction Sasuke had left, whispering softly. Chapter 434, Chapter 434 like an old friend arriving. Hobi Hobi no Mi, Smiles, Toy Factory, and Orochimaru. Walking alone on the street, Sasuke softly recited the explosive information he had just obtained from Viola. Did you miss a chapter? Not so. Several tens of minutes ago, in that same restaurant. A group of people surrounded Sasuke, ready to make a move. Yet Sasuke didn't even show any intention of raising a hand. The pattern in the Sharingan slowly rotated. Everyone, including Viola, fell into an illusion so realistic it could fool anyone. The Gyro no Mi indeed granted Viola information-gathering abilities far beyond the ordinary, but this was different from observation haki, which relied on one's own spirit, or something like a sixth sense. The devil fruit gave her just an ability, a tool, but it didn't strengthen her spiritual power. She would still fall before Conqueror's haki. Similarly, when facing the genjutsu created by the Mangekyo Sharingan, no one among this group could stay conscious. To be honest, after coming to the One Piece world, Sasuke hadn't had many opportunities to use genjutsu. Not only because most situations encountered were direct confrontations, but also because most people in those high-level battles had very high physical and spiritual qualities themselves, making it difficult to use genjutsu to confuse them. Facing the five elders, rather than waiting for genjutsu to take effect, it was better for him to act himself. Besides, the men he had trapped in the eternal prison was most skilled at Sharingan's genjutsu. Just thinking about using a similar method made Sasuke instinctively resistant. However, if it was for gathering information, the Sharingan was undoubtedly more convenient than a blade. This round can only be said to be the princess's self-guided journey. Recalling the explosive information obtained from Viola, Sasuke couldn't help but click his tongue inwardly. Had to admit, Doflamingo was indeed a character. A small island nation hiding so many things. This guy's ambition was not small either. Of course, what surprised Sasuke even more was hearing the name of that person he had once met in this different world. Orochimaru. Recalling that year, standing like a minion amidst the fading lights, powerless to watch Orochimaru and Naruto clash. But now. Shurororo. Orochimaru, I have everything ready here. When can you give me more experimental data? A Den Mushi with purple-blue long hair simulated Caesar Clown's expression, gesticulating wildly on the table in front of Orochimaru. No need to rush, Caesar-kun. Dressrosa will soon meet its end. As for the experiment, I believe for a genius scientist like you, Caesar-kun, it can continue anytime. It should pose no difficulty for you. Shurororo. Of course. Then I'll wait for your news. It must be said, Orochimaru's insight into human nature was almost an instinct carved into his bones. Perhaps it wasn't much use when facing simple-minded or strong-willed people like Naruto or Luffy, but once the other party was an ambitious person like Doflamingo or Caesar Clown, his skills became very useful. Even without past memories, Orochimaru could still, through subconscious actions as a former researcher, successfully gain Caesar's favor, even reaching a level of mutual admiration. Their pursuits didn't conflict at all. Orochimaru, after awakening in this world, had begun seeking the meaning of his own existence. On Whole Cake Island, his unique and special body became the trigger, stirring the pursuit of life and evolution that couldn't be suppressed even by amnesia. This was a benefit. Caesar's goal was simpler. Whether cooperating with Doflamingo or betraying Doflamingo in the original timeline, his fundamental purpose was to produce research results that would shock the world. He wanted to prove to the whole world that he was never inferior to that big-headed Vegapunk. The title of the world's #1 scientist should belong to him, Caesar Clown. This was for fame. That's why the two hit it off immediately. As for how Orochimaru persuaded Caesar to abandon Doflamingo as a shield at this time, that was thanks to Doflamingo overestimating himself and actively stepping into the whirlpool of the Summit War. When the other party disappeared and the world government collapsed, Orochimaru understood his opportunity had come. In the past, the reason Doflamingo could swagger in the underground world was not mainly due to his combat power. What should really be noted was Doflamingo's skill in perfectly maneuvering between the three forces of Big Mom, Kaido, and the world government. But now the world government's backing was gone, Big Mom had been offended, and Dressrosa's destruction was actually just a matter of time. With this reason, Caesar, whose loyalty was almost zero, agreed to Orochimaru's proposal without any hesitation. Furthermore, Orochimaru was not only willing to provide the cursed seal as experimental material but even willing to let Caesar directly cut off parts of his own body for research. This also struck a chord in Caesar's little heart. This guy was indeed a scumbag with no sense of gratitude, but he also had things he cherished. At least Orochimaru's behavior, plus his recognition of his own scientific research level, was enough to increase Caesar's favorability by +1. Though it still wasn't very high. By the way, Orochimaru, you said before that our only way out now is to find someone to join. Now the Big Mom pirates have been offended by Joker, and the Marines can't take us in either. So our target should be the Beast's pirates dash. Caesar's thinking was simple. Since they were going to cling to a powerful patron, naturally it should be one thick enough. This was the wisdom from his years of being a turncoat. No. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru negated this idea. In the room that once belonged to Doflamingo, Orochimaru gently picked up 2 Marine wanted posters. Desert King, Crocodile, Gecko Moria. Partners that are too powerful aren't suitable for us. Do you still want to continue these days of being watched and controlled? That's true. Relax, leave everything to me. Caesar-kun, you just need to be responsible for the preparation phase of our plan. Alright. Then I'll trust you, Orochimaru. At this point, Caesar seemed to remember something and added. Oh, right, don't forget about Sugar. Her devil fruit ability is very useful. Ah, of course. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. The Hobi no Mi's utility was too great. Unfortunately, Sugar's loyalty to Doflamingo was far from comparable to Caesar's. If there was really no other way, Orochimaru was prepared to kill Sugar. He could also test the possibility of using fruit to capture devil fruit's powers. This hypothesis was something Caesar had provided him. Standing on the top floor of the royal palace, Orochimaru looked down at all of Dressrosa, his fingers unconsciously brushing over the window. All of this was just a price paid for research.